Chapter 1. It's You Who Has Changed, Shu He. In the northern capital, autumn had descended in its profound depths. As dusk approached on the road to the resort, the mountains were ablaze with the vibrant hues of fall, while everything seemed to be slightly intoxicated by the autumnal palette. The wheels of the car rolled by, causing the leaves to rustle in a symphony of sound. Upon opening the car door, Shu He felt a gentle chill graze her cheek. A hazy sky began to sprinkle with autumn rain, the droplets delicate like a fine curtain of jade, and a maple leaf quietly drifted from the tree, landing softly upon her apricot-colored cashmere coat. Shu He pinched the maple leaf between her fingers, her lashes casting a shadow over her eyes as thoughts surged in her mind. Since their Cold War began, her boyfriend had not acknowledged her for an entire month. "Darling, no man can withstand the 7-year itch. Image. You know Ning better than I do. Could you help me choose between these two lace lingerie sets? Which one looks more beautiful? I'll plan to wear one for him tonight." "Shu He, you look better without it." The 7-year itch. Indeed, this year marked the 7th year since she met that indifferent man. However, they had only been in a relationship for 6 months, fraught with incessant quarrels, devoid of the innocent guardianship they once shared in their high school days. Do men truly change their hearts at the 7th year? A cool breeze brushed against her scarf, jolting Shu He back to reality. She grabbed an umbrella from the car and made her way toward a private hot spring facility within the resort. Upon entering, she found the atmosphere serene and quiet. Shu He approached the hot spring pool, glancing around but failing to locate the unruly man, just as she was about to call him. A voice from behind chimed in with a teasing tone. "Fu Zong is on the 2nd floor." Shu He ascended to the observation lounge on the 2nd floor. This private facility nestled deep within the mountains exuded a rich aroma of wine, where she spotted young Master Fu lounging on a sofa, cradling a delicate Persian cat in his arms. Surrounding him were several well-known young aristocrats from the northern capital, each enveloped in a haze of smoke. At Fu's feet sat a uniformed masseur. "Oh, Brother Fu, your wife has arrived." Everyone turned in unison to gaze at the young woman standing at the staircase, her presence starkly contrasting with the lavish scene that surrounded her. Still wearing so many clothes to enter the hot spring, Fu Ning remained unperturbed, absent-mindedly stroking the Persian cat's head. Shu He approached him, seizing the opportunity for a direct explanation. "I sent you a message, and you didn't reply. Is the photo she sent real? Don't you have anything to say to me?" Fu Ning remained indifferent. Only when the cat in his arms lazily drifted into slumber did he reluctantly lift his eyelids, casting a faint glance in her direction without uttering a word. At that moment, Shu He realized that she was simply explaining herself to a man who had not once felt the need to do the same. The 2nd floor featured an open railing, and as the autumn rain intensified, a cool breeze swept through. Shu He's expression turned solemn. "Well, then let's part ways, Fu Zong. Continuing this is meaningless." Fu Ning extended a finger, and the attendant promptly handed him a cigarette. He flicked a lighter and bent down to ignite it for Mr. Fu. He inhaled deeply. "Are you jealous?" "Apologies, but there's nothing I can stomach when I see your face." Shu He turned to leave. To her surprise, Fu Ning slowly exhaled a plume of smoke, signaling to the attendant to block her path. Shu He pivoted. "What do you mean?" The masseur silently observed the unfolding drama. This young Master Fu came from a prestigious family in the northern capital, living in luxury, and no one had ever dared to defy him except for Shu He. Due to the rainy weather, the lighting was somewhat dim. The warm glow illuminated Shu He, her features gentle, and her demeanor graceful, with the apricot coat accentuating her fair, translucent complexion. Fu Ning took another drag from his cigarette. After dating for 6 months, they hadn't yet shared a bed, and even holding hands caused him to blush. At a roadside stall selling red string bracelets, she insisted on rummaging through a pile of worn beads to find a pair engraved with their names, crafting a red string bracelet for him, seemingly indifferent to its poor quality and whether he would even wear it. When he offered her lingerie, she labeled him a pervert. "Don't threaten me with a breakup." Fu Ning flicked the ash from his cigarette, a noble yet nonchalant demeanor. "After a month of Cold War, have you figured out the answer to my question?" "I have. And that answer is?" Shu He's tone was resolute. "I won't cohabit with you, nor will I wear lingerie for you." "Why are you so obstinate? Ask anyone here if anyone has dated for 6 months without sleeping together. I'm not a monk." "Because you're a teddy bear." As Shu He reached the staircase, The man's voice turned icy. You've crossed the line, Shu He. If you dare take another step down those stairs today, we will truly be finished. Chapter 2. A reunion in the rain, just as a gentle breeze rises. Under the watchful eyes of many, Shu He returned to Fu Hining's side. Laughter erupted among the onlookers. Indeed, no woman could resist young Master Fu. Ah! Someone gasped in surprise. Shu He seized a glass of red wine from the coffee table and unhesitatingly splashed it onto Fu Hining's face, startling the Persian cat in his lap, causing it to flee. While you were busy thinking of breaking up, I forgot to wash your face. Fu Hining's expression darkened, his lips curling into a snarl. 3 seconds, clean it up. The air seemed to freeze. Under the scrutiny of everyone present, Shu He hastily grabbed 2 tissues, while Fu Hining remained calmly seated on the sofa, unmoving. The man closed his eyes, anticipating that Shu He would obediently approach to wipe the wine from his face. But after a prolonged silence, he felt no movement from her. He opened his eyes. To his surprise, Shu He was leisurely wiping the red wine from her cashmere coat, tossing the tissue into the trash before departing without a word. Bang! As Shu He stepped down the second stair, the sound of the coffee table being overturned resonated, scattering glassware across the floor. The shards of the wine bottle erupted in a cacophony of glass. His wrath was unleashed. The aroma of wine filled the air, while the crimson glass shards fell unexpectedly at her feet, reminiscent of the shattered relationship between the two. The crowd rushed to comfort the esteemed Mr. Fu. A young woman seated beside Fu Hining gently wiped the wine from his cheek, speaking softly. Fu Zong, don't be angry. It's raining outside, and the fog in the mountains is thick. Is it safe for Shu He to drive alone? Perhaps you should coax her. Don't let her leave. Forget her, she's spoiled. Shu He's eyelashes fluttered slightly. Without looking back, she exited the hot spring facility, removing the red string bracelet from her wrist and discarding it in the trash on the first floor. The night had fallen. The rain fell in a gentle patter. Shu He opened her umbrella, the mountain mist enveloping her as the wind drove the raindrops against the canopy, the sound of the rain echoing in her muddled mind. Taking a deep breath, she attempted to steady her emotions. The cold air filled her lungs, biting through to the bone, and as she retreated into the car, her hands felt as if they were freezing. Just as she was about to start the engine, a thought struck her. She pushed the car door open again, circling around the vehicle, and indeed, beneath the front passenger seat, she discovered a stray cat seeking shelter from the rain. The faint mewing she had heard earlier was not a figment of her imagination. Thank goodness she hadn't started the engine directly. Shu He crouched down, shining her flashlight on the little cat, which was drenched and emaciated. Bloodstains marred the ground beneath the car it was injured. With its fur soaked, the cat's eyes appeared particularly large, staring at her without blinking. It looked exceedingly pitiful, a stark contrast to Fu Hining's Persian cat. Shu He extended her hand, attempting to coax the little cat out, but it darted under the car in fright, trembling and unwilling to emerge. She rummaged through the car for snacks and retrieved a package of oatmeal protein bars. Crouching in front of the car, she placed the protein bar in her palm, softly coaxing the stray cat. Little cat, come here, I won't harm you. Meow. The little stray cat limped toward her hesitantly, dragging its injured leg. Shu He's eyes sparkled with warmth, her focus solely on the cat beneath the car, oblivious to the rain that had begun to drench her as her umbrella tilted. She reached out, gently stroking the little orange cat's head. The crisp sound of chewing echoed. The little orange cat seemed to have been hungry for a long time despite its broken leg. It balanced on 3 legs, trembling as it gnawed on the protein bar in Shu He's palm. She broke the bar into smaller pieces to feed it. The little orange cat devoured the food eagerly. As the temperature dropped, it had no shelter and no one to feed it. And after this meal, it was uncertain when it would get its next. Shu He gazed at the tiny orange cat, noticing that its left eye was swollen shut, almost entirely closed. She decided to take it to the hospital for treatment, but the little orange cat panicked and began to thrash and cry. Don't be afraid. She opened the car door, pulling out several tissues to place on the seat, and gently set the little orange cat down. The frightened cat leaped out of the car. Having never had its claws trimmed, its sharp claws accidentally scratched Shu He's hand as it fled for its life. Blood immediately welled from the wound. The little orange cat glanced back, one eye glistening with tears in the rain, seeming to recognize that it had hurt her hand, yet it chose to flee for its own safety. Shu He gasped sharply, turning to search for the cat again. The dim light cast shadows over the ground, littered with fallen, withered maple leaves. The little orange cat had vanished. It seemed unlikely to survive this cold rain. Her umbrella was swept towards the edge of the cliff by a fierce gust of wind. As Shu He took a step to retrieve it, the wind picked up, threatening to send it tumbling down the precipice. Suddenly, a pair of strong, sinewy hands grasped her wrist firmly. Shu He turned around without hesitation. Above her, a large black umbrella with a straight handle appeared, shielding her from the rain. She lifted her gaze and beheld a tall man, standing with an air of elegance and nobility. Their eyes met, and amidst the rain, a gentle breeze began to stir. His gaze resembled polished obsidian, glistening with depth amidst the dusky mist. Time seemed to stand still. Shi Yu gazed intently at the young girl's face, and after a moment, he released her wrist and softly said, "Don't keep the old umbrella, take this new one as a gift." As he spoke, his slender fingers extended the umbrella toward Shu He. "Thank you." Shu He snapped back to reality. The umbrella felt heavy and well-crafted, yet the man had already departed, his deep gray Kian parked 5 meters away. She could still sense the cool, refreshing scent of cedar lingering in the air around her. Shi Yu opened the car door. Just before entering, he turned back. The night gradually danced with shadows, and the sycamore leaves continued to flutter in the rain. They exchanged glances across the distance, as if time itself had slowed in their prolonged silence. "Be careful on rainy days, the ground is slippery. Stay away from the cliff's edge, and don't search for that cat anymore, it's with me." "All right." A smile graced Shu He's lips. No wonder her small orange cat had gone missing, he had rescued it. She felt a flicker of familiarity towards the man, but couldn't recall where she had seen him before. Hearing him remind her gently, "You're bleeding on your hand, remember to get a shot at the hospital." "Thank you. Do you need me to take you to the hospital?" Shu He shook her head, hesitant to get into a stranger's car. "No. Do we know each other? Let's say we do, well, see each other again soon." With that, he uttered a parting remark and entered the vehicle. Shu He stood there, her cashmere coat thoroughly soaked, gripping his black umbrella tightly, watching as the Kian slowly drove away. A sharp pain throbbed in her hand. She opened the car door, folded the umbrella, and took her place in the driver's seat, feeling disheveled and letting out a soft sigh as she removed her drenched scarf. She started the engine, the wipers rhythmically sweeping the rain from the windshield. As she lightly pressed the accelerator, leaving the resort behind, she glanced at her hand, where 2 bloodstains marred her skin from the stray cat's claws. She needed to get vaccinated at the hospital quickly. That man had said they were acquainted. Yet, no matter how hard Shu He strained her mind, she could not recall who he was. His demeanor was refined and dignified, exuding a steady seriousness that suggested he was a man of knowledge and culture. Could he be a young professor from the university?
Chapter 3, The Origin of Shu He. The mystery. After receiving the vaccination, one must remain under observation for half an hour before departing. As the workday concluded, the observation room was filled with numerous individuals, all accompanied by friends, except for Shu He, who sat alone on a bench in the corner. She gazed at her swollen, piglet-like foot. In addition to the vaccine, she had also received immunoglobulin. The dosage was somewhat excessive. Her hand, arm, back, and thigh were all punctured with needles, and now her hand was swollen, rendering her unable to drive. Buzz, her phone vibrated. Shu He retrieved her mobile device from her pocket. It was her good friend Shermu calling. "Mumu, did Fu Henning really cheat?" "Yes." Outside the window, the thick dusk enveloped the world. With the window open, the temperature was rather chilly, and sitting by the window was becoming unbearable. Shu He stood up and moved to a spot free from the cold wind to answer the call. "Damn, he really did go behind your back. Isn't he afraid of getting caught?" Shermu's bold personality shone through. She was so furious she could almost leap through the phone. "Where is he? He? Give me the address, I'm going to find him. Either he dies today, or I do. Don't go after him." Fu Henning, having been raised with a silver spoon in his mouth, was accustomed to flattery. In a place like Kyoto, where power reigned supreme, he had always been the one to impose on others. Being betrayed was her own affair. She could not bring trouble upon Mumu and the Sure family. Shu He leaned against the wall, seeking some solace, and softly replied, "I've completely severed ties with him. From now on, we will not interfere in each other's lives, and I will never contact him again." Breaking up with Fu Henning should be a cause for celebration. He resembled a piece of risque lingerie, and even a stray dog wouldn't bother to take a sip of the yellow soy milk inside his head. "He is confiscated now. Whoever wants to sleep with him can do so." "Perfectly described," Shermu replied, her voice infused with warmth. Upon hearing her friend's voice amidst the sorrowful events, Shu He felt a flicker of comfort. When will you return to Beijing from your business trip? I'll pick you up from the airport. It's been ages since we last met. I miss you. Let us catch up the day after tomorrow. As evening fell, the streets of Beijing's northern district glimmered with neon lights, resembling a dazzling painting. Taxis traversed the bustling thoroughfares. The driver glanced at the young girl admiring the rain from the window. How old are you? Still studying? 22, still in school. My daughter is about your age. She just got accepted into Beijing Normal University. I accompanied her to the school for registration back in September. The campus is magnificent. Shu He smiled at the loquacious driver and congratulated him. Congratulations. Which university are you at? Beijing University. The driver turned a corner. Wow, the best institution in the country. At 22, are you already pursuing postgraduate studies? Is it difficult to get into graduate school at Beijing University? First year of doctoral studies. The driver's eyes widened in astonishment. You're a doctoral student at such a young age? Is it a direct doctoral program? Yes. The vehicle arrived at the Moon Bay community in the city center. Shu He thanked the driver, opened the door, and stepped out. Since embarking on her doctoral journey, she had not returned to live on campus. As the elevator ascended, she gazed at the black umbrella in her hand, a sturdy model with 32 ribs, capable of withstanding strong winds. She recalled that gentle voice like jade. Don't keep the old umbrella, this new one is for you. Shu He tightened her grip on the handle, her eyes resolute. Upon returning home, she intended to gather all items related to Fu Henning and pack them away in a box, discarding them in the downstairs trash bin. Ding, the 6th floor arrived. The elevator doors opened, holding a package. Shu He noticed her fingers were damp and wiped them on her clothing. She raised her hand to unlock the door with her fingerprint, only to discover that the door was ajar. Inside, she heard a familiar middle-aged male voice. You're back. She had not been in contact with Zhou Hongfang for many years. At that moment, all the lights in the house were illuminated, and her father Zhou Hongfang sat on the sofa alongside his wife, Xiang Mei. Shu He was the illegitimate daughter of the Zhou family. Her mother, Ruan Lan, tragically passed away during childbirth. Before marrying, Zhou Hongfang had traveled to Sydney, where he attended a guzheng performance by the 18-year-old Ruan Lan, whose beauty captivated him. He fell in love at first sight and pursued her under a false identity, but she ultimately rejected him. Years later, after Zhou Hongfang had married, he still harbored feelings for the girl from Sydney. When he returned after a decade, it was during a tumultuous time for Ruan Lan, who had just lost her parents and was at her life's nadir. Zhou Hongfang assisted her with her family's affairs and then pursued her again. When Ruan Lan inquired if he had a family, he swore he did not. After they began their relationship, Ruan Lan asked if he wanted to marry her to end their long-distance romance, but Zhou Hongfang vanished in fright. Ruan Lan never contacted him again. Later, Zhou Hongfang's friend informed him that Ruan Lan was about to give birth, and the child was likely his. Terrified, he traveled abroad, sneaking into a private hospital in Sydney to erase any traces of his infidelity. Ruan Lan had an accident, and only the child survived. When the paternity test results revealed the child was indeed his, Zhou Hongfang was at a loss, yet the results were irrefutable. He carried the child out of the hospital, his hands resting on the infant's neck, preparing to take action, but was caught by his wife, Xiang Mei. He cradled the baby, pretending to soothe it. Xiang Mei and Zhou Hongfang were a family arranged through alliances. Initially, they treated each other with respect, but over time, their relationship soured. Their marriage was entangled with complex familial interests, leaving her unable to divorce. Xiang Mei knew that with Zhou Hongfang's temperament, he would never allow any media exposure of his personal scandals, lest his career be jeopardized. The child had no backing, and he would surely seek to abandon or eliminate it. On the way home, holding the infant, Xiang Mei's thoughts were tumultuous as she pondered how to arrange for the child. Suddenly, the baby's tiny fingers grasped her own. In that instant, her heart softened. Let us keep the child safe for now, at least ensure their security. We'll see when the child is older if there is a suitable arrangement. Xiang Mei was a literature professor at Beijing University. She did not particularly dote on Shu He, but her care was sufficient. The standards of clothing and provisions were identical to those of her biological children. The name Shu He was chosen by Xiang Mei after careful consideration, reflecting a reverence for knowledge and best wishes for her future. Xiang Mei informed her 2 children that Shu He was a child she found in a box by the roadside. Hoping her elder siblings would not reject her, the brother and sister treated Shu He with kindness. When Shu He first spoke, her first word was Mama, calling out to Xiang Mei a name taught to her by her sister, who adored holding her and playing with her. Shu He learned to speak from her sister. Zhou Hongfang had repeatedly questioned Xiang Mei when she intended to send Shu He away, yet she never gave a definitive answer. Until the age of 8, little Shu He was oblivious to her status as an illegitimate child. Their mother raised all 3 children to be well-mannered and educated. Shu He still remembered how her mother would buy 3 portions of candied chestnuts on her way home from work, 1 for each child. Their mother would help the young Shu He with her homework and teach her how to hold a pen. On the day Shu He was in 3rd grade and on winter break, the Zhou family's driver followed the usual routine of picking up her high school sister first before heading to collect her. Her sister gifted her a small gray toy. Unfortunately, fate took a tragic turn that day, As the driver was navigating the streets, a drunken driver recklessly crashed into them. The oncoming car was headed straight for where Shu He sat. In a split second, her sister, Zhou Zijing, embraced her and switched places with her. The incident happened too suddenly. Shu He had been focused on the small gray toy her sister had given her, unaware of the impending danger. She only remembered the moment when everything went dark. Enveloped in a warm embrace, as a deafening sound of destruction echoed in her ears, her sister had shielded her from the impact of the oncoming vehicle. In that catastrophic accident, the drunk driver claimed the lives of 3 elementary school students and the 17-year-old Zhou Zijing. Protected by her sister, Shu He survived. The police, piecing together Shu He's account of the incident, later informed the Zhou family that had Zijing not switched places at the crucial moment, it would have been Zixing who survived. Zhou Zijing suffered broken ribs that pierced her organs and died on the spot. When the doctor announced her death, Xiang Mei wept until her voice was lost, kneeling beside Zijing's lifeless body. Unable to rise, following that, Xiang Mei fell into severe depression, isolating herself in her room, clutching Zijing's photo, refusing to step outside. The drunk driver was subsequently sentenced to death. That evening, Zhou Hongfang hurried home from the police station. Upon entering the living room, he saw Shu He standing at her mother's bedroom door. In a fit of rage, he stormed upstairs, grabbed little Shu He by the collar, and threw her from the top of the staircase. Little Shu He tumbled down the steps, landing on the floor, and before she could sit up, she saw her father draw his belt and strike her. The first lash landed on Shu He's head. As he struck her, he raged that if Xiang Mei had not been so soft-hearted in raising Shu He, the family's driver would never have gone to pick her up at the elementary school. And Zijing would not have died because of her. He shouted in fury, questioning why it was not Shu He who had perished. Her brother Zhou Xianji rushed in upon hearing the commotion and embraced his young sister, while Zhou Hongfang, in a fit of madness, began to strike his son as well. As Shu He attempted to intervene, her father pointed at her face, hurling insults about her status as an illegitimate child at her. Berating her with vile words, her brother covered Shu He's ears, urging her not to listen, but she still heard. It dawned on her that she was not her mother's biological daughter, yet her mother treated her far better than her biological father ever had. In the Zhou household, her father never showed her affection. Whenever he returned home bearing gifts, he never thought to bring anything for Shu He, and while he distributed presents with a smile, she would secretly hide in the corners. She watched her father as he pulled out one gift after another, wishing fervently that he might retrieve a present meant for Shu He from his briefcase. Alas, that had never occurred. Her father declared that Shu He was unworthy of receiving gifts. Chapter 4. On a snowy night, Shi Yu rescued Shu He from the grasp of death. It was midwinter, and the winter vacation had commenced. Her brother was forcibly confined in the Zhou household by their father. On the day of her sister's passing, Shu He was expelled from the Zhou family by her father, leaving with nothing but the small plush toy, Xiao Huihui, gifted to her by her sister. At the tender age of 8. She wandered aimlessly along the roadside, clutching the stuffed animal, her ankle sprained and each step a source of pain, as snowflakes fell upon the wound on her forehead, chilling her to the bone. Under her sister's protection, she had escaped the severe car accident unscathed, yet under her father's domestic violence and fierce tirades, she bore wounds both visible and hidden, both on her body and within her heart. Her left eyelid was swollen and painful from being struck by her father's belt, rendering her unable to open it. The lid was bruised, and she could only rely on her right eye to navigate her path. Her father's furious reprimands echoed relentlessly in her mind. Shu He felt disoriented, her gaze fixed ahead as she continued to walk forward, yearning to reach the underworld, hoping that Yan Luo Wang would take her away and return her sister. Along with their mother, tears streamed down her face as she sobbed by the roadside, questioning why she had survived the car accident while her sister had perished, and how their mother could possibly cope with such a painful outcome. In the frigid temperatures plummeting below -10 degrees, Shu He, clad in insufficient clothing, trembled violently as she trudged onward, feeling as if the ice and snow had penetrated her very bones. In a fleeting moment, she thought she saw her sister, who urged her to return home quickly to dress warmly and not to search for her anymore. When Shu He collapsed in shock, a vehicle fortuitously passed by, it stopped, and a young man exited the back seat. Hastening towards her, the one who embraced her was an older brother figure. He saved Shu He, wrapping her in his warm embrace, urgently attending to her, ensuring she was warmed to prevent further organ damage. 3 days later, Shu He awakened to find herself surrounded by doctors and her classmate Mumu, who informed her that her uncle had brought her back from the roadside. However, he had already returned home to England. Mumu, with her maternal instincts, revealed that her uncle was Shi Yu. The doctor stated that had it not been for the timely intervention of Shi Yu, Shu He, bruised and battered, would have perished from the cold by the roadside. Having been in a critical state during her rescue, the blizzard that had snapped countless branches was the very storm from which Shi Yu had rescued her from the clutches of death. Zhou Hongfang turned around. His hair was gray and he appeared frail, having retired early due to health issues and holding little status within the Zhou family. Shua's gaze fell upon Xiang Mei. What of her mother? Had time been kinder to her? This was the first time Xiang Mei had sought her out since her sister's demise. Between them lay the grave of a life, her own flesh and blood daughter, a thorn embedded deeply in both of their hearts. Shu He often pondered whether this thorn could ever be removed. From ages 8 to 10, Shu He had been raised in the Shi household. During those 3 years, Xiang Mei's health had deteriorated, and she had not taken up her teaching position at Jingda. When Shu He turned 11, her brother brought her to Yuliangwan, nurturing her to adulthood. While at university, Shu He had overheard that Professor Xiang wore an elegant watch on her left wrist to conceal scars from self-harm, which had been observed by others. Zhou Hongfang spoke first. Shu He, there is a marriage contract between the Zhou family and the Shi family established by your grandfather and Mr. Shi. Our family intended to inform you and your sister once you both came of age. But since your sister was taken from us due to your actions, the Shi family is now obliged to propose, and you are our only daughter. Zhou Hongfang. Xiang Mei furrowed her brow, reminding the man beside her. The incident involving Zijing was the fault of the drunk driver. The marriage contract was arranged long ago and should not be tied to her tragedy. Does it not matter? Did not the police investigating the accident say otherwise back then? Enough, a resounding slap echoed through the room. Zhou Hongfang clutched his rapidly swelling cheek, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, his teeth nearly shattered, a buzzing in his head from the force of Xiang Mei's blow. Fortunately, she was unaware of his past domestic violence against Shu He, or else he would have lost even the right to reside in the Zhou household. Shu He's complexion drained of color, turning pale as if translucent, and the parcel she held slipped from her grasp and fell to the ground. She bent down to retrieve it. Once again, her father tore open old wounds, and Shu He's hands trembled uncontrollably over the parcel. Though she could crouch down, her legs weakened in an instant, rendering her unable to stand. As if all strength had been drained from her. An oppressive silence enveloped the room as Xiang Mei rose to leave. Shu He lowered her head, too timid to meet her mother's gaze, only noticing that her mother paused momentarily as she passed by. Yet, she continued on her way. Just as Shu He thought her mother would ignore her, a gentle voice drifted from the doorway. The child from the Shi family is quite exceptional, of good character. You should get to know him. Think of it as making a friend. If you find him unsuitable, let me know, and I shall reject the marriage proposal. It is not obligatory to marry. Alright. Don't forget to take some cold medicine after getting drenched. Tears welled in Shu He's eyes, her vision blurred, and as she opened her mouth to say something more to her mother, her throat tightened painfully, rendering her voiceless. Xiang Mei exited the house. Zhou Hongfang dared to chastise only after his wife had distanced herself, crying. Oh, as if marrying into the Shi family is such a hardship for you. The Zhou and Shi families have been closely allied for generations. This marriage was arranged long ago. Do you even know how exceptional the child from the Shi family is? This union is truly a boon for you, then don't bestow it upon me. Shu He rose, placing the parcel on the table, her voice icy. You can don the wedding dress and marry him yourself. I wish you happiness in your second marriage. I'll even send you 250 as a parting gift. You, Zhou Hongfang nearly choked with rage. I dare wear a wedding dress. Does that young man from the Shi family dare welcome me? Do you think I ought to beg you? If only your sister. Never mind, your mother won't let me say more. Zhou Hongfang gazed at his daughter, who had turned her back to him. He distinctly remembered how plump and healthy Shu He had been as a child. Now she appeared so frail, despite her brother not skimping on her allowances. It had always been your mother negotiating with the Shi family about the marriage. According to their agreement, the Shi family would propose next week. You could refuse to marry, but the relationship between the two families would suffer, and your mother would bear the brunt of the repercussions, having to apologize to the Shi family forever branded with their disdain. Back when your mother attempted to take her own life, had it not been for Xianji's timely intervention, she would have. Zhou Hongfang deliberately spoke with a quiver in his voice, stealing a glance at Shu He afterward. She did not turn around, leaving him in the dark about her expression, yet he knew Shu He well. In this world, the two blades that pierced her heart most painfully were her deceased sister and her mother. For her mother's sake, to avoid blame, she would likely acquiesce to the marriage. I have already given your phone number to the Shi family. That boy will contact you either today or tomorrow. Shu He turned around, dismissing him. Leave. Her starkly opposing attitude towards her parents ignited Zhou Hongfang's fury. You do not even respect your own father, and you claim to be a university student? How has your teacher raised you, and have you ever respected me? Shu He seized a book from the table, hurling it at him in anger. If you do not leave, I will tell my brother. And you will not escape a beating. Dare you let Xianji hit me? I will make you regret it. Prove it by striking me dead right now. You. Zhou Hongfang dodged the book, aware that Xiang Mei was still waiting outside. He refrained from lingering too long, suppressing his anger as he departed, slamming the door with a resounding bang. Shua's heart jolted. She raised her hand, realizing her fingers trembled uncontrollably, having witnessed her father frequently hurling objects in anger. She had developed an inexplicable fear of loud noises. The clock on the wall chimed the hour with a deep thud. Shu composed herself, shedding her muddy coat, relieved that her sweater remained dry. Though she felt slightly lightheaded, she lay on the sofa for a moment, her fingers inadvertently brushing against a warm bag. Shu lifted her gaze to discover a steaming bag of roasted chestnuts where her mother had been seated moments before. Moisture clouded Shu He's eyes. Since her sister's passing, she had not dared to eat roasted chestnuts for over a decade, avoiding even the sight of chestnut vendors. In truth, they were her favorite treat that her mother used to buy for her. Wiping away her tears, she peeled the chestnut shells with her small hands, popping the still warm kernels into her mouth, savoring their sweetness. However, a sense of unease washed over her. The entrance to the Yu Liangwan community was strictly monitored, with security personnel verifying the identities of all who entered and exited. How had Xiang Mei and Zhou Hongfang been able to come inside, let alone know the entrance code? Could it be that the individuals who had handled the paperwork for this residence years ago and the workers who had come and gone for renovations were Xiang Mei? Not her brother. Shu He touched her forehead, feeling warmth, and sought out the fever medication to take. Her hair was drenched from the rain, appearing somewhat disheveled. Fortunately, it was her left hand that bore scratches from a kitten's claws. She resolved to wash her hair with her right hand. Chapter 5. The marriage proposal involves her uncle. The following day, the sky cleared. On this brisk autumn afternoon, Saturday, Shu He awoke naturally, having kept warm under her cozy blanket. Her fever had subsided during the night, yet she felt utterly drained. The curtains remained drawn, leaving the room dimly lit. As Shu He reached for her phone by the pillow, she noticed a notification indicating a friend request on WeChat. The username was simply S, a member of the Shi family. After freshening up, Shu He paced her bedroom, tidying up. On her desk sat a small box, into which she placed all items related to Fu Henning. Gifts he had bestowed upon her. Once everything was organized, Shu He settled at her study desk, pushing open the 2 windows before her desk. A gentle breeze swept in, and she gazed at the exquisite array of figurines lined up on the table. Ever since her sister's passing, Shu He had found solace in simply sitting in silence, allowing her thoughts to drift. In that stillness, she could momentarily forget her losses, feeling as though nothing had changed. Her sister still sat beside her, smiling gently and chatting about her dreams of becoming a teacher at Jing University, just like their mother, nurturing countless students. What is your dream? Zijing would ask. Buzz, her phone vibrated with a message half an hour ago. Shu He had accepted a friend request from someone, his social media profile devoid of content. Curious about his name, she anticipated a reply now. Her mother had granted her the freedom of choice, yet no one had ever afforded that privilege to her mother. Reflecting on the grotesque scar on her mother's wrist, Shu He felt a pang of sorrow at the thought of her mother humbling herself to offer apologies. Becoming a subject of gossip, Zhou Hongfang had indeed struck at the tenderest part of her heart. With red-rimmed eyes, Shu He gradually lowered her gaze to the name on the screen. She was somewhat familiar with the Shi family. Mr. Shi had 3 grandsons, all roughly her age. She had interacted with the Shi brothers, who were all quite amiable. Shi Yu. The weather is splendid. Would you like to join me for a meal? Shu He was momentarily taken aback. Her little uncle, her savior. He was indeed Mr. Shi's youngest son, still unmarried. Shu He had assumed the Shi family would choose someone from their younger generation to fulfill a marriage promise. But how could it be someone from an older generation? In her childhood, she had taken Mumu's mother as her godmother, making Shi Yu her godmother's younger brother. Thus, she ought to address him as little uncle. Her knowledge of Shi Yu was scant. As he resided abroad, all she remembered was that his father, Mr. Shi, was a renowned literary scholar in the country, a distinguished professor at Jing University. Mr. Shi had 2 wives throughout his life, and Shi Yu was the child of his second marriage. Shi Yu's maternal lineage was of British Chinese descent, with a family history steeped in commerce. Due to their long-distance relationship, they had amicably divorced some years ago. Shi Yu maintained a good relationship with his parents, often shuttling between the UK and Jingbei, later inheriting his maternal family's business and becoming a prominent figure in finance at a young age, gracing the covers of numerous esteemed financial magazines worldwide. Little Gray, where shall we meet? I will pick you up at Moon Bay. You can decide the time. Little Gray, all right. I can be ready in half an hour. Thank you for coming to get me. Though the day was sunny, a breeze lingered. Before heading out, Shu He wrapped herself in a thick scarf, slipped her phone into her pocket, and clutched a small suitcase as she exited, tossing it into the dumpster downstairs, wishing to sever all ties with Fu Henning. Along the tree-lined avenue beside the community, a row of towering maple trees stood, beneath which a deep gray Scion was parked. Shi Yu leaned against the car, toying with a vibrant orange-red maple leaf. Autumn deepened, the leaves blazed like fire, and despite the passage of time, the foliage remained strikingly vivid in the late autumn chill. Passers-by couldn't help but steal glances at this elegant man. His long black trench coat accentuated his tall, slender frame, with a soft white-gray cashmere turtleneck beneath. His features were strikingly sculpted, exuding an innate magnetism, reminiscent of a refined male lead from a K-drama, standing amidst the fiery maple trees like a gentle breeze over the river, a treasure of creation itself. Just then, his phone rang. Shi Yu diverted his gaze from the leaf, retrieved his phone from his pocket, and upon answering, heard a young girl's voice. I'm almost at the door. Little uncle, where is your car? By the maple grove. All right, I'll be there shortly. Shi Yu stood tall, looking towards the entrance of Moon Bay. Shu He emerged from the community. At that moment, the sun shone warmly upon her She wore a fluffy embroidered knit sweater, white corduroy straight-leg pants, and simple, casual white sneakers. A soft cashmere scarf encircled her neck, and her long, voluminous hair, a delicate shade of tea brown, danced in the autumn breeze. Glistening in the sunlight, Shu He surveyed her surroundings and spotted the deep gray car across the road by the maple trees, the only one there. The man standing by it resembled a pine tree. Undoubtedly Shi Yu. Her first impression was that he was exceptionally tall, easily measuring around 6 feet 3. She hurriedly crossed over, yet the closer she got to Shi Yu, the more familiar his features appeared. It was him, the man who had gifted her a black umbrella at the resort the previous night. Shi Yu's gaze fell upon Shu He's expressive eyes, her almond-shaped eyes sparkled with warmth as he opened the passenger door. Raising his hand to shield her from the overhead roof, "Is there anything you wish to eat?" "Anything will do." Shu He settled into the car, her eyes meeting Shi Yu's as he walked around to the driver's side. Taking his place beside her, the interior was imbued with a subtle, refreshing scent of cedar, exuding a mature, composed masculine aura. "Your seatbelt," Shi Yu reminded in a low voice as he started the engine. "Okay." Shu He promptly fastened her seatbelt. The deep gray Cayenne glided along the road, Shi Yu steering at a leisurely pace, while Shu He rested her hands on her knees, still in shock from the recent revelation. So when he mentioned knowing her, this was the implication. Indeed, they had a connection. His fingers, delicate as ancient jade, gripped the steering wheel, revealing faint blue veins on the back of his hand. As he turned the wheel, his wrist bones subtly emerged, each contour perfectly exquisite. Shu He glanced at Shi Yu, realizing that someone of his stature, even without uttering a word, could convey the aura of privilege inherent to the upper echelon. "Thank you." Shi Yu remained focused on the road. "For what?" Shu He had long wished to express her gratitude to her savior. Her tone was earnest. "For saving me. I had hoped to thank you in person. But you were abroad." Before reaching adulthood, she couldn't travel abroad to express her thanks directly, so she had penned a thank you letter, entrusted to her godmother, yet had never received a response. "Does it still hurt?" His voice was soft, like a stream flowing gently through the mountains. Shu He was momentarily taken aback, thinking he referred to the wounds inflicted by her father when she was 8. She lowered her eyes, her long curled lashes concealing her expression. After a pause, Shi Yu clarified, "Does your hand still hurt from the cat scratch?" "Huh." Shu He snapped back to reality, responding softly, "Thank you for your concern. It doesn't hurt anymore." "Is that little cat all right?" "It was quite injured." "Did it survive the autumn rain last night?" "It made it through." Shu He nodded. The sky stretched like an expansive sea, tranquil and blue, and the scenery along the road was breathtaking. Leaning against the window, she quietly admired the autumn beauty of Jingbei, and the two lapsed into silence. Chapter 6, Initial Encounters. He is a detail-oriented person. Shi Yu took her to a health-focused Chinese restaurant. Shu He recognized this establishment as the premier dining destination for Chinese cuisine in Jingbei, renowned for its elegant ambience and notoriously difficult reservations. Upon entering, they were greeted by a picturesque stream and pond, with a quaint bridge and traditional decor, accompanied by the soothing melodies of a guzheng player, offering a serene refuge from the city's clamor. Following closely behind Shi Yu, she observed that he had long legs. And perhaps it was her imagination, but he seemed to deliberately slow his pace, easing the urgency of her own steps. A server led them to a private dining room, pausing before them. "Mr. Shi, Miss Shou, please." Shi Yu nodded slightly, stepping aside to allow her to enter first. Understanding the gesture, Shu He stepped into the intimate space, with Shi Yu following closely. The room was at a comfortable temperature. He removed his long black trench coat, folding it neatly and hanging it on the back of a chair. Shu He stood by the window, captivated by a small bird alighting on the branches, its feathers shimmering in the sunlight as it flitted about joyfully and freely. A smile crept to her lips. "How delightful!" In the southern and northern dynasties, Xie composed a piece entitled Moon Ode, lauding the sun as Fu Guang, symbolizing brightness and hope. This little bird truly resembled a bird of light. "What kind of music do you enjoy?" "We have a musician here." Startled, Shu He turned to find Shi Yu already seated at the table, pouring brewed pu'er tea. The cashmere turtleneck enveloped him, imparting an air of reassurance. Shu He leaned forward, eager to pour herself a cup, as she too enjoyed pu'er. "You've been vaccinated. It's best to refrain from tea for now." Shi Yu gently took the teapot from her hands, offering her a glass of fruit and vegetable juice instead. "Try this. If it's not to your liking, we can have them change it." "Thank you." Shu He accepted the nutritious drink with both hands. And as they chatted, she said, "As for music, I enjoy old songs. Do you like them? For instance, classic Cantonese songs?" Shi Yu signaled to the server, who promptly approached the music control panel and began playing the Cantonese song she favored. The gentle strains of "I Just Love You" filled the air, and Shu He glanced at the server, who gave her an encouraging gesture, causing her to shyly lower her head. Both of them had a menu before them. Leaning back in his chair, Shi Yu sipped the fragrant pu'er, its warmth soothing his heart and lending him an air of relaxed languor. Meanwhile, Shu He meticulously selected her preferred dishes. In the past, she had never dined at this wellness Chinese restaurant. After flipping through a few pages of the menu, she discovered that many dishes were infused with traditional Chinese medicinal ingredients, and the names were quite melodious. Her hand had been scratched by a kitten, leading her to avoid certain foods, thus, the nourishing dishes at this establishment were perfect for her to relish delectable flavors while also fortifying her body. Initially, she assumed that Shi Yu, having grown up in England, would prefer Western cuisine. Shu He mentioned several light signature dishes to the waiter beside the table, then turned to Shi Yu, who was gazing down at the tea in his hand. "Uncle, what do you enjoy eating?" Shi Yu hesitated, contemplating his words. This meal was meant to be a familial gathering between uncle and niece, and he placed his teacup on the table, his dark eyes looking at Shu He with a depth of meaning. "Take a guess." Under his penetrating gaze, Shu He's eyelashes fluttered momentarily. She lowered her head, straightened her posture, and found that meeting Shi Yu's gaze for even 2 seconds would lead her to falter. "Guess, I have no idea what you like to eat." After years of navigating the business world, this man possessed a keen and discerning gaze, as if he could see through appearances and delve into the depths of one's soul. Rendering anyone in his presence feeling vulnerable, the waiter awaited Mr. Shi's selection. The owner of this Chinese restaurant was a close friend of Mr. Shi, and he had frequented this place often, in the past. He would simply say the usual upon arrival. Shu He observed with a composed demeanor. "I'm sorry, but I cannot guess." "The usual," he replied, "is to add a dessert after the meal." "All right." The waiter noted it down. The additional dessert appeared to be for Miss Zhou. All the waitstaff in the private room departed, securely closing the door behind them, while music continued to play, leaving the two in sudden silence. Shu He sipped on her fruit and vegetable juice. Later, she learned that drinking tea could stimulate the nervous system to some extent, and from a medical standpoint, it might interfere with vaccine efficacy. "Do you have classes next Friday?" "No." Shi Yu upsetly traced the rim of his teacup, speaking softly. "As per our agreement, I will propose to the Zhou family. Do you have any concerns? Feel free to discuss anything with me." "No issues." Shi Yu scrutinized Shu He's expression. When the topic of marriage arose, she displayed no excessive emotion and did not inquire about him. She remained composed, holding her fruit and vegetable cup as if she had no interest in him whatsoever. "Are you certain you want to marry me?" Shu He set down her cup in slight surprise. "Isn't this an engagement arranged by our families, or is there an issue on your end? If you have someone you like, we can both propose to break off the engagement. In that case, the familial relations." "I have no issues," he interrupted. "All right." Shi Yu casually asked, "Have you broken up with Fu Henning?" Shu He was taken aback that Shi Yu was aware of her romantic situation and that he would inquire so directly. "Yes, we broke up yesterday." The waiter entered, bringing the selected dishes to the table. While the pastry chef prepared a visually stunning lime cheesecake mousse for Miss Zhou, Shu He was instantly captivated by the exquisite dessert. It looked delicious, but since it was a post-meal treat, indulging now felt inappropriate. Surrounded by nourishing dishes, Shi Yu showed little restraint and began to eat. Shu He savored the chicken soup, which was rich in aroma and devoid of any fishy taste. The chicken here was tender, and the steaming broth invigorated her entire being. She pushed open the window to feel the gentle breeze and leaned against the railing to listen to the music. The song transitioned to "Truly Love You." Shu He's eyes lit up. It was her favorite Cantonese song. As a child, she loved to coax her sister into sleeping together, and her sister would sing to her. Zijing had said that this song was written for their mother, and when Shu He learned to sing, they would perform it together for their mother, who would surely be delighted. Chapter 7. Shu He, like a gentle and delicate woman from Jiangnan, glanced across the table at Shi Yu. He ate quietly, and as he seemed about to look up at her, she quickly averted her gaze and took another sip of her soup. Shi Yu's eyes lingered on her face for a moment. Sunlight danced softly upon Shu He, illuminating her fair skin. Upon closer inspection, one could even see a fine layer of fuzz on her cheeks. As she lifted the spoon to drink, her slender wrist was revealed, her skin as smooth as cream, exuding a delicate radiance. The two individuals on the verge of engagement sat quietly at the table, unaware of each other's thoughts, and remained silent. Before Shi Yu finished his meal, Shu He excused herself to the restroom, slipping away to search for the restaurant's cash register. After some time, she finally found it. Intending to settle the bill, Shi Yu had been kind to her, and it was customary for her to treat him on their first meal together. She would let him pay for the next one. The cashier smiled politely. "Miss Zhou, Mr. Shi's meals here are complimentary. There is no need to settle the bill." "All right." Shu He felt a bit awkward, a hint of embarrassment creeping in just as she turned. She spotted Shi Yu on the second floor. Having finished his meal, their eyes met briefly. He gazed at her with a profound curiosity. Shu He feigned calmness. The restaurant manager approached. "Miss Zhou, we have a limited time promotion today, offering each guest in the private room a collectible blind box." Shi Yu walked over, his posture tall and straight, exuding an exceptional image and aura. Many girls in the hall turned to admire him. He was strikingly handsome, a veritable walking clothes hanger. His trench coat was casually draped over his strong arm. The cashier had already taken out the collectible blind box and handed it to Shu He. Unfortunately, there was only one gift box. Shu He asked, "Just one?" "Yes." She admired the exquisite patterns on the gift box. Knowing that it must contain a beautiful collectible, she handed the box to Shi Yu. "Here, what for?" "There's only one. I don't want it. You keep it." As he spoke, Shi Yu walked toward the area where clothes were kept, putting on his trench coat while Shu He opened the blind box in her hands. Upon opening it, her eyes sparkled. It was a tiny gray figurine. Though small in size, its details were meticulously crafted, with an exquisite sculpting technique that made the eyes of this little gray figurine appear irresistibly adorable. Shi Yu handed her the scarf. Shu He wrapped the thick cashmere scarf around her neck and placed the little gray figurine back in its box. As they walked out of the restaurant, Shi Yu's phone rang. It was a work call from his assistant. Just a moment, his finger tapped on the screen to answer, gesturing for Shu He to wait in the lounge for a moment. Okay, Shu He settled onto the sofa. Noticing the leisure snacks prepared by the restaurant on the coffee table, she picked up a candy, tore open the wrapper, and began to chew while playing with the little gray figurine she had just received. She could overhear two young girls on the adjacent sofa discussing Shi Yu's striking appearance, even complimenting his hands as if they could serve as models. They pulled out their phones to secretly capture his profile and hands. Shu He, too, glanced at Shi Yu, standing by the sunlit window. He appeared calm and composed, exuding the allure of a mature man refined by the passage of time. He spoke leisurely, his long, powerful hands resting on the windowsill. He was indeed handsome, both in face and hands. Before meeting Shi Yu, Shu He had not realized how youthful he appeared or how strikingly beautiful he was. She took out her phone and entered Shi Yu's name into the browser. His lengthy biography on Baidu Encyclopedia was filled with various honors and titles that seemed endless. Chairman and CEO of Hongxin Group for the Asia-Pacific region, the family business, Const, was based in the UK. With ventures spanning finance, healthcare, cutting-edge technology, and energy sectors. He co-managed it with his brother in England, who handled European operations, while Shi Yu oversaw the Asia-Pacific business. In recent years, he had significantly expanded many industry chains in the Asia-Pacific region due to his outstanding leadership skills. Shu He's gaze fixed on one of his titles. 4 years ago, he had been appointed as a distinguished professor at Jingbei University's School of Financial Management, previously only giving occasional lectures to finance students. However, starting this September, Jingbei University had launched courses taught by Professor Shi. Shu He intended to search the academic system for his class schedule when she sensed he had finished his call and was approaching. She quickly turned off her phone screen. Let us go. Once outside, the warm sunlight made Shu He feel drowsy, her head heavy. As they made their way to the parking area, Shi Yu walked ahead. Is there anywhere you'd like to go? Anywhere is fine. Shu He remembered something and, fearing it might delay Shi Yu's work, asked, was there something important when you received that call? If so, you can go ahead with your work? I can take a taxi home to know. Shi Yu pressed the car key to unlock the door. He opened the passenger seat for her, glancing back at the young lady who had warm, fair skin. Her delicately petite cheeks dimpled slightly. Shu He resembled a gentle and graceful woman from Jiangnan. Her voice was soft and gentle, akin to a classical melody infused with warmth and light, soothing to the ears of those who listened. You may call me without any formalities. Alright, would you like to see the kittens? Shu He nodded, instantly brightening. I would. When the car halted at the entrance of the pet hospital, Shu He raised her gaze to the sign. Drawn in by the heartwarming name, Green Cottage. If memory served her correctly, there were many green cottages in Jingbei City, and this pet hospital was part of a well-known chain. She followed Shi Yu into the hospital, where warm wooden elements adorned the interior, and soft light flooded every corner, with separate waiting areas for cats and dogs, due to the implementation of a fresh air system across the entire area. The ventilation in every space here is superb, creating a clean and refreshing environment. At the reception stands the owner of the pet hospital, Pei Shu, a highly educated individual from a well-to-do family. The nurses affectionately refer to him as Dr. Pei. He is currently issuing instructions to a nurse when he catches sight of someone entering through the door. A duo is here to see Little Orange? Upon seeing the charming young woman beside Shi Yu, who exudes an air of grace and tranquility indicative of a scholarly upbringing, he inquires, is this your fiancé? Friend? The two voices chime in unison. The former belonging to Shi Yu and the latter to Shu He, a friend of fiancé. Shi Yu regards Shu He with a leisurely gaze, while she, flustered and flabbergasted, diverts her eyes, shoving her small hands into the pockets of her knitted sweater. Choosing silence, she hadn't anticipated that Shi Yu would directly refer to her as his fiancé. Yet, they are not even engaged. As Shu He contemplates the endearing nickname Shi Yu has. Duo, she finds it charmingly unique, a stark contrast to his demeanor. Pei Shu's smile widens as he gestures, follow me, upstairs. Upon reaching the second floor, Shu He immediately spots the little orange cat from the previous night. Freshly bathed and nestled in a blue cage lined with a soft blanket, its left eye and ear are wrapped in sterile gauze. Chapter 8, Little Orange, do you remember me? Pei Shu explains the cat's condition. This little orange has just turned 3 months old. But its leg bone was broken, and it has suffered minor injuries to its skull. Its left ear has irreversible damage, indicating it has been caught and mistreated by someone. Its survival is nothing short of a miracle. Shu He suddenly recalls Fu Hanning and his dubious companions. The cat was found near a private hot spring, with bloodstains scattered on the ground. Could it be that they had captured and abused it before tossing it from the second floor? Fu Hanning's Persian cat is notoriously possessive, often bullying other kittens around its owner. Last night, Duo brought it in, and I performed internal fixation surgery on its leg, allowing for maximum healing of the bones. The head injury will gradually heal itself, but as for the left ear, it will likely never hear again. The left eye should regain sight in a few days. Thank you, Dr. Shu He replies. Shu glances at his watch. Not wanting to intrude further, I have matters to attend to. You two enjoy yourselves, and oh, do bring me an extra portion of wedding candies. Shi Yu nods. Of course. Shu turns to Shu He, lowering his voice as he approaches. Shi Yu, which family does this lovely lady come from? Have you finally found someone? Xianji's younger sister. Shu raises his pinky, whispering, so you've stolen Xianji's sister away. And you only tell us after you're getting married? Fine, I'll kick you out of the singles group chat later, and I'll only contribute 20 for the wedding gift. Shu He squats before the cage, gazing at the sleeping little orange. Warm sunlight bathes it, its plump belly indicating it has eaten well and is no longer hungry or bullied. It seems the doctor has given it a bath before the surgery. Now its fur is soft and fluffy, gleaming golden. The little orange is utterly adorable. It's a heartwarming scene that melts Shu He's heart. She glances at Shi Yu, who is admiring a row of succulent plants on the balcony. The cage door is ajar. Shu He continues to watch the cat, captivated, extending her hand to stroke its soft fur, only to have her wrist suddenly grasped by Shi Yu's strong hand. He crouches down, his voice cold. After suffering once, you dare to touch it? The two are so close that Shu He can feel the icy cedar scent emanating from him, but he quickly releases her wrist. She withdraws her hand obediently, hugging her knees and observing the cat from a distance. Earlier, Shi Yu's thin lips were pressed tightly together as he cast a chilling glance her way, more intimidating than a high school homeroom teacher. Shi Yu's fingertips feel cool against her skin. His deep gaze lands on Shu He once more. Her shoulders appear delicate and fragile, as if they might crumble under pressure, having just held her wrist. He notes her body is cold as ice. Shu He watches the little orange cat, and as if sensing her presence, it stirs awake, its bleary eyes locking onto her eye. In the next moment, it struggles to crawl toward her on 3 legs. With Shi Yu's commanding aura beside her, Shu He hesitates to touch the little orange. The cat's eyes still glisten with misty moisture, and it digs beneath the blanket to unearth a hidden milk biscuit. Dragging it with its injured leg toward Shu He's feet, it bows its head, placing the biscuit beside her. Shu He is both startled and delighted, picking up the biscuit from the floor. She realizes this is the little orange's life-saving stash. Is this for me? The little orange tilts its head, its remaining eye looking adorably at her. Only then does Shu He dare to gently rub its little head. Noticing the biscuit in her palm, the very one the little orange had saved for her, as she had offered it a protein bar yesterday. Little orange, do you remember me? The earlier male doctor mentioned that the little orange's skull had suffered minor injuries and that it was deaf in its left ear. Being 3 months old, she wonders when its cranial injury will heal and when its left eye will regain its sight. Shu He carefully stows the milk biscuit away, glancing back at the little orange before they leave, only to find it reluctantly trailing behind her. Initially unaware of its struggle to crawl on the floor, she is startled by a hoarse meow, meow. Turning back, Shu He sees the little orange lying on her shoe, nuzzling her ankle. Little uncle. At the staircase, Shi Yu halts, turning around to witness the pitiful little orange affectionately cuddling Shu He, attempting to be picked up. It has scratched you. Shu He looks at Shi Yu, contemplating their future cohabitation after marriage, and tentatively seeks his opinion. Once the little orange's injuries heal, will it continue to roam? Can I take it home? Shi Yu narrows his brows. At that moment, Shu He remains unaware of his obsessive cleanliness or his aversion to keeping pets, only hearing 4 words: if you want to raise it, go ahead. As Shi Yu descends the stairs, he leaves behind a nonchalant remark, his tone inscrutable, leaving one wondering whether he is pleased or displeased. Shu He stands frozen, suspecting that Shi Yu likely detests the idea of having a cat. This little creature has just undergone surgery, and for the next few days, careful nursing is crucial. She plans to let the vet monitor it before bringing it home next week. Her brother loves animals, and she intends to gift the little orange to him. Emerging from the pet hospital, the temperature drops, and a cold wind sweeps through. Shu He settles into the car, fastening her seatbelt as she awaits Shi Yu's next directive. Shi Yu, seated in the driver's seat, glances at her. Are you cold? Shu He looks down at her knitted sweater and cashmere scarf, feeling quite warm beneath her layers, having secretly applied 2 heating pads to her lower back. I am not cold. Then why are your hands so chilly? Shu He sincerely explains, I have always been like this. It's nothing. Shi Yu chooses to remain silent. Shu He touches her hands, confirming their coldness. She has long endured icy extremities, regardless of how many layers she wears in winter, and often feels the urge to squat down for comfort. As Shi Yu starts the engine, he inquires, do you need to go back to the hospital for more vaccinations soon? Yes, I have an appointment for the day after tomorrow. How many more shots are required? 5. With November approaching and temperatures not rising, Shi Yu turns on the car's heater. I have to visit the hospital on Monday. I can drop you off. Alright. After lunch and visiting the kitten, it is nearly 3:30, and time seems to stretch endlessly. Shu He watches as Shi Yu drives along a familiar route. Little uncle, are we going back to my house? Are you implying you wish to visit? No, that is not what I meant. Shi Yu speaks slowly. You could come to my place. I have a northern song Ru Kiln Celadon wash to gift you. Since you call me little uncle, I, as the elder, cannot be remiss. Can I, my dear niece? Shu He feels a twinge of unease at the oddity of being called dear niece, yet she finds no evidence to dispute his claim. Having studied Song Dynasty aesthetics during her undergraduate years, she knows that Ru Kiln is the pinnacle of Song ceramics, and a celadon wash is among the 4 treasures of the study. Such antiques are rare and precious, with the Northern Song Ru Kiln series revered by collectors, often valued in the millions. She hesitates to accept such an extravagant gift, with her finger poking the seat nervously. She steels herself to decline. Let us not go to your place for now. I'm feeling tired and just want to go home for a nap. My home also has a bed. I just want to sleep in my own bed. Shi Yu chuckles softly, ceasing his teasing as he takes her back to Moon Bay. Chapter 9. She and Shi Yu, like student and teacher, the Cayenne pulls up beside the Moon Bay complex. Shu He feels drowsy, likely coming down with another low-grade fever, leaning against the car window and drifting into a deep sleep. After what feels like an eternity, she hears Shi Yu calling her name. And she groggily opens her eyes. Are we home? Shu He rakes her fingers through her slightly disheveled hair, unsure when she had dozed off. I'll go to the guardhouse first. I've sent someone with some ointment for you. Okay, thank you. Shu He attempts to exit the car but finds the door locked. Turning, she sees Shi Yu offering her a coat. Put this on before getting out. I'm not cold. Shi Yu regards her with an unyielding gaze. The car's heater is on, and having slept throughout the ride, she is indeed warm, yet the wind outside has picked up and the temperature has dropped. Her frail constitution resembles that of Lindayu. And stepping out without adequate protection would surely lead to a cold. Just one glance from Shi Yu sends a shiver down her spine, akin to a mouse spotting a cat. Shi Yu's commanding presence is even more formidable than Fu Henning's. She accepted the coat handed to her by Shi Yu. It was a men's luxury jacket, understated in a deep gray hue. As she donned his garment, the jacket's interior enveloped her in softness and comfort. Imbued with his scent, this was the first time Shu He had worn a man's coat. Enveloped in the unfamiliar aura of masculinity, she obediently zipped up the jacket, all set, with a soft click. The car door unlocked. Shu He swiftly twisted the handle and exited the vehicle, and indeed, the cold wind rushed at her, burrowing into her neck, making her teeth chatter. She was grateful for Shi Yu's coat. The window of the car slowly rolled down, and Shu He waved goodbye to him. Drive safely, take your time on the road, and could you send me a message when you get home? It's chilly, so be careful. Alright. After the Cayenne departed, Shu He let out a sigh of relief. She felt a peculiar sense of familiarity in her interactions with Shi Yu, reminiscent of a student and a professor. After all, he was not only the head of the conglomerate but also a professor at Jingbei University. Shu He walked towards the security booth of her residential complex. Shi Yu was tall, and his coat was oversized on her. When she raised her arms, she couldn't see where her hands were, as if she were wearing an adult's clothing. The security guard handed her a high-quality handbag that had been placed on the table. Miss Shou. This was delivered by a Mr. Shi earlier today. Thank you. Shu He rolled up her sleeves and accepted the handbag. Upon exiting the booth, she opened the exquisite bag to find several boxes of German-imported gel scar cream that Shi Yu had prepared for the scratches on her hand. If applied in a couple of days, it could eliminate the scars. Her steps gradually slowed. Suddenly a fleeting thought crossed her mind, elusive and ungraspable. She couldn't recall which ointment her godmother had used on her as a child. It seemed to be the same brand that Shi Yu had given her. This scar cream was lightweight and hydrating, providing a cooling sensation without any stinging, and it was remarkably effective at reducing scars. However, it was expensive and hard to find in domestic pharmacies. It was precisely because her godmother had applied plenty of scar cream on her in her childhood that the marks left from her father's beatings had faded without a trace. Awakening from her afternoon nap, it was already evening. Shu He had measured her temperature before sleeping. Indeed, she had a slight fever and had taken antipyretics beforehand. She opened her phone to browse the messages she had received. Mumu would arrive at Jingbei International Airport at 10 the next morning. Yes, home. Whenever Shu He traveled with friends, she would instinctively say, "Send me a message when you get home." She felt reassured only upon receiving their messages confirming their safe arrival. She clicked on Shi Yu's contact and updated his nickname. Shu He searched through the chat records in the Jing University group chat and found a class schedule that a finance department alumnus had shared. Noting that Professor Shi taught 2 consecutive classes each week, including an early Thursday morning class. A new message notification popped up. It was from Professor Wei, her doctoral supervisor. After reading the content, Shu He fell into a state of confusion. The teacher informed her that his health examination report had come out, and the situation was not optimistic. He had been hospitalized and needed to recuperate for several years. He could no longer supervise her. Professor Wei, the department will arrange a new doctoral supervisor for you in the coming days. Shu He, your research direction and course schedule will be managed by the new mentor. Shu He sent a message expressing her concern for her teacher. Professor Wei was a renowned literary figure in the country, warm and approachable, yet she had only been his disciple for 2 months and was now required to switch supervisors. Shu He sighed. She had a gentle and shy disposition, relishing Professor Wei's patient teaching style, and she was uncertain which professor the department would assign her to next. Her major was quite niche. Classical Literature Studies. On Sunday morning, Shu He took a taxi to Jingbei International Airport. She had forgotten to drive her car back from the hospital after calculating the parking fee based on the rates at Jingbei Hospital. She realized it amounted to the price of 2 cups of tea. Soon, she would meet Mumu and needed to retrieve her car just as she stepped out of the taxi and had not yet entered the airport. She spotted a lively and charming girl rushing out. In the sunlight, Mumu resembled a little monkey liberated from Wuzishan. Shu He hurried towards Shermu, and they embraced. She felt weightless, as was their usual custom. Mumu spun her around 3 times with her extraordinary strength. Mumu's laughter was always bright and melodious. After the spin, Shermu released Shu He, draping her arm over her shoulder as they walked out together, noticing the scratches on Shu He's hand. She asked, "What happened? Did Fu Henning do this?" "A little kitten," Shu He replied. The swelling on her left hand had subsided, and the wounds were slightly healing, no longer as gruesome as before. "Have you been vaccinated?" "Yes." Shermu lowered her gaze and grasped Shu He's wrist. "Keep your hand dry for the next few days. I'll go back to Moon Bay with you and take care of your hair." "I've learned to wash my hair with one hand." "How delightful." Shu He laughed. "I've ordered your favorite dessert set. Do you have other plans? If not, shall we go eat?" "Wait a moment, let me check with my assistant." Shu He glanced around, wondering where this assistant could be. The next moment, she saw Mumu patting her belly, summoning her voice assistant in an adorably sweet tone. "Little tummy, are you there?" Shu He chuckled and played along. "I'm here." "Are you hungry?" "Yes." Shermu raised an eyebrow and hooked her arm through Shu He's. "Let's go eat the dessert you've ordered." Shu He took out her phone and opened the ride-hailing app. Inputting the address of their usual dessert shop. "My car is still at the hospital. I haven't driven it back yet, so let me call a ride." "Hold on, I'll call a ride too and see whose fare is cheaper." "Alright." After entering the address, Shermu's fare was displayed as 15, while Shu He's was 10. "Do you have a coupon?" "Just happened to get one." Shu He booked the ride, after a while without any drivers accepting the order. And realizing they would have to wait long, Shermu spotted a shared electric scooter across the street, her eyes lighting up. "I'll ride the little electric scooter with you, Oha." Just as the traffic light turned green, Shermu took Shu He's hand and dashed across. "It's a 2-person electric scooter, just released recently. Let's give it a try." "Sure." Upon reaching the shared scooter area, Shermu scanned a 2-person electric scooter with her phone, picked up 2 helmets from the basket, and handed one to Shu He. The helmet was a bit dirty from the rain 2 days prior. Shu He had disposable alcohol wipes in her bag. "No worries. I've brought tissues to treasure chest." Shermu took the wipes from Shu He, cleaned the helmet, brushed off the leaves and dust inside the cap, and placed it on her head. "You sit behind and use your phone for navigation." Alright." Shu He wiped down the helmet and seat with the tissue, disposed of the trash by the bin, then donned the helmet and sat behind Mumu. Shermu hopped on. "Hold on tight." Shu He wrapped her arms around Mumu's slender waist. "All set, off we go." Shermu twisted the handle, and the little electric scooter roared to life. The phone's navigation voice announcing, "Cycling navigation starting, heading north from your current location." Shu He pressed her cheek against Mumu's back. The sun was just right, and the breeze was gentle. It was an ordinary weekend in deep autumn, as 2 sisters who had grown up together rode a little electric scooter towards their favorite dessert shop. The vehicle zipped through streets and alleys, the wind swirling around them as they chatted. Shu He caught sight of their shadows on the ground, even the strands of hair dancing in the wind seemed to whisper joy. She tightened her embrace around Mumu, savoring the tranquil comfort of the moment. Chapter 10, The Strong Girl. "Boss Mu, why do I feel like you've lost weight? Is someone bullying you?" "No one is bullying me," Shu He replied. Shermu nodded. As the director of a children's taekwondo center, she had been preoccupied with opening her 9th branch in the south and had rarely found time to video chat with Shu He. After 2 weeks back in Jingbei, Shu He had noticeably slimmed down. "I haven't weighed myself these past few days. Perhaps it's because I've had little appetite due to a seasonal cold. I'll make sure to indulge in some dessert later." "That's the spirit." A sleek convertible sports car sped past them, its fiery red body somewhat blinding, and the young men inside were whistling and flirting with the 2 girls. "Hey, beautiful ladies, how about a drink?" "Sure." Shermu raised an eyebrow and replied with a grin. "I'll definitely join you at your table when you're all dead. I'll even buy each of you a bouquet of white chrysanthemums." Shu He couldn't help but laugh at the expressions of the young men as they were put in their place. Since childhood, in terms of banter and brawling, Boss Mu was a champion with an undefeated record. She was a taekwondo expert. In high school, even Fu Henning couldn't outtalk Mumu. The young man in the passenger seat, feeling disgruntled, focused his gaze on the obedient girl in the backseat of the electric scooter. "Little sister, why so quiet? Your legs are quite long." "Perfect for wrapping around my waist," Boss Mu interjected fiercely. "Are you just envious of how she looks?" The man instinctively glanced down at himself, his face darkening with anger, ready to retort, but Shermu continued. "What are you looking down for, old lady? Planning to sew up your open crotch pants with a needle and thread?" The fiery red sports car sped away from them. Shu He's lips involuntarily curled into a smile as she gave Shermu a thumbs up, genuinely praising her. "Boss Mu, you're amazing. Another victory. Ha, I've got your back." At the intersection, the light turned red. And Shermu noticed a cool motorcycle cop in front of them, looking quite impressive in black tactical gear. She was preparing to stop beside the black motorcycle to admire it. Moo. My uncle and I are getting engaged, what? Bang, the little electric scooter collided with the large motorcycle. Shu He, unable to see the road ahead, clutched Mumu tightly. As the sound of the impact echoed in her ears. Her helmet slipped forward, obscuring her vision. She hastily adjusted her helmet, her voice trembling with fear. Are you alright, Mumu? I'm fine, what about you? I'm okay. The collision between the two vehicles was merely slight. Shermu apologized to the special police officer in front. I'm sorry. I am so sorry, officer. You too, get out of the vehicle. The special police captain, clad in a helmet and sunglasses, spoke in a deep voice. How could you rear-end someone on such a wide road? You mustn't be distracted while riding, do you understand? Understood. Shu He and Shermu immediately exited the vehicle. To avoid obstructing the normal flow of pedestrians behind, Shu He pushed the little electric scooter to the flower bed by the roadside. Waiting for the officer to handle the situation, Shermu stole a glance. The special police officer had a tall and sturdy physique, exuding a strong masculine aura, looking quite formidable, and standing at least 185 meters tall, appearing youthful, like a peer. Next time you ride an electric scooter, will you still be distracted? Not distracted anymore. The two girls lowered their heads, admitting their mistake, just as they were being lectured for 2 minutes. A black Rolls-Royce slowly pulled over at the roadside, and the rear window lowered as the special police captain looked over. What brings you here? Just passing by. Shu He and Shermu raised their heads in unison. Only to wish they hadn't looked, they instinctively lowered their heads again. Shi Yu's deep, dark eyes held a hint of scrutiny. What happened? Captain Bai Songxing of the Jingbei Special Police had known Shi Yu for many years, considering him an old friend, but Bai was unaware of the two girls' connection to him. It's nothing. Bai Songxing didn't want to reprimand them further. The two girls were sincere and acknowledged their fault. I accidentally brushed against my car. Is anyone hurt? No one is hurt. Shu He noticed some scratches on the back of the special police motorcycle and took out her phone. Excuse me, how much do I owe you for the damages? I can transfer it to you. No need to compensate. Bai Songxing had official duties to attend to. Sitting on his motorcycle, he earnestly advised, you two need to pay attention to road safety and learn to cherish life. Sure you, I have matters to attend to, so I'll be leaving. Sure you nodded lightly. After the special police captain departed, the air suddenly grew quiet. Shu He stood at attention, feeling the weight of Shu Yu's gaze on her, making her scalp tingle. Thankfully, she was wearing a helmet for some protection. Shermu felt like crying but had no tears. Among the elders of the Shi family, her greatest fear was her uncle. And now that he had caught her in the act, she was certain to face a stern reprimand. Shi Yu glanced at the electric scooter by the flower bed. Why aren't you driving? I left it at the hospital. Where are you headed? I can give you a ride. Awesome. I want to ride in a Rolls-Royce. I'll take photos and post them on social media. It was Shermu who responded. She removed her helmet and also took off Shu He's, whispering, from the tone of my uncle's voice, he doesn't seem angry with a free ride. Why not take advantage of it? I'll park the scooter in the designated area first. He, you wait for me in the car. Alright. Shu He looked up, realizing Shi Yu was sitting in the back seat. With a driver at the wheel, both the front passenger and rear seats were available. Just as she pondered where to sit, he called out, come sit over here. The man's voice was like the fog rising in early winter. Gently yet profound, Shu He sensibly opened the rear door and sat beside Shi Yu, catching a glimpse of him studying her for a moment. Dressed in a bespoke dark suit, they maintained a respectful distance. Shu He glanced at Mumu. Shermu was struggling to return the scooter in the parking area, pushing the little electric scooter 2 meters to the left, but it wouldn't fit. She pushed it to the other side, still couldn't return it, then pushed it to the right, and yet it wouldn't work. Ugh! A prolonged, elegant exclamation floated into the car. Shu He diverted her gaze. She adjusted the thick scarf around her neck, covering the lower half of her face, and chuckled quietly, the smile playing at the corners of her lips. Boss Mu is just too adorable. After a moment, Shermu got into the car, fastened her seatbelt, and casually complained, they charged me 20 yuan for the dispatch fee. Unbelievable. They insist it's not in the parking area, but it clearly is. The heart of a capitalist is truly black. They just want to fleece us. Where can I go to argue? As her words fell, an unusual silence enveloped the vehicle, and no one uttered a sound. Shermu suddenly covered her mouth. When she was angry, her little mouth would sweeten like honey. Glancing through the rearview mirror at her uncle and Shu He's reactions, her uncle remained expressionless. Oh, you little Shu He, hiding your laughter behind a scarf. Well, at dinner, I'll surely make you drink a few more cups of milk tea. Shi Yu crossed his legs, speaking calmly. Where do Tang Nian Shi Pian? A dessert shop. The driver started the car. Sure, the chairman had an appointment with the CEO of a burgeoning tech company at the Northern Golf Course for investment discussions. Along the way, he witnessed the entire scene of the electric scooter colliding with the motorcycle and, upon confirming the identities of the two girls, instructed the driver to pull over beside the flowerbed. Chairman, sure, should we head to the northern area first or to the dessert shop? Dessert shop first. Shermu recalled that Shu He had mentioned her engagement to her uncle earlier. Her fingers danced over the phone screen, typing rapidly before sending the message. Buzz, the phone in Shu He's pocket vibrated. And she pulled it out to read the message. Boss Mu, you and my uncle are getting married, really? Little Hui, really? Boss Mu, how so sudden? I just went on a business trip. And now you're going to be my aunt? Little Hui, I only found out the day before yesterday that the Zhou family and Shi family have a marriage pact. My uncle is proposing next Friday, but I don't know much about him yet. Boss Mu, we'll be at the dessert shop soon, let us discuss in detail when we get there. The two phones vibrated back and forth with messages. Shi Yu leaned back in a relaxed manner, holding a document in his hand, his gaze focused on the risk management department's assessment of the tech company. Chapter 11. Let us talk about my uncle Tang Nian Pian. True to its name, the shop exuded a sweet and distinctive atmosphere, with a romantic and fresh arrangement of tables and chairs. Simply yet elegant, the folding windows were adorned with lush greenery. Shu He and Mumu had always enjoyed sitting at the window bar in the past. When there were no classes, Mumu would invite her to this hidden dessert shop to enjoy the cool air, indulge in sweets, and sip afternoon tea. If Boss Mu was busy with business, Shu He would occasionally sit there alone, especially on rainy days, bringing her laptop to write papers by the window, finding it very peaceful and pleasant. Shu He had reserved the rose lychee tiramisu set, and when they arrived, the waitress had already placed the little cakes and tea in their usual spot. Sunlight poured over the long wooden table, and the shop played a sweet playlist. Shu He scooped a large piece of cake into her mouth. Cheers. Shermu lifted her rose and red date roasted milk hot drink. To celebrate your breakup with that scoundrel. Cheers. Shu He raised her milk tea and clinked glasses with Mumu, taking a big sip, the rich rose aroma blooming on her lips. I knew about her being a celebrity before. Have you watched her dramas? Shu He poked the rose jelly on top of the cake with her spoon. I've seen the movies she starred in, but I never expected to interact with her one day. What did she say to you? Shu He lowered her eyelashes, her gaze fixed on the beautiful cake, eating leisurely, the lychee flesh quite sweet. Let us talk about my uncle. Do you know much about him? In terms of lifestyle habits, my uncle is quite particular. He has obsessive-compulsive tendencies and leads a very refined life, which is evident from his fashion sense. Obsessive-compulsive. Shu He suddenly recalled how Shi Yu hesitated for a few seconds when she wanted to adopt a little orange cat yesterday. One year, during a family gathering, I dropped a meatball into the soup, and my uncle was sitting next to me. It splashed all over his face. The look he gave me, oh my, he was smiling. Not a word uttered, but I still remember that gaze vividly. I had nightmares that night, dreaming that my uncle had turned into my high school homeroom teacher. Shu He could imagine the gentle yet intimidating gaze of Shi Yu's faint smile. Shermu shivered and continued, but he truly is exceptional. He has always been the golden child in the family, graduating from MIT with a PhD in finance at just 25. Yes, after graduation. My uncle worked in a financial investment bank on Wall Street for a few years. After a strong quarterly performance, he voluntarily withdrew from Wall Street and returned to the UK to take over the family business. While eating cake, Shermu remarked, sometimes I feel like my uncle is a protagonist from a feel-good novel with a built-in system. Shu He nodded in agreement. Besides work, he enjoys modern equestrian sports and shooting in his spare time. My uncle even won a gold medal in a small-caliber pistol shooting competition favored by Australian elites. Shu He was curious, how could someone as outstanding as Shi Yu choose to marry her? She preferred a simple, tranquil life, a stark contrast to Shi Yu's character. From the descriptions, their hobbies and habits seemed worlds apart. Shermu leaned closer to Shu He, supporting her chin with her hands, gazing into her eyes. Let us talk about looks. Do you think my uncle is handsome? How does he compare to Fu Go? Shu He candidly replied, Shi Yu, he resembles the stoic male leads from dramas. Actually, there are no truly stoic men in this world. When they meet a girl they like, they definitely want to get close to their wives in both obvious and subtle ways. Shermu straightened up, leisurely swinging her legs, continuing to eat the small cake. How wonderful, I'm getting closer to my best friend, uncle and aunt. This couple is one I must support. The waitstaff in the store are well acquainted with Shu He and greet her warmly. Miss Shou, we have new membership activities in our store. Would you like to take a look? Alright. Shu He sets down her small spoon and approaches the cashier, where the server enthusiastically introduces the latest specialty pastries and the details of the membership events. Before Shermu gets up to join them, she notices Shu He's phone screen lighting up. A message from an unknown sender reads, blocking my number 1 T-help. I have numerous alternate accounts and can send you pictures of me and Ning every day. Shermu picks up her phone, her anger surging instantly. She glances at Shu He, who is engaged in conversation with the server, her back turned to the counter. Both of them have each other's faces unlocked on their phones. Shermu unlocks her phone and opens the message. It is from the son of a dog, sharing bed photos, followed by several more messages. You wouldn't want me to personally come to Jing University to find you. Would you? You know how terrifying the fan culture has become in recent years. If my fans discover you are monopolizing my boyfriend, TSK, I can't be responsible for the online harassment. An Ning mentioned that you suffered from psychogenic mutism at the age of 8. Becoming a little mute, and only learned to speak in middle school, isolated by your classmates in elementary school, you caused your sister's death. For many years no one wanted to play with you. When you were in 5th grade, you were also beaten up in the restroom. Let me ask, does a little mute make any noise when crying? Just curious, no malice intended. Don't morally bind An Ning. He owes you nothing. In these times, who can't claim to have depression? I could pretend to be a little mute to gain sympathy too. Abba. Shu He has roughly understood the 3 membership activities being launched and turns to Moo. Which activity do you prefer? There are 3, choose one. Alright, I'll be right over. Mu turns her back to the cashier, takes photos of the messages for backup, then deletes all the messages from Shu He's phone. Blocking the celebrity's alternate account. Why are your eyes red? Mu rubs her eyes and smiles. I'm just tired, yawning. Here, these are the posters for the 3 activities. Take a look and see which one you like. As Mu gazes at the posters, her mind races with thoughts of how to retaliate. She considers various fighting techniques: a forward lunge with a throat lock, left hook, right hook, jump kick, side kick, front kick, alternating kicks, heavy stomps. She will not let Shu He and Fu He off easily. Which one do you want? I'll recharge. A back spinning kick. Monday morning, due to a vaccination. Shu He took a half day off. The doctor from her last vaccination said that the second dose only requires 1 shot, preferably in the morning. She puts on a warm lamb fleece coat. As the temperature has drastically dropped since last night and will continue for several days, today, the outdoor temperature is only 10 degrees. She packs her tablet and laptop into her backpack, planning to catch up on her studies after the shot. Shu He runs out with her backpack, having messaged Shi Yu half an hour ago. He is already at the community entrance. Remembering Shi Yu's jacket, Shu He rushes back to her bedroom, retrieves his coat from the wardrobe, folds it neatly, and places it in a tote bag. Shi Yu is particular about cleanliness. She washed his jacket yesterday. At the entrance of the community, there is a dry cleaner. When she dropped off the jacket, the owner was astonished and refused to accept it. He insisted that the men's coat is a new high-end custom piece from Hermes, not available for sale, and is estimated to be worth at least 300,000. He directly suggested she take it to a luxury care shop for expedited dry cleaning, warning that if it were damaged in his shop, they would have to compensate for it. Thus she went to the luxury care shop, which charged her 500, a painful expense. Last night before bed, she regretted it, thinking if only she had known, she wouldn't have worn his jacket. The cold medicine is only 15 for a box. Chapter 12, President Shi takes Shu He for vaccination. As expected, the temperature has dropped the moment Shu He steps out of the lobby. She shivers from the biting cold, counting the days. There are still 10 until winter officially begins. And as she sits in the car, she feels revived. Today, it is not President Shi driving. His dedicated chauffeur, Yu, around 40 years old, is behind the wheel. The car's heater had been turned on in advance. This Rolls-Royce luxury business vehicle is a custom model with spacious rear seating, featuring 2 luxurious single seats and an ergonomic design for comfort. Good morning, Shu He greets Shi Yu, handing him the exquisite tote bag. Thank you for your jacket. It has been dry cleaned. No need to wash it next time. Shi Yu takes it from her, noticing the tip of Shu He's nose is red from the cold, contrasting sharply with her fair complexion. How's your hand? It's healing. Shu He raises her left hand for Shi Yu to see. The 2 scratches have begun to heal, likely to scab over in a couple of days. She can apply the healing cream about a week later. Alright. Yu starts the car, and Shi Yu asks, have you eaten breakfast? I brought some bread. Shu He smiles faintly, enjoying her backpack's large capacity as she rummages through it to pull out a bag of worm-shaped bread. Shi Yu glances at her breakfast. Waking up to eat worms? Are you a bird? What kind of worm is this big? I'm a tiger. This is bread. Do you want some? I brought 2 bags. 1 blueberry and 1 strawberry. No, thank you. Shu He puts the worm bread back, having intended to offer him a bag. As the doctor advised against fasting before the shot, she doesn't dare eat in his car. She plans to quickly finish her breakfast after getting out. The hospital is about a 20-minute drive away, and while waiting for the green light, Yu turns on the music from the car's control panel. As the melody fills the air, Shu He looks up in surprise. A 40-inch smart human machine interactive display suddenly rises in the center compartment, playing her favorite Cantonese playlist, with a smart control screen on the armrest for her to manipulate the playlist. The car's sound system boasts excellent quality, delivering clear and rich audio. As the green light shines, the car slowly moves forward. Shu He glances at the man beside her, who is working on his tablet. Shi Yu sits elegantly, wearing a pair of clean frameless glasses that enhance his noble demeanor, calmly addressing a series of emails. It is the first time Shu He has seen Shi Yu in glasses. Frameless glasses are the most aesthetically pleasing yet challenging to pull off, requiring a specific bone structure. At this moment, Shi Yu exudes a rational and cool intelligence. Noticing her gaze, he turns to her. causing Shu He to smoothly avert her eyes, inspecting the flowerpots lining the roadside near Jingbei Hospital. Yu Tuan signals and parks the car in front of a breakfast shop. Turning off the engine and looking back at President Shi Yu sets aside his work and calmly states, "Let us eat first. Okay. Yu Tuan opens the car doors for them. And Shu He follows behind the man. Today, President Shi is clad in a high-quality deep brown wool coat, perfectly tailored for a look that is both composed and fashionable, accentuating his tall and handsome stature. She tightens her grip on the straps of her backpack. Reflecting on their journey, she realizes that Shi Yu and Yu Tuan did not converse, yet Yu Tuan managed to handle everything appropriately. Anticipating his employer's thoughts, because they are near the hospital, the breakfast shop is bustling, offering self-service selection. Shi Yu instructs the young woman behind him, "Go ahead, pick something light. Aren't you eating? I've already eaten." Shu He nods and heads to select her breakfast, resolving to wake up earlier for her next vaccination to avoid delaying him. Shi Yu sits at a two-person table by the window. And when his phone rings, Shu He notices him speaking quietly on the phone. She grabs a cup of hot milk and 2 red bean buns, balancing the tray as she sits across from Shi Yu. The conversation is in pure English. Shu He listens intently as Shi Yu discusses a self-developed chip project with someone, mentioning an invitation to the Global Technology Exposition in Australia to share the group's new research achievements. Just as she is about to take a bite of the long-desired red bean bun, Shi Yu's clear reminder interrupts. "The hand-washing station is behind you. Oh right." Feeling slightly embarrassed, Shu He immediately walks to the hand-washing station, dispenses some disinfectant, and cleans her hands. She glances at the man on the phone. Shi Yu speaks methodically about plans, managing to focus on work while also reminding her to wash her hands. Sitting back down, Shu He picks up the red bean bun, eager to eat quickly, as the buns here are soft and fluffy with a delightful texture. After Shi Yu ends the call, he observes her eating speed. "I won't compete with you." Shu He slows her pace. In the hospital lobby on the first floor, even in the morning, it is bustling with people. No matter when one comes to Jingbei Hospital, it is always crowded. Gathering patients from across the country, many with complex ailments that only Jingbei Hospital can treat. Known for its top-tier medical team and advanced resources, making an appointment is as challenging as scrambling for train tickets during the Spring Festival. It is difficult to secure a spot. For instance, Shu He at Jingbei Hospital mandates that a second vaccine dose also requires an appointment, but she could not book the same female doctor as last time. Shu He takes off her backpack, rummaging through it for her vaccination record from the last visit, retrieving her ID to book with a different doctor, or she could open a new record. "You won't need these, just follow me." Shua's gaze was momentarily stunned. "Uncle, I need to register for the second vaccine here. I have yet to take a number." Just as she spoke, the esteemed president of Jingbei Hospital, Qin Huaid, approached with a steady gait, exuding an air of warmth and approachability, his briefcase in hand as if he had just arrived for work. From a distance, he proactively extended his hand, greeting, "Mr. Shi, good morning. What brings you here personally?" "I have already arranged for a designated physician to administer the vaccine to your wife." "Good morning, President Qin," Shi Yu responded, stepping forward to shake hands with Qin Huaid. Adding with a smile, "Aside from the vaccine, I have other matters to attend to here." Shua quietly stuffed the pile of items in her hands into her backpack, sensing that this time, she could benefit from Mr. Shi's connections and avoid the hassle of registration and waiting in line. Qin Huaid warmly retrieved his business card from his briefcase and handed it to the young lady beside Shi Yu. "Mrs. Shi, here is my card. There are specialized physicians available for the subsequent vaccines, and you may contact me anytime if you need assistance." "Thank you, President Qin," Shua replied, feeling both flattered and startled as she accepted the card with both hands. She had seen reports about President Qin on the news, recognized as an expert physician with outstanding contributions to the Health Commission, and a figure of significant influence within the medical field. She carefully placed the card in the inner pocket of her backpack. Following Shi Yu and President Qin, she listened to their conversation, discovering that the medical company under Hongxing Group had been collaborating with Jingbei Hospital for many years. During the vaccination, the female doctor approached Shua, adjusting the rabies vaccine syringe and noting her appearance, reminiscent of a little penguin. "Mrs. Shi, the second injection needs to be administered in your arm. Please remove a piece of clothing to expose your left arm." "All right," Shua responded, removing her thick lamb fleece coat. Being referred to as Mrs. Shi made her feel a tad embarrassed, especially since they were not yet married, but Shi Yu seemed unperturbed and had never corrected her. Accompanying her during the vaccination, Shi Yu took her scarf and coat, revealing her snug, apricot-colored thermal shirt beneath. Though the sleeves were rolled up to an insufficient height, the female doctor remarked, "There's no one else here. Would you like to adjust your collar?" Shua's hand fell to the collar of her thermal shirt, and fortunately, the fabric had good elasticity. As the doctor held the syringe, she urged, "Just a moment longer." With a swift motion, Shua pulled down her clothing, revealing a shoulder and the delicate curve of her collarbone, shaped like a crescent moon, having danced classical ballet under her sister's tutelage since childhood. Shu He continued to dance, which endowed her with an elegant poise akin to a graceful swan. Her long, slender neck and flawless shoulder lines exuded a gentle allure. The female doctor dabbed a swab of iodine on Shu He's arm, causing her eyelashes to flutter, and promptly inserted the syringe into the soft, pale skin of her arm, reassuring her, "It will be over soon." After the injection, Shu He felt little pain, having been startled by the intense discomfort from the immunoglobulin injection last time. This vaccine was far less painful. She pressed down on the adhesive bandage, stood up, and slightly bowed, saying, "Thank you, doctor." The female doctor, taken aback, replied, "You're too kind." It is widely known that Hongxin Group places great emphasis on investments in medical technology. Boasting numerous medical research institutions and a plethora of researchers, the group has developed many internationally advanced medical devices, such as high-precision imaging equipment, fully digital angiography machines, and whole-body bone density meters, although these instruments are costly. Their top-tier functions are highly sought after by domestic hospitals. Thus, Mr. Shi maintains close collaborations with many renowned hospitals across the country, and with the charming and gentle Mrs. Shi present, the hospital certainly treated her with utmost care. In the tidy and pristine waiting room, Shu He pressed on the injection site while seated on the sofa, her shoulder and arm exposed, unable to dress yet. Suddenly, her warm lamb fleece coat was draped over her shoulders. She looked up to see Shi Yu. After the vaccination, a 30-minute observation period was required, and Shi Yu settled into a nearby sofa, picking up a medical magazine to read. When they exited the waiting room, Shi Yu assisted her in carrying her backpack, a soft pink hue adorned with several small gray plush toys and figurines, creating a delightful contrast as he held it. Shu He hesitated to impose on him, saying, "I can carry my backpack myself." Shi Yu, glancing at a message from an old Chinese medicine doctor on his phone, did not return the backpack to her. He raised his gaze and located the elevator. "The traditional Chinese medicine department is on the 7th floor. Let us go." A traditional Chinese medicine. Shu He followed Shi Yu into the elevator. The hospital was bustling with patients, and as the doors opened, a rush of people surged in. Shi Yu gently grasped Shu He's delicate wrist, guiding her to a secure spot within the crowd. She stood in the corner, shielded by Shi Yu's broad shoulders and tall stature, which resembled a finely crafted pine tree. Exuding an unmistakable leadership presence that commanded respect, all eyes in the elevator turned to him, regardless of age or gender, as he effortlessly became the focal point of attention. A child tugged at his parent's sleeve, exclaiming, "Dad, look at that person, he looks really wealthy." Upon reaching the 7th floor, Shu He followed Shi Yu out of the elevator. To the right was the traditional Chinese medicine department, which radiated tranquility, its architecture steeped in ancient charm. Shi Yu located the office of the old Chinese medicine doctor and stood at the entrance, gesturing for Shu He to enter. Shu He hesitated, feeling that perhaps she shouldn't go in just yet. Shi Yu's visit for treatment seemed to involve some male privacy, thus she chose to sit on a bench outside the door. "I'll wait for you here." Shi Yu observed her swift decision to sit and asked, "Do you think your fiancé needs to see a TCM doctor? If necessary, he can." Shi Yu gazed at Shu He's petite face, her large eyes sparkling with clarity as she looked up at him, exuding the innocence characteristic of a college student. Some words he intended to say were swallowed back, and instead, he said, "An appointment has been made for you. Master Chu is a renowned TCM expert with a stellar reputation in diagnosis and treatment. Please go in." Shu He was somewhat taken aback, barely settling into the chair. She felt Shi Yu pull her up again. For reasons unknown, she felt an inexplicable fear of seeing a TCM doctor, her feet firmly planted on the floor to increase friction. Shi Yu, mistaking her resistance for stubbornness, remarked, "Have you rooted yourself in the ground?" "Yes." However, Shi Yu maintained his serious demeanor, pulling Shu He into the room, where she felt like a small penguin being dragged along the smooth floor. Inside, Master Chu ambled slowly, engrossed in a thick ancient medical text. Approaching his advanced years, his hair and beard were entirely white, yet his spirit remained vigorous. Clad in a bamboo green linen robe, he stood upright, though his pace was slightly labored, one foot having a slight limp. Shu He was guided to a chair beside the treatment table. To Grandpa Chu, Shi Yu greeted. Only then did Master Chu lift his gaze from the ancient tome. "Dui, you're here." Shu He felt as if she were sitting on pins and needles. Traditional Chinese medicine is among the most enigmatic healing arts globally, and it is said that once a TCM practitioner examines a patient, they can discern the truth without fail. No secrets remain hidden from the keen eyes and skilled fingers of a seasoned TCM doctor. She timidly glanced at Shi Yu, who met her gaze with a calm yet imposing look, the weight of years in the business world evident in his expression. Shu He shivered slightly, quickly averting her gaze. Master Chu sat down, placing the aged tome aside. "Come, child, lay your hand on the pulse pillow." Shu He rested her wrist on the pulse pillow. The aged doctoress' hands resembled the bark of an ancient tree, weathered and frail. As his fingertips pressed against her pulse, Shu He's heart hung suspended in the air, the atmosphere thick with tension, as if time itself had frozen. The pulse examination lasted 2 to 3 minutes, during which Master Chu maintained a composed expression, his eyes crow's feet deepening, giving him a kind and amiable appearance when he smiled. "No problems. You're doing well, just a slight deficiency in qi and blood, quite common, my dear. I'll prescribe a remedy for you to pick up at the herbal pharmacy next door, alright? Thank you." Dr. Shu He exhaled in relief, retracting her wrist. Master Chu wrote out the prescription with graceful strokes, his pen gliding fluidly across the paper. Soon, he completed the prescription, which Shu He took to the adjacent herbal pharmacy. Shi Yu did not accompany her, saying, "I'll wait for you here." "Okay." Leaving Master Chu's office, Shu He clutched the prescription tightly, her bright eyes dimming in an instant. The doctor had deliberately sent her away to discuss her condition with Shi Yu. A concern that weighed heavily on her. It was only when a patient's health was gravely compromised that doctors chose to communicate such information to family members rather than the patients themselves. To avoid distressing them, Shu He glanced at the LED screen displaying the TCM consultation information on the wall. Master Chu only visited Jingbei Hospital once a month, and today was not one of his scheduled days. Shi Yu and Master Chu shared a close rapport. Inside the consultation room, Shi Yu approached the door and closed it behind him. Master Chu's brow furrowed, a deep crease forming across his forehead. And his expression darkened as soon as Shu He exited. Her pulse is very thin and weak. At such a young age she suffers from severe qi and blood deficiency, her extremities cold, and her organs compromised. I may not know her past, but her pulse suggests she has endured much hardship, and her soft temperament likely leads her to harbor many grievances without expressing them. Master Chu sighed, feeling a pang of sympathy. Who is this child? Have her parents neglected her mental and physical well-being all these years? Does she not care for herself at all? Coming to the hospital for a checkup would be beneficial. She is my fiancée. Are you two living together? No, I have not concealed anything regarding her health from you. I have said all that needs to be said. You are not cohabiting yet. Nor are you married, so there is still an opportunity to break off the engagement. Consider whether you wish to marry her. I intend to marry her. Shi Yu's expression remained calm, unwavering in his plans for marriage, Grandfather Chu. I brought Shu He to seek your assistance in improving her health, not to probe into her circumstances to determine if I should marry her. I knew you were reliable, Grandfather Chu replied with a smile. Since you are getting married, I suggest you move in together soon, ensuring she takes her traditional medicine on time, comes for acupuncture regularly, and engages in appropriate outdoor exercises daily. I will provide a detailed regimen for you. And my assistant will send it to you shortly. Thank you, Grandfather. Grandfather Chu patted his shoulder reassuringly. Restoring health is a long-term process. Do not worry. DUI. With me around, nothing is insurmountable. I have countless patients. Many in worse condition than her, yet they thrive under my care. Thank you for your concern. The car stopped at the entrance of Jingbei University. The two had not spoken since leaving the traditional Chinese medicine clinic. Shu He appeared desolate and withdrawn, likely aware of her health condition, which Shi Yu surely also knew. She touched her hand, still icy cold even with the car's heating on, taking a deep breath to steady her emotions. She prepared to shoulder her backpack and exit. You've just had an injection. Perhaps carry your bag or wear it on your side. It's fine. It no longer hurts. Shu He shouldered her backpack and before opening the door, she lowered her gaze, her long eyelashes concealing the uncertainty in her eyes, and voiced what had been on her mind throughout the journey. Little uncle. Shi Yu's expression subtly shifted each time Shu He called him little uncle. He felt as though she had aged him by at least 20 years. He looked at Shu He, who had her back to him, obscuring her expression, yet her tone remained clear. The engagement can be annulled if, Shu He. Shi Yu's refined features darkened abruptly, signaling the driver, Mr. Yu, who promptly locked the car doors. The man's voice carried an undeniable authority. Was it your genuine consent to marry me? Yes. I specifically asked you if there were any issues at that time. What was your response? No issues. You are now an adult. You must be accountable for your words. An engagement is not a trivial matter, so do not utter the words break off the engagement again. Shu He nodded lightly. Understood. What else do you mean? I meant puppy. Shi Yu's stern demeanor softened slightly. With a soft click, Mr. Yu unlocked the car door, and he respectfully opened it for Shu He. She stepped out, and Shi Yu handed her a gift box. What is this? It is a health supplement. Take it before meals. Thank you. Shu He accepted it, and the Rolls-Royce departed. Entering the university, she found herself surrounded by energetic students on bicycles, laughing merrily as they hurried to their next class. Groups of friends chatted about which cafeteria to visit after class and what to eat. Her phone vibrated in her pocket. She retrieved it to find a message from Shi Yu, featuring images of nourishing foods recommended by the old physician. Along with the apartment number he had at Jingda, Dexiongmao, balance study with rest, take a proper nap at noon, and if you feel tired, you can rest at the faculty dormitory nearby. I've sent you my room number and password, feel free to drop by any time. Dexiongmao, you only have slight deficiencies in qi and blood, there are no other health issues. Do not overthink it. I will arrange for someone to prepare your herbal medicine, and you must take it regularly. Xiao Hui, thank you. It seems Shi Yu did not mind her health situation. However, when he became stern, he could be quite intimidating, particularly when he fixed his gaze upon her. The road ahead was wide, bathed in the afternoon sun. Shu He tucked her hands into the pockets of her lambswool coat. Her steps becoming lighter as she felt her meridians relax in the warmth of the sun. She settled onto a bench, opened the box she had been holding, and was taken aback by its weight. Since it was meant to be taken before meals, she decided to consume the health supplement now. What lay before her was a stunning surprise, a Northern Song kiln sky blue glazed wash. With agate incorporated into the glaze, its azure hue was exquisite, the craftsmanship impeccable, the surface glossy and delicate, flawless, as pure as a millennium-old iceberg. Shu He had thought Shi Yu was joking when he mentioned gifting her an antique. He was indeed generous. This historical artifact was certainly not something to be consumed before meals. She hesitated to keep it for herself and called Shi Yu. He answered promptly, seemingly engaged in conversation with someone nearby. "What is it?" he inquired. "Did you send the wrong box? This isn't food." "I did not send the wrong item. This gift is too precious, little uncle. Thank you for your kindness, but I cannot accept it." "When are you free? I will return it to you." "I am not free." Shi Yu's tone remained steady. "What I have given you is yours. You do not need to return it." Not wishing to delay his work further, Shu He carefully stored the box in her backpack. She felt the need to hold her bag tightly against her chest, quickening her pace to protect the invaluable Northern Song kiln sky blue glazed wash. Considering bringing it to Shi Yu's residence after marriage as another form of return. Chapter 15. Shu He and Fu Henning's past Jingbei Qingzue Entertainment Club. An opulent haven for the elite, this luxurious venue serves as a social and relaxation hotspot for the affluent youth of Jingbei, where significant collaborations and investment projects often unfold naturally. Qingzue caters exclusively to high-end clientele, offering them an unparalleled experience of distinction. As Shi Yu stepped inside, she was greeted by the lavish decor, exceptional dining options, and a plethora of entertainment and leisure facilities, all truly breathtaking. "Would you like me to introduce our services?" asked a personal attendant, attentively following Shi Yu. "We have recently launched." "Thank you, but I am here to settle a score." "Pardon?" The attendant looked taken aback. "Settle a score," observing the formidable individuals accompanying her, all clad in taekwondo uniforms, their black belts signifying their prowess. It was evident she was prepared for a serious confrontation. Shi Yu was able to enter this entertainment club due to prior arrangements with Fu Henning, as it was one of the Fu family's establishments, allowing her access without issue. Approaching the private pool area, she pushed open the heavy door to find Fu Henning and his group of friends lounging in the relaxation area, surrounded by various swimsuit-clad beauties. Upon noticing her presence, a couple entwined on a nearby bench hastily covered themselves, casting disgruntled glares in Shi Yu's direction. The air was thick with a pungent haze. Shi Yu couldn't help but think how the wealthy indulged in such extravagant displays. Coincidentally, the actress who had provoked Shu He was also present, swimming in the pool. What was her name? Ya Feifei, enjoying herself with her companion. It seemed fitting that they would be dealt with together. Shi Yu's father was the owner of a taekwondo studio, while she merely played the role of the young heiress. One of the taekwondo instructors behind her asked, "Boss, who has offended you? Shall we step in now?" "Not just yet." Shi Yu rolled her neck and rolled up her sleeves, stretching her arms. "If they decide to gang up on me, record it, then retaliate with a level of force we can afford." Understood. Shu He had known Fu Henning since their first year of high school. They were deskmates for 3 consecutive years, with Fu Henning spending class time sleeping and playing games during breaks. Consistently ranking at the bottom of their class, coming from a prestigious family, even the principal treated him with a measure of respect. Regardless of how the homeroom teacher rearranged the seating, Fu Henning always ended up beside Shu He. In their second year, Shu He once asked him why he insisted on sitting next to her, especially since he ground his teeth in his sleep, resembling a terrifying bone-chewing creature that disturbed her studies. Fu Henning replied, "You're the only one who looks decent enough to sit next to." He added, "If you tell anyone about my teeth grinding, I will pluck out your 2 little tiger teeth." Shu He believed him, nervously touching her own little tiger teeth, and when she needed to go to the restroom, she dared not disturb the young master. However, he positioned himself to block her exit, forcing Shu He to crawl under the desk. She was small and slender, and when she borrowed something from a classmate in the front, she had to navigate back beneath the desk. Fu Henning, with a sense of entitlement, demanded my compliance, stating that if I acquiesced, he would grant me a place. Shu He, incensed, rebuked him loudly, deliberately obstructing his path, remarking on the disgrace of undertaking tasks that even a dog would refuse. In that moment, the entire class fell silent, acutely aware of Shu He's past struggles with communication and the years of isolation she endured, culminating in a single instance of bullying from which her dear friend Shi Yu rescued her from the restroom. It was widely assumed that Fu Henning would resort to violence. His temperament was fierce and vindictive, and his family was not lacking in power and wealth. He had even dared to publicly assault the head teacher who had deliberately made life difficult for others. "Your words are truly vile," Fu Henning muttered, obediently rising to yield his seat to her. "From now on, I shall sit on the outside while you take the inner seat. You're being unreasonable." "Joshua. Am I, a grown man, supposed to be relegated to the cramped corner? What gives you the audacity? Do you believe I won't change schools if you refuse to switch? I assure you, I prefer the inner seat. The feng shui is superior. Move aside." With a sigh, Fu Henning gathered his collection of comic books and exchanged seats with Shu He, settling into a corner adorned with figurines. One day, a new history teacher, unaware of Fu Henning's background, tossed a book at him while he was dozing, inadvertently striking Shu He on the forehead and reddening it, believing that the teacher was bullying her. Fu Henning, like a provoked beast, grabbed a chair and charged the podium, engaging in a scuffle with the history teacher while the entire class attempted to intervene. The teacher was left considerably worse for wear. It was rumored that Fu's family compensated him with over 100,000 yuan, and the history teacher never returned to that class. Throughout the school, whispers circulated that Fu Henning and Zhou Shua were romantically involved. Though that was far from the truth, during the final citywide mock examination before the college entrance exams, Shua achieved the highest score in the humanities, inciting envy among her peers who mocked her using the tragic story of Zijing. It was Fu Henning who dealt with those who bullied Shua. The following day, Shua brought money to school, seizing the opportunity during recess to present it to Fu Henning as her 3-year protection fee. Thanking him for safeguarding her during high school and for driving away those who tormented her. Fu Henning refused the money, merely stating that Shua owed him a great deal of favors and should remember to repay them in the future. Shua agreed. Shortly thereafter, Fu Henning was dispatched abroad by his family elders, leaving without bidding farewell to Shua. He returned not long ago and, upon disembarking from his flight, drove to the gates of Jing University to intercept Shua. Demanding she repay her debt by being with him, inherently rebellious Fu Henning would always corner Shua, accusing her of lacking gratitude and integrity, claiming she owed him a debt of gratitude that she was unwilling to repay. Reluctantly, Shua agreed to give their relationship a try. After 2 months of dating, a fortune-teller proclaimed that Shua and the scion of the Fu family were fated to be apart. Enraged, Fu Henning overturned the fortune-teller's stall, resulting in Shua having to pay for the damages. Days later, as Shua passed a roadside stall selling red strings, the vendor claimed that 2 strands symbolized eternal unity for lovers. Fu Henning scoffed at the cheap quality of the strings, dismissing them as worthless. He, I'll buy you something exquisite from a jewelry store. However, upon hearing the notion of eternal unity, Shua inexplicably selected 2 names from a multitude of beads and strung them together herself. Impatiently, Fu Henning urged her to hurry. Shua quickly fashioned a bracelet with her name and offered it to him, saying, "You don't have to wear it. Keeping it is sufficient." He replied, accepting the gift. Yet, when she wasn't looking, he discarded it into the trash, adhering to his belief that only expensive items held value, and that cheap trinkets were nothing but clutter. During their time together, they quarreled frequently, leading outsiders to believe that Shua had harbored feelings for Fu Henning all along, that her affection was unreciprocated. In reality, it was Fu Henning who pursued her. Eventually, Fu Henning gifted Shua a set of intimate apparel, proposing she move into his villa and share a bed with him, but Shua declined. This led them into a cold war. Fu Henning began to flaunt his social life, surrounded by women who willingly donned the intimate apparel for him. Shua, distressed, blocked him on social media. Just days ago, media reports surfaced regarding Fu Henning's new romantic entanglement, and Shua received a private photo that shattered their relationship entirely, prompting her to initiate a breakup. Shermu approached Fu Henning. The surrounding girls sensed an unprecedented tension. It was evident that he had come with anger and reinforcements, prompting them to hastily retreat. Fu Henning looked towards the entrance, but did not see Shua approaching. Yao Feifei, frightened, scrambled from the pool, trembling, and sought refuge beside Fu Henning, attempting to nestle into his embrace. Fu's own. Fu Henning shot her a cold, fierce glare, causing her to freeze. In truth, her encounters with him were few and far between. Yao Feifei surmised that her presence today was due to Shua's cold war with Fu Henning, having heard rumors of Shua dousing him with red wine. Such a proud man would never stoop to appease a woman. If she approached him, Shua would undoubtedly feel threatened. Yao Feifei understood that Fu Henning harbored no feelings for her. Their social media interactions were merely to incite jealousy in Shua, regardless of her attempts to adorn herself. Fu Henning remained indifferent, his affections solely reserved for his Persian cat. To win over Fu Henning was no simple feat. She needed to eliminate Shua from his life. Thus, Yao Feifei enlisted the help of a skilled photo editor to fabricate a scandalous image, which she then secretly sent to Shua. Fu's own. "I'm scared." Yao Feifei feigned vulnerability. Shermu, however, approached Yao Feifei with disdain, gripping her collar and dragging her toward the pool, while Yao Feifei's screams echoed in the air. "Fu's own, save me," Shermu gently reminded her. "Rest assured, once I'm done with you, your Fu's own will be next." Fu Henning, unperturbed, stroked the head of his Persian cat, not sparing a glance at Yao Feifei. With a loud splash, Yao Feifei was thrown into the swimming pool, her limbs flailing as she struggled to stay afloat, her long hair obscuring her face. Her pleas for help went unanswered. Emerging from the water, she looked pitiful, resembling a drenched cat, her eyes pleadingly searching for Fu Henning, her voice a whimper. "It hurts." Fu Henning remained unmoved. Shermu taunted, "Where were your cries of pain when you were tormenting others? Today, I'm merely tossing you in. If you dare bully Joshua again, I will not hesitate to strike. In a society governed by law, do you think I want to call the police? Go ahead." "Yao Feifei, if you don't call, you're a coward. Bring your fans along. Let us see who fares better." Yao Feifei, glancing at Shermu's fierce demeanor and her entourage of bodyguards, realized that this girl was a friend of Joshua. Fierce and unyielding, not to be trifled with, Yao Feifei, feeling intimidated, opted to remain silent. Indeed, she had instigated the conflict with Shu He first, and if Shi Yu exposed her messages to the police and media, her reputation would be irreparably damaged. It was time for Shi Yu to deal with the next target. Fu Hanning lifted a glass of red wine from the table, sipping it with a casual smile, before looking up at the enraged Shi Yu, nonchalantly asking, "Is it just you?" Whereas he, with a resounding slap, Shi Yu struck Fu Hanning. The impact caused the wineglass to fly from his hand, shattering on the floor. Gasps of disbelief echoed around the room as a visible red mark appeared on Fu Hanning's pale cheek. Blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, the slap was delivered with considerable force, sending the Persian cat scurrying away. Yao Feifei, having emerged from the pool, was equally terrified. The realization that someone dared to strike Fu Hanning was shocking. Shi Yu seized the wine decanter from the table and poured its contents over Fu Hanning's head, shouting, "You scoundrel, how dare you call for he?" Fu Hanning, gritting his teeth in anger, felt the muscles in his forehead tense. "You really want to die, don't you?" Shi Yu retrieved Yao Feifei's threatening messages regarding Shu He. "What were you thinking when you revealed He's background to Yao Feifei?" She intended to confront He at Jing University. "Fu Hanning, are you blind?" Fu Hanning frowned as he glanced at the scandalous image. "You know her psychological speech impairment isn't fame. You're aware that her chosen field of study is the one her sister cherishes most. How dare you reduce her struggles to a mere jest during your escapades with others? Where is your conscience?" Recalling those memories, Shi Yu's eyes grew increasingly red. She was beaten by her father to the point of being unrecognizable. Left abandoned for 3 full years, she longed for her sister, crying nearly every day, her psyche tormented to the extent that she could not speak normally. "Throughout this past half year, it's clear to anyone that she harbors feelings for you. She truly cares for you, yet you've repeatedly neglected her and engaged in reckless arguments with her." "Shut up." Fu Hanning, irritated by Shi Yu's incessant chatter, snatched the phone from her grasp, denying having shared any of this with Yao Feifei. "I didn't say any of this." He tossed the phone back to Shi Yu and turned to seek out the source of the messages, but the celebrity had vanished from the pool area. Where did she go? A man let out a furious roar as he searched for the whereabouts of Yao Feifei in the expansive swimming pool. Shi Yu incisively berated, "When you make a mistake, don't shift all the blame onto women. Neither you nor Yao Feifei are virtuous individuals. Did you not consider the consequences when you shared a bed with her, when you indulged in a life of debauchery and infidelity? Did you not think of the repercussions? And when you summoned Yao Feifei today, did you not contemplate the aftermath? Men who cannot control their lower halves are nothing but worthless scum." Fu Hanning, you are utterly unworthy of he. When have I ever slept with anyone else? A deafening crash ensued as he kicked over the champagne tower on the table, shattering glassware across the floor. In the eyes of the onlookers, Fu Hanning appeared as if he could hardly restrain himself from tearing Yao Feifei apart. It was the first time Shi Yu witnessed an outburst from someone with intermittent explosive disorder. Indeed, Fu Hanning suffered from this extreme emotional management affliction, prone to violent outbursts triggered by the slightest provocation. Throughout his life, few dared to provoke Fu Hanning, which is why he seemed emotionally stable. However, at this moment, he was evidently enraged. His friends, still puffing on cigarettes, trembled in fear and quickly rose to their feet. Previously, Yao Feifei had conducted a thorough investigation on Shu He, discovering that she had become mute after the age of 8. They certainly did not anticipate that Yao Feifei would resort to exploiting Shu He's condition to strike at her. Fu Hanning's friends exchanged glances, realizing that this situation had escalated. Shi Yu prepared to leave, fearing that she might be caught in the crossfire. Despite her prowess in taekwondo, she knew she could not match Fu Hanning in a fit of rage. Fu Hanning was about to confront Yao Feifei, and the two scorned lovers would surely tear into each other. Yao Feifei would undoubtedly refrain from seeking trouble with Shu He at Jing University now that she had provoked the irate Fu Hanning. She needed to find a place to hide, as her career in the entertainment industry was now in jeopardy. Fu Hanning was Yao Feifei's superior. Before departing, Shi Yu had a sudden thought and turned to Fu Hanning, who was frantically making calls to locate Yao Feifei, warning him, "Do not contact He again. She is now my little uncle. Get lost, the fool, who cares about you?" After hurling insults, Shi Yu felt cold sweat trickle down her back. Thank heavens he had broken up with this lunatic. Fu Hanning was a possessive man, and any defiance would send him into a frenzy. Approaching her coaching team, Shi Yu lowered her voice. "Run, aren't we going to fight him?" As she led her coaching team away from the swimming pool, she remarked, "We can't afford to take him on right now. Once I make it big, I'll definitely give him a good beating worth 200,000. Chapter 17. The new doctoral advisor is Mr. Shi. Junting upon discovering the name of her new doctoral advisor, Shu He was engrossed in the report assigned by her public politics professor. When she saw the name of the mentor assigned by the School of Literature at Jingbei University, she stood frozen, stunned for a full minute before regaining her composure. It felt as if the heavens had bestowed a great fortune upon her. Her doctoral advisor was none other than Mr. Shi Junting, a renowned historian of literature in the country, a towering figure in the literary realm. He was an essential member of the education committee. the chief editor of Dingbei Translation Publishing House, the president of the National Association for Ancient Literature Research, and a contributor to various literary textbooks in the country. Shi Yu was the father of Shi Yu. Clutching her phone, Shu He dashed from the study area of the library to the lounge, taking a seat on the sofa and glancing around to find no one present, joyously bouncing on her toes. In the past 2 years, Mr. Shi had only taken on 2 doctoral students. One was a doctoral candidate in ancient literature, currently in their 3rd year, the other was a first-year PhD student in ancient literature studies. To her surprise, Mr. Shi had accepted a new disciple this year. The head of the department provided her with Mr. Shi's contact information, urging her to reach out promptly to discuss her doctoral training direction and plans. Her heart raced with excitement, and her hands trembled. She hesitated to call Mr. Shi, fearing her nerves would render her speechless, and instead added him as a friend on WeChat, awaiting his summons. Shu He? My office is in Mingda Building 302. I am currently in Shanghai for a seminar and will not be returning to Jing University for the time being. Little Gray, received. Shi Xiao Yu mentioned that he will be proposing to the Zhou family on Friday. And I will accompany him. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me then. Little Gray, okay, teacher. That evening, her godmother called to say she had prepared a feast and asked if Shu He had time for dinner. With her bulging backpack, Shu He headed straight to her godmother's house. He returned home. Mu lived in the Shengshi Sunshine Community. As soon as Shu He entered, she was warmly greeted by her godmother. Shi Yu, who adorned in an apron, was placing a freshly stir-fried portion of braised beef brisket on the dining table, which already boasted 7 dishes. Godmother, Shu He quickly changed her shoes and rushed toward Shi Yu. Ready to embrace her. I'm all covered in oil and smoke. Not at all. Shu He laughed as she hugged her godmother, who then patted her shoulder and asked, are you tired from studying? Today, I made walnut and peanut milk for you and Mumu to nourish your brains. Sounds good. Meanwhile, Mumu, lounging on the sofa enjoying sunflower seeds, sprang up and dashed toward Shu He's backpack. Darling, did you bring me something delicious? Of course, I also got Nian and Ultraman. Where is he? Shu He unloaded her backpack, having stored her study materials in the library's password locker, leaving only delectable treats inside. Nian was Mumu's younger brother. Mumu's eyes sparkled with excitement. I love it. Nian has gone to stay with Grandpa. He scored a 6 on his math test, and Grandpa is tutoring him. A 6 in 1st grade math, that's quite the feat, just like I used to. Shu He noticed Shi Yu busy in the kitchen and softly suggested, let us help with dinner. It's a bit tough for godmother to manage alone. Every time we cook, Dad helps her, but he just went downstairs to buy cooking wine. He'll be back soon. I tried to help, but Mom said I was in the way. Suddenly Mumu's expression changed. Wait, what? You're now her sister-in-law, so you should call her godmother or sister. The two settled back on the sofa, munching on snacks. Shu He tore open a pack of meat jerky, lazily leaning against Mumu as she offered her a piece. This is a new product at the store, tender and fragrant. Let me tell you why. Mumu opened her mouth to take a bite. Indeed, the thick slice of meat jerky was incredibly satisfying, with a slow-roasted flavor. Sweet glaze and a sprinkle of sesame, the meat was tender and easy to chew. Mumu gave a thumbs up. Delicious. The smile spread across Shu He's face, her dimples shining like spring flowers. As she too picked up a piece of jerky to savor. In the kitchen, Shi Yu reminded, you two, eat less junk food, save some room for dinner. The dishes will be ready soon. Where on earth has Liu gone to buy the cooking wine? Got it. The door swung open, and Liu returned from his errand, having secretly bought 2 portions of fried chicken bones, placing them on the coffee table. He made a shushing gesture, as Shi Yu deemed such fried food unhealthy. Eat just a little, I'll help Kaling with the cooking. Instantly Shu He and Mumu discarded their snacks, stealthily taking the warm chicken bones and scampering to the bedroom, locking the door behind them. Shu He bit into a chicken bone, savoring its crispy exterior and tender interior, lightly dusted with chili powder, making it incredibly appetizing. Mumu squatted on a chair, having already devoured 2 pieces. Oh my! This is amazing. I haven't had this in ages. It's truly delicious, right? He. Has that little rascal contacted you lately? Shu He replied calmly. I deleted him from WeChat and blocked his number. Last night, he sent a friend request, wanting to meet. I didn't agree. I heard he would abroad again to learn group management under a renowned businessman, and when he returns, he'll inherit the Fu family business. That has nothing to do with me. Mumu nodded. Right, it has nothing to do with us. A knock sounded at the door. Shu He and Mumu hurriedly hid the chicken bones. Mumu opened the door. And Shi Yu caught a whiff of fried chicken. Dinner is almost ready. You two have been eating fried chicken again, haven't you? No, Mom, I haven't had fried junk food in ages. Just ask He. I am frighteningly disciplined now. Shi Yu turned to Shu He. Really, did you? With chili powder smeared across her face, Shu He shook her head, hands behind her back, and earnestly replied, I truly didn't. Chapter 18, Shi Yu proposes. Shu He awaits on Friday morning. The Zhou family's car arrived downstairs at Moon Bay. After many years, Shu He found herself once again in a car belonging to the Zhou family given the special occasion. She donned a traditional red dress made from luxurious fabric, a gift from her brother. Her hair was styled in a high bun, complemented by a red bow hairpin, expecting the car to be empty. She opened the rear door only to discover Xiang Mei seated inside. It's cold outside. Come in. Okay. Xiang Mei wore an elegant and dignified cheapao exuding poetic grace. Shu He settled into the car. Up close, she noticed her mother's delicate features and well-maintained skin, realizing that time indeed does not diminish beauty. The phrase "a wealth of knowledge nourishes one's aura" perfectly encapsulated Xiang Mei's demeanor. Shu He cradled a large gift box in her arms, a present for her mother. Having spent the previous day wandering through various shopping malls with Mumu, she summoned her courage to present the gift. "This is for you." Xiang Mei accepted the gift box, her voice soft. "May I open it now?" Of course. Upon unwrapping the exquisite gift box, a gentle fragrance of the carnation bouquet wafts through the air. Embodying the essence of maternal love, happiness, and gratitude, Shu He glances at the gift box, hesitant to utter the word mother, allowing the carnations to speak on her behalf instead. Xiang Mei raises her brows slightly, noticing not only the fresh bouquet of carnations within but also a beautifully packaged Shu embroidery silk scarf. This scarf, meticulously chosen by Shu He from the mall, showcases traditional craftsmanship and elegance, featuring delicately embroidered gardenias that exude illustrious and tactile refinement. Beneath the Shu embroidery gift box lies a perfume set and a collection of warm garments for early winter. Closing the grand gift box, Xiang Mei places it on her lap, her fingers tracing the embroidered cloud patterns, her gaze softening. "I adore it." A gentle smile graces Shu He's lips as she witnesses the sun rising in the distance. The morning light breaking through, casting a rosy glow over the shadows of dawn, gradually showering the world in resplendent brilliance. On the way to propose, Shi Yu drives personally to the Zhou residence, with Shi Jinping seated in the passenger seat. As it is customary for an elder to accompany during such significant occasions, Shi Yu expresses his eagerness to marry Shu He soon, seeking assistance in selecting an auspicious date, having lived for over 70 years. He finds joy in this sudden task, believing that any day is a good day for two people in love to unite. However, he acknowledges that if the couple does not cherish their relationship, no date will suffice. He knows Shu He well. She is ambitious and accomplished, having garnered numerous awards and honors during her undergraduate studies at Qingbei University, including an impressive score of 8 in the IELTS academic exam, which exempted her from the public English course during her doctoral studies. She has published 2 articles in core journals, both included in prestigious publications, with only one direct PhD spot available in ancient literature. She secured her admission based on her literary prowess and academic achievements. Yesterday, during a moment of leisure, Shi Jinping inquired about Shu He's future career plans, to which she replied that she aspired to teach at Qingbei University. "Father, has a date been chosen?" "There are many auspicious days, but according to Qingbei customs, after the proposal comes the matchmaking, which requires you and Shu He to register your marriage, followed by the engagement ceremony. And finally the wedding." Shi Yu recalls Mr. Chu's advice and ponders. "How about November? I wish to live with her sooner. Is there any taboo associated with this?" "There are no taboos as long as both families agree." "However, Shi Yu, why the rush?" "Shu He isn't going anywhere. One can never be too certain." Shi Jinping nods, respecting his child's wishes. "Very well, young people have their own perspectives. I will consult Professor Xiang shortly. You need only listen." "You have known Aunt Xiang for many years, haven't you?" "Yes, we are colleagues. It has been over a decade." Shi Yu approaches the Zhou family's banquet hall, carrying an enormous bouquet of roses. The Zhou family's servants bustle about with various precious gifts. As the Shujia has sent a multitude of well-prepared proposal gifts, Shu He emerges to greet him, clad in a vibrant and enchanting red dress. The neckline is shaped like rose petals, a design that epitomizes Chinese elegance. Accentuating her slender waist with a fishbone silhouette, the skirt dances gracefully, casting a poetic shadow amidst the floral ambience. As she walks, the red fabric sways, shimmering like jewels in the sunlight. Shu He embodies the quintessential Eastern beauty. Enveloped in red, she radiates allure, her delicate visage further illuminated by the dress. Today, she wears a refined and subtle makeup that accentuates her striking features more than bold cosmetics ever could. An idea of a traditional Chinese wedding suddenly blossoms in Shi Yu's mind. How perfectly suited it would be for her. "Thank you." Shu He accepts the lavish bouquet of roses from Shi Yu, the initial sweet scent evolving into a lingering, soothing fragrance that captivates the senses. "Hello, teacher." Shu He approaches Mr. Shi Jinping, bowing respectfully. A wave of nervous excitement washes over her. Akin to a small monkey encountering a revered master, she had only seen Mr. Shi Jinping through her phone and references until today. Though his hair is graying, his countenance remains handsome, imbued with an intellectual charm, particularly evident in his bright, warm eyes that reflect the resilience unique to seasoned literary scholars. Mr. Shi Jinping presents Shu He with a large red envelope. "Here, Shu He, today marks the first meeting between teacher and student. I am certain our Shu He will shine as brilliantly as the color red." "Thank you, teacher." Shu He hastens to Mr. Shi Jinping's side, accepting the envelope. Chapter 19. A traditional Chinese wedding. Destiny in the snow. Xiang Mei informs them that Zhou Hongfang has been hospitalized due to a stroke. As Shu He sips tea brewed by a servant uncertain of its authenticity, she recalls how during significant family gatherings Xiang Mei would inevitably send Zhou Hongfang away. The two families' elders engage in amicable discussions regarding the wedding date. While she listens attentively, Shi Yu calmly savoring his tea beside her, stealing a glance at him, she wonders what thoughts occupy his mind. Shu He diverts her gaze, continuing to sip her tea. It strikes her that both her mother and Mr. Shi Jinping are professors of literature at Jingbei University, likely having encountered one another frequently. Her mother is also a doctoral supervisor and president of the Contemporary Literature Research Society. Their conversation flows effortlessly. Reminiscent of old friends, devoid of any formality or distance, they are indeed longtime acquaintances. The servant returns to refill their tea. After a lengthy absence, Shu He finds the tea delightful, contemplating a third cup, but Shi Yu discreetly nudges her shoe with his foot. The two sets of parents remain oblivious. She glances at Shi Yu, but he does not meet her gaze. She recalls that she has been drinking medicinal herbs for her health lately. This tea is quite strong and should not be indulged too freely. Shu He sets her cup down. Outside the banquet hall stands a jujube tree planted by the Zhou family. She remembers it being there since her childhood, with numerous birdcages hanging from its branches. The birds seem to sense the day's joy, lively and animated, flitting about and chirping incessantly, expressing their inner excitement. The luncheon is hosted at a renowned 5-star international hotel in Jingbei, with the essential matters settled. They will each return home after the meal, preparing for the wedding. Shu He had not anticipated the wedding date approaching so swiftly. From her mother and teacher's discussions, it appears that the Shijia is preparing the betrothal gifts. While the Zhou family organizes various customary arrangements, both families seem poised to embark on a busy schedule. Regarding the engagement and wedding details, Xiang Mei and the Zhou elders are hard at work. Her mother assures her that she need not concern herself with anything. The soon-to-be bride's only responsibility is to eat well, drink well, and await further arrangements. By afternoon, as they exit the hotel, the air is crisp and invigorating. The elders in high spirits, wishing to take a stroll, Shu He and Shi Yu follow them closely. It is the transition from late autumn to early winter, with a clear blue sky overhead. The maple leaves flutter gently in the breeze. Sunlight filtering through the branches, casting dappled shadows on the couple as they walk. After some time, Shi Yu clutches a maple leaf in his hand. Shall we go to the Civil Affairs Bureau? Now, Shu He inquires, taken aback. Shi Yu halts, glancing at her astonished expression, calmly stating, right now, would you like to? Sure. Shu He nods, responding quickly, knowing they must register eventually. But I need to change into something else at Moon Bay first and grab my identification. After obtaining their marriage certificate from the Civil Affairs Bureau, Shu He gazes at the small red booklet in her palm. Certificate holder, Zhou Shu He. She has truly become Shi Yu's wife, the man who once saved her life now her husband. Despite their unfamiliarity, this what one refers to as a life-saving grace reciprocated through marriage. Originally, the Civil Affairs Bureau was fully booked, but with a single phone call from Shi Yu, the staff promptly accommodated them. Even sending someone to greet them. Before Shu He had even warmed her booklet, Shi Yu, with utmost seriousness, declares, I have a safe. I shall be the one to safeguard our marriage certificate. What? This is the first time Shu He has encountered such a statement. Her brow furrowing. Little uncle, would anyone steal a marriage certificate? Hard to say, but I haven't even warmed it yet. Warm it? What do you intend to do? Eat it? I don't like that. Shu He feels a bit embarrassed. Relinquishing the certificate to Shi Yu, who carefully stows it away, he approaches the passenger side, opening the door for her. No more calling me little uncle. You can call me by my name, or simply having settled into the car and fastened her seatbelt. Shu He realizes that calling him little uncle post-marriage seems inappropriate. It complicates their familial titles. Or perhaps she could call him. Shu's eyes narrow playfully as she softly utters, DUI, the first time he is addressed so affectionately as DUI. Shi Yu finds it amusing and exasperating. What do you mean by DUI? Call me husband. Shu He feels a rush of embarrassment. Shi Yu raises an eyebrow. The car's console displays an incoming call from an unfamiliar number. He dons his Bluetooth headset, answering while starting the vehicle. As dusk approaches, Shu He glances at the man beside her. Shi Yu, clad in a pristine white shirt with a slightly unbuttoned collar and sleeves rolled up, speaks confidently. The caller ID indicates the area code 0061, an international call from Australia. After a brief exchange, Shi Yu smiles and replies, I'm with my wife, preparing to pick up the kitten she has raised from the veterinary clinic. Yes, I'll bring her to meet you when I have time. After hanging up, Shu He inquires, are you thinking of getting a cat? As the vehicle glides through the bustling streets of Jingbei, Shu He leans against the window, admiring the scenery along the way. Perhaps it is the beauty of the evening glow today, perhaps it is because she has recently been living a life of tranquility and stability. Untroubled by any worries, that at this moment, Shi Yu appears less severe and more akin to the refined scion of a noble family. At that time, Shu He thought to herself, let it continue in this serene manner. It is rather pleasant. If she were not still seated in the car, she would have longed to extend her hand to capture a handful of the carefree, liberating breeze, to keep it hidden away and never let it go. The wedding is set for late November. In the early winter when the snow falls, Shu He recalls a saying that circulates in the community: if it snows on the day of one's wedding, it is an auspicious omen, promising that the couple will be bound by affection throughout their lives, growing old together. Auspicious snow also heralds a bountiful year, thus, many couples prefer to hold their weddings during the winter. Amidst the snowfall, it is a romantic traditional Chinese wedding planned by Shi Yu, and through the theater windows where the ceremony is to take place, Shu He sees pristine snowflakes gracefully drifting through the air. As the snow descends, it feels light and soothing, whispering a melody unique to winter. "What are you thinking about?" Shi Yu inquires. "The first time I met you was also on a snowy day. This winter's snow is falling heavily, reminiscent of the day Shi Yu rescued her," and suddenly Shu He is struck by a word that may or may not suit the current snowy scene: fate. It seems as though the heavens have conspired to bind her to Shi Yu with this downy snowfall, and after nearly 15 years of twists and turns, she has married him. After the afternoon reception, Shu He observes that a thick, soft blanket of snow has accumulated outside. As the snow falls, quieting the world, it is the perfect moment to brew a pot of hot tea in a warm room. Reclining in a rocking chair, quietly admiring the snow, watching the white canvas that adorns the sky, a gust of wind brushes past her, and she extends her hand, catching a delicate, crystalline snowflake that gently lands in her palm. Sister Shu He is getting married. Chapter 20. How to spend the wedding night. Qingfeng Villa. This privately built mansion is situated in the heart of the city, adjacent to the national top-tier wetland park at the city's center. Offering an environment that is both serene and elegant, it is a traditional Chinese courtyard that harmonizes feng shui with landscape architecture. With its advantageous geographical location and profound cultural value, Qingfeng Villa stands out among the luxurious residential areas of Beijing. The design encompasses 5 distinct courtyards: the front yard, central courtyard, side yard, and backyard, culminating in the main courtyard. The classical gardens, rich in Eastern aesthetics, are blended with modern elements, featuring corridors, rockeries, ponds, and viewing platforms, exuding grandeur and elegance. The main house, located in the northern part of the inner courtyard, faces south and is designed over 2 stories for the owner's residence. The household staff resides in the backyard. As dusk falls, the master bedroom is located on the second floor of the main house, with panoramic floor-to-ceiling windows. Shu He stands before them, taking in the beautiful view of the courtyard, where the heavy snow has adorned the sturdy ginkgo tree with charming blossoms. Columns of solid white marble embellish the various pavilions within the courtyards, rendering this traditional Chinese residence truly magnificent. Shi Yu is taking a shower, having consumed a considerable amount of alcohol during the afternoon's wedding banquet. Shu He is already bathed and is now clad in a new red silk nightgown, the soft fabric pleasantly caressing her skin. She wonders how to navigate their wedding night, since obtaining their marriage certificate. Shi Yu has been on a business trip to Australia, and he has not sent her any messages. He only returned once during the engagement banquet, and they exchanged merely 3 sentences. It has been a long time since she last saw him, and he feels even more unfamiliar. Earlier, when she was at the leisure lounge in the West Garden, she played with the small orange cat for a while, but Shi Yu forbids Xiao Ju from entering the master bedroom. Now Xiao Ju is asleep in the pet room, under the care of a servant. The sound of the bathroom has ceased. Shi Yu is about to emerge. She hurriedly rushes to the large bed, burrows under the covers, and turns her back to him, positioning herself at the edge of the bed. "Let us pretend to be asleep," she thinks, as her heart races anxiously. Shu He holds her breath, bracing herself. What will happen when Shi Yu comes to the bridal chamber? Shi Yu opens the bathroom door and walks to the bedside. Noticing that Shu He appears to be asleep, he picks up the remote control from the table and closes the curtains of the floor-to-ceiling windows. This double bed is quite spacious, and she occupies one corner. As Shi Yu approaches her to pull her closer, he catches a glimpse of her serene sleeping face. He seems contemplative, her eyelashes flutter slightly. Her fingers clutch the blanket, her brows furrowed in a tight expression, revealing her trepidation. After pausing for a moment, Shi Yu refrains from touching her, retreating to the opposite side of the bed, where the distance between them could easily accommodate 3 people. All the lights in the master bedroom are extinguished. Shi Yu lifts the covers and lies down. The effects of the wine leave him somewhat dazed, while the cold wind outside rustles gently, and the snow continues to fall. He closes his eyes and drifts into slumber. In the dim light, every sensation feels magnified. Shu He's tense nerves gradually relax, and she slowly opens her eyes to the pitch-black room. Perhaps she has overthought it. Shi Yu harbors no feelings for her and will not touch her. She believed their wedding night would pass in tranquil serenity, yet in the middle of the night, as she drowsily turns in her sleep, she suddenly tumbles off the bed with a thud. The silk duvet is thrown off the bed entirely. Fortunately, the soft blanket lies beside the bed, and as Shu He realizes she has awakened in a daze, she rubs her knee and stands up, attempting to retrieve the discarded blanket. With a soft thud, the gentle nightlight on the wall flickers to life as Shi Yu awakens, sitting up and looking at her who has fallen beside the bed. "Did you hurt yourself?" "No," Shu He replies, handing him the blanket, a hint of apology in her tone. "I'm sorry for waking you." Shi Yu glances at the wooden silent pendulum clock. It is 3 in the morning. He can sense that this girl sleeps with a certain restraint and honesty, too timid to turn over and disturb him. Perhaps she fell asleep again in the latter half of the night, becoming a bit more relaxed, resulting in her falling off the bed. When Shu He speaks to him, her voice is soft and gentle, akin to the snow drifting outside. Shi Yu contemplates why she always carries an inexplicable air of caution, treating everyone with care, yet remaining polite and distant. With others present, she cannot sleep soundly. Today is Thursday. A flicker of understanding crosses Shi Yu's eyes as he asks in a low voice, "Do you have class today?" "Yes, I'll sleep in the guest room." "You rest well." The guest room. Shu He watches as Shi Yu picks up his phone from the bedside table, puts on his slippers, and steps out. She cannot discern his expression in the dim light, but him choosing to sleep in the guest room on their wedding night surely indicates that he is angry. Just as she takes a few steps to explain herself, Shi Yu halts at the door. Shu He also stops. She gazes at him, unable to see the expression concealed in the shadows. Standing at the door, Shi Yu rests his hand on the doorknob, speaking calmly. "Mr. Chu has advised you to ensure you get enough sleep and not to stay up late. Once you are accustomed to the surroundings and have become familiar with me, then we can sleep together. But this is your room. We are married. Every room in this house is yours as well. There is no need to overthink it. Now go to sleep." Shu He nods. The door is gently closed by Shi Yu. His action is soft and measured, unlike Zhou Hongfeng's forceful slamming of the door. Shu He stands in the spacious master bedroom, remaining in a daze for quite some time. A knock sounds at the door. Shu He awakens to the respectful voice of a servant outside. "Madam, you need to take your medicine on an empty stomach this morning. You also have an early class. It's time to get up." "All right." Shu He stretches, realizing she is now in the center of the large bed. After Shi Yu left, she slept soundly. The faint scent of pine lingers on the bed, a fragrance that has been balanced by a perfumer, pleasant and subtle. It is still early. Shu He reaches for her phone on the bedside and checks the screen, which shows 2 missed calls and 2 text messages. She opens them to read. "Are you still upset? When will you accept the friend request? Yao Feifei has already been blacklisted." This is from her ex-boyfriend, who has remained aloof since their Cold War and his infidelity. She cannot forget that chilling autumn rain, the night deepening shrouded in mist, when he uttered harsh words, overturned the coffee table, disregarding her safety. Now, he dares to seek her out again. Shu He chooses not to respond. Suddenly, she wonders if Fu Henning believes they are still together. Given his tone, it seems likely Shu He decides to inform him of her marriage to prevent further misunderstandings. After composing a message, she sends it to Fu Henning. "Mr. Fu, we have broken up. I am married to Shi Yu." Fu Henning replies with a message. "Silly, if you want to make me jealous, at least choose a plausible reason. Compared to your little uncle, your marriage to Shi Mu is far more likely." Shu He is so insufferable. Just as she begins to type a response, Fu Henning arrogantly sends another message. "I've been really busy lately, and I've already appeased you. Don't stir up trouble again. I don't want to argue with you. I have to go now. I'll turn off my phone." Appease. Shu He scrolls through their chat history. Which of his messages could be considered appeasing? She promptly blocks his new number. In the eyes of these scions from prestigious families in the north of Beijing, regardless of how outrageous their actions may be, they believe that only others can be unreasonable, their sense of superiority ingrained in their very being. Chapter 21. Verbal gratitude is insufficiently sincere. Shu He rises and walks towards the bathroom. Pushing open the double doors, she finds the space designed to be sufficiently spacious, with a vaulted ceiling perfectly adorned with numerous brilliant lights. Directly ahead is a bright and ample double vanity, with the left room being an independent bathroom, further divided into a shower area and a bathtub zone. To the right is the restroom. Seated at the vanity, Shu He tends to her skin. She glances at the back of her left hand, marveling at how the healing cream works wonders, erasing the marks of scratches without a trace. On her left ring finger, she wears her wedding ring, which features a snowflake delicately carved by a master jeweler, adorned with natural small diamonds. Knock, knock, knock. An unmistakable voice resonated from outside the door. "Is it convenient for me to come in?" "Certainly." Shu He rose to her feet, witnessing Shi Yu push the door open. He appeared to have just finished his morning exercise. Still clad in a bamboo-hued workout outfit, his muscles gracefully defined, and his long legs strikingly straight, boasting a physique that surpassed even that of male models. "Good morning, I've come to retrieve my clothes." "All right." Shi Yu proceeded to the cloakroom while Shu He began to comb her hair. The vanity was crafted from exquisite rosewood, ornately carved and polished, with 2 pristine windows that had been meticulously cleaned by the servants, allowing a clear view of the outside scenery. The snow had ceased, revealing the morning light. A sudden chill enveloped her neck as an unfamiliar sensation emerged. Her hair was being lifted. Instinctively Shu He shrank away, startled into awareness as the comb slipped from her grasp and clattered to the floor. Shi Yu bent down to retrieve it. Noticing Shu He's instinctive retreat and her anxious gaze, he was perplexed by her unabashed fear. "Why are you avoiding me?" Shu He obediently straightened her posture. Shi Yu adorned her neck with a resplendent jeweled necklace. "Shu He, do I resemble a terrorist?" "Not at all." "Then why do you act like a mouse encountering a cat?" Shu He lowered her head, recalling how she had become momentarily distracted, only to be startled when someone grabbed her hair from behind. In elementary school, she had been dragged into a restroom by classmates who had suddenly yanked her hair, parading her in front of all the students in the hallway. "Are you considering requesting a 2-week post-wedding leave from school? I could take you to England for a few days." Shu He hesitated for a moment before softly replying, "I am sorry, but I have final exams next month, and I still have many courses to review that I haven't finished studying, then study. Could I do it during the winter break? We can discuss it later. For now, focus on your studies." The dining area was located on the first floor. Having finished her herbal medicine long ago, Shu He descended the stairs and spotted 2 servants diligently polishing the tall potted plants beside the staircase. In the distance, the rosewood dining table had been set by the butler with a lavish breakfast spread. Shi Yu was already at the table, enjoying his meal. The interior designer had crafted the space with finesse. Directly facing the table was a wall adorned with a large-screen television showcasing morning financial news. Shu He washed her hands at the U-shaped island counter adjacent to the dining table. The breakfast was a delightful fusion of Eastern and Western cuisines, featuring an array of rich ingredients and fruits. The head butler of Qingfeng Villa was Jiang Choyun, who had meticulously followed the dietary recommendations provided by Mr. Chu for the lady, instructing the kitchen to prepare 3 meals accordingly. This morning, the kitchen had prepared a nourishing red date, goji berry, and white fungus soup for her, along with a variety of delightful pastries designed to invigorate and enhance her appetite. Any leftovers could be stored in a lunchbox for snacking later. Whole grains were also a vital source of nourishment. The chef had steamed baby pumpkins, corn, and sweet red sugar buns. Shu He sat across from Shi Yu, picking up a piece of a bear-shaped sweet bun. Taking a bite, she discovered it was soft, sweet, and filled with red bean paste, her favorite. The chef had clearly put great effort into the presentation. Shu He enjoyed one of the sweet red bean buns and sampled a few other pastries. She glanced at Shi Yu, who was eating slowly. It was Thursday, and he had 2 finance classes at Jingbei University that morning. The atmosphere felt somewhat peculiar. Only then did she realize Shi Yu's expression was rather indifferent. After some contemplation, she took a delicious sweet bun and placed it on the plate beside him. "This tastes wonderful." Shi Yu responded, acknowledging her. After breakfast, Jiang Choyun packed some pastries into a lunchbox for Shu He, including 2 pieces of donkey hide gelatin cake for her to enjoy as snacks. She placed it into her backpack. Qingfeng Villa was a 20-minute drive from Jingda, and as Shu He rummaged through her bag for her car keys, Jiang Choyun smiled and said, "Madam, the sir is also heading to Jingda today." Shu He sensed the underlying implication. The sound of an engine caught her attention as she glanced towards the foyer, where Shi Yu's scion was parked outside. The window rolled down, revealing his composed demeanor. "Shall I give you a ride?" "Yes." Since they were both heading to Jingda, it was only fitting that Mr. Shi personally drove her. Shu He promptly made her way outside, opening the passenger door and settling into the seat. As the car started, Shi Yu glanced at her. "Buckle up." Upon entering Jingda's north gate, Shi Yu found a parking spot and halted the vehicle. Shu He slung her backpack over her shoulder and thanked him before exiting the car. "What is your daily KPI for expressing gratitude to me?" "KPI?" Shu He gazed at him in confusion. Although the car had come to a stop, Shi Yu remained seated, leaning against the backrest and observing her with a composed expression. "One might mistake me for your employer rather than your husband." Shu He chose her words carefully. "You are giving me a ride to school, and I sincerely wish to express my gratitude. A verbal thank you? That is insufficiently sincere then." Sensing his unamused tone, Shu He pondered for a moment before inquiring, "How would you like me to express my gratitude?" Shi Yu recalled something. "Did you bring your guitar with you?" "I did." "Wait, how did you know I play the guitar?" She was taken aback. Since she learned to speak in the first year of middle school, she had started singing the Cantonese version of Truly Love You and began learning the guitar. Later, she registered a music account under the name Xiao Hui plays guitar, a detail she had never disclosed to anyone. "The system recommended your account to me." Shu He's shock was palpable in the videos posted on that account. She had never revealed her face and seldom updated, even selecting privacy settings to avoid being recommended to people who might know her. She had over 60,000 followers. The videos were raw, unedited, featuring her casually singing Cantonese songs and performing requests from fans. Her fans were adorably supportive, never judging her. Shi Yu noticed the blush spreading across Shu He's cheeks, realizing she was still quite innocent and bashful. He chuckled. "You wouldn't consider stopping your updates, would you? When did you discover it?" "I forgot." Shu He averted her gaze, her earlobes flushed with embarrassment. "I'm just an amateur, singing randomly. It's not pleasant. If you want, you could unfollow me and follow someone better." Shi Yu glanced at his watch, noting they had 15 minutes until class. "We have prepared a dedicated practice room for you at home, along with a dance studio on the 2nd floor of the west courtyard. Feel free to practice whenever you have the time." "Alright, thank you." She promptly corrected herself, almost inadvertently making a slip of the tongue. She bent down to tie her shoelaces. Shi Yu wore a barely perceptible smile. "Let your verbal gratitude be replaced with a guitar performance instead." "Agreed." Shu He's fair complexion gradually faded from its previous flush, and she exhaled softly. "If you'd like to hear something, I can play for you when I get home tonight." What song do you want to hear? Anything will do. Shu He resolved to avoid relying on Mr. Shi's car unless absolutely necessary. Being under his attention felt embarrassingly public, akin to having her secluded paradise invaded by a sudden and scrupulous merchant. Chapter 22, Customization. Meeting Yu Ting after completing 2 classes on the comprehensive study of ancient texts. It was nearly 10 o'clock, this was a required course for her major, and Professor Hong forbade the use of mobile phones in class. Shu He packed her bag and exited the teaching building, heading to the library to work on her assignments. Just as she was walking, her phone rang. Upon answering, she was greeted by a young woman on the other end. Hello, Mrs. Shi. Mr. Shi has arranged a customization for you. My surname is Yu, and I am the employee responsible for coordinating this project. May I ask when you are available? Shu halted her steps momentarily, processing the information. Customization? Yes, please hold on. I will get back to you shortly. Alright. After hanging up, Shu sent Shi Yu a message to verify the woman's claims, knowing he should have just finished his classes for the finance department. Xiao Hui, someone just contacted me, saying she is in charge of the customization work. Did you arrange this? De Xiong Mao, yes. Xiao Hui, what is being customized? Shu stared at the screen, waiting for a response, but he did not reply. It seemed Shi Yu was not inclined to engage in conversation. As she was about to put her phone away, she noticed an image at the top of the group chat. Clicking to enlarge it, she saw a picture of the finance department's teaching building. Although classes had ended, Professor Shi was besieged at the podium by a throng of students clamoring to ask him questions. A smile crept onto Shu's lips. Shi Yu maintained a calm demeanor, patiently addressing the students who surrounded him like adoring fans who had just spotted their idol fresh off a flight. Some classmates were sending gossip messages in the group chat. Yuan no Hashikuzu, Professor Shi's wedding ring is so dazzling. We asked him why he didn't take a honeymoon with his wife, and guess what he said? Zhao Huashi Shi, stop teasing us. Just tell us. Tian Shang Wakai Bai Yuzha, when did a male model teacher join the finance department? You guys are really lucky. Professor Shi's physique is, drooling emoji, so tempting. Yuan no Hashikuzu, Professor Shi said his wife didn't accompany him, haha. Nan Xiang, ha, it feels like Professor Shi said that with a touch of grievance. Shu stared at the screen. Recalling Shi Yu's expression from this morning, silently she added in her heart, it's not that I intentionally chose not to go with you, I have final exams to prepare for, you are Professor Shi. You merely need to create the exam paper, and you could potentially flunk others. I, however, am a student who must complete the paper. If I fail, I risk being flunked by the professors. If that happens, I won't be able to receive any honors in the future. Feng Zhang Weiba, red beans grow in the south, and Shi Yu is a male model. At the age of 23, a captivating young mother, Shi Yu's waist, a lethal allure, born with talent must have its tricks. One commenter chuckled. Professor Shi must engage in regular exercise, boasting a physique of golden proportions. Just a glance at his waist exudes strength. Alas, his wife must certainly enjoy a life of indulgence every night. I am utterly envious. Another inquired, is there a link to the dark burgundy shirt he wore? I wish to purchase one. A third echoed the sentiment. Same here, I want the same outfit. As the evening stars twinkled, a user remarked, born with talent must have its tricks. Our senior knows how to seduce men, such a glutton, don't corrupt the freshman in our group. Suddenly, a vivid image floated into Shu He's mind. Shi Yu entering the master bedroom after morning exercises, tall and robust, sweat cascading down his sculpted collarbones, undeniably enticing, radiating sexual tension. At that moment, she dared not stare. Yet the memory was indeed exquisite. The students in this discussion group were lively, sharing various gossip and amusing anecdotes. The latest chat featured a video of a live performance by a Peking opera instructor. In a CAF near Jing University, on the second floor, Shu He pushed open the door to find a woman at the window diligently working on her computer. It was her first encounter with Yu Ting. The crisp sound of typing ceased as Yu Ting turned to face her. Their eyes met. Yu Ting was clad in an elegant, tailored suit, exquisite high heels, vibrant lipstick, and adorned with delicate jewelry. Her eyes, reminiscent of beautiful peach blossoms, sparkled alluringly. Shu He's first impression of Yu Ting was that she belonged to the realm of stunning beauties, radiating brilliance. Why Yu Ting closed her laptop and approached Shu He, extending her hand with a polite smile. Mrs. Shi, it's a pleasure to meet you, here is my business card. Shu He shook her hand and accepted the luxurious card, which indicated Yu Ting's position. She appeared to be in her 20s yet held the significant title of Director of Public Relations at Hongxing Group, which surprised Shu He. Such a role typically signifies high-level leadership. Why would Shi Yu arrange for a director to handle a bespoke project? After selecting their coffees, Yu Ting handed Shu He an iPad, articulating the realm of bespoke services with clarity. Shu He observed the screen showcasing details of personalized items, including clothing, handbags, shoes, and jewelry, from prestigious brands such as Hermes, Louis Vuitton, Gucci, and Chanel. In an era where personalized demands are on the rise, bespoke services have become the new darling of the elite. Shu He recognized that these luxury fashion brands have long cherished collaborations with influential figures across various circles. As long as the funds are substantial, they will offer an array of bespoke products executed with exquisite craftsmanship for high-end clients. Yu Ting measured Shu He's dimensions with a soft tape. Mrs. Shi, your figure is somewhat slender, yet you carry yourself with grace, embodying an elegance that is often seen in dancers. Each month, these brands present new collections, and should you have any issues or requests, feel free to contact me. I will liaise with them. Understood. Shu He nodded in appreciation. Yu Ting smiled brightly. May I add you as a friend? Of course, Shu He replied as she took out her phone to connect. Still consuming traditional medicine, Shu He opted for a pudding milkshake, rich and creamy, devoid of tea or caffeine. Mrs. Shi, do you have any specific style preferences for your custom pieces? None. As the sunlight danced through the leaves, Shu He, with soft eyes, replied, I am Shu He. We seem to be of similar age, so please feel free to call me Shu He. Very well. Yu Ting nodded, gently stirring her coffee. Her gaze lingered on Shu He's features. Their brief connection revealed her to be a polite young woman, somewhat reserved. In her mind, Yu Ting began to formulate the style for Shu He's custom orders. On her way back to Beijing University, Shu He hesitated about where to have lunch when she suddenly caught sight of a familiar silver Maybach approaching. This was a school zone, bustling with patrolling officers and students. The driver slowed down, searching for a parking spot. Upon recognizing the license plate, Shu He quickened her pace toward the school entrance. Shu He, why are you running? Fu Henning called out from the car, prompting her to run even faster. She attempted to call Shu He. The number you have dialed is currently on call. Please try again later. Fu Henning was taken aback. How long had this number remained in the dark? He switched to another number he had used to contact her abroad. This one had not been blocked, and he intended to inquire why she was fleeing. The number you have dialed is currently on call. Please try again later. Fu Henning cursed softly, tossing his phone onto the seat beside him. She had publicly splashed red wine in his face, humiliating him. After their Cold War, he had even lowered himself to appease her, offering explanations and reassurances. Alas, Shu He had recently become rather spoiled. By noon, outsiders were barred from entering Beijing University's campus. He loosened the top button of his shirt, a surge of unidentifiable frustration simmering within him, further exacerbated by the traffic, as he reprimanded, finding a parking spot is such a hassle. Do you not plan to work tomorrow? My apologies, Mr. Fu, the driver replied, having become the nth driver for Mr. Fu recently. Mr. Fu had just joined the group and was under pressure from older board members. He felt constrained within the company, and Chairman Fu advised him to be patient and to achieve some results first. Mr. Fu's moods were unpredictable, and he often erupted in anger at the firm. Chapter 23, Twin Soup Dumplings. Seated on the student bus at the university, Shu He was en route to the nearest dining hall when her phone vibrated. Shi Yu was calling. Are you finished with your work? Yes, I'm done. Come have lunch at the faculty dormitory. I'm here. Shu He gazed ahead, approaching the dining hall. She replied, I'm eating at the dining hall. What are you having? Shu He frowned. Why was Shi Yu suddenly concerned about her? Soup dumplings, what filling? Shu He, bewildered, responded, a mix of mushrooms, cabbage, and carrots. Mix what? Shi Yu, with a tone both cold and certain, dismantled her pretense. You're in the dining hall. So is it your doppelganger sitting on the bus? Shu He turned abruptly. Outside the bus window, sunlight filtered through ginkgo leaves, illuminating Shi Yu, who stood tall, briefcase in hand, locking eyes with her. A wave of embarrassment washed over Shu He. How could one feel so awkward? She awkwardly disembarked, heavy-footed, approaching Shi Yu, feeling breathless, and timidly greeted, what a coincidence. Shall we go to the dining hall together? You can use my meal card. I'll treat you. Am I a human trafficker from Myanmar? No. Am I your creditor? Neither. So, am I the king of hell, a beast of flood and disaster then? No. Then what am I to you? Shu He replied honestly. Husband. Shi Yu glanced at his watch, his demeanor turning serious. You do acknowledge I am your husband. Now tell me, what does it mean to keep avoiding me? I'm sorry, I won't avoid you next time. I've been waiting for you since 10 o'clock. And now you'd rather pretend to be a spider than face me. What exactly are you afraid of? Spiders have 8 legs. What about your mixed mushroom, cabbage, and carrot soup dumplings? Shu He felt as though she were being reprimanded by a stern teacher and mustered the courage to say, I was just about to head to the dining hall. I've been craving soup dumplings. Heh. Shu He stood at attention, adopting a serious expression. No, you remind me of a soup dumpling. Shi Yu turned and walked towards the faculty dormitory. Shu He, heart pounding with trepidation, followed closely behind, her thoughts racing as he suddenly halted, narrowing his eyes at her. Go eat your mixed soup dumplings. Feeling guilty, Shu He lowered her gaze. The deep darkness of his eyes bore a sharp, oppressive force. She suddenly felt a chill, as if her head were exposed. She had erred, and he towered over her, presenting an image akin to a professor admonishing an unruly student. A Professor Shi. In the distance, a few students riding electric bikes waved enthusiastically at Shi Yu, pleading for Shu He, don't scold her. She is so beautiful. If she hasn't submitted her assignment, she can just make it up next time. Indeed, Professor Shi, your assignments are too difficult. We can't produce results. Even the answer key on Xiaoyuan's search doesn't have the solutions. Professor Shi, will next week's class be online or in person? Will you still come to Jing University? Yes, it will be online. In Shua's gaze, Shi Yu strode towards the faculty apartment, uttering no further words. She followed closely behind him. Exhaling a sigh of relief, Professor Shi, do you have classes today? Yes, an early class. Beneath the faculty apartment, an elderly professor from the mathematics department, reappointed by Kyoto University, was seen locking his bicycle without his glasses. Noticing a young girl trailing behind Shi Yu, he made a blind guess. Bringing your daughter to work, I see, she is my wife, Shi Yu replied with a dark expression. Apologies, my eyesight is failing me. The old professor hurriedly retrieved his glasses from his pocket and put them on, finally recognizing the girl, whom he found increasingly familiar. I remember her. If I am not mistaken, she was the one who sang in Cantonese at the opening ceremony 4 years ago. Correct? Shi Yu raised an eyebrow. Indeed, Shua could not help but be astonished. The old professor's memory was truly remarkable. That was a long-ago event, during which she had performed a Cantonese version of Truly Love You at the undergraduate opening ceremony. May I ask you a question? In the elevator, Shua's soft voice reached his ears. Shi Yu's Adam's apple bobbed as he lowered his gaze slightly towards the young girl behind him. Go ahead. Shua pulled a Wawa milk candy from her pocket and offered it to him as a peace offering. Did you also attend that freshman opening ceremony 4 years ago? Yes. Shi Yu looked at the single Wawa milk candy resting in Shua's palm. Her hand was delicate, slender as jade, soft and snow-white, with neatly trimmed round nails. Do you think a single candy can appease my anger? Shua added another candy. Shi Yu hesitated, caught in a moment of indecision. Eventually, he accepted the 2 blatant bribes of Wawa milk candy from her. The room was on the 5th floor, and the door handle was equipped with a fingerprint lock. Shi Yu opened the door, placed his briefcase on the entrance cabinet, collected himself, changed his shoes, and inquired, why haven't you come over for an afternoon nap lately? The library is also a place to sleep. Lying on the table? Yes. Shua removed her backpack and hung it on the floor-to-ceiling coat rack at the entrance. In the shoe cabinet, there was a brand new pair of women's slippers, which she changed into. This was her first time entering the faculty apartment, which had been built just 2 years prior. The environment was serene, with complete facilities and a modern decorative style. After surveying the area, which comprised 2 bedrooms and a living room, she remarked, lying down to sleep is detrimental to the cervical spine. Prolonged periods can lead to spinal deformities. I hardly ever come to this room, so it sits empty. Alright. Shi Yu was busy with work. If he had to travel for business, Thursday's class would be conducted remotely, and he rarely came to the faculty apartment for rest. Shua's anxious heart finally settled as she noticed his tone soften somewhat, indicating concern for her well-being. It seemed he had calmed down. I must not provoke Shi Yu again. Shua finally believed that the teaching profession was inherently one of restraint over students. Lunch was arranged by Shi Yu, delivered by someone he had appointed. The room contained a television, and Shi Yu enjoyed watching the news, which echoed throughout the room during the midday broadcast. While eating, Shua's phone, placed on the table, buzzed incessantly without being locked, producing a series of vibrations. It was more than 4 times, still ringing. The dining table, made of natural marble, amplified the sound of her phone's vibrations. Shua went to the restroom and had not yet returned when Shi Yu approached her phone, intending to check if there was an emergency. Just as his hand was about to reach it, the bathroom door suddenly swung open. Shua hurried over, reaching her phone before him. Chapter 24. Checking the phone. Feeling guilty, she held her phone tightly, heart racing. Thankfully, she had exited in time. Had Shi Yu seen her saved contact under the name Big Bad Cat, she would have been doomed. Shi Yu observed her guilty demeanor. What is this? Are you in a relationship? No. Then why are you feeling guilty? Hand over your phone. It's a routine check. Shua immediately concealed her phone behind her back, softening her tone to a barely audible whisper. Everyone's phone holds secrets that shouldn't be shared. What could be so secret between spouses? Shi Yu picked up his phone, unlocked it, and casually opened his chat app, generously offering it to Shua. Here, feel free to browse my friends list. You can check any other apps too. Shua was taken aback. The abruptness of his candor was overwhelming. Was Shi Yu truly so forthright? She glanced over, discovering a pinned friend on his chat app, her own ID avatar. The note read wife. The rest were mostly workgroups and a few friends. Shua was astonished. How could there exist a man without a single secret? Her reluctance to let Shi Yu check her phone was not solely due to the Big Bad Cat label. Most importantly, her intimate conversations with Mumu were far from appropriate for scrutiny, occupying nearly 30 gigabytes of her WeChat storage. A mere glimpse would be enough to warrant judgment. Furthermore, Mumu often sent her cheeky emoticons, which would be disastrous if leaked. With only Mumu as her close friend, she was loath to delete those cherished memories, leaving her in a stalemate against Shi Yu's request. Shi Yu reclaimed his phone, placing it back on the table, his gaze fixed on Shua's stubborn expression. He gently pressed his lips together, his long, dark eyes revealing little emotion. He removed his glasses and, approaching the entrance cabinet, took out a lens cloth and began to clean his glasses methodically. Shua observed the smooth contours of Shi Yu's profile as he lowered his gaze, his expression inscrutable. After donning his glasses, he resumed his meal. The man appeared calm, watching the television screen while casually changing the channel. As if nothing had transpired, Shu He inched closer, lowering her head, her long, silky hair cascading down. She cautiously explained, I am not in a relationship. Shu Yu began to focus on a sports event, responding casually, if you wish to date. Then go ahead, you are at the age to do so. I won't interfere. Shu He lingered in stunned silence for a while before seating herself across from Shi Yu. His words sounded as though he were her own uncle. Shu He opened her friends list, revealing the series of messages from teacher Shi Junting, which she placed on the table for him to see. The messages on my phone were from my teacher. Sharing some cutting-edge papers and books, that's why it kept buzzing. What do you call him? Teacher Shu He failed to grasp the implication. Shu He, if I were a tad older, you could have driven me straight to the ICU. Shu He sensed Shi Yu's genuine anger. Upon reflection, she realized her mistake. In her haste to explain, she had forgotten to address Shi Junting as Dad. I'm sorry, I'll remember to call him that next time. Her voice was barely above a whisper, her fingers instinctively gripping her clothing in a sincere gesture of apology. Shu He noticed a small plate had appeared beside her, filled with shrimp that Shi Yu had peeled for her. Accompanied by some high-protein meats, the table also held a serving of mushroom and cabbage dumplings. Despite being upset earlier, Shi Yu had remembered her earlier comment about wanting dumplings and had arranged for someone to fetch them from the canteen. The two remained in a stalemate for a while. An oppressive aura surrounded the man, his gaze fixed on Shu He, who in turn kept her eyes averted, trembling with anxiety. Shi Yu's silence rendered her motionless until her stomach audibly grumbled. She pressed her hand against her belly, feeling a bit helpless, yet, even that gesture could not stifle the sounds emanating from her stomach, which only grew louder. Shu He looked toward Shi Yu, her eyes pleading for mercy. She retrieved the last two Owa milk candies and placed them on the table, slowly pushing them toward him as an olive branch. Shi Yu's gaze fell upon the candies for a moment. He was at a loss for words. After a long silence, he sighed, his tone softening. Put away your phone and eat. The dumplings are getting cold. Okay. Shu He picked up her chopsticks, grasping a dumpling filled with carrots. Intending to take a bite, but paused. Instead, she placed the dumpling on the plate beside Shi Yu. Thank you for waiting for me to eat. He had peeled shrimp for her and selected various nutritious meats. So Shu He felt this dumpling should be his first. Shi Yu picked up the dumpling, taking a couple of bites. When his phone rang, it was a work call from his assistant, Xiao Su. He set down his chopsticks and stepped onto the balcony. Speaking in a low voice. Don't wait for me, eat first and take a nap afterward. Okay, Shu He replied, nodding obediently. Shi Yu's call lasted quite a while. Shu He noticed that he frequently received calls, regardless of work or leisure time. He held multiple positions and was perpetually busy. By the time she finished her meal, Shi Yu was still conversing on the balcony. As she opened the door to the secondary bedroom, intending to take a brief nap, she heard Shi Yu's deep voice behind her. Go to the master bedroom. Okay, the driver will pick you up from school this evening. Shu He nodded gently. Shi Yu rolled up his shirt sleeves, tidied up the table, wiped it down with disinfectant wipes, turned off the television in the living room, donned his coat, changed his shoes, and left with his briefcase. Pushing open the door to the master bedroom, Shu He noted the sunlit room filled with warm light. Yet it was evident that it bore no signs of usage. Shi Yu had never slept here. She recalled that when she first entered the apartment, a new pair of slippers had been prepared for her in the shoe cabinet at the entrance. And the wardrobe in the master bedroom contained fresh sheets and a duvet cover. When she took them out, a faint scent of laundry detergent wafted through the air, indicating they had already been washed. She lay on the bed, unable to drift into slumber for a prolonged period. The lunch she had was not particularly greasy. It was prepared by Shi Yu, although he was supposed to finish work by 9:40. He was still at the school near noon, waiting for her to join him for a meal. While on the bus, she playfully deceived him, claiming she was enjoying a mixed platter of dumplings. Shu He regretted her instinctive decision to avoid Shi Yu at that moment. Later that evening, Shu He retrieved her guitar. Shi Yu had expressed a desire to hear her play during their journey to Peking University, and she intended to perform Tsinghua Ci, a song with beautiful lyrics and melody. Perhaps this could serve as an apology to Shi Yu. She remained uncertain whether he was still upset. She had indeed erred this morning, causing him displeasure repeatedly. Perhaps she would play him 2 songs later. After dinner, Butler Jiang took her to tour the second floor of the West Courtyard, where a dance room and a music room had been prepared for her. Madam, the physician advises that you engage in appropriate exercise daily, Butler Jiang said. Following Mr. Chu's suggestions, you may choose to practice some dance or yoga. There is also a gym at home. Any form of exercise is acceptable. But the gentleman reminds you to proceed gradually. Avoid intense aerobic activities at the outset. Once your energy is replenished, you may join him for a morning run on an empty stomach. Alright. Shu He glanced out the corridor window. The night was dense, and the moonlight scattered like fine shards upon the treetops in the courtyard, casting indistinct shadows in the dimness. It was already past 9, and Shi Yu had yet to return home. Shu He changed into sportswear and headed to the gym, where she jogged on the treadmill for about 20 minutes, while Xiao Xiaoju sat beside her, watching intently. As she ran, Xiao Xiaoju stealthily climbed onto the treadmill behind her, only to tumble off as the belt moved backward. Endearingly clumsy, Shu He picked up Xiao Xiaoju and placed it aside, gently rubbing its head. Your hind leg has just healed, don't run. Stay here and wait for me. Xiao Xiaoju sat vacantly awaiting her return. After her run, feeling a bit sweaty, Shu He performed some simple stretches, then returned to her room for a shower. She needed a moment of rest. A bath after exercising often made her drowsy. At around 11, when her eyelids grew heavy, she donned a coat and stepped outside, wondering if Shi Yu had returned and if he still wished to hear her play the guitar. Butler Jiang informed her, "The gentleman has not yet returned, madam, you should retire for the night." Shu He returned to her bedroom, the guitar remained on the table, and as she lay on the bed, her eyelids closed within 2 minutes, plunging her into a deep slumber. Perhaps Shi Yu no longer desired to hear her play. Chapter 25, each at peace, unbothered by the other. The following day, as Shu He dined at home, she did not catch a glimpse of Shi Yu. Both breakfast and dinner were solitary affairs at the dining table. She was oblivious to Shi Yu's whereabouts. Butler Jiang discreetly inquired with assistant Xiao about the gentleman's activities. While it was unusual for a butler to pry into his employer's matters, assistant Zhao's response was vague, merely stating that Mr. Shi was busy with semiconductor industry acquisitions at the group, and he could not disclose any personal matters. Hence, Butler Jiang reassured Shu He that Mr. Shi had been working late at the group. Hoping to put her mind at ease, however, he noted that Shu He did not press for further details. Butler Jiang had previously worked as a servant in affluent families, and he understood that the distant relationship between Shu He and Shi Yu made it challenging to foster intimacy. In family unions lacking emotional foundations, coexisting peacefully was the best approach. According to the customs of Jingbei, the third day post-wedding required a visit to the bride's family, and it was then that Shu He finally encountered Shi Yu. Early in the morning, the household servants began loading gifts into the car. Shu He discerned a pattern. Whenever a scion was involved, it was invariably driven by Shi Yu himself. En route to the Zhou residence, Shi Yu reminded her, "Don't forget to visit the hospital for acupuncture. You may have Mumu accompany you. I will be away on a business trip for half a month." Shu He nodded, softly replying, "Be safe and may your work proceed smoothly." Shi Yu pressed his lips together, seemingly on the verge of saying something, yet he fell silent. The journey was lengthy, and no further conversation transpired between them. At the Zhou residence, in the backyard, the clear skies followed a heavy snowfall, and the recent weather had been splendid. A servant prepared a cup of warm milk with red dates for Shu He, which she cradled in her hands, savoring it slowly. The garden was empty, as preparations for lunch were underway. She had stepped out for some fresh air. In truth, moments ago, Shi Yu had sat beside her, and their silence felt akin to that of two parties in an arranged marriage from ancient times. A slight heaviness settled in her chest, prompting her to take a stroll. Xiang Mei approached, carrying 2 trays of freshly baked pastries. "I intended to invite Mumu over to join us, but that child refused to come." Shu He stood to accept the 2 trays of osmanthus pastries. She noted that her mother appeared somewhat gaunter, her voice lacking vigor, with red veins visible in her eyes. Had she not rested well? Mumu has been quite busy with work lately. A year ago, Mumu had parted ways with her brother Zhou Xianji, which had caused Shu He considerable distress, leading to a bout of illness. Despite being a healthy girl, she had languished in bed for a week, waking each day in tears, only to fall back asleep. The reasons for the breakup were not disclosed by Mumu, and when Shu He inquired with her brother, he too remained silent. Zhou Xianji had voluntarily requested a transfer to participate in the Western Xinjiang aid program. Leaving Jingbei, Xiang Mei lifted 1 tray of osmanthus pastries, speaking gently. "Shu He, your brother has returned home today. He just inquired about your whereabouts. Perhaps you could send this tray of freshly made pastries to him and Shi Yu. Brother is back." Shu He had not seen her brother for quite some time. He had purchased a ticket to attend her wedding but was unable to come due to work commitments. It seemed the aid program was only for a year, and calculating the time, it was likely that it had concluded. Shu He carried the osmanthus pastries into the living room, but she did not find Shi Yu or her brother there. A servant informed her they were upstairs in the study, so she ascended the stairs, pushed open the door, and found Shi Yu and Zhou Xianji seated at opposite ends of a go board, engaged in a game of he. A voice, both noble and gentle, resonated. The study was bright and tidy, the man's features warm and refined, the light streaming in illuminated his brow, and his serene smile was akin to a gentle spring breeze. It was Zhou Xianji, a person who resembled a beautiful jade mountain, exuding an aura of calmness and a dark administrative jacket, as if he had just returned home and had yet to change out of his attire before being drawn into the game. Brother. As Shi Yu held a white stone, poised to make his move, he turned to look at Shu He, who stood beside the go board, holding the tray of pastries. "These are mother's pastries." "For whom?" Shi Yu teased, placing the white stone down. "For both of you." Shu He maintained an impartial demeanor as she set the osmanthus pastries on the coffee table. "Do you two know each other?" "Not well." Zhou Xianji placed a black stone. Shi Yu cast a casual glance at Zhou Xianji before using the white stone to capture him and around, observing the go board, which was already filled with numerous pieces. Shu He doubted their claims of unfamiliarity. As December approached, the weather grew increasingly frigid. Each morning, when Shu He opened the curtains, she could see the frost coating the ginkgo trees outside. While many plants in the garden had been moved indoors by the butler for warmth, many courses at Peking University were winding down, with exams on the horizon, and Shu He found herself leading a monotonous routine each day. Library, cafeteria, Qingfeng Villa, a repetitive cycle. Strangely, since Shi Yu's business trip, she had not communicated with him at all. She was even unaware of his destination. Nevertheless, Shu He continued to live her life. This arrangement was, in fact, quite agreeable. She and Shi Yu were unbothered by each other, granting her a sense of freedom. Such a simple, unadorned life was what she had longed for from the start, during her first semester at the doctoral program. Aside from completing her course requirements, Shu He wrote a brief paper on the Northern Song dynasties when Yuan Hua, which her mentor, Shi Ting, had guided through 3 revisions. She submitted it to a core journal, and the editor informed her that it had passed the preliminary review and would require a 2-month wait for external review. If accepted, it would be her 3rd publication in a core journal. In the past month and a half, Shu He occasionally visited Moon Bay to tend to the flowers and plants she had nurtured, watering and trimming them. Later, Aunt Zhang arranged for some of the plants from Moon Bay to be moved to Qingfeng Villa, saving her the hassle of commuting. Shu He also planned to relocate a wish bottle she had kept in her bedroom cupboard to Qingfeng Villa. This bottle had accompanied her since she was 8. Filled with colorful little cards on which she had penned her thoughts, serving as a record of her growth, the wish bottle was a gift from her godmother, who, fearing her sadness upon discovering her inability to speak, encouraged her to write her feelings on the rainbow cards so that her sister could hear them. When Shu He returned to Moon Bay from the library, it was already past 9 in the evening. The winter nights carried a biting chill, and as she approached the building, she noticed the bare branches of many trees in the community. All was silent. Upon reaching her door, she unlocked it with her fingerprint. As she pushed the door open, her vision was enveloped in darkness. Since her marriage, no one had resided there, and the absence of flowers and plants rendered the place even more desolate and empty. Just as she reached for the light switch, she sensed something amiss. A pair of men's leather shoes sat by the shoe cabinet. Venturing into the living room, she discovered Zhou Xianji standing on the balcony. The moonlight cast a cold glow, and the stars were sparse. The man's silhouette was tall and elegant, his gaze deep and distant, with a glowing ember of a cigarette flickering between his fingers. Surrounded by a haze of smoke, he stood there quietly, his demeanor shrouded in a somber atmosphere, outlined softly by the faint light, resembling a secluded snow-capped mountain. Brother, upon hearing someone call him from behind, Zhou Xianji snapped back to reality, lowered his gaze, and extinguished the cigarette. Chapter 26. Elder brother, possessing an elegant demeanor, tucked a photograph of Zijing into his pocket and approached her with graceful strides, his refined countenance radiating a gentle warmth. Have you returned home? He inquired. Yes, I came to retrieve some belongings. As Shu He felt the weight lift from her shoulder, she remembered that she had yet to remove her backpack. It was Zhou Xianji who approached, assisting her in removing the heavy bag and placing it on the sofa. Noticing her cold reddened hands, he went to the kitchen to fill a thermos with warm water. Here, warm your hands. Shu He accepted the small thermos, feeling the soothing warmth spread from her palms throughout her body. Thank you, brother. There's no need for thanks between us. Zhou Xianji lifted the teapot from the coffee table and poured her a cup of tea. Relaxed, Shu He settled onto the sofa, quietly observing her brother. His gentle brows and refined presence resembled the noble bamboo, embodying integrity and grace. Have you eaten dinner yet? He asked. Not yet. Shu He pondered how her brother, who rarely stayed at the Zhou residence, found himself lost in thought on the balcony. When she was 11, he had cared for her at Moon Bay, guiding her as she grew up. Later, he had moved to a standalone villa in the West District. What would you like to eat? I can make it. Clear soup noodles. Both she and Zijing preferred a milder flavor. In their childhood, they adored the clear soup noodles he prepared, showcasing his culinary skills. Shu He recalled a time when her sister had devoured 2 bowls, lying on the sofa in a state of blissful fullness. Zhou Xianji ruffled his sister's hair. Alright, the refrigerator was empty from disuse, so Zhou Xianji arranged for fresh vegetables and eggs to be delivered, along with a box of pastries. Whenever he cooked, Shu He would assist him in the kitchen, and this occasion was no exception. The decor of Moon Bay reflected a warm and healing creamy style, favored by girls like Meg. The warm-tone lighting created a cozy ambience, and the spacious kitchen was impeccably clean, with a small pot already heating water for the noodles. At the counter, Zhou Xianji prepared the soup base for the noodles while Shu He washed the vegetables. How is your relationship with Shi Yu? Upon hearing his name, Shu He paused, chuckling lightly. I'm getting along quite well with him. He's a good person, though a bit intimidating, she added. A warm, low chuckle followed. The water in the pot began to boil, and Zhou Xianji added the noodles, saying, I should record that statement and send it to him so he can appreciate his good person card. Are you very familiar with him? Shu He, unsure of her brother's friends, responded. We get along all right. Shu He raised a leafy vegetable in her hand to shift the topic. Brother, doesn't this leaf resemble a little fan? It does, Zhou Xianji replied with a gentle smile. How many bowls of noodles would you like today? 2 bowls. After dinner, as night fell, Zhou Xianji drove Shu He back to Qingfeng Villa. She placed the wish bottle hidden in her bedroom drawer into her backpack. Cradling the box of pastries he had given her while gazing at the bustling streets and the luxurious and opulent Kyoto, the flow of traffic never ceased. Shu He observed Zhou Shenji's focused profile as he drove. Engaging her in casual conversation, his smile unwavering, yet beneath her brother's warm demeanor lay a hint of melancholy. Zhou Shenji exuded refinement, restraint, and solitude, while he appeared gentle as jade, there lingered a subtle loneliness in his eyes. As he returned to Moon Bay today, she wondered if he missed her in Beijing. He lived alone in the villa in the West District. Shu He felt a dull ache in her heart. Regretting not having moved the flowers and plants back, surely her brother felt a sense of emptiness in the vacant room today. Remembering something, she softly asked, Did Mom take the supplements I bought for her? During the last visit, May had not been in good spirits. Shu He had a vague understanding of the reason. Her sister's death anniversary was approaching, weighing heavily on their mother's heart. Shu He had bought numerous supplements from the pharmacy and health store, sending them to her mother under her brother's name. As the anniversary drew closer, Shu He found herself increasingly reluctant to face her mother. However, she could see that in the union of the Zhou and Shi families, her mother had maintained her dignity, never missing important events and being attentive to guests, yet, beyond these formalities, the relationship remained distant, a barrier that persisted. Don't worry, Mom is feeling much better. At Beijing North Hospital's traditional Chinese medicine department, Shu He lay on an moxibustion bed. The female doctor here was skilled, and timely moxibustion could unblock meridians, warm the body, and invigorate blood flow. After moxibustion on the Guanyuan point, the height of the bed was adjusted by the doctor. In the meantime, Shi Yu was wide-eyed, almost dropping his jaw in astonishment as he watched the doctor circle a burning moxa stick above Shu He's head. Oh my, they didn't do this to her last time. The doctor smiled and explained, this is the Baihui point, which also helps improve blood circulation. Shu He remained still, having overcome her initial fear of the moxa stick, the first time she had undergone moxibustion. She had been apprehensive about the smoke, but after several sessions she had grown accustomed to it. After the treatment, she felt warm and relaxed, her limbs fully at ease, having sweated a bit on her abdomen. Her breathing had significantly improved. The complete moxibustion session lasted about half an hour, during which the doctor cautioned her repeatedly to keep warm and to avoid the cold for half an hour after leaving the hospital. When will Uncle be back? I don't know. Shu He donned a knitted hat, having worn a long down coat with 2 layers of thermal clothing underneath. He said he would be gone for half a month. But it seems the time has already passed. Did you two have a quarrel? Not really a quarrel. Before he left, I might have upset him, and perhaps he is still sulking and doesn't want to talk to me. Shi Yu tied a thick scarf around Shu He's neck. He is not the type to hold grudges. When he is upset, he usually expresses it directly, and he is good at regulating his emotions. So things will blow over. Shu He pondered. Is that so? Of course, unlike Fu Henning, that fool who holds grudges without saying a word and throws tantrums, surrounding himself with a throng of admirers to flaunt how popular he is. Let us not mention Fu Henning. It's bad luck, right? Shi Yu interjected. As the saying goes, couples may quarrel at the head of the bed but reconcile at the foot. When Uncle returns, you two can sleep together, and any tension will dissipate. I didn't tell you, but actually, we have been sleeping in separate rooms. Shi Yu's eyes widened in shock as he sat beside Shu He, once the female doctor walked away. He whispered, why are you sleeping in separate rooms? Tell me the truth. Is your quarrel because Uncle isn't up to par? This is the traditional Chinese medicine department. You could get him some tonics to boost him. Shi Yu's imaginative thinking always amazed Shu He, who laughed and shook her head. It's not because of that. He seems quite capable. Then you two have never. Shu He understood what Shi Yu was implying. No, we haven't. What about on your wedding night? Surely there was hand-holding, a kiss, or something. I pretended to be asleep, so nothing happened. Wow, pure revolutionary friendship. Uncle has such a good figure, better than male models. Shu He, it's free, if you don't take advantage of it. It would be a waste. Shu He laced up her shoes. Whenever I interact with Shi Yu, I subconsciously treat him as an elder, hesitant to have any inappropriate thoughts. When I see Uncle, I feel like a mouse encountering a cat. Chapter 27 A Chance Encounter, A Great Adventure. Shi Yu's eyes lit up. Oh, cousin? Spotting a woman passing by in the hallway, Shi Yu raised her eyebrows and pulled Shu He along. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Yu Ting turned around, still holding the medicine prescribed by the doctor. Mu, what are you doing here? Shu He, you're here too. You two know each other, Shi Yu exclaimed, surprised as her gaze shifted from Yu Ting to Shu He. Shu He nodded. We met once. You're here for moxibustion? Yes. Shi Yu wrapped her arm around Shu He's and introduced Yu Ting. Shu He, this is my cousin Yu Ting, which means she is also your cousin. Cousin, Shu He called out sweetly. Why? Yu Ting cleared her throat. Mu, you silly girl, you've directly given her an older sister title. Shu He is technically my boss. We're the same age, no need to call me sister. Just Yu Ting will do. Shi Yu, always straightforward, asked, what brings you to the traditional Chinese medicine department? To see a doctor. Hearing your words is like the cleansing of Zhuangzi. It was a chilly Saturday, and Yu Ting was only wearing a light beige trench coat. As she exited the hospital, a gust of cold wind sent a shiver through her. Here, Shu He handed Yu Ting a small thermos from her pocket. her lips curling into a smile. I just filled this from the hot water dispenser at the hospital. It might be a bit hot, thank you. The seemingly inconspicuous thermos had saved Yu Ting from the cold. As they walked towards the parking lot, she curiously asked, "You carry a thermos with you?" "Yes, I'm afraid of the cold, so I take it with me." Shi Mucho's a well-reviewed private kitchen restaurant known for its light and delicious dishes. "Someone recommended this place to me before. It's not very big, but it's an old brand with authentic flavors. Should we give it a try?" Both Shu He and Yu Ting replied in unison. Sure, the quaint little restaurant is nestled within the ancient alleys of the Xiqing district in northern Beijing. The streets, steeped in history, lack modern embellishments, and the location is rather inconspicuous. Without a recommendation from someone, it would be challenging for new patrons to discover it. The establishment is run by an elderly couple who converse in their authentic northern Beijing dialect. At the entrance stands a poplar tree, bare of leaves in the chill of winter. It is noon, and the sun casts a warm glow. The proprietor brings out a cage containing a little parrot and hangs it from the tree's highest branch. The lively parrot, with its vibrant green feathers, chirps joyfully to the guests, exclaiming, "Welcome." 3 young women sit down for a meal, and the owneress wife has thoughtfully chosen a windowside table for them. Life in bustling northern Beijing is fast-paced, and Yu Ting seldom gets a day off. Thus on this winter afternoon, basking in the sun and engaging in light-hearted conversation feels utterly blissful. The dishes are all recommended by the owneress wife: steamed fish, stir-fried bok choy with tofu, sweet and sour ribs, braised pork, the local specialty Peking duck, donkey rolling, and tomato egg soup, filling the table to the brim. As the trio chats, Shi Mu wraps a piece of the duck in a lotus leaf pancake, dipping it in sweet bean sauce, adding some scallions and cucumber strips, and stuffing it into her mouth. If he manages to get into a core journal this time, the 3 of us must return to this restaurant. Although it's a bit far, their Peking duck is simply delicious. No problem, Shu He replies while savoring the steamed fish. If I can get into a good school, I'll treat you all. Yu Ting concurs, agreeing that the Peking duck here is authentic and decides to take a portion home. Shi Mu reminisces about her graduation thesis, recalling that her teacher had commented, "Please send your work luo to Xiangzi abroad. It is a roundabout way to save the country." Shu He furrows her brow, puzzled. Isn't the author of Camel Shangzi Laoshi? Yu Ting, tying up her long hair with a small rubber band, catches on to Mu's implication, bemused. She is talking about a real Xiangzi." Shi Mu shows Shu He the words on her phone's memo, causing Shu He to nearly choke on a fishbone. Amused as ever by Mu's antics, when Shu He smiles, she reveals 2 little tiger teeth, her cheeks adorned with shallow dimples, making her look exceedingly charming. Leaning close to Shu He, Shi Mu whispers, "My teacher has been unwittingly forced into the role of Xiang Lin's sister by me. While eating, I wonder where my cousin and little uncle have gone on their business trip. He has been missing for over half a month. He hasn't been deceived into going to Myanmar for organ trade, has he?" She laughs. Why Yu Ting shoots her a glance. "Do you dare to repeat that in front of manager Shi?" "I wouldn't dare." Shi Mu rubs her arms to warm them. "Little uncle does seem like someone who would trade organs." Suddenly, Yu Ting pauses her meal. Having spent many years in the public relations department, her keen insight allows her to sense something amiss. While Mu's statement seems humorous, the use of the word wonder suggests that Shu He, who is quite close to her, is unaware of manager Shi's whereabouts, indicating that they may not have communicated at all during this past month. Pondering this, Yu Ting rests her chin on her interlaced hands. "Let us play a game of truth or dare." "Sounds good," Shi Mu eagerly agrees, losing interest in the Peking duck. "It sounds thrilling, but is there no truth option?" "No, only dares." Shu He, inexperienced with the game, recalls seeing classmates play it in high school. "What's the rule?" "I'll set up the drawing." Yu Ting takes out her phone, opens a mini program, and edits a dare drawing game. Players simply need to click, and the wheel will spin automatically. There are 2 options: dare or no dare. The chosen player must follow the instructions of the other 2. Yu Ting clicks first. She places the phone in the center of the table, and Shi Mu and Shu He watch intently as the wheel slows. The pointer gradually halts, landing on no dare. "Cousin, you have such good luck," Shi Mu remarks, enviously hesitant to click again, nudging Shu He. "You go second, I'll go third." "Okay." Shu He rubs her hands together and exhales, a small gesture that makes Yu Ting chuckle. In truth, Shu He is quite an adorable girl. Shu He taps the screen, and the pointer begins to spin. Shi Mu, reveling in the excitement, chants, "Dare, dare, dare." It's really a dare." Shu He resigns herself to her fate. Shi Mu is about to suggest that Shu He ask the owneress wife to let them eat for free when Yu Ting interjects, "Shu He, why don't you give manager Shi a call?" Chapter 28, I miss you, hubby. A call. Shu He freezes, feeling that calling Shi Yu is akin to calling the king of hell. Just thinking of his face makes her uneasy. He exudes an invisible authority. Shi Mu gives her a thumbs up, then pokes Shu He in the side, grinning. "Just call little uncle, I'll decide what you say." Shu He, willing to accept the dare, retrieves her phone from her pocket, steeling herself as she dials Shi Yu's number. "Just keep the conversation light, otherwise I'll face the consequences when I go home." "Strict husband?" "Sort of, he is like a teacher." "Not like one. Little uncle is a university professor, and it's normal for students to fear their teachers." Yu Ting can't help but laugh at Shu He's words, noting her fear of manager Shi. Perhaps it's because they've only recently married, and she hasn't fully grasped who Shi Yu is. Over the past month, manager Shi has been in London discussing a semiconductor industry merger plan with family elders. Given the current market, the semiconductor industry is increasingly prioritized by governments and enterprises, being widely applicable in security, consumer electronics, cameras, automotive, and mobile manufacturing. Last month, the Domestic Securities Regulatory Commission introduced new guidelines for semiconductor listings, making it more challenging for many semiconductor companies to go public, leading to acquisitions by existing major listed firms. Hongxin Group has invested heavily in the semiconductor industry in recent years, and manager Shi aims to initiate large-scale domestic mergers in this sector. Over the past month, he has also acquired a renowned wafer manufacturing company in Singapore, with both parties having reached a stock sale agreement. The call connects swiftly. At this moment, Shu He wonders if Shi Yu is abroad and whether there is a time difference. Gathering her courage, she calls out his name. Shi Yu, yes, I'm here. His voice sounds as if he is at an auction, the auctioneer switching between Chinese and English, with a rhythmic tone encouraging buyers to bid higher. Yu Ting had mentioned earlier that Sotheby's in Hong Kong was hosting an auction for ancient art pieces today, hinting that Shi Yu might be in Hong Kong. Shi Mu wears an expression of intrigue. Pressing her ear to the phone to eavesdrop, she shows Shu He a note from her memo. Shu He reads the words, "I miss you, hubby." Feeling unable to utter them, she gestures, "Change it." Shi Mu quickly substitutes it with, "Hey, when are you coming back? I want to cuddle with you." Shu He's lips twitch, but she decides on the first line. After a long pause, the bustling noise on Shi Yu's end gradually fades as he seems to move to a quieter spot. "What's wrong?" "Shu He, I'm here. I miss you, hubby." As the words leave her lips, Shu He's cheeks flush crimson, wishing she could vanish into a mouse hole, internally praying that Shi Yu would hang up quickly. Or perhaps he didn't hear her. Shi Mu's smile stretches from ear to ear. Yu Ting, suppressing her laughter, rises to tug at Mu's ear, pulling her aside, her expression stern, signaling that the couple should have their privacy. "Have you eaten mushrooms?" Shi Yu teases. "No, have you been taking your medicine, exercising, and doing moxibustion regularly at home?" "I have been very good. I'll be home the day after tomorrow." Shu He promptly hangs up, placing the now hot phone on the table, uncertain how to face him upon his return. The little restaurant has few customers, and Yu Ting feels that manager Shi's last words, the deep, melodious "very good, I'll be home the day after tomorrow," sound more like a parent addressing a child, rather than a husband speaking to his wife. It's Shi Mu's turn to spin the wheel. She takes a deep breath, waving her hands as if gathering energy from the universe, her fingertips resting on her cousin's phone screen. "Heavenly spirits, earthly spirits, all deities, please reveal yourselves," Shu He mutters. "Dare." Sure enough, the pointer gradually slows, landing on the dare option, prompting Shu He to burst into laughter, while Shi Mu's smile freezes, her expression cracking wide. "Why, Yu Ting? Shu He, will you say it or shall I? Let us give her a taste of her own medicine." "You go ahead, cousin, leave something for today, so we may meet again in the future." Why? Yu Ting raises an eyebrow, pondering for a moment, then takes the phone. Editing the memo, "I'll send you a post on moments with these words I've just written. Let me see." Shi Mu takes the phone, glancing at the content. "Sister, you might as well kill me." Under the watchful gaze of Yu Ting's authoritative eyes, Shi Mu grits her teeth and edits her post, urgently seeking a partner, gender not restricted, accommodation provided, move-in ready, serious inquiries only. Shu He and Yu Ting give Mumu a thumbs up. As luck would have it, after finishing lunch, the weather gradually turns gloomy. The initially azure sky is supplanted by cold gray clouds. Initially, I had planned to go shopping, but the weather forecast indicated that there would be rain mixed with snow in the evening. The cold wind began to rise, biting and frigid. Before stepping out, Yu Ting returned the warm little thermos to Shu He, gently reminding her, "It's time to go home. The weather is changed, and you mustn't catch a chill." Alright, this time, Mumu was driving, and Shu He sat in the passenger seat, feeling a persistent ache in her lower abdomen that had begun during dinner. However, her menstrual period was still about a week away. "He, you don't look well. Are you cold?" "Perhaps," she replied. Shi Mu turned the car's heating to maximum, driving Shu He back to Qingfeng Villa. "Have Aunt Jiang brew a bowl of ginger tea for you. Drink it and rest. If you feel unwell, just contact me." "Okay, Mumu. Be safe on the road and send me a message when you get home." Upon returning to Qingfeng Villa, Shu He went to the bathroom. Indeed, her period had arrived. The last time, the female doctor had mentioned that moxibustion could stimulate the uterine area, potentially causing an early onset if it was close to her menstrual cycle, which was entirely normal. But why was it so painful this time? Earlier in the morning, she had opened the bedroom window for ventilation. As she approached the window to close it, she noticed a strong wind outside. With raindrops pattering down, the cool breeze that swept in felt like icy daggers piercing her lungs. Shu He felt her limbs turn cold. After changing her clothes, she nestled into bed, placing her hand on her abdomen. Menstrual cramps could be excruciating for a girl, although the underfloor heating was quite sufficient. Her feet remained chilly. "Madam, are you feeling unwell?" Aunt Jiang had noticed Shu He's pallor and hurried upstairs, not returning thereafter. After some contemplation, Aunt Jiang decided to enter the bedroom with the master absent. She felt that Shu He, being the kind of girl who kept her troubles to herself, must be watched over to prevent any unfortunate incidents. Shu He slowly opened her eyes and shook her head. "I'm not unwell, Aunt Jiang. I just want to take a nap. I've already had lunch with a friend, so no need to prepare anything." "Understood." Aunt Jiang tucked Shu He in, closed the curtains, and turned off the lights. Shu He's serene sleeping face indicated that she was utterly exhausted. Before leaving, Aunt Jiang had noticed a bag of sanitary pads on the table and discreetly put it away in the drawer. Realizing that the mistress's period had begun, Chapter 29, Menstrual Cycle. Brown sugar water. In Shu He's recollection, there had never been thunder during the winters in the northern capital. At this moment, the night had deepened, and she curled up under the covers, covering her head, sleeping restlessly as the rain mixed with snow turned into hail, rattling against the window with a sharp sound. Thunder rumbled, as if tearing the sky apart. The entire city was enveloped in severe convective weather. This natural phenomenon of thunder and snow was exceedingly rare, heralding a forecast of heavy snow in the coming days. Shu He felt a gust of wind and her head grew heavy. Drifting between consciousness and dreams, tossing and turning until she opened her eyes to the surrounding darkness, unsure of the hour, the ache in her abdomen persisted, prompting her to visit the bathroom before returning to bed. The cramps caused her brow to furrow, and in her dreams, she imagined herself rising to take a piece of ibuprofen, only to awaken each time to find herself still lying in bed. Without having ingested any pain relief, the weight of her nightmares pressed down upon her. In her semi-conscious state, she heard footsteps nearby, and the bed shifted. Shu He. A melodious voice softly called her name. Then, the covers were lifted, and she was enveloped in a warm embrace. She blinked her eyes and, through her blurred vision, saw the soft glow of a nightlight illuminating the room, outlining the man's strikingly handsome features. The glasses perched on his nose glinted coolly in the light, his gaze somewhat obscure yet intently focused on her. "You're home," she murmured, still believing she was in a dream, her voice nasally and soft from just waking. "Yes, I'm home." A pair of warm, dry hands rested on her forehead. "Your temperature is normal." He then touched her small hand, realizing her body was cold. Shu He wrapped her tightly in the blanket, holding her close, brushing aside the delicate strands of hair by her ear, and lifted a cup of warm brown sugar water from the table. "Here, drink slowly." Shu He's awareness fully returned. It was brown sugar water, pleasantly warm. "Sure you fed her. I thought you weren't coming back until the day after tomorrow." "Did I sleep for 3 days? That seems unlikely." He must have returned early after finishing the drink. She felt much warmer in her stomach. "Are you still thirsty?" Indeed, she felt a bit parched, observing his gentle demeanor and immense patience, which was unlike the usual pleasantries he offered. She nodded. Sure you poured her another cup, this time warm water, quenching her thirst, and resumed sitting beside her to feed her. "I can drink by myself. I'll feed you." Sure you handed her the water, and as she drank, he reminded her, "I am not in a rush. We have plenty of time, so take your time." Shu He began to sip the water slowly. After finishing the cup, her thirst was finally quenched. She lay back down, her gratitude unvoiced, only to see Shi Yu holding a hot water bag, lifting the blanket to place it on her feet. Suddenly the warmth enveloped her, and Shu Yu's eyes brightened, resting her feet atop it. Feeling the heat radiate through her body, her feet were no longer cold. Shi Yu picked up another hot water bag, sitting at the edge of the bed. After warming his palm, he slid it beneath the covers, resting it gently on her abdomen, offering her a light massage. Such an intimate gesture startled Shu He, prompting her to shift further into the center of the bed. "Be still," he chided, teasing her. "Do you realize the way you're looking at me now resembles how one would regard a superior?" "What do you mean?" "Like you're addressing a leader." With utmost deference and caution. "Shu He, you are my wife. I won't harm you, so don't be afraid." Had she been mistaken, for the first time, she sensed the gentleness in Shi Yu's tone. This man was 9 years her senior, embodying a seasoned presence, akin to a composed elder with an air of aloofness, maturity, and meticulousness, yet now, his voice was deep and soothing, as if small pebbles were gently clinking together, affirming her as his wife and assuring her of his protection. Shu He propped herself up on her elbows, inching closer to Shi Yu, lying beside him. "This way, it doesn't feel like I'm addressing a superior anymore, does it? Can it be like this? Call me husband." Shu He sensed Shi Yu was playfully teasing her, yet she couldn't find any evidence to counter his claim. "Husband," she softly uttered. "I didn't hear that." Your voice was too faint. Her cheeks flushed as she called out again. "Husband." "Yes, good girl." Shi Yu continued to massage her, his long fingers lifting the hem of her nightgown to make contact with her skin, allowing the warmth of his palm to seep deeper into her abdomen. Shu He averted her gaze. Just moments ago, he had called her a good girl. It was strange. Although her abdomen felt warm, her face was flushed as if it were being roasted by a fire. Gradually heating up, Shi Yu gently kneaded her belly, and Shu He recalled her past experiences with menstrual cramps, which had always been unbearable. She would rely on a heating pad and take ibuprofen, quietly enduring the discomfort without ever mentioning it to anyone if you cared for her, and she feared being perceived as overly dramatic. How did Shi Yu know, after feeling that his palm was no longer excessively warm? He continued to warm the hot water bag, pressing it against her abdomen to alleviate her pain. Shi Yu frowned, sensing the bony structure of her body. This girl had no flesh on her waist. She was far too thin. You should eat more regularly and gain some weight. Dieting is not advisable. Being a little plumper is healthier. Yes, I've been gradually increasing my food intake. I've been exercising lately. But I just can't seem to gain weight. Stop exercising during your period. Alright. Shu He noticed that Shi Yu was still dressed in a neat shirt and trousers, the collar slightly open. The shirt hugging his toned waist. He must have come to see her without changing clothes. You returned home early. Did you miss work? I'm much better now. If you don't mind, work is not as important as taking care of my wife. His earnest and gentle words made Shu He's heart skip a beat. Shi Yu once again warmed his palm, placing it on her soft abdomen, using the massage techniques recommended by the doctor to relieve her discomfort. Is it feeling any better? If your stomach still hurts, I can get you some painkillers. It's much better. I don't need any medication. Then sleep for a while. Shu He, I'll be right here. Okay. Thus, they quietly coexisted in their little corner. Shu He gradually closed her eyes, relaxing her body as she reveled in his care. The warm, gentle massage alleviated much of the cramping sensation in her abdomen. In truth, this was Shu He's first experience with brown sugar water, and it was also the first time someone had cared for her during her menstrual period, staying by her side to tend to her discomfort. Outside, the hail lashed against the window, producing a crisp, clattering sound, while the muffled rumble of thunder persisted. Perhaps it was due to Shi Yu's presence that Shu He fell into a deep, peaceful sleep, no longer frightened by the chaotic sounds of the storm outside. Shi Yu ceased the massage. He rose to refill the hot water bag, ensuring it was warm but not scalding, placing it back on Shu He's abdomen. Tucking her exposed hands back beneath the covers, and ensuring she was snugly covered, with a heavy snowstorm forecasted for the northern capital, Shi Yu rummaged through Shu He's backpack, filled with her study materials. Yet could not locate the keys to the car she drove. He opened the desk drawer, searching through 3 levels, but found nothing. Just as he was about to close the drawer, he discovered a delicate bottle at the very bottom. Adorned with numerous handcrafted little stars and cartoon stickers, the bottle was labeled He's Wish Bottle. Inside were many rainbow-colored cards, scattered haphazardly, with several of them visible from the outside. September 16th. Overcast with rain. Sister, today I turn 9 years old, and my godmother has gifted me a birthday cake, yet I still find myself unable to speak. I wonder if I will ever be able to sing again. I deeply regret not taking the time to learn singing with you before. My psychologist, who also serves as my silence teacher, has told me that I am too anxious, which hinders my recovery. July 2 and rainy. The teacher mentioned that my mathematics skills are lacking and that I have a tendency to focus on only certain subjects, making it difficult for me to gain admission to Jingda. I have enrolled in a mathematics class. The ordinary junior high school in Jingbei will not accept a student like me. If I cannot speak by the end of this summer, I will have to attend a special middle school. Sister, I will share my experiences at the special school with you then. August 13th. Sunny. Sister, my aphasia has been cured. Today, I can finally speak. I recited an ancient poem to my brother, and he cried. He took me to enroll in junior high school, and in September, I will be attending the same school as Mumu. September 10th. Sunny, I can now sing Truly Love You. I bought a beautiful wooden guitar. Sister, can you come into my dreams today to see my guitar? Truthfully, I miss you. Sister, I long to sing this song for you. January 3rd. Overcast. It has been a long time since I last dreamed of you. Sister, November 9th. Foggy. He's wishes to become a bird that brings light. September 20th. Sunny. Sister, I have been accepted into Jingda. The freshman opening ceremony was bustling with excitement. Today, I sang for my mother, who was present, and I spotted her in the audience. June 7th. Light rained. I wish to visit the zoo and see the little animals. Chapter 30. Spending money on me. Do you not feel any pain? Besides the cards, there are many children's oil paintings hidden beneath the wishing bottle. Sure, you picked them up and unfolded them. These paintings, created with oil pastels, exhibit a very naive style, crafted during the time when the little Shu He could not speak. Each painting features a large sun and a beautiful little bird, with feathers that shimmer in vibrant colors, embodying freedom and liveliness. There is another oil painting depicting mother, brother, sister, and Shu He together. Sure, you closed the drawer. There were many rainbow cards in children's oil paintings, but he could not bear to look any longer. His gaze fell once more upon Shu He's delicate features. Her body appeared frail, lying on the bed like thin paper, her breathing so light that it was almost imperceptible. This girl resembled a long-forgotten, ailing stray kitten. Had she once suffered from psychological aphasia? Sure, you surveyed the room and found her car keys on the coffee table. After taking them, he left the master bedroom and dialed Zhou Xianji's number on his phone. The following day, heavy snow fell. When Shu He awoke, she discovered that she was clutching a fluffy hot water bottle, still warm, with her feet resting on a heated bottle as well. Logically, the hot water bottle from the previous night should not still be this warm. Sure, you must have replaced it for her. As Shu He sat up, she heard a sound at the bedroom door. Sure, you pushed it open, conversing with the servant outside, instructing the kitchen to prepare lunch. All right, came Aunt Zhang's voice, after spending some time together. Shu He found Aunt Jiang to be very kind, like a vintage wine that has been treasured for a long time, rich and soothing. Are you awake? Shi Yu held a cup of warm water in his hand and placed it on the bedside table. Does your stomach still hurt? Not anymore. Shu He drank the warm water. She had slept comfortably last night, her stomach warm, without any pain. As she lifted the covers and prepared to put on her shoes to go to the bathroom, she suddenly noticed that her slippers had been replaced with new cotton ones. Where are my holy shoes? In the bathroom. Who wears sandals in winter? You can wear them while bathing, your feet will get cold. It's better to wear cotton slippers at home. As Shu He bent down to put on her shoes, a pair of well-defined large hands suddenly appeared in her line of sight. Shu Yu knelt in front of her, holding a thick pair of cotton socks, gently taking her foot to put them on for her. Shu Yu's ankles were slender, her skin as white as jade, and she flinched slightly at his touch. Don't shy away from me, he said softly. Shu He braced herself against the bed, looking down at him. Shu Yu had a striking profile, appearing handsome from any angle. Thank you. The cotton socks were mid-calf, keeping her ankles warm. Shu He felt a daze wash over her as Shu Yu began to put on the other sock. She had never imagined that such a privileged young man would lower himself to do this for her. There was a new smart foot bathtub in the bathroom. Henceforth, every evening, Aunt Jiang would prepare medicinal herbs for her to soak her feet in for 15 minutes. Alright, after brushing her teeth. Shu He couldn't help but recall his attentive care from the previous night, as well as the moment he put on her socks. Once she finished washing up, she wanted to formally thank Shu Yu for returning home early last night to take care of her and for promptly replacing her hot water bottle. Shu Yu was arranging a painting at his desk. The curtains were drawn open, revealing a heavy snowfall outside, the large snowflakes intertwining to create a vast blanket of white, judging by the thickness of the snow. It had not stopped falling since last night. Just as Shu He was about to speak, Shu Yu turned around, gesturing for her to come closer. What is this? There's a special auction in Hong Kong. Since you specialize in ancient literature, I thought you would like this painting. I won it yesterday, just for you. A flicker of astonishment crossed Shu He's eyes. The painting was evidently of great value. A renowned landscape piece from the Song dynasty, well-preserved, and featuring delicate brushwork, with rolling mountains and swirling mists. So, he attended the Sotheby's auction yesterday to acquire this antique painting for her. Shu Yu rolled up the antique painting and placed it in a box, then handed her a bank card. This is my salary, for you. Shu He hesitated to take it. She understood that this was not merely Shu Yu's salary. He simply wished to gift her the card. Shu Yu took her small hand and pressed it into her palm. She clutched the golden card tightly. Shu Yu had already gifted her a Northern Songru kiln sky blue glaze wash, arranged for bespoke clothing, and now presented her with an invaluable antique painting, along with a golden card. Shu He remained silent for a long time, gazing at the card's design, and murmured softly, almost to herself, "Do you not feel any pain spending money on me? Why do you think that?" Shu He remained silent, standing still. From childhood, no one had ever bestowed upon her such extravagant gifts. Her father's words that she was unworthy of gifts had left a significant shadow on her. Whenever she bought something slightly expensive, her father would scold her harshly in front of the servants, destroying her purchases and declaring that no matter how much money the family had, it was not meant for her. This led her to feel a profound sense of guilt every time she spent money, but she was just a child then, unable to earn for herself. Later, she was cast out of her home, left without support, and afflicted with a rare psychological aphasia. Her godmother spent money to treat her and hired a psychologist. She knew that the treatment fees were substantial and longed to speak again, to no longer waste her godmother's money. But the more anxious she became, the less she could speak. During that time, she faced ridicule at school, feeling utterly terrible about herself. When her godmother discovered her foolishness, she scolded her severely, saying that if Shu He were to die, her sister would have saved her for nothing. She had to live well. Her godmother gave her a lot of pocket money, but she gradually developed a habit of not daring to spend it freely. Even though she was now grown, the deeply rooted shadow still followed her. Shu Yu slowed his speech. "If I don't spend money on you, should I spend it on other women? Shu He, am I not your husband?" "Yes." Shu Yu noticed that Shu He was only wearing a thin nightgown. He fetched a thick sweater from the wardrobe and helped her put it on. "It is only right for a husband to hand over his salary to his wife. I in the future, buy whatever you wish, without concern for value, only whether you like it. My money is meant for you to spend." Shu He felt a lump in her throat. Okay, her nose tinged with warmth. Her eyes stung, and her heart felt a sharp pain, as if a piece of it had been taken away. The faint scent of cedar from Shu Yu enveloped her, crisp and pure. It felt as though it had been ages since she last saw him. "Why are you crying?" Shu Yu gently wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes. Shu He kept her head down, touching her cheek to find it cold and wet. Had she been crying? It turned out she had. Clutching the bank card tightly, she tried to stop her tears, her lips trembling slightly, her voice barely above a whisper, choked with emotion. "Are you no longer angry with me?" "What?" Her voice was very low, and Shu Yu leaned down, unable to hear clearly. Their height difference was considerable, that he only saw the large tears rolling down Shu He's cheeks, one after another, like a string of broken pearls. Her face pale, even whiter than the snowflakes outside. "It's nothing." Shu He tucked her hair behind her ear. Shu Yu leaned against the desk, raised his hand to gently ruffle the girl's hair. Soothing her, "Your voice is beautiful, it's the most beautiful I've ever heard." Shu He furrowed her brows, confused. Why was he suddenly praising her voice? Shi Yu used a tissue to dry her cheeks. Changing the subject with a lazy tone, "Didn't you say you missed me? Shouldn't there be some sign of that?" Remembering what she had said to him yesterday, a blush crept onto Shu He's cheeks. I'm hungry." Feeling flustered, Shu He turned and walked towards the door. She couldn't possibly admit that she had lost a dare and was now saying she missed him. If Shi Yu found out, he would probably be furious and scold her, and she wouldn't dare to say it even if she had 10 lives. She dared not meet Shi Yu's gaze, fully aware that the superior could discern the thoughts of a young girl in an instant. Suddenly, her wrist was ensnared by the man's large hand. Shu He was gently pulled back by Shi Yu. Turning to face him, the refreshing scent of cedar filling her nostrils, she stood before him. Their proximity almost electric. "Why run away, and why hide from me?" Their eyes locked, and Shi Yu's elegant and handsome visage loomed larger in her sight, his eyes gleaming with amusement, a playful challenge glimmering in their depths. Akin to that of a cunning fox. Chapter 31, A Kiss is Just a Kiss, Why Do You Bite? Shu He averted her gaze, feeling the heat radiating from where Shi Yu held her firmly. Perhaps due to their closeness, her delicate porcelain-like skin flushed visibly, even the nape of her neck turned a subtle crimson. Shu He heard the man's low, soft chuckle above her. Bowing her head, she sensed the area around her wrist becoming increasingly warm. A strange and unfamiliar sensation spreading through her limbs. "Don't cultivate the habit of looking down, Shu He. Lift your head." Shu He raised her eyes, only to be met by a pair of deep, ocean-like eyes. Shi Yu wrapped his arm around her slender waist, drawing her closer. Shu He on tiptoe instinctively curled her arms against his solid chest. A cool touch brushed against her forehead. Shi Yu kissed her. In that moment, Shu He felt her mind go blank. Her heart seemed to skip a beat, her eyes wide with astonishment. Just as she stepped back, Shi Yu's lips parted. "Try hiding from me again." She didn't hide. She was merely taken aback. Shi Yu observed her startled demeanor. "Are we not legitimate? You make me feel as though I am engaging in an affair." "Stay still, Shu He." Like a wooden puppet, frozen place, Shi Yu drew nearer once more, kissing her again, not on the forehead this time, but on her lips. Their lips met. Shi Yu held the back of her head, claiming her lips on this wintry day, the familiar scent of cedar enveloping them. Shu He's mind was a haze, her eyelashes fluttering, as she had never been kissed before, obediently closing her eyes. The kiss was gentle at first, akin to cool snowflakes landing softly on her lips, gradually deepening, transforming from delicate snowflakes into a steaming cup of tea. Their lips entwined, his possessiveness becoming ever more evident. Shu He found herself lost in the kiss. When Shi Yu finally pulled back, Shu He bit her lip, catching her breath, wondering why it felt somewhat addictive. His kiss was surprisingly pleasant. Then, without warning, Shi Yu leaned in and bit her lip. "Ouch," Shu He complained with a tremor in her voice. "Endure it, or bite back." Her eyes misty, she opened her mouth to speak, but he kissed her again, enveloping her in his distinctly masculine aura, unbeknownst to them. Their positions had shifted. Shi Yu embraced Shu He, turning her so that she sat on the desk, while he leaned over, pressing her small hands beneath his, confining her completely and leaving no room for resistance. Shu He tilted her chin slightly, their lips entangled. As the man's assertive kiss intensified, Shu He gradually found herself succumbing, her body softening under his affection. The lunch was nearly prepared. Butler Jiang had gone to the master bedroom. Leaving the door ajar just as she was about to knock, she turned away, smiling at the scene she had witnessed. The servants busily arranged the meal, and one asked, "Sister Jiang, lunch is ready. Should I call for the sir and madam to dine?" "Not in a hurry, let them be." "Understood." At first kiss, Shi Yu released her, and Shu He, breathless, felt her lips like freshly washed cherries, glistening and sweet, prompting her response. Though her kissing skills were decidedly naive, Shu He's kiss was merely a fleeting touch, devoid of true experience. "No," she protested, her cheeks still flushed. The young girl's lips bore a hint of color, appearing alluringly radiant. Shi Yu gently stroked the dampness at the corner of her eye. "Oh, between that fellow Fu and me, who is superior? Fu Henning has never kissed me. Do you have other ex-boyfriends?" "Just him. I gave my first kiss to my sister," kissing her cheek. At this revelation, Shi Yu appeared surprised, a faint smile playing at the corners of his lips as he stood up. "Let us go eat." Shu He leaped off the desk, following Shi Yu. She touched her lips, feeling a slight ache from his bite, and when Shi Yu turned to look at her, she wore an expression of a scolded child. "What's wrong? Kissing is one thing, but why do you bite?" "Just a bite." Shi Yu returned to Beijing ahead of schedule. After lunch, he headed to the study. Outside, the snow continued to fall, adjacent to the dining area. The U-shaped island featured an open kitchen and a dessert baking area for the owner to indulge in leisurely cooking. On a whim, Shu He decided to make candied chestnuts. Aunt Jian, hearing the sweet call, Butler Jiang, busy pruning flowers and plants, paused her work. "Madam, what is it? Do we have any raw chestnuts at home? I want to make candied chestnuts." "We do." It was rare for the madam to make a request, and Butler Jiang smiled with delight, as if it were a festive occasion, quickly contacting the kitchen to deliver a bounty of raw chestnuts. Due to the urgency, they arrived unwashed, and Butler Jiang took them to clean. "I'll wash them." Shu He donned a headband, casually tying her hair into a bun, rolling up the sleeves of her loose sweater as she washed the chestnuts in the kitchen's washing area. Butler Jiang adjusted the water temperature for her. While washing the chestnuts, Shu He was focused and diligent, rinsing each one individually and placing the clean ones in a small basket beside her. Butler Jiang felt that this version of Shu He exuded a warmth of domesticity, charming and suitable for home life, no longer merely the cool, bookish girl. What made you think of making candied chestnuts? I want to make them for my uncle. Oh no, for the sir to taste. After cleaning the chestnuts, the next step was to make small cuts in their shells, just enough to enhance the flavor during boiling and roasting. As Shu He stood at the cutting board, her hand had yet to grasp the knife when Shi Yu took it from her. I'll do it. Shu He raised her eyebrows in surprise. Oh, when did you arrive? Butler Jiang discreetly led the servants away. Shi Yu placed the kitchen knife on the board, unbuttoning his shirt cuffs, removing his watch, and washing his hands. You mentioned wanting to cook. Shu He corrected him. I said I wanted to make candied chestnuts. I never said I wanted to make anything else. They exchanged glances, and upon noticing Shu He's flushed cheeks, Shi Yu's lips curled slightly. His mood evidently buoyed. My wife is too shy. The atmosphere turned somewhat ambiguous. Fortunately, there were no others around. Shu He touched her warming cheeks, realizing he had deliberately said that to tease her. After washing his hands, Shi Yu began to slice open the chestnut shells with the knife. His wrists were delicate yet strong. From Shu He's perspective, the man worked swiftly and efficiently, processing the raw chestnuts with the same decisiveness he exhibited in the office. As he gripped the knife, the tension in the veins on the back of his hands was quite alluring. Shu He thought his hands were quite captivating. Shi Yu had broad shoulders and a narrow waist. His physique remarkable. When did you get a male model teacher in the finance department? You all are enjoying the good life. Professor Shi's figure is to die for. Red beans grow in the south. Shi Yu is a male model. Shi Yu's waist, a deadly weapon. He free of charge, might as well take advantage of it. No harm in a little fun. Chapter 32. Am I limited to a certain number of kisses? Suddenly, a little voice in Shu He's mind piped up, whispering all sorts of suggestive things. When she looked at Shi Yu again, his white Adam's apple, with its alluring charm, was visible through the open collar of his shirt. The outline of his collarbone tantalizingly apparent, Shu He unconsciously bit her lip, feeling a bit thirsty. In truth, a man's collarbone veins and V-line could be just as enticing without showing his face. How could Shi Yu maintain such an impressive physique? Realizing she had inadvertently disrespected Shi Yu, Shu He hastily shook her head, dismissing the little voice. That was terribly impolite. Shi Yu watched Shu He shake her head innocently. Stop playing with that. What's the next step? After Shi Yu had finished cutting the chestnuts, Shu He placed them all in a pot, added some cold water, and sprinkled in a bit of salt, following the process outlined in a tutorial. Now we need to boil them for 20 minutes. How to pass these 20 minutes? Wait, Shi Yu chuckled. Shu He had an earnest, endearing quality, much like a little orange cat that had sneaked into the kitchen. Hiding behind the cupboard, waiting for the food to be ready to sneak a taste, believing itself to be quite stealthy. Kiss, Shi Yu stated succinctly. Shu He thought she must have misheard. As Shi Yu leaned closer, she glanced around, finding no one else present in the open kitchen but him. But you just kissed me a short while ago. Am I limited to a certain number of kisses? Shu He suddenly felt weightless as Shi Yu effortlessly lifted her, placing her atop the clean countertop. Before seating her, he had retrieved a cushion from a nearby chair to ensure she wouldn't feel cold. Close your eyes, Shu He complied, feeling her chin gently lifted by the man. Her thoughts raced as she couldn't help but think how domineering Shi Yu was. As he gazed at her closely, Shu He's skin appeared like warm porcelain, the fine hairs on her cheeks clearly visible. He leaned down, his cool lips brushing against hers, akin to savoring a sweet, soft cotton candy. Outside, snow danced in the air. Serene and gentle, as their lips melded together, this time, Shu He secretly opened her eyes, beholding the swirling snowflakes and the captivating Shi Yu amidst them. The small pot in the kitchen emitted a soft bubbling sound. Shu He once again closed her eyes, her heart racing as if electrified. This time, Shi Yu's kiss lacked the overwhelming intensity of before, yet it gradually deepened into an enchanting embrace, their lips dancing together in a tender yet exhilarating manner. It was a most delightful sensation, she pondered to herself, realizing that even the most aloof and refined individuals possess soft lips. Shu He found herself momentarily lost in thought, wondering if Shi Yu's exceptional kissing skills were a result of numerous past relationships. Surely such expertise must be honed through practice, right? Ouch! Shu He felt a sting as she touched her lips, exclaiming, "You bit me again. What a weirdo! How can you get distracted while kissing?" Shi Yu playfully tapped her forehead with his finger. And as she covered her brow, she secretly cursed him in her heart, realizing that this man not only bit her but also had the audacity to tease her. When the servant arrived with honey and brushes, they caught sight of Shi Yu, who appeared relaxed and at ease, calmly using a slotted spoon to fish out chestnuts from a small pot. Meanwhile, his wife, Shu He, with her autumnal eyes and flushed cheeks, sat at the preparation table. Gently rubbing her lips, spotting the approaching servant, Shu He hurriedly hopped down from the table and returned the cushion to the rosewood chair in the dining room. After delivering the items, the servant left with a smile. Fully aware of what had transpired, the lady's lips were slightly swollen, and it was evident she had been kissing for quite some time. Truly, the bond between husband and wife had intensified, as the sweet aroma of roasted chestnuts filled the air. Xiaojuli sprang out from behind a hiding cabinet, her little nose twitching as she nuzzled against Shua's feet, seeking affection. Shua knelt beside the tiny orange cat, noticing that the bandage over its left eye had been removed. Restoring its sight. As she stroked Xiaojuli's head, the scent of milk-infused body wash wafted from its fur, undoubtedly a result of Aunt Zhang's bath. Each time Shua petted Xiaojuli, the little cat emitted a low, soothing purr, akin to a gentle motor. Having added Dr. Pei's friend on social media, Shua had inquired about this phenomenon. He explained that it was a sign of comfort and happiness for the stray cat. It had found a home, felt secure, and was joyfully seeking affection. Noticing Xiaojuli eyeing the roasted chestnuts, Shua asked Shi Yu, "Can the kitten eat roasted chestnuts?" "Probably not. Should I ask Brother Pei? I have him as a friend now." Shi Yu raised an amused brow, seemingly incredulous. "What did you just call him?" "Brother Pei," Shua replied. "A few days ago, I went to the pet hospital to buy cat treats and milk powder, and he told me to call him Brother Pei." "I'll have to call you brother-in-law, taking advantage of you, huh?" Xiaojuli let out a soft meow, clearly craving the sweet treat. Shua prepared a message for Dr. Pei, attaching a picture of the roasted chestnuts. Dr. Pei responded swiftly, "Pei, they can't eat it." "Pei, the sugar and starch content in roasted chestnuts is very high. This little cat has just recovered, and its digestive system is still delicate. It could easily lead to indigestion. Wait a bit longer." "Pei, by the way, your chestnuts look great. Where did you buy them?" "Xiaojuli can't eat them, but I can." "Shu He, I made them myself." Shi Yu carried the freshly roasted chestnuts into the living room, sitting on the sofa as he snapped a picture and shared it in the Single Nature Reserve group chat. Shi Yu, image, Shi Yu, my wife made these roasted chestnuts. They re quite sweet. If you all want some, I'll have her make more next time for you to taste. Pei, even yoga pants can't contain you. Pei, this is the Single Nature Reserve. You might want to watch what you say. Pei, just married and already showing off your wife. Have you never seen roasted chestnuts before? Have you finally gone broke? I'll buy you a portion from a roadside vendor someday. Shi Yu, I'm not showing off my wife. Are you showing off yours? My apologies, I forgot you don't have one. Plenty of pet hospitals around, yet your bedside is still empty. Pei, translink, beware of the toxicity of roasted chestnuts. Look out for these 3 points, and you'll never touch them again. Shi Yu, even my dad doesn't click on such elderly links anymore. Pei, by Songsheng, Chenggu, hurry and kick him out. Ivy never asked you for anything, just get rid of him. I can't stand his mouth anymore. Zhou Shinji, you should at least taste them to see if they're cooked through. Don T end up in the hospital again. Shi Yu? Zhou Shinji, He Shua once made me a plate of stir-fried greens that were undercooked. I was out for a day, the doctor said it was food poisoning. After I got home from the hospital, she made me a pot of black-bone chicken soup, claiming she followed a tutorial on Zaya Hongshu to the letter. It was definitely cooked, but I ended up back in the ER that very night, encountering the same doctor. Pei, haha, what did the doctor say? Zhou Shinji, the doctor said, you're hard to kill, getting poisoned repeatedly yet still managing to smile. Pei, oh, oha, by Songsheng, looks like I'm the only one still working overtime on the weekend. Those chestnuts look delightful. I'll drop by your place sometime to try them. Shi Yu, Songsheng, same as always, I'll come over for dumplings at your place this New Year's Day. By Songsheng, sure. Chapter 33, she can't find her car keys. Shi Yu gazed thoughtfully at the plate of roasted chestnuts, pondering, Shua, the production process of these roasted chestnuts is flawless. Isn't it, of course, I followed the Zaya Hongshu process precisely, they're definitely cooked. Recognizing the familiar words, Shi Yu began to assess the potential perils of the chestnuts, noticing Shua's eager gaze, hoping for his approval. She stepped closer, extending her hand. You don't believe me? Then I'll have a taste first. I'll taste them. Shi Yu caught Shua's hand, plucking a roasted chestnut and popping it into his mouth. After a couple of chews, he exhaled in relief. Cooked perfectly. Fortunately, roasted chestnuts are forgiving, easy to make, and have no toxicity or contraindications. The raw chestnuts had been boiled for quite some time in a small pot and then air-fried. Shi Yu had meticulously controlled the process, ensuring they were safe, effectively preparing them together with her. There should be no issue. Are they delicious? Shua beamed like a child seeking praise. A feast, Shi Yu replied, munching on the roasted chestnuts. Commending the young lady, my wife's culinary skills are exquisite, far surpassing those sold by street vendors. Don't you want to try? I'm full now. Shua felt a surge of satisfaction. She had never realized that Shi Yu was quite adept at giving compliments. Continuing to indulge in her affection for the cat, she felt assured about her culinary prowess, even as her brother's stomach was somewhat delicate. Don't you want to name the little cat? Shi Yu's question prompted Shua to contemplate carefully. It dawned on her that the day she encountered Xiaojuli was also the day she met Shi Yu again. Xiaojuli had been injured and was rescued by Shi Yu, who took it to the green cottage. The first time she had met Shi Yu, she too had been injured and was taken to the hospital by him. Such a remarkable coincidence. Shua cradled the soft, Fluffy Xiao Julian kissed her gently. She's adorably silly and a girl. How about the name Xiaojuduo? Does it sound nice? He looked at Shu He when she smiled, her eyes sparkled like stars, her brows curving like a crescent moon, revealing two charming little tiger teeth, exuding energy and vitality. Duo, a lovely name. When we have a daughter in the future, you can name her as well. Upon hearing this, Shu He began to cough incessantly, her fair face growing increasingly flushed. Goodness, Shi Yu's words could scare the devil himself. He never failed to make a shocking statement. Xiaojuduo tilted her head at Shu He, gently pawing at her arm, as if trying to soothe her cough. Shi Yu picked up the teapot and poured Shu He a cup of warm water. Come drink some water, you might choke while cuddling the cat. On Monday morning, the relentless snowstorm had finally ceased. The weather forecast indicated an ongoing orange snowstorm warning, and the snow removal efforts on the streets were commendable. However, the elementary, middle, and high schools in the northern district remained closed, while many universities continued to hold classes. Inching closer to final exams, Shu He had a few more classes this week, and then she would be done. Her first class at 8 o'clock was with Professor Lu, who was notoriously strict and had a penchant for creative attendance checks. After finishing breakfast, Shu He returned to her bedroom but couldn't find her car keys anywhere. She squatted on the floor, searching under the sofa, but they were nowhere to be found. How strange, she always left the keys on the coffee table. Aunt Zhang had packed some pastries for her in a lunchbox, and as Shi Yu picked it up, he approached the door of the master bedroom on the second floor. Just as he was about to knock, he caught sight of Shu He in a comically bewildered position, squatting in confusion. Hearing footsteps at the door, Shu He stood up. Have you seen my car keys? No, I left them on the coffee table. Shi Yu leisurely leaned against the doorframe, opened her lunchbox, took a piece of peach crisp, and tasted it. It was too sweet. You should ask your uncle. Shu He paused for a few seconds before grasping his pun. Aren't you my uncle? Shu He playfully teased. Little uncle, where are my car keys? Not sure, my dear niece. In terms of banter, Shu He found Shi Yu unbeatable, and she finally understood why his nickname was Duo. He truly was quite adept at retorting, with a smile playing on his lips. Shi Yu, tall and elegant, walked past her. Shu He noticed he was wearing a custom black cashmere coat over a sharply tailored suit, evidently preparing for work. Shi Yu handed the lunchbox to Shu He. The luxurious silver watch on his wrist indicated it was already 7:20. He calmly stated, mind the time. Don't be late, I'm off to work. Shu He watched as Shi Yu left, her expression a mix of admiration and longing. The route from Qingfeng Villa to Jingbei University and Hangshan Group was conveniently aligned, yet he sauntered off nonchalantly without a hint of courtesy to offer her a ride. Indeed, men are often unreliable. Time was rather pressing. Shu He hastily shoved her lunchbox into her backpack, lacking the luxury to search for her keys any longer, and dialed the driver who had previously taken her home. At a critical moment, her call went unanswered. As Shu He reached the entrance hall, she sighed. Hailing a cab during the morning rush would take an eternity, and should she opt for the bus, the nearest stop was at Wetland Park, a considerable distance away. Even with 8 legs, she wouldn't make it in time. Just then, a Rolls-Royce glided into the courtyard. A gentle breeze stirred the snow atop the treetops, and as the snowflakes fell, the rear window descended slowly. Shi Yu leaned against the backrest, his demeanor poised. Need a lift? Yes, Shu He replied, her eyes sparkling with delight. Master Yu had already opened the car door for her, inviting her inside. She dashed to the back seat, slipping into the warmth of the vehicle where the heater had already been turned on. As the car roared to life, they sped towards Jingbei University. Shu He exhaled in relief, a charming dimple emerging on her cheek. It was splendid to hitch a ride. Now there was ample time, and she had feared being called out by Professor Lu. Shi Yu perused a financial morning report, lounging comfortably with his long legs crossed, one finger lightly propping up his glasses. If it weren't for me, you would have been late. The casual adjustment of his glasses momentarily stunned Shu He. He appeared rather cultured and refined. Indeed, Shu He retrieved a hefty notebook from her backpack, pressed the button on the armrest, and a small table extended automatically, maintaining a level position. She had been rather lazy at home over the past couple of days, and the 2 questions Professor Lu left her still remained unwritten. Noticing Shu He's silence, Shi Yu quipped, you still need to toss in 2 coins if you take the bus, you know. On such a cold day, there should be some form of compensation for hitching my ride. Alright, should I pay via Alipay or WeChat? How much? Shu He responded, pulling out her phone, feigning readiness to settle the fare. She leaned forward, let us cut the reflex arc a bit shorter. Shi Yu raised his hand, his cool fingertip gently tapping her forehead, nudging her back. Shu He rubbed her brow and straightened her posture. Chapter 34, a man who profits yet plays coy. Shu He pondered seriously, shortening her reflex arc. Oh, perhaps Shi Yu intended for her to replace her thank you with a guitar performance, just as she had done the last time she rode with him. You want me to play the guitar for you? Shu He inquired. You owe me a guitar performance from last time. Let us switch it up. Clearly, he was attempting to extract something from her. Shu He feigned ignorance and began to negotiate. But I don't have any other talents. 2 guitar pieces should suffice, right? Shi Yu's tone remained calm and unperturbed. Classical dance? Absolutely not. Shu He instantly rejected. A vivid image flashed through her mind, Little twirling in a dress for Shi Yu, who lounged on the couch. Casually snacking on seeds, the mere thought was embarrassing, reminiscent of an ancient consort performing for an emperor. I can't dance, I can't dance. Suddenly, Shi Yu's vision darkened. Almost instantaneously, a warm, soft sensation brushed against his cheek. Fleeting like a whisper, the delicate fragrance of the girl wafted through the air, a blend of white jasmine and fresh tea, reminiscent of a mountain spring moon, untouched by the mundane. After kissing Shi Yu, Shua turned her gaze to the window. Mumu was right, Shi Yu possessed a striking appearance and an admirable physique, and it was all for free. Why not take advantage? A quick peck, and he surely wouldn't demand further compensation. You're taking advantage of me, Shi Yu remarked, his deep, dark eyes fixed on her. Shua retorted, a man who profits yet plays coy. The young girl felt slightly flustered, her neck, as fair as jade, subtly flushed with a delicate pink, her cheeks blooming with a rosy hue. Shi Yu chuckled softly, refraining from further teasing, and resumed his reading. Master Yu played a classic Cantonese song as the car glided smoothly along. The melody fell like gentle rain, while the snow by the roadside reflected a pristine light. Intertwining shadows dancing, all amalgamated in the depths of the man's profound and elegant gaze. In the office of the Fu Group's president, a pure white Persian cat lounged on a velvet cushion. Its coat lustrous like an opulent silk scarf, soft and fluffy. Fu Henning was grooming its fur, spoiled by its owner. This Persian cat indeed possessed a rather noble temperament, aptly named Habao. When assistant Feng knocked and entered, he found Fu Henning reclining on the sofa, his dark hair only half-dried, clad in a loosely fitting bathrobe that left his chest almost bare, revealing the exquisite contours of his physique. Young Master Fu was busy pampering his cat, which seemed rather excessive for an office setting. The air was thick with the mingled scents of smoke and wine. Young Master Fu had even set up a pool table in the spacious office, where his childhood friend Guchuan was currently perched laughing and joking with him. Two young scions gathered, reveling in their indulgences with utter contentment. Assistant Feng was exasperated, knowing that young Master Fu was the only son of Chairman Fu. With the chairman still at the group, young Master Fu ought to be learning the ropes of management, yet he squandered his days in idleness. Approaching the sofa, Assistant Feng handed a document to Fu Henning. President Fu, Yunta Technology has ultimately decided to sign a merger contract with Hongxing. Yunta chose to sell itself, but not to us. I've compiled data on other companies. Do we need to consider this one? Fu Henning interrupted, is Yunta the only option? In truth, Yunta Technology held a significant position in the domestic circuit design field. Furrowing his brow, Fu Henning tossed aside the comb, cradled the Persian cat, and scratched its head. Displeased, the contract has already been signed. What is the point of discussing it now? How old is Shi Yu? How old am I? He has been navigating the business world for years, on par with my father. What is the point of comparing me to him? Assistant Feng fell silent, reflecting that he hadn't actually compared young Master Fu to Shi Yu. Why was young Master Fu so reactive? Shi Yu from Hongxing Group was astute and perceptive, fully grasping market dynamics. They were simply not in the same league. Fu Henning seemed to harbor considerable animosity towards Shi Yu, his words lacking decorum. That old fox from Wall Street investment banking, skillfully navigating relationships, charmingly smooth and worldly, he disgusts me. It's only natural that Yunta would falter. I'm not interested. Assistant Feng, like a counselor, earnestly interjected. If you had attended the final banquet, Yunta Technology would not have sold to Hongxing. Fu Henning shot him a cold glare. Do you wish to keep your job? My father doesn't dare raise his voice at me, so who do you think you are? Guchuan chimed in to support Fu Henning. Exactly, you assistant, always nagging. What are you, a dog barking at its master? Do you want to keep getting your pay? Be quiet. Fu Henning shot Guchuan a glance, the insult of calling him a dog a tad excessive. Assistant Feng felt a lump in his throat. The Fu Group primarily focused on the development of communication chips, holding a significant position in the industry, with the recent policies from the Securities Regulatory Commission. A wave of mergers in the semiconductor industry was underway. Hongxing Group, having acquired Yunta Technology, had also expanded into a semiconductor business chain in recent years, rapidly developing under Shi Yu's leadership, even purchasing a renowned wafer fabrication plant in Singapore at a hefty price. It was evident that Hongxing aimed to establish an independent R&D capability, creating a complete upstream and downstream industrial chain in semiconductors. The head of Yunta Technology shared a close relationship with Chairman Fu. Yet during the contract negotiations, young Master Fu had been preoccupied at a social gathering, feeding Habao shrimp from the table and even serving it rib soup with a spoon. He had shown blatant disregard for the head of Yunta Technology, arrogantly declaring, I'm the one acquiring you. What gives you the right to act proud? Men are often sensitive about their pride, and the gathering ended on a sour note. This merger was crucial for young Master Fu. Assistant Feng waited downstairs at Yunta Technology for 3 days, and now Yunta had actively reached out to Hongxing Group, intending to sign a contract. Noticing Assistant Feng's persistence, Yunta Technology decided to give young Master Fu another opportunity. Assistant Feng arranged for a banquet, setting the stage for young Master Fu and preparing his speech, expecting only his presence. To his surprise, young Master Fu stood up the company, claiming his alarm had failed to ring. After being publicly chastised, Assistant Feng resolutely stated, President Fu, I wish to resign. Send-offs. Gu Chuan, engrossed in his phone, looked up to mock, hey, go to finance and collect your paid. It's the first time I've seen someone dare to talk back to their boss. Assistant Feng clenched the documents in his hand. The repeated insults had him unsteady, a hint of moisture glimmering in his eyes. The file contained the merger plan he had hastily drafted for young Master Fu overnight. And while working late, he had contemplated how young Master Fu would be held accountable by the senior directors for losing into Chapter 35, no performance, no marriage, and now, having been so publicly humiliated. Assistant Feng turned and left the president's office with the documents in hand. These privileged scions, bolstered by their deeply rooted family enterprises, lived as if untouchable, mocking others without regard for repercussions. Yet, as the saying goes, it is easy to seize an empire, but maintaining it is a different story altogether. If young Master Fu continued to squander his time, the group would inevitably fall into ruin under his stewardship. Upon witnessing the departure of Assistant Feng, Fu Henning absent-mindedly stroked his cat, lost in thought as he recalled the tears glistening in the assistant's eyes before leaving. His composed brow furrowed slightly. Although Assistant Feng's words were often unpalatable, her capabilities were undeniably exceptional. Gu Chuan's harsh remark about her being akin to a dog was rather excessive. The Persian cat dozed peacefully. Fu Henning rose, fastening the belt of his bathrobe, and approached his desk. He picked up the telephone receiver, hesitating for 3 minutes, his finger reluctant to press down, ultimately abandoning the idea of making a call. Never mind. If she wishes to resign, so be it. Despite Assistant Feng's talents, she lacked an understanding of decorum, and his father would arrange for another assistant. There was no need to bow down for a subordinate. Gu Chuan leaned closer to Fu Gu. Guess who I ran into this morning while passing by Jing University? Scram, I'm not interested. Your ex-girlfriends are either shark-faced or have heads like shoehorns, with asymmetrical features that would make kissing a challenge. Can't you find someone who hasn't undergone plastic surgery? Hey, why are you attacking my taste? Oh, I suppose your beloved Xianji is perfect, thin as a stick, with no curves at all, front and back the same. You can't even kiss her, let alone touch or sleep with her. Sure, she has the face of a classical beauty, but what's the point of courting such an ascetic woman? It's rather dull. One more word. Fu Henning shot him a frosty glare. Your girlfriends must all be made of silicone. Be careful while sleeping, or you might crush them when you roll over. Gu Chuan's lips twitched. Bro, stop cursing. I concede. I won't attack Xianji's figure again. Your words are venomous. Fu Henning settled into his executive chair, sifting through an array of exasperating work documents, adorned with various annotations made by Assistant Feng on sticky notes. He had only recently assumed the role of CEO at the Fu Corporation. Lacking sufficient business experience, this Assistant Feng had been diligent in providing comprehensive and meticulous assistance within the documents. Even penning encouraging notes like keep it up, Fu Zong. Gu Chuan circled back to the initial topic. I ran into Xianji. Are you listening? Speak. Gu Chuan lounged against the desk, adopting a casual demeanor. I stopped her and called her sister-in-law. Guess what? She even deliberately wore a diamond ring on her finger. A diamond ring. Fu Henning's expression shifted slightly. In that fleeting moment, his heart felt as though it had been struck by a mallet. The tension hanging in the air, the lingering ache pulsating in his chest. Gu Chuan slammed the desk. It's fake. Are you certain? It's fake. With this statement, Gu Chuan's certainty wavered. However, who would buy Xianji a large diamond ring? Gu Chuan asserted confidently, I took one look and knew it was fake. Given how stingy she is with her own money, it must be a 9-yuan knockoff, though it does look convincing. She even knew to choose a large diamond to flaunt to me. Claiming she was married, she deliberately showed it to you. Indeed. Fu Henning lowered his gaze, toying with an exquisite lighter, seemingly musing aloud. Perhaps she truly is married. She claimed to have wed her uncle, yet my father mentioned just yesterday that Shi Yu is still single. What kind of person would marry their own uncle? Shi Yu is significantly older than her. Xianji is merely deceiving you. Look at how she cherishes your attention. From my experience, she is likely trying to provoke you into marrying her. Marry her? Yes, I suspect Xianji wishes to tie the knot with you. The flicker of unease within Fu Henning dissipated entirely, and his deeply furrowed brow gradually relaxed, were it not for Xianji's deliberate display of a fake diamond ring to Gu Chuan. He might have almost believed she was married, especially since she had not spoken to him for such an extended period. The reports before him were overwhelmingly tedious and convoluted, leaving him bewildered. Fu Henning leaned back in his chair, remaining silent for a considerable time, his gaze dimming. I do wish to marry her, but she is a love child, or until I achieve some accomplishments, my father will not allow me to marry her. He repeatedly emphasizes that I must first familiarize myself with the corporation's operations before discussing marriage. Come on, you two have been together for nearly 8 years. You will surely marry her. She doesn't yet realize you joined the corporation to marry her. If she found out, she'd definitely be in tears. Don't mention this to Xianji. Fu Henning's lips twitched. Xianji's background was a sensitive topic for her. He sat upright, stowing away the lighter, and picked up one of the hefty files. Preparing to focus intently, he slapped the documents against Gu Chuan's leg. You can leave now. thanks to you, I haven't even begun working. Alright, I'm going. Once the office returned to its quietude, Fu Henning retrieved his phone and dialed CNG again. The number you have dialed is currently on call, please try again later. He took out a new phone from his drawer, equipped with a new number that he had long memorized CNG's phone number. His fingers hovered over the dialing keypad, thoughts tangled like a mess of yarn, hesitating for a moment before finally making the call. The line connected swiftly. Hello, it was a voice he had not heard in a while. CNG's tone was gentle, sweet, and melodious, resonating in a way that softened the heart and evoked a protective instinct. Hello, are you there? Fu Henning gripped the phone tightly, thoughts swirling as he remembered CNG wearing a fake diamond ring. A tumult of emotions roiling within him, he opened his mouth to speak but was met with the sight of a mountain of documents awaiting his attention. His father's admonitions echoed in his mind: if you wish to marry the love child of the Zhou family, you must first become well acquainted with the corporation's operations and satisfy the board's expectations. Ultimately, Fu Henning suppressed the urge to speak with CNG. He gazed at the screen, pausing for a long while. His handsome visage appearing somewhat weary, his finger hovered over the red button, and he ended the call, returning to his work with a grave demeanor. Compared to snowfall, CNG found the melting snow to be far more chilling. Truly affirming the adage that snow is not cold, but the melting snow is. At noon, CNG returned to Moon Bay to fetch her spare car keys. Upon arriving home, she discovered that her brother had thoroughly cleaned the house. It was spotless, yet he no longer resided in Moon Bay. CNG was unaware of the reasons behind her brother's breakup with Mumu. She still remembered how patiently her brother would tutor her and Mumu during their childhood. Mumu adored visiting Moon Bay, enjoying the lectures given by CNG, openly declaring her affection for him, claiming he was her idol. Each visit, she would bring an array of treats and a love letter. Saving her pocket money and New Year's gifts to buy presents for CNG and herself, CNG treated Mumu like a younger sister, embodying propriety and kindness. In those years, Mumu trailed after CNG like a little shadow, her sunny disposition always bringing joy to those around her. It was only after Mumu reached adulthood that CNG's relationship with her began to grow closer. Later on, Mumu successfully pursued her idol. During their relationship, she would share moments of happiness with CNG daily. When CNG learned of their breakup, she found it utterly incredulous. They never revealed the reasons behind their separation. CNG mused that something must have occurred to make such a bright and cheerful girl weep for an entire week, likely a profound and irreconcilable conflict. Now, Mumu remained carefree and cheerful. Yet she refrained from mentioning CNG, as if her decade-long infatuation with him had never existed in her life. Exiting the Moon Bay community, CNG approached the bus stop, coinciding with the peak hour for commuters. A considerable number of people were waiting for the bus, bustling together. Weren't you married? Why the separation? A cool, cheeky voice broke through the air. CNG turned to locate the source of the voice. Fu Henning had appeared leaning lazily against the bus stop, his demeanor casual, with a playful glint in his eyes and a faint smile gracing his lips, suggesting he was in good spirits. His slender fingers toyed with a lighter, flicking the lid open and closed with a cheerful click, hinting at his bright mood. My living arrangements are none of your concern. The bus to Jing University arrived just then. CNG took a couple of steps forward. But suddenly, her delicate wrist was grasped by the man behind her. With a gentle tug, he insisted, "Let me take you." CNG frowned, attempting to shake him off like an unwanted leech, but he persisted. The bus driver shouted in annoyance, "What are you two lovebirds fussing about? Can't you choose a more suitable place for your antics?" With that, the driver shut the door and drove away, leaving Fu Henning to release his grip. Angered by the driver's reprimand, CNG glared at Fu Henning, saying in a stern voice, "How many times must I repeat myself for it to sink in? We are no longer a couple. If you touch me again, I'll report you for sexual harassment." Oh, Fu Henning feigned indifference. "What happened to your 9 yuan diamond ring?" CNG touched her fingers, recalling that after Professor Liu concluded the semester's course, he had taken students for the final practical session at the library to review ancient texts. She had removed the ring to avoid drawing attention, placing it in her bag. "I took it off to avoid blinding you with its sparkle." Well, your temper seems to have improved. Of course, wasn't it you who claimed I was spoiled?" Fu Henning flicked the lighter, retorting, "Where's your uncle? Didn't he throw you a wedding? Let me, your ex-boyfriend, attend. I'll buy your old man a couple of boxes of brain tonic." As Shu He reminisced about her wedding, she recalled that Fu Henning had been sent abroad by her father and had his phone confiscated. He only returned to the country after her wedding, thus remaining blissfully unaware of the banquet she had hosted. Standing beside Shi Yu, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of impatience. Having earned so much, why didn't he indulge in some skincare products? Those who didn't know might assume she was on the verge of bankruptcy. "Who taught you to have such a sharp tongue?" "My husband." "Well, I certainly didn't teach you that." Shu He felt a sense of satisfaction from the banter. Fu Henning smiled faintly, pocketing his lighter before producing a ring box containing a newly purchased 5-carat diamond ring, his tone unexpectedly sincere. "Discard the fake one. Wear this real one. It's for you." "I know you." Before he could finish his sentence, Shu He hailed a taxi. In the frigid weather, her hands felt as stiff as carrots as she swiftly opened the car door and slid inside. Just before closing the door, Fu Henning stepped forward, grasping the door handle. Are you still bothered by Yao Feifei? She has already left Gingbei. With Fu Henning's numerous female acquaintances, it seemed he could easily replace Yao Feifei with Li Feifei. Zhao Feifei, or Sun Feifei. I imagine you won't miss me too much. Are you feeling jealous? The taxi driver, having eavesdropped on the gossip, realized the man was the one who had been unfaithful yet continued to pester the young lady. Unable to contain himself, he irritably exclaimed, "Can't you see she is not interested in you? You're just asking for trouble." Fu Henning's voice turned slightly hoarse. He, release me from this dark place. I promise not to contact any other women. Give me 6 months, and we can get married, alright? You should consider renaming your Persian cat. Why, it's unsettling. With a soft thud, Shu He calmly shut the car door. The driver politely inquired, "Miss, where to?" Jingbei University. Young lady, let me give you a piece of advice. A girl should never forgive a man who has cheated. You're not married yet. You still have a chance to turn back. Cheating and domestic violence are alike. There is either none or countless instances. I've seen too many examples of this. Indeed, Shu He smiled serenely, her tone resolute. I will not forgive a man for infidelity or domestic violence. As the view of Moon Bay gradually faded from sight, just before the taxi turned a corner, Shu He caught a glimpse of Fu Henning still standing tall, holding that oversized ring box. His dark eyes fixed on the taxi she occupied. In the past, Fu Henning had detested the chaotic buzz of bus stops and subway stations, yet at that moment, he remained rooted among the crowd. A tall and slender figure akin to a solitary tree, Shu He did not glance back at him. The wounds inflicted could not be erased by belated affection. A relationship, once concluded, is irrevocably so. No amount of consolation or recompense holds any significance for the one who has been wronged. Fu Henning, you have become part of the past. As evening fell, delicate snowflakes began to drift from the sky. The Rolls-Royce returned to Qingfeng Villa, and in the dim light of the snowy day, Shu He noticed the courtyard's lamps had begun to glow. It was uncertain which architectural genius had conceived this grand and elegant Chinese mansion. The lanterns, radiant and translucent, were adorned with glass casings and featured intricately carved wooden eaves to shield against the elements. Beneath the hazy illumination, the snow fell softly. Sure, you casually inquired, have you found your car keys? No. Shu He retrieved a new key from her pocket, smiling gently. But I got a spare key from Moon Bay, so I can drive my car tomorrow. Sure, you nodded slightly, a flicker of light passing through his ink-black eyes. Chapter 37, the little pouch embroidered by He. As they exited the car, Master Yu held an oversized black umbrella over them. Sure, you took it, sharing it with Shu He as they entered the main hall. Upon entering, a wave of warmth enveloped them. Shu Yu closed the umbrella, and a servant took it from him. After taking a couple of steps, Shu He felt his large hand clasp her shoulder. Surprised, she looked up to find Shi Yu beside her, gently brushing the snow off her down jacket. She wore a fluffy scarf and hat shaped like a little tiger, the scarf enveloping half her face. Both adorable and warm. When Shi Yu's gaze fell upon her fingers, he noticed her wedding ring was missing. Where is your wedding ring? In my bag. Shu He produced a small box from her bag, revealing the ring inside. We had a practical class today, so for safety, I kept it in my bag. If it's inconvenient to wear the ring, you can thread it onto the necklace I gave you. That way, it won't get lost. Shu He smiled faintly. Alright. Her small hand rummaged through her down jacket pocket, retrieving an antique gift she had prepared, a small pouch she had embroidered after a day of meticulous work. Compared to the antiques and luxurious jewels Shi Yu had gifted her, this little present seemed modest. She wondered if he might dismiss it like Fu Henning had or even discard it. Nevertheless, she presented it openly to Shi Yu. A little pouch, not very expensive, but I made it myself. I hope you won't mind. A gift for me? Yes, the man chuckled, his usually solemn gaze softening. Shu He? The sentiment is priceless and cannot be measured by money. Shu He stared at him intently. At that moment, she realized that handcrafted items imbued with emotion cannot be quantified by currency. Heartfelt intentions are invaluable and treasured. Shi Yu examined the gift she had given him, a gradient blue embroidered pouch, intricately crafted with delicate patterns and adorned with lustrous pearls, featuring a sun and a vibrant little bird, with 2 elegant Chinese knot tassels dangling below. Inside were soothing and sleep-inducing spices, the scent calming with hints of traditional herbs and a subtle jasmine fragrance, perfect for placing beside a pillow to relax the nerves and bring peace of mind. Besides the spices, there was also a talisman for safety that Shu He had prayed for at a temple. Shi Yu seemed to recall something. On their wedding night, when he slept beside Shu He, she had a beautiful pouch beside her pillow. He asked, is this yours? No, I embroidered a new one. A couple's version. Shu He remained silent. Currently Shi Yu appeared quite pleased, and she dared not mention Mumu or her brother, nor that Fu Henning had also received a similar pouch. Shi Yu raised an eyebrow, discovering yet another talent of Shu He. She was multi-talented, reminiscent of a refined beauty stepping out from an ancient painting. Do you also know how to embroider? Inside, it was warm. Shu He removed her scarf and hat, slipping off her down jacket to reveal a custom sweater dress, her demeanor soft. I know a bit. When I lived at Mumu's house, my godmother often embroidered pouches. I've learned a bit since then, but my skills are still quite basic, only able to stitch simple patterns. That little bird is not easy to embroider. Oh, it has a name. It's called the Lightbird. I practiced for a long time to get its feathers right. How does it look? Beautiful. Sure, you had never heard of a bird called the Lightbird. The little bird on the pouch was lively and vibrant. Its feathers a dazzling display. He had only seen such a creature in Shu He's hidden childhood paintings. Perhaps it was a figment of her imagination. Shu He's wish was to become a lightbird. Shi Yu inquired, puzzled. What does lightbird mean? Nothing much, just a name I made up. Not wishing to elaborate, she deterred further questions from Shi Yu, who tucked the pouch away into his clothing pocket. At that moment, Steward Zhang approached, carrying a pile of herbal medicine bags, a mysterious smile on his lips. Madam, the Chinese medicine shop has sent the new supplements you requested. Please check if the types are complete. Shu He appeared bewildered. Typically, the medicine shop would deliver herbal remedies for her health without her needing to ask, and she wasn't well versed in medicine. How could she have requested new supplements? Yes, please verify, and if all is in order, I'll have the kitchen prepare them for the sir to drink soon. And for whom? Shi Yu, having changed his clothes, had stepped beside Steward Zhang, picking up one of the medicine packets and adjusting his glasses like he was reviewing a contracted work. Scrutinizing the efficacy labels, the print was small, and he squinted his dark eyes. The madam is very concerned about you. These are all supplements she ordered for you. Shi Yu's expression darkened with each passing moment. The packets contain deer antler yam and other tonics that boost male vitality. Steward Zhang then produced 2 bottles of kidney supplements. And this medicine is from the hospital. This is not my doing. Shu He quickly clarified, her heart racing at the thought of the kidney supplements. She had already envisioned where she would bury herself tonight. Boosting male vitality was an implication no man could tolerate. She stole a glance at Shi Yu. His lips were pressed tightly together, his throat bobbing as a gloomy darkness enveloped his eyes, an ominous calm before a storm. He returned the herbal medicine to Jiang and glanced at Shu He. How come I never noticed before that our Shu He is so considerate? I swear it wasn't me. Shu He realized the situation was turning dire. She took 2 steps back and beheld Shi Yu deftly unbuttoning the topmost button of his shirt with one hand. His fingers grasping the exquisite tie, giving it a gentle tug. He removed the tie and held it in his hand. The cries of the monkeys on both banks echo endlessly while the lightboat has already collided with the great glacier. You run quickly, Shui, you stop right there. Shi Yu's voice was cold and stern, intent on dealing with her, yet Shui had already taken off at full speed, faster than any athlete, her strides covering 3 steps at once. At Shi Yu's shout, Shu He ran even faster. Only a fool would stand still waiting to be punished. She was like a frightened rabbit, darting towards the master bedroom, quickly locking the door behind her. Leaving Shi Yu outside, she cursed the excessively long spiral Roman staircase built in the main house, having turned 3 corners. What did it mean for this man to loosen his tie? Was Shi Yu intending to bind her with it? To punish her severely afterward, the sound of his steady footsteps echoed behind her, and just as Shu He entered the master bedroom, ready to shut the door, a powerful hand suddenly pressed against the thick wooden door. Shi Yu's tall figure stood before her, backlit, the rays of light enveloping his imposing frame. His silent, profound eyes exuded an undeniable sense of oppression. He looked down at her, like a predator poised to pounce. Look at how guilty you appear. Yet you claim it wasn't you. It truly wasn't me. If it wasn't you, then why are you running? I don't know, my legs just took off. Chapter 38. A pampering pat on the head. Shu He strained her arms, attempting to close the door. I'm going to sleep. You move your hand away, don't trap me. Sleep at 7. Yes, young people tire quickly. Being suddenly reminded of their age difference, Shi Yu's expression darkened. Not only have you bought supplements, but you also start to complain about my age, don't you? I didn't. Shu He suddenly realized the gravity of her words. Shi Yu pushed the door open and entered the bedroom, locking the knob behind him. His tone calm and unwavering. Shu He, stand properly. Shu He straightened her back, instantly adopting a military posture. As Professor Shi commanded her to stand straight, she complied without question, perhaps due to an innate obedience that students have towards their teachers. A response purely instinctive. The supplements were certainly not ordered by her. She couldn't possibly say they were ordered by Mumu, Shi Yu's dear niece, for if he found out, both she and Mumu would be in trouble. The warmth of the heating made her shiver. Shi Yu turned on the lights in the master bedroom and approached her with his long legs. Shu He, flustered, took a step back. The man's expression was calm, his emotions concealed, yet this very calmness was the most terrifying, more so than the mist rising ominously in a secluded forest. Shu He felt her legs weaken. She was genuinely afraid, retreating until she suddenly bumped against the edge of the desk. Her back pressed against it, leaving her with no escape. There was a teacup on the edge of the desk, which she could not see as she faced away, just as Shi Yu raised his arm to move the cup. Shu He instinctively shut her eyes tight, hunching her shoulders, her delicate brows knitting together slightly, her eyelashes fluttering. The man hesitated for a moment. Only when one is afraid of being struck do such fearful expressions emerge. When he raised his hand, Shu He, in her nervousness, closed her eyes, tilting her head, believing he intended to hit her. Be careful of the cup on the desk, he murmured in a low, gentle voice, and Shu He felt her taut nerves slacken a fraction. Then, she felt a steady, strong hand gently ruffle her hair, a tender pat on the head. It was as gentle as she would normally be when petting her little orange cat. Shu He slowly opened her eyes. Shi Yu had moved the teacup to a safe spot, his hands tucked into his pockets, observing her now less fearful state with a leisurely gaze. Now tell me, what led you to believe your husband is inadequate? You are. Shu He immediately protested, deflecting the blame. Aunt Jiang must have mixed up those medicines. Perhaps one of your friends was concerned about you and sent them. He. It truly wasn't me, whether or not you are capable. We must test it to find out, right? No, that's not necessary. You look just what? Shi Yu chuckled, just impressive. Upon hearing the man's deep, mellow laughter, Shu He felt puzzled, sensing a hint of mischief lurking in his gaze. As if he were teasing her. Where's your candy? Give me a piece. All right. Shu He's eyes brightened as she quickly pulled out 2 pieces of milk candy from her sweater dress pocket. Offering them to him in her palm, unbeknownst to her, her favorite candy had become her talisman. It was a curious phenomenon. Whenever she upset Shi Yu, all it took was for her to present him with candy. And upon consuming it, he would forgive her and calm down. Shi Yu accepted the candy from her palm, unwrapped one, and popped it into his mouth. Is it sweet? Shu He inquired, curious about the new flavor she had purchased. Not as sweet as you. The man, recalling that Shu He had not been feeling well lately, ceased his teasing, turning to leave the bedroom, his tone relaxed. Tell Mumu that this year's New Year's money from your uncle is half what it used to be. Like a tiny shrimp, neither big nor small, and let her learn a lesson. Shu He was baffled as to how Shi Yu deduced that Mumu had ordered all those herbal medicines. Since he knew Mumu had placed the order, why was he still playing games with her, making her think Shi Yu had truly been affected by the supplements? The emblem standing upright on his Rolls-Royce must resemble an Oscar statuette. What? The sound of Mumu's wailing voice came through the video call. Oh dear, where did this disaster come from? Shi Mu was practicing yoga, seeking inner peace, when she heard that the New Year's money had been reduced by half. She dropped onto her yoga mat, pounding a soft yoga ball, exclaiming that it wasn't her doing, that she didn't have the audacity to order any supplements for her uncle. Shu He, who had been applying skincare, paused. Not you. It truly wasn't me. Mumu began to throw a tantrum. Stuck at home, and now this calamity falls upon me. My New Year's money has been cut by 33,000. Where do I go to argue this? Usually, my uncle gives more for the new year. Shu He's expression grew increasingly dazed. Shi Mu paced back and forth in the bedroom, deep in thought. Like a detective piecing together the clues, after a while, her eyes lit up. I know who it is. Who? It's my uncle. He must genuinely be inadequate. How could he sleep in separate rooms from such a lovely woman at home? I don't understand. If I were to marry you, I would want to have you every night. It seems he secretly bought herbal medicines to boost his health, but unfortunately, Aunt Jiang discovered it. Placing him in a rather awkward position, desperately needing a scapegoat, Shu He listened to Mumu's nonsensical ramblings. Then, Shi Mu chuckled as the essence of the matter dawned upon her. Uncle is cunning. He's placed this steaming pile of trouble on my head, thus he saves face while also cutting my New Year's money by 33,000. Wow, this is truly a 2-for-1 deal. Case solved. Shu He lay on the bed, pulling the covers over herself. If Uncle hears this, the remaining 33,000 will be gone too. No way. Shi Mu was packing up her yoga gear. How can our intimate conversations be overheard by a man? If a man hears us, our house will collapse. Just before sleeping, Shu He pondered. Those supplements weren't ordered by Mumu. Who could it be? Chapter 39. Shu He's car 1T start you zone. Are you not leaving yet? I'll work a bit longer. You all go ahead. Be safe on the road. Jingbei city center. It was already midnight in this precious piece of real estate, the headquarters of Hanshin Group ablaze with lights. Skyscrapers standing tall, dominating the skyline with a magnificent office building. In the office of the Public Relations Department, Yuting was still working late, her fingers deftly dancing across the keyboard, focused on the proposals at hand. The marketing department was in urgent need of a brand research strategy. Yu Zone, it's already 12:30, are you not leaving? A light knock resounded on the office door. The director's assistant had already packed her bag and was ready to leave. Yuting's gaze remained fixed on the computer screen as she lifted her empty coffee cup. You go ahead, get some rest at home, I'll make a few final revisions. I'll be quick. Alright. Before leaving, the assistant poured another cup of coffee for Yu Zone. The clock on the desk ticked away, and by 3 in the morning, Yuting had finalized the strategy and sent it to the relevant person in the marketing department. Numerous sticky notes adorned the bottom of her computer screen. Stretching her stiff arms, she gently massaged her shoulders with a small hammer, tearing down the completed tasks and tossing them into the nearby trash bin. As her gaze fell upon a particular photograph, she momentarily lost her focus, a hint of melancholy shadowing her calm demeanor. Her phone vibrated on the desk. Mom, ting ting, why haven't you come home yet? Still working late? Mom, your uncle has introduced someone for you, a high-ranking official from the Housing and Urban Rural Development Bureau. Take a day off tomorrow to go on a blind date. Remember to put on some pretty makeup and have a good attitude. Don't spill coffee all over your date like last time. Yuting's eyes were filled with desolation as she chose not to respond to the message. The last suitor had barely exchanged a few words before he insinuated that women wear makeup to entice men, questioning whether she had been subjected to the predatory advances of her boss and the senior executives at her workplace. And how a young woman like her had attained the status of a white-collar worker, why did he not inquire about her educational background or the efforts she had made in her career? The act of splashing hot coffee on him was already a display of her restraint. Such a man, steeped in the archaic ideologies of a bygone era, deserved to have his thick skin stripped away and be buried alive. Only to be reborn anew. His inadequacies compared to women led him to slander and malign them for their achievements. On Yu Ting's computer screen was a photograph of a man strong and handsome. Clad in black tactical police gear, with prominent brow bones and deep soulful eyes, years of service had given him a healthy, sun-kissed complexion that radiated the unique sense of security that only a special police officer could convey. His name was Bai Songsheng. A few years prior, during a business social gathering, Yu Ting had been inebriated and, as she descended from the international building, a middle-aged executive had grabbed her and forcefully attempted to take her to a hotel. Bai Songsheng had come to her rescue. However, in saving her, that executive had used his connections to suppress Bai Songsheng. Known for his sincerity, Bai Songsheng had earned Yu Ting's affection, prompting her to create numerous opportunities to pursue him. As they spent more time together, their relationship blossomed. At that time, he was not yet the captain he would later become. In the high-cost environment of Jingbei, Bai Songsheng's salary was modest, yet he always insisted on paying during their dates and showered her with gifts. He would brave the frigid winter to stand in line for her favorite octopus balls, presenting them to her with frost-laden eyelashes. For her birthday, he spent 3 months' worth of salary on a luxurious LV velvet bag she adored. Whenever she vented her frustrations at work, Bai Songsheng would sit quietly like a little robot, enduring her tirades without retort, waiting patiently until she calmed down before treating her to her favorite restaurant, where he would select dishes she loved. Yu Ting had introduced him to her parents, but after a half-hour private conversation with her mother, Bai Songsheng's demeanor had soured, and gradually he became distant, leading to the eventual unraveling of their relationship. It was only during a heated argument with her mother that Yu Ting discovered the depth of the humiliation Bai Songsheng had endured that day. An orphan with no ties to Jingbei, she had never fathomed her mother could utter such devastating words, disparaging him as a kept man, claiming he was a product of a poor environment, devoid of family or support, lacking even the basic dignity of a human being, and living in a neighborhood on the outskirts of the city like a parasite. Her mother even arranged for someone to seize his meager rented apartment, forcing him out, and for the following years, Bai Songsheng could only reside in a dormitory, stripped of any personal space. Her mother had bluntly told him that Yu Ting's annual salary began at $1 million. When would he be able to stand on his own? Buy her a detached villa in the city outright, and present her with a Mercedes S-Class, only then would she consider dating him. Why Yu Ting knew that a detached villa in Jingbei started at a minimum of $60 million. Bai Songsheng did not wish to hinder Yu Ting's future. He never spoke of her mother's derogatory remarks or her attempts to undermine him. As he rose through the ranks, achieving remarkable success, he became the object of affection for many women and the target of bribery from those seeking to curry favor with him, including numerous political figures who wished for him to marry their daughters. Yet, he remained uncompromising, and the pressure only intensified. Bai Songsheng was sincere and straightforward, which explained why he had not yet accumulated enough to purchase a villa outright. Others criticized him for being too rigid, claiming he was ill-suited for the harsh realities of Jingbei. Despite his tall and handsome stature and the multitude of girls who admired him, he did not understand the art of leveraging relationships with women. Perhaps he truly was a man of singular focus. When Yu Ting departed from the corporation, snowflakes were still falling. It was a bitterly cold winter, and the wind was so frigid that it coated her eyelashes with frost, causing her to shiver. Yet, Bai Songsheng was no longer by her side. Shu He had only been driving for a year. Her car bore 2 learner's permit stickers on the rear. She placed her backpack on the passenger seat, settled into the car, and fastened her seatbelt. Noticing Shi Yu approaching, his Cayenne briefcase in hand, was Master Yu not being driven by the chauffeur today? Shi Yu pressed the key, and the Cayenne emitted a beep. He glanced at the person who had been covertly watching him and asked, "Need a ride?" Shu He smoothly averted her gaze. "No, thank you. Are you sure? Really, I can drive myself." Shu He hesitated to ask for a ride in Master Shi's car. Upon reflection, every time she had ridden with him, he had acted like a pirate captain from the Caribbean, always managing to extort something from her with a straight face. Last night, she had considered playing guitar for him as a favor, but he had said to wait until New Year's Day. On New Year's, he planned to take her to a friend's house to celebrate, where Pei Shu and Zhou Xianji would also be present. Coincidentally, the friend he mentioned was none other than Bai Songsheng, the tactical police captain who had caught her and Mu Mu on the street previously. Thinking back, Bai had a pleasant demeanor when he had apprehended them. He hadn't made things difficult, instead advising them to cherish life and be cautious. His motorcycle had been damaged, yet he hadn't demanded compensation from her or Mu Mu, likely having paid for its repair out of his own pocket. Shu He adjusted her seat and turned the key. The car did not respond. She turned it again. Why wouldn't this car start? She tapped the vehicle, reminiscent of the elderly repairing vintage televisions in hopes of coaxing it back to life. The dashboard showed no issues, everything was functioning normally. Chapter 40. In one's own home, one must not be fierce. The Cayenne roared to life, the window was partly down, and the man's gaze was focused. His hand resting on the steering wheel as he reversed the car, the garage's lighting cast a diagonal glow on Shi Yu's refined features, and as he turned, the light reflected off his glasses, creating a dazzling effect. Shu He saw the Cayenne about to leave and hurriedly called out, "Wait, my car, 1T start, 1T start." Shi Yu braked, stopping the Cayenne midway, concern etched on his face. "Don't panic, try turning on your headlights and honking the horn." "Okay." Shu He switched on the headlights. They were bright. She pressed the horn, and it sounded, but the car still wouldn't start. "The battery is charged. And there's fuel. Check if the gear shift is in the correct position." Shu He glanced at the gear shift on her right. "It's correct." Shi Yu picked up a glass thermos, took a sip of poor tea, and after a moment's contemplation, stated, "It might be an issue with the starting system or unstable fuel pressure. It 1T be fixed immediately. I'll have you come by this afternoon to take a look." "Alright." Shu He was utterly bewildered. Terms like starting system failure and unstable fuel pressure were utterly foreign to her. She was a novice and knew nothing about diagnosing vehicle issues, let alone repairing them. However, this black Audi A6 had been a gift from her brother. A brand new car that had only been driven for a year, costing over 400,000. How could it break down so soon? With no other option, Shu He unfastened her seatbelt and removed her backpack. The dilemma arose: how would she get to school? Shi Yu, maintaining his composure, capped the thermos and set it aside, gently pressing the accelerator. Seeing the Cayenne about to depart, Shu He hurriedly clutched her backpack and ran to his window. "Please don't go yet, there's something else." His expression remained calm. Shu He lifted her chin defiantly. "My car is broken, can I hitch a ride with you today? Our routes aligned. In truth, she felt a bit embarrassed. Earlier, Shi Yu had kindly offered her a ride, inviting her multiple times, yet she had declined so nonchalantly, projecting an air of independence. Now, however, she found herself in dire straits, unable to catch the bus to Wetland Park in time. Shi Yu was known for his aloof demeanor. She wondered if he would agree to her request. Shi Yu gestured with his eyes. "Get in, thank you." Shu He's eyes widened in surprise as she quickly opened the door and settled into the passenger seat. Fastening her seatbelt, Shi Yu was truly kind. Being a big shot came with a high tolerance level that he readily agreed to her request. Without any hint of making things difficult for her, she politely expressed her gratitude. "I owe you one. Otherwise, I would have been late again. That you've been such a help these past few days. I'll treat you to a meal sometime." When is sometime? Shu He's expression faltered. She hadn't expected Shi Yu to ask so directly. Sometime was merely a polite phrase people used, often ignored, but perhaps he wasn't well versed in the deeper meanings behind the words. Shi Yu, with a teasing demeanor, remarked, "Oh, so you were just being polite and don't really intend to treat me to a meal?" "Let us pretend I didn't ask." Shu He cleared her throat, forcing a smile. How could that be? I genuinely want to thank you, and I really do want to treat you." "Alright, when? You're quite busy. It should be at your convenience. When would you like? How about winter solstice? This Friday. You don't have classes." "Sounds good." As the car exited Qingfeng Village, Shu He took out her phone, opened Xiaohongshu, and searched for suitable dining locations for girls inviting big shots out for meals. Many friends had shared their guides for dining with influential figures. It was advised to first understand the preferences of the alpha, then choose a refined establishment, preferably a Western or Chinese restaurant. Avoiding hot pot or street food, as such choices could dampen the alpha's mood, jeopardizing potential collaborations. Shu He found this advice reasonable. Master Shi was indeed a discerning individual. At a traffic light, Shi Yu gently tapped the steering wheel with his fingers. His gaze fixed on Shu He's face, he noticed her furrowed brow, intently focused on the screen, lost in her little world of Xiaohongshu, appearing utterly absorbed. He cast a glance at her experience post. Upon encountering the phrase regarding the inability to negotiate with the client, Shi Yu gently closed his eyes, inhaled deeply, and slowly exhaled before reopening them. It felt akin to striking a fist against cotton. Internally, he chanted to himself, "This is my family, do not be fierce, do not be fierce." Shi Yu extended his hand, lightly tapping her forehead. "Shua, am I your client? Shouldn't you be searching for where is suitable for a date with your husband instead?" "Oh." Shua came to her senses, touching her brow, and he tapped her again. "You really are a bit slow to understand, my dear girl." Shi Yu cast a faint glance her way, just a glance, and Shua's smile faded as she straightened her posture. Though it was Shi Yu who was mocking her lack of comprehension, a warm sensation coursed through Joshua's heart, and a smile tugged at her lips. She altered her search terms to "where is suitable for a date with my husband." One location caught her eye. Shua's face lit up with delight as she handed her phone to him. "This cat CAF is so beautiful. Shall we go and pet some cats? Do I look like a cat to you?" "Alright." It seemed Shi Yu was not inclined to visit the cat CAF. Shua's delicate fingers scrolled through various experience posts, her gaze fixated as she continued browsing other couples' date locations, unbeknownst to them. The dawn had silently dispersed the thin mist from the eastern sky. The divine light shone brilliantly, dazzling the eyes. Is it clear now? Shu He raised her hand to shield her eyes from the blinding radiance. clearly seeing the golden halo filtering through her fingers, transforming into a lovely golden orange feather. As she was momentarily lost in thought, the man's deep voice resonated like a musician gently playing a guillotine. Let's go to the zoo. The zoo, Shu He murmured, her thoughts drifting to a distant place. Yes. A trip to the zoo will allow He to capture photos of the adorable animals she loves, to place them in her wish bottle. Hunching Group. Pei Shu lounged casually in an expansive, plush executive chair, his hands rubbing the armrests as he surveyed the decor of the office. Bright and grand. Xiao assistant, is there any project I need to invest in today? Xiao Su inwardly rolled his eyes at Pei Shu's carefree demeanor as he approached with a freshly brewed cup of pu'er tea, serving him. This pu'er has just arrived, do have a taste. That Shi Yu fellow loves his tea. Pei Shu lifted the teacup, gently blowing on it. Despite his fashionable attire, he held a thermos glass, evidently health-conscious. One might mistake him for an old-timer, huh? Just then, the office door swung open. Chapter 41, Classical Dance. Stunning. Shi Yu, who had just arrived at work, placed his briefcase on the desk and removed his cashmere coat. Once you're done, move from my seat. You're arriving earlier than your boss. He, this executive chair is so comfortable. Why not gift it to me? A scan to pay. Damn, business has even reached my brother. The last time Shu came to buy cat treats from me, I let her have them for free. Shi Yu squinted. What do you call her, sister-in-law? Pei Shu covered his head, fearing a beating, and sat down beside the sofa, chuckling. You are truly fortunate to marry such a gentle and beautiful girl. Shu has a soft and accommodating nature. You little brat, better not bully her. Shi Yu raised an eyebrow. No one comes to the Three Treasures Hall without a reason. Speak, what brings you here? Pei Shu casually replied. Why didn't you Ting come to work today? I didn't see her in the PR department just now. She took a leave. Shi Yu picked up the remote, drawing the curtains open. Light flooded in. The recent weather had cleared up, and the sunshine was quite pleasant. The weather forecast indicated that the day of the winter solstice would also be sunny, suitable for an outing. Why did she take leave? A blind date. Pei Shu could no longer maintain his calm demeanor and rushed to the desk. Leaning over, wait, how can you approve of that? Don't you know that after New Year's I'll be approaching 30 and still haven't found someone to marry? Shi Yu organized the materials for the board meeting. A valid reason. Why not approve it? If she finds someone, what will I do? Chill. Pei Shu pressed down on the document Shi Yu had opened, pulling out a postcard from his pocket. This is the confession letter I wrote. Could you take a look and see if it's presentable? You are the first one in our group to have found a partner, the most successful. If it's not good, help me revise it. There is no rush. What era are we in to still be writing letters? I can't say it face to face. Her birthday is next month. I plan to confess and place this letter within the roses I'll give her. To surprise her, Shi Yu did not glance at the letter but offered gentle advice. She only has Song Sheng in her heart. You know that, Pei Shu, given your qualities, if you had sought another partner, you would have married long ago, but she and Shenggo have been broken up for nearly 5 years. I even asked Shenggo, and he said he no longer has feelings for Ting Ting. I can pursue her. Do you really believe that? Pei Shu lowered his gaze, his expression dimming. I've waited 5 years. I want to give it a try. If I fail, I won't pester her anymore. I'll let go and move on. Xiao Su reminded. President Sure, the board meeting is about to start. Shi Yu rose, taking 2 folders as he headed for the door, pausing momentarily at the doorknob before saying, leave the letter on my desk. I'll take a look when I have time. Hey, you're my real brother. Pei Shu beamed with delight. After Shi Yu left, he placed the letter on the desk and was about to exit the office when he realized that the office was bustling with people. And it would be quite awkward if someone saw him. He didn't know what time Shi Yu would finish the meeting. Pei Shu pondered, picked up the letter, and slipped it into the book that Shi Yu read daily. Concealing the confession letter intended for Yu Ting within its pages, Qingfeng Villa butler Jiang noticed that the little orange fruit was wearing a cute pink cotton jacket, which could protect Duoduo's belly and back while looking rather lovely. Madam, did you buy this little jacket? I sewed it. Shua cradled little orange Duoduo. Having added some down to the jacket recently, she observed that Duoduo had grown accustomed to the environment of Qingfeng Villa, becoming increasingly mischievous and playful, often sneaking out to play in the snow. With the cold winter, she feared Duoduo might get chilly. Butler Jiang was increasingly impressed with Madam's skillfulness, having already finished dinner. Shua entertained Duoduo with a cat teaser for a while. It was Thursday, and her menstrual cycle was nearly over. She was quite eager to practice dancing for a bit, having resided in Qingfeng Villa for some time. She had never used the dance studio. Shua headed to the second floor of the west courtyard. Little orange Duoduo followed closely behind her, as it always did whenever Shua was home, trailing her to the dance studio. The dance studio that Shi Yu had constructed for her spanned approximately 130 square meters, with a spacious and clean mirror at the front and panoramic floor-to-ceiling windows on the left. The overall decor was modern and minimalist, adorned in warm coffee tones, with a small tea table and sofa in the corner, complete with soft cushions. Shua sighed, realizing that this dance studio was even more exquisite than the one she had enrolled in. Inside was a changing room filled with various dance attire. After changing, she selected a classical song she liked. After stretching, Shua began to dance. Little orange Duoduo tilted its head, watching as Shua extended her limbs. After a while, it happily let out a meow and began to dance along with her, prancing around in circles. Shi Yu had a social gathering that evening and returned home later than usual. Not finding Shu in the living room, butler Jiang set aside his tasks and approached Shi Yu. "Madam started exercising today. She's dancing in the studio, though I wonder if she's slacking off." Shi Yu responded with a non-committal HM. He went upstairs to change clothes, leisurely making his way to the west courtyard to supervise Shua's exercise. The night was vibrant, and the room was filled with flowing light. Shua's dancing was graceful, clad in an inkwash-style dress that accentuated her lovely figure. Her swan-like neck was long and delicate, and her waist was soft and slender. The elegant curve of her shoulder blades was captivating. And under the glow of the indoor lights, she appeared to be tinted with a rosy hue, enchanting the heart. With the inkwash varying in depth, it seemed to paint a delicate scene. Classical dance, blending movements and poses from martial arts and opera, exhibited a harmonious balance of strength and grace. This dance form, stemming from ancient traditions, embodies the timeless elegance of the East. As Shua danced, she caught sight of Shi Yu standing at the door through the dance mirror. She was unaware of how long he had been there. Leaning against the doorframe, arms crossed, he exuded a casual and relaxed demeanor characteristic of a noble scion. Wearing a contented expression, startled Shua halted her movements. Having been too engrossed in dancing to notice him behind her, she turned to Shi Yu. "Aren't you working overtime today? Oh, so you only dance when I'm working late, trying to avoid me?" "I am not avoiding you," Shua retorted playfully, seeing her somewhat dazed expression resembling a fawn that had just scampered out of a mountain stream. She appeared endearingly innocent. "Who else have you danced for?" Chapter 42. He did not kiss for so long today. Shua instinctively curled her fingers. "Sister, and you." Shi Yu's eyes brightened. "You dance beautifully. Continued. I'll supervise your exercise. I've already danced for quite a while." Shua replied, her ears flushing slightly as she turned off the classical music in the dance studio. "I've met my exercise quota for today and won't dance anymore. Oh, madam is shy." Shua's cheeks gradually warmed. She noticed that at this moment, Shi Yu's fair complexion was tinged with a hint of red, contrasting with his usual mature and composed demeanor. Gazing into her eyes, there was an added hint of intoxicating allure. "Have you been drinking?" Shi Yu did not approach Shu He. He had already changed his clothes before arriving, and the young lady could still discern the scent of social engagements from him. Since the car accident, Shu He had grown somewhat sensitive and fearful of the scent of alcohol. In the past, Fu Henning had a penchant for drinking and smoking, often drawing near to her when inebriated. Pulling her into his embrace to steal a kiss, she would push him away in rejection. He would even extend the bottle to her, urging her to take a sip. It was precisely these moments that often led to quarrels between them. Fu Henning would apologize once sober, yet the bond between them continued to grow increasingly tenuous. Shu He had never tasted alcohol. Little Ju Duo seemed dizzy from the revelry, swaying as she danced. Shu He crouched down to lift Duo up. She was so small that Shu He could wrap her in both arms. "I'm going to take a shower." With that, Shi Yu left the dance room. As he descended the stairs, his gaze was clear and bright. Shu He was not fond of the scent of alcohol, though she had never voiced her distaste, having changed out of her dance attire. Shu He made her way to the main living room. After washing her hands, she picked an apple from the coffee table. She placed pure water into a small pot to boil. The open kitchen had honey, so Shu He used a peeler to remove the apple skin, slicing it into strips on the cutting board. After boiling the apple strips for 10 minutes and adding some honey, a homemade hangover tea was ready. Apples are known to benefit the spleen and stomach. Carrying the hangover tea, Shu He approached the door of the second-floor guest room and gently knocked. The door swung open, and a refreshing scent of men's body wash wafted towards her. Shi Yu had just finished showering, a loose silk robe draped over him, a towel in hand as he dried his hair. The droplets cascading from the ends of his hair trickled down to his neck, lingering at his well-defined collarbone. A veil of mist seemed to linger in his eyes. The scene was temptingly alluring. Shu Hi's heart fluttered, and she swallowed unconsciously, politely turning away. "I made you hangover tea. Turn around, or I won't be able to drink it." Shu He turned back, extending the hangover tea to him, cautioning that it was hot and advising him to eat the apple as well for his stomach. Shi Yu chuckled. "There's nothing about me you can't see." Catching sight of the girl's flushed cheeks, he accepted the tea, placing the steaming cup on the table as he turned to see Shu He about to leave. "Wait a moment." Shu He paused. Just as she turned, a pair of large hands encircled her waist, drawing her closer with a gentle force. He brought her into the guest room. The refreshing scent of wood filled her senses. Crisp and clean, devoid of any trace of alcohol. The door closed, and Shu He found herself pressed against it, Shi Yu's tall figure casting a shadow over her. Lifting her chin, the masculine aura enveloped her. The stunning image of her dancing lingered in his mind, causing Shi Yu's heart to soften as he leaned down to tenderly kiss her lips. His lips were slightly cool, just as Shu He regained her senses. He pulled away, ruffling her hair. "Thank you for the hangover tea." He had been drinking, so it was merely a fleeting kiss, devoid of any desire. Shu He remained leaning against the door, touching her lips. Today, his kiss had not lingered as long as before. The following morning, at the Beijing North Wild Animal Park, Shu He had spent neither too long nor too brief a time with Shi Yu and discovered him to be a quintessential planner. Regardless of the task at hand, he enjoyed meticulously organizing his time and activities, proceeding in an orderly manner, adept at decision-making and attentive to detail, a veritable master of time management just like now, although Shi Yu showed little interest in the animals. He had prepared a detailed itinerary in advance, taking her on a tour. Shu He, a typical free spirit, preferred to go with the flow, often languid in her leisure, relishing sleep, and rarely engaging in any planning. The last time she visited a zoo was over a decade ago. Back when she was in first grade, she had topped her class in the midterm exams, and as a reward, her mother took her to the zoo to feed the animals. Excitedly, she awoke early, donned new shoes, and her mother styled her hair into an adorable bun, painting a cute little apple on her cheek. While her mother purchased animal feed, she sneaked a taste of spicy strips, which resulted in an upset stomach. The winter wildlife park was not as crowded as in summer, the flow of people was minimal, and Shu He found herself quite enjoying the tranquil atmosphere. In the animal feed supermarket, Shi Yu led Shu He in selecting meat to feed the animals. Upon turning back, he noticed Shu He watching a little girl at the entrance of the supermarket. Dressed in tiny overalls, squatting down to sneak a taste of jelly, her mother, having finished purchasing the feeding supplies, saw her daughter had devoured all the jelly and rolled up her sleeves to scold her. "You little rascal. That was meant to last you the whole day. Don't you feel cold eating so much at once? What if you get a tummy ache?" The little girl bolted away, her mother in hot pursuit. Shu He suddenly snapped back to reality, the fleeting melancholy in her eyes disappearing. Her gaze fell upon Shi Yu, who had taken a milk candy from his coat pocket and placed it in his broad palm. "Here. Have some candy." Shu He accepted the candy. It was one of the 2 new flavors she had given Shi Yu previously, with only one remaining. She unwrapped the chocolate candy and popped it into her mouth. Surprisingly, it was quite sweet. Chewing on the candy, she asked him, "Which do you prefer, the chocolate flavor or the original?" "The original." Shu He decided to buy a few more original flavors as a backup. After purchasing the feeding supplies, she sat by the window on the right side of the sightseeing tour bus, which was a bulletproof vehicle, ensuring safety. Shi Yu sat beside her. Tourists continued to board the bus, and Shi Yu leaned back in his seat, pulling out a beautifully crafted DSLR camera from his backpack. "Here, I'll give you a camera and teach you how to take better photos." Shu He glanced at the camera in his hand. It was a pure black, sleek design that appeared quite heavy. Regrettably, at the age of 22, she had never used a digital camera, seeing her sitting so far away. Shi Yu smiled. "Shu He, come a bit closer." "Alright." Shu He scooted closer. Had Shi Yu changed his cologne? When she drew near, she caught a whiff of a cool cedar scent, softened with a hint of rose. This blend diminished the aloofness, adding a touch of warmth. Shu He found herself bewildered by the complex buttons on the camera. Shi Yu patiently explained each basic button, his tone steady and soothing. After the first round of explanations, he began again with unwavering patience. Shu He listened intently. Shi Yu was remarkably considerate of her feelings. This moment made Shu He slightly dazed, as if she were a student of Shi Yu sneaking out for a date with her professor. No wonder his students adored him. His focused and patient demeanor was truly captivating. "Did you understand?" I got it." Shu He comprehended it on the first try. "Thank you, Professor." Shi Yu raised his hand and gently poked her forehead. "For what?" "Thank you, husband." Shu He rubbed her forehead where he had poked her. She had lost count of how many times he had done this. The little gesture had become his trademark. Chapter 43. Encounter at the zoo. The tour bus began to move slowly. Ahead lay the predator zone, where adorable brown bears would come to beg for food. Some even walking sideways, along with tigers, lions, and leopards. Tourists could only feed the animals from within the bus. They were not allowed to open the windows or exit. "Look, it's a brown bear." Shu He's eyes sparkled. Instinctively clutching Shi Yu's clothing, Shi Yu glanced down at her delicate, porcelain-like hand, observing her cheerful demeanor. "Yes, we can feed them now." Great. Shu He had assumed that during the frigid winter, the animals would remain indoors. Yet the brown bears were quite active, eagerly surrounding the tour bus. She handed the meat from the feeding area to the brown bears. They devoured it quickly. Their clumsy appearance made them endearing. After finishing, one bear stood on its hind legs, pawing at the glass and tapping on the window, begging for more food. A few more bears rushed over, competing for the meat, and soon a playful scuffle ensued. The sight of the bears wrestling was amusing, biting each other as they vied for food. Shu He remarked, "They're fighting. Look to the right. A little brown bear has a similar temperament to yours." Shi Yu had purchased a considerable amount of meat, which he held in his hands. Feeling lighthearted, Shi took some more from him. A polite little brown bear approached, plump and standing on its hind legs. Looking at Shi with innocent eyes, Shi Yu provided the bear with a voice. "Excuse me, could I have a piece of meat?" "Thank you, but if it's inconvenient, it's alright." Shi couldn't help but laugh. Surprised by Shi Yu's adorable side, "Can I feed it 2 pieces of meat?" "Feed as many as you like." Shi took 2 pieces of meat and fed them to the little brown bear, which eagerly munched away. As the tour bus moved to the next stop, the little brown bear reluctantly followed behind. "You seem to have a special bond with the brown bears." Shi was unsure whether Shi Yu was complimenting or teasing her. He seemed to enjoy playing with her. Shi Yu had just taken a few photos of Shi, capturing her interactions with the animals. her eyes sparkled, and her little tiger teeth made her look even cuter. Her delicate features gradually became more vibrant and lively. The driver of the tour was quite kind, stopping at each station to allow passengers to feed the animals. After about half an hour, Shu He had fed lions, tigers, and leopards. When a pack of hyenas approached, Shi Yu noticed Shu He had become motionless. Why aren't you feeding them? It looks a bit like Fu Henning. I don't want to feed it. Shu He found the hyenas rather unappealing. Shi Yu chuckled softly, taking a piece of meat and tossing it into the feeding area, saying with significant implication, hyenas need to eat too, let us feed them a piece. It was early morning, and these animals were in high spirits, quickly devouring the meat in Shu He's hands. She glanced at Shi Yu and said, "It's all gone." "You are quite generous," Shi Yu remarked, handing her the camera in his hand. "Here, take some pictures." Those tigers in the distance seemed to be in good spirits. Shu He accepted the camera and noticed it was filled with many of her photos. Shi Yu's photography skills were commendable, with excellent angles. Each shot reflected her preferred style. "The photos you took are beautiful." It's the person in the photos who was beautiful. As noon approached, the sun warmed their skin. "Are you thirsty?" Shi Yu asked. "A little," she replied. There was a beverage stall next to the resting area, and feeling somewhat fatigued from wandering, she thought to take a break. Shi Yu took out his phone. "You go sit in the resting area for a while. I will get some water." "All right." Shi Yu settled on a bench to rest. Shi Yu was queuing at the drink stall, and many girls around were eyeing him. The saying goes, beauty lies in the bone, not in the skin. Shi Yu, with a face like jade, was strikingly handsome. Surely Yan Wat had put great care into his creation. "Jo Shui, is that really you?" A sudden voice broke in, and Shui turned to see Lin Yueshi approaching. In elementary school, this person had dragged her into the bathroom to bully her, and Mumu had rescued her and called the police. However, since the bullies were under 12, Lin Yueshi had cried at the police station, claiming she was wrong and would never play tricks on classmates again. She had not faced any substantial punishment. The police merely gave her a lecture, leaving no record. Beside Lin Yueshi stood a man, dressed in a suit, resembling a successful individual. The two were linked arm in arm, presumably her boyfriend. Darling. Lin Yueshi tiptoed and kissed the man's cheek, acting coy. "I ran into an acquaintance. Could you get me a bottle of water while I catch up here?" The man's hawk-like gaze lingered on Shu He for a moment, serene and gentle. "What a beauty," he thought. Lin Yueshi's expression shifted slightly, and irritation bubbled within her. She squeezed his hand. "I want red bean milk tea. 7/10 sugar. Can you buy me a cup?" After he left, Lin Yueshi sat across from Shu He, propping her chin on her hand. Shu He still not speaking. Shu He remained calm as water. "What does that have to do with you?" "Ha ha." Lin Yueshi appeared harmless, resembling a neighborly older sister. "How nice. I'm happy for you. No longer a mute. Today is Friday, a workday. How is it that you haven't found a job since graduating from university?" "Oh, wait, did you even attend university? Wandering around here, perhaps you're haunted by nightmares of having caused your sister's death. Are you not also wandering?" Lin Yueshi scoffed, scrutinizing Shu He's attire and shoes. Realizing they were all top luxury brands, even the casual bag by her side was a new Hermes model. "Which wealthy man have you latched onto? Are you trying to compete with me?" Lin Yueshi's disappointment was palpable. "I returned from studying abroad and immediately joined Heinxing Zhou Shui. I hope your outfit isn't a high imitation." Shui smiled slightly. "Internship period. So what? I'll be confirmed after New Year's. Today is a workday. Aren't you skipping work? It wouldn't be good if the boss found out." Lin Yueshi crossed her legs, feeling triumphant. "I can come out after clocking in. There are no group leaders here. My position is quite relaxed. Do you know how much Heinxing pays?" "How much?" Lin Yueshi gestured with her hand. "This is the amount during the internship. Imagine how much more I'll earn once I'm confirmed." "Such a high amount. Now you've piqued my interest in Hansong.do. You think you can just waltz into Henshin? Which prestigious university did you get into? Have you finished school? Do you have any qualifications to show? Any overseas study experience, any impressive work background? Relying on your looks to become a mistress for my boss. He just got married not long ago." Shu He remained composed. "What if I am your boss's wife?" Delusional, Lin Yueshi stood haughtily, while Shu He maintained a pleasant demeanor, her emotional state unperturbed, as if observing a clown. Lin Yueshi furrowed her brow, sensing a significant change in Shu He's aura, after years apart. She was no longer the submissive girl she once was. Why was it that nothing she said could provoke Shu He now? There was no hint of fear in Shu He's eyes anymore. A stark contrast to the dejected girl she had once known. Years ago, when Shu He was dragged into the bathroom and forced to kneel and beg for mercy, cold water was poured over her repeatedly. Unable to cry for help due to her speech impairment, her friend Shermu had stormed in, grabbing the bullies by their collars and shoving their faces into the toilet. Lin Yueshi still vividly remembered drinking a lot of toilet water and getting her face scratched by Shermu. It was an unforgettable incident, sure. Lin Yueshi's boredom turned to surprise upon seeing a man approaching. He was as radiant as the stars, and her heart raced with excitement. Shi Yu. It was indeed Shi Yu. He approached Shu He holding beverages and a box of snowflake pastry, and said gently, "Your favorite jasmine milk green tea. This snowflake pastry has just been made. Try it and see if it's sweet." Alright, Shu He took the jasmine milk green tea from him, still warm. Shi Yu had thoughtfully inserted a straw for her. She took a sip. Delicious. You should sit down and take a break too. Lin Yueshi stood frozen in disbelief. She was certain she hadn't made a mistake. This elegantly poised man was indeed Shi Yu, the CEO of Hanshin Group, her direct superior. But how could someone of his stature be with Shu He? Shi Yu turned to the young girl standing across from them. Is she your friend? Shu He smiled lightly. Yes, an old friend. She helped take care of me when I was younger, dragging me into the bathroom for a lesson. I couldn't thank her back then since I couldn't speak. What a coincidence. She just returned from studying abroad and joined Hanshin. She is your employee now, Shi Yu. She is skipping work during her internship. So let us not hold it against her. Lin Yueshi felt a pang of guilt as she clenched her hands. The earlier bravado had vanished. It was a workday, and she had just encountered the big boss. Shu He was relishing this opportunity to air old grievances. Chapter 44. When did she ever bully you? Shi Yu's expression turned icy as he fixed his gaze on Lin Yueshi. What is your name? And which department are you from? The temperature around them seemed to drop sharply. Lin Yueshi took a step back. This man, tall and imposing, had a piercing gaze that radiated authority. His words carried no warmth. Lin Yueshi looked at him with trepidation, her complexion paling. No one was unafraid of their superiors. Speak. His gaze was sharp as a blade, coldly demanding. Lin Yueshi trembled, her body starting to shake slightly, her voice faltering. I'm from the marketing department. My name is Lin Yueshi. You're fired. Lin Yueshi's lips turned pale. After working hard for her offer from a prestigious company, she was just days away from confirmation. Being employed by a conglomerate like Hanshin was a coveted opportunity for many international students. Lin Yueshi, a habitual liar, stammered, I took a leave today. Who signed it? Lin Yueshi felt sweat trickling down her back. She glanced at Shu He, who was leisurely sipping her milk tea and enjoying the strawberry snowflake pastry Shi Yu had bought, seemingly unconcerned about her former classmate's predicament. Lin Yueshi dared not meet Shi Yu's stern gaze. Her confidence dwindling. I didn't bully Shu He, it was merely a little joke. She took it seriously. You can ask other classmates, and besides, she caused her sister's death. Shi Yu, you must see through her facade. She is a master at pretending to be innocent to gain sympathy. The number of men she has deceived over the years is countless. Oh, by the way, she had an affair with Fu Henning. They even slept together in high school. Did you know any of this? Shi Yu remained unfazed. He produced a recorded audio file as evidence, calmly stating, Do you think I should believe you or my wife? Lin Yueshi was utterly astonished. Shu He hadn't lied. She really had married Shi Yu? She had indeed become the boss's wife of Hanshin? In addition to your unauthorized absence, I will also add a record of bullying to your termination reasons. Furthermore, due to the disruption you caused to the company's operations, Hanshin will seek compensation from you according to its standards. Moreover, your earlier defamation of my wife has infringed upon her right to reputation. Expect a lawyer's letter at home. Lin Yueshi's nails dug into her palms. Shi Yu had recorded the conversation. The last bit of color drained from her face. Many HR departments conduct background checks during interviews. If she was terminated with a record of bullying, competitors would surely use it against her. Defamation indeed infringed upon her reputation, and she would have to face a lawsuit and legal repercussions. Shu He paused in her enjoyment of the snowflake pastry, surprised that Shi Yu had been astute enough to record the conversation, and even more shocked that he would unconditionally side with her. I'm sorry, Shi Yu. Lin Yueshi began to apologize, bowing deeply, her large eyes misting over as she dared not utter a word. Sobbing in front of Shi Yu, Shu He felt a wave of nausea. I want to see the capybara. Alright. Shi Yu had been carrying her backpack and camera all along, taking her hand as they headed to the reptile house to see the capybara. Lin Yueshi hurried after them. Flustered, she wiped away her tears, wishing to explain herself to Zong once more, hoping he could refrain from suing her. Would being sued leave a permanent record at the police station? When Lin Yueshi witnessed Zong's attentive care for Shu He, observed him leaning down to listen to her, and noticed the unmistakable aura of a devoted husband surrounding him, she halted in her tracks. Her prideful self-esteem forbade her from appearing as a drowned rat before Shu He. She would never bow her head in front of Shu He, yet Shu He was now the matriarch of Hanshin Group, capable of whispering sweet nothings into Zong's ear, and she was certain retribution would be unavoidable. Here, your red bean milk tea. What is that girl's name? The man purchased 2 cups of red bean milk tea, intending to give one to the enchanting girl from earlier, but upon scanning the surroundings, he found no trace of her. What a pity. He had wished to obtain her contact information. That beautiful girl was truly captivating. Lin Yueshi, in a fit of rage, knocked the red bean milk tea to the ground. Fuming, why does Shu He get to marry so well? What gives her the right? She recalled how Shu He had once been a timid little mute, forced to bow before her, having received numerous slaps from her. How could such a person possibly be with Fu Henning? And now, what right did she have to wed Shi Yu? The milk tea container shattered on the ground, splattering liquid onto both their shoes. Passers-by cast curious glances, while the man, annoyed at his soiled shoes and the embarrassment it caused, glared at her. What kind of tantrum is this? When will you ever change your spoiled princess attitude? Apart from your parents, no one in society is obliged to indulge you if you call others cowards, yet look at yourself. You're nothing but a neurotic, a bitter woman. With that, the man wiped his shoes with a tissue and departed without a backward glance. Lin Yueshi felt her anger boiling over. She had initially planned to leave the zoo, but the mess on the ground might attract the attention of nosy tourists who could film her and post it online. Lin Yueshi glanced at her boyfriend, who seemed utterly indifferent, overwhelmed with grievances. She wept as she picked up the 2 fallen milk tea containers, cleaning up the spilled red beans. The capybaras were remarkably zen. They appeared round and plump, with short legs and upward-facing nostrils, exuding an adorably naive charm. Being the most stable creatures in spirit, due to the cold weather, they remained indoors. Shu He had purchased several oranges, placing them atop a capybara's head. Indeed, the lazy creatures made no move, appearing utterly silly. Shu Yu stood beside the young girl. Shu He, with a gentle expression, quietly entertained a capybara, playing with the 2 little oranges. Seemingly unfazed by the earlier commotion. At what age were you bullied by her? Which school? Shu He chuckled innocently. I don't remember. She understood that Shu Yu wanted to assist her in some way, and smiled softly. That time, my godmother had reported it to the police. She apologized to me at the station. Was that all? Just an apology? Shu He lowered her gaze, her voice ethereal. That was all. Shu Yu felt a sudden pang in his chest. He had intended to clarify the timeline of Shu He's bullying and arrange for a lawyer to help her pursue charges. But recalling that she had only begun to speak in middle school meant she had been bullied at an age under 12, well past the statute of limitations. Furthermore, under the minor protection law, children under 12 could not be held legally accountable, and the police could only provide education. Shu He, capybaras are quite fun, you should try playing with them too. Shu Yu crouched beside Shu He, picked up one of the oranges she had bought, and placed it on her head, remarking, you and the capybara share a resemblance. Shu He, balancing the orange atop her head, laughed, being likened to it. Isn't too bad. Living life carefree like a capybara, seeking tranquility, is indeed a blissful existence. Suddenly Shu He inquired, are you really going to use recordings to sue Lin Yueshi? Of course. Shu Yu pinched Shu He's soft cheek, coaxing her. Do you think I'm merely jesting with her? Shu He, trust me, trust in the power of public opinion. I will compel her to publicly apologize to you, not just for today, but for the bullying you endured as a child. The perpetrators must face the consequences. Shu He felt her eyes welling with tears. His words resonated strongly, causing her heart to soften unexpectedly. Shu He explained, I didn't date Fu Henning in high school, nor did we ever sleep together. We only talked for half a year. Half a year? Shu He noticed the deep astonishment and bewilderment in his gaze. Yes, just half a year, during which we also had 2 months of Cold War. Understood. Shu Yu's lips curved subtly as he removed the orange from her head and placed it on the capybara's. The capybara shifted, causing the orange to tumble down. The man remarked with double meaning, look, you've learned to retaliate. Well done. Shu He picked up the orange, holding it in her palm, pondering whether Shu Yu's words were meant to awaken her. Chapter 45, New Year's Day in northern regions. It is customary to make dumplings for many significant festivals, with a 3-day holiday for New Year's. When Shu He visited her godmother's home for a meal, she informed Mumu of her plans to spend New Year's Eve at Captain Bai's house. Mumu's younger brother, Nian Nian, eagerly urged his sister to take him along as he idolized the special police and wished to meet his hero. Mu also enjoyed lively gatherings, so she purchased some gifts and took her first-grade little brother to visit Captain Bai Songsheng. On the afternoon before New Year's Day, Shu He accompanied Shi Yu to an old residential compound on the outskirts of West City. Mu and Nian Nian hitched a ride with their uncle. This community had once been allocated for high school teachers, and although the facilities had aged, the environment was serene and quiet. Shu He observed Shi Yu walking beside her. 3 days prior, Lin Yueshi had been compelled to publicly apologize, releasing an apology video on social media. Numerous marketing accounts reported on her actions, revealing that she had bullied more than one classmate. The trending topic Lin Yueshi bullying remained high, backed by capital interests, and many stories about elementary and middle school students being bullied surfaced, prompting netizens to rally in support of the victims. Lin Yueshi's mother had contacted Shu He yesterday via phone and text, hoping she might show mercy and record a video of understanding. She also wished for Shu He to plead with other bullied classmates to sign a reconciliation agreement, absolving Shi, claiming that she had acted thoughtlessly in her youth. Her mother mentioned that Shi now feared going outside, for she would be met with scorn, having lost her cherished job and faced online backlash, leading to severe depression, spending her days at home crying. Shi's future was utterly ruined. Shu He had blocked Lin Yueshi and her family, resolutely refusing to agree to any reconciliation. Nian Nian bounced around, tugging at his uncle's clothing. What floor does the police uncle live on? I want to see the police uncle. 5th floor. Shu Yu ruffled Nian Nian's hair. As they entered, Shu He was taken aback to find the robust and valiant special police captain wearing an apron, a stark contrast that amused her. At that moment, Bai Zong seemed quite homey. He sported a clean and tidy crew cut, with sharp brows and a tall stature. Welcome, come in. And noticing the white flower on Bai Songsheng's hands, Shu Yu placed the gift box on the entryway cabinet. Didn't you say we all pitch in when everyone arrived? I've needed the dough so we can eat sooner once everyone is here. Nian Nian gazed up at Bai Songsheng, his eyes sparkling with admiration. Wow, the police uncle is so handsome. Bai Songsheng, fond of children, ruffled Nian Nian's hair. And who is this? Hai Shi Mu entered, greeting Bai Zong, Captain Baitsu, and you, Bai Songsheng. Recalling the scene of catching the two girls by the roadside, turned to Shi Yu. Why didn't you introduce them to me last time? I was on duty when you got married and didn't get a chance to meet them. Well, now you have. Shi Yu wrapped his arm around Shu He's shoulder, introducing, this is my wife Shu He, this is my niece Mumu, and my nephew Nian Nian. Welcome, welcome. Bai Songsheng's home was styled in a minimalist fashion, indicating that he usually lived alone and maintained a pristine environment. He poured tea for his guests, while the coffee table was adorned with an array of prepared fruits and snacks. Nian Nian, what cartoons do you like to watch? Bai Songsheng knelt beside the sofa, observing the somewhat shy little boy, offering him a handful of candies. Uncle will give you the remote, just choose whatever channel you like. Thank you, Uncle. Nian Nian accepted the remote. The little fellow, who had been sitting beside his sister, still hadn't fully relaxed, but with the police uncle's coaxing, he happily switched on the television. Shu He set down her guitar. Shi Mu, cradling a warm cup of tea, asked, He, are you going to play a song today? Sure, you said it would be livelier with more people. Sure, you rolled up his shirt sleeves, walked into the kitchen, washed his hands, and started helping Bai Songsheng. Nian Nian put down the remote and followed his uncle into the kitchen, standing at the door, obediently leaning against the frame, saying, I want to help the police uncle with something. Very good, Sure, you praised him, assigning a task. Come in, you can help your uncle and me keep an eye on the crabs in the basin. Yay. Nian Nian bounded into the kitchen, just as Shu He and Mumu were discussing the television program. The doorbell rang again. Shi Mu paused her munching on potato chips. Is there another guest? Yes. Shu He seemed to have an inkling of who it might be. Shi Mu set down her snack, eagerly walked to the entryway to answer the door. The moment she opened it, she was met with a pair of clear, soft black eyes. Time appeared to stand still as they locked gazes. Zhou Xianji gazed deeply at the girl before him, his expression gradually darkening, his fingers gripping the gift tighter, knuckles turning pale. Mu Zhou Xianji greeted. Two words, neither light nor heavy, slipped from his lips, as if they had been brewing in his heart for an eternity. When he called her name, it was both steady and gentle. I'm suffocating. Pei Shu, carrying the heaviest box, peeked from behind Zhou Xianji, glancing forward. Xianji, why haven't you left? Oh dear, what a surprise. It turns out to be the ex-girlfriend across the way. Shi Mu averted her gaze, she lowered her eyes, saying nothing, returning to the sofa and sitting beside Shu He, picking up the snack bag from earlier, continuing to munch on potato chips. Shu He observed Mumu's expression. Her eyes, clear and shallow, held little tumult beneath her curled lashes. Mu offered a chip. Try this, it's quite good. Alright. Shu He reached for a potato chip. Assist her. 6-year-old Nian Nian ran over, one hand clutching a large crab, proudly showcasing it to Mumu and Shu He. Sister, little aunt, look, it's a brave big crab alive, so much fun. Nian Nian's chubby little face was splashed with water, and Shu He pulled out a tissue, gently wiping it dry. Be careful, don't let the crab pinch your hand, okay? Pei Shu approached, teasing the little one. Hey, why isn't the crab tied up? I untied them all. Little Nian Nian, with a pure heart, feeling sorry for the crabs, placed the two crabs, much larger than his palm, on the ground, allowing them to escape. They looked so pitiful being tied up. Shu He and Mumu exchanged glances. This little rascal actually untied the crabs in secret. Sure enough, soon a sharp voice of reprimand echoed from the kitchen. Standing at the doorway, Sure you glared at little Nian Nian. Nian Nian, come here, you little troublemaker, you secretly cut all the ropes, wherever you go. Chaos follows. Immediately after, Shu He witnessed a horde of crabs emerging from the kitchen, a quite astonishing sight, roughly 20 crabs, with more yet to crawl out. Pei Shu laughed heartily. Shi Mu was equally astonished. These crabs scuttled away rapidly. As she reached to catch one making a dash towards the sofa, Zhou Xianji snatched it first, and the crab pinched his finger. Chapter 46, Playing Guitar. Sunny day. Shi Mu froze. The crab's pincers were sharp, drawing blood from his fingertip. Instinctively she reached out, but quickly withdrew, refusing to look at him, muttering softly, serves you right, yes, my fault. Mu was now willing to speak to him, and Zhou Xianji's brows lifted slightly as he seized the crab. He turned to Shu He, signaling with his eyes. He, you and Mumu take a break, don't catch crabs. Alright. Shu He understood her brother's intent and pulled Shi Mu to sit on the sofa. Shi Mu resumed watching television, munching on potato chips. After calling her 3 times and waving a hand in front of Mumu's eyes, she finally snapped out of her daze. You're sitting on the remote. The volume is off. Embarrassed, Shi Mu quickly shifted her position, realizing she had zoned out. Pei Shu caught a crab and approached the little one. Come on, Nian Nian, let us see whose crab can run faster. Yay. Little Nian Nian, holding a string of candied haws bought by Uncle Pei, chose a crab and cheered for it in the living room. Run, run. The childless laughter was sweet and innocent. Shu He leaned on the sofa back, watching Pei Shu and little Nian Nian's crab race, the lively reunion scene lifting her spirits, a gentle smile gracing her lips. As it stood, little Nian Nian's crab was in the lead. Nian Nian handed his candied haw to Shu He, urging her to take a bite. Little ant, look at my crab, is it fast? What a darling! Little Nian Nian melted Shu He's heart, taking a bite of the candied haw. She ruffled the little treasurer's hair, praising him. Nian Nian is truly amazing. Your crab is number one at He. Shi Mu gently poked her. Shu He turned back. Shi Mu, munching on potato chips absent-mindedly, remarked, by the way, Zhou Xianji's hand got pinched by a crab. It feels so good. Brother's hand is bleeding. Shu He knew that while crab pincers were non-toxic, they could harbor bacteria, and if not treated promptly, could lead to infection. Mu wasn't feeling vindictive. She was concerned as Zhou Xianji was swift in his actions, catching the crabs into a bucket, but in his haste, his hand was pinched several times, leaving a few bright red wounds. He was currently tending to the crabs in the kitchen. Shi Yu had just turned off the meat grinder, working on dumpling filling beside the cutting board. Noticing Shu He's tense expression, he quickly washed his hands at the sink and approached her. What's wrong? Is there a first aid kit at home? Where are you hurt? Shi Yu grasped her hand, examining her from head to toe as if reviewing a student's assignment. It's not me. Shu He pointed to Zhou Xianji's hand. Brother's hand is hurt. Bai Songsheng went to the study to find the first aid kit, which was quite comprehensive. Xianji, don't handle the crabs for now. Come, let us disinfect your hand. Okay. Zhou Xianji paused his work. Upon closer inspection of his palm, there were indeed several wounds that he hadn't felt earlier. Bai Songsheng, being a special police officer accustomed to dangerous tasks, had considerable experience in treating wounds. He applied a band-aid to Zhou Xianji. Avoid water. Shi Yu and I will take care of things. Seeing corn and spare ribs in the kitchen, Shu He volunteered, I can cook. I can help. The men exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss. Even straightforward Bai Songsheng cleared his throat awkwardly, slightly pursing his lips, and gently kicked Shi Yu's foot. Zhou Xianji subtly indicated to Shi Yu, during the festive season, let us not make everyone in this house, young and old alike, suffer from food poisoning. You'll regret it later. Shi Yu understood, wrapping his arm around Shu He's slender shoulders, leading her out of the kitchen. Girls shouldn't be in the kitchen. We'll handle it. I can cook. I have a high regard for your culinary skills. Dear. Go home and cook for me. Don't let them benefit. Look at how Pei Shu is eyeing your cooking. If he gets a taste, he'll be over at our house every day, and we won't be able to chase him away. Alright. Shu He was somewhat bemused as she was led out of the kitchen. Shi Yu was rather stingy. Her corn and spare rib soup was delightful, yet he complained about Pei Shu's gluttonous nature, wanting to mooch off meals. Just then Pei Shu, in the midst of the crab race, sneezed. It was already the third round, and little Nian Nian had won again. The little fellow beaming with joy, even caring for Pei Shu's feelings. Don't be sad, Uncle Pei, I'll treat you to spicy strips. Saying this, Nian Nian pulled a handful of spicy snacks from his hoodie pocket, presenting them to Pei Shu with both hands. Spicy, spicy, ha! Pei Shu adored this adorable little bundle. Bai Songsheng looked at the dough in the basin. After a moment, it had softened considerably, nearly ready to be cut into small pieces for rolling out dumpling wrappers. Among them, Bai Songsheng's cooking skills were the finest. During past mid-autumn festivals or New Year celebrations, they all willingly gathered at Bai Songsheng's home. His life was quite monotonous, filled only with missions. He was an orphan, without relatives in the world, save for these few like-minded friends. Zhou Xianji spotted Shu He's guitar. He played a guitar for everyone. Alright. Shu He brought her guitar over, sitting on the sofa. She surveyed the surroundings. The living space was small, and her music in the living room could be clearly heard in the kitchen. What do you want to hear? Shi Mu leaned closer to He, casually munching on seeds, and suggested, play a Chinese song. Any will do. The Chinese wave is the best. Then let us go with Sunny Day. Recently, with the snow melting away, sunny days have lifted her spirits akin to the bright sun. Shu He placed her phone beside her, secretly recording, wishing to send a video to her fans with New Year greetings. She plucked the strings. Her delicate, pale fingers danced lightly over the guitar strings, the melody of Sunny Day resonating, lively and cheerful, prompting Mumu to hum along. At that moment, the moon slowly rose. Time flowed gently. In the evening of Friends' reunion, the light notes fell softly upon the most tender corners of the heart like silvery moonlight. Shu He's guitar playing was exceptional, not a single note was off, and during her solo the musical atmosphere was filled with deep emotion, the guitarist's sound pure and soothing, allowing one's body and mind to relax. Little Nian Nian lay on the sofa, sneakily munching on his spicy strips, humming along to the song. As Shi Mu took a sip of water, she noticed that the trash bin was overflowing with wrappers from spicy snacks. Turning her gaze to Nian Nian, she found him still munching away. She pinched his cheek gently, admonishing, moderate your consumption of spicy snacks. You wouldn't want to upset your stomach. Nian Nian, with greasy corners of his mouth, received a tissue from Shi Mu to wipe his face clean. In the kitchen, Bai Songsheng busied himself with preparing homestyle dishes, while Pei Shu rolled out the dumpling skins, and Shi Yu filled the dumplings. With Zhou Xianji assisting Songsheng, eventually Shi Yu could no longer bear the lopsided dumpling skins that Pei Shu was producing. The skins you roll out resemble you, uneven and bumpy, he exclaimed. Come on, I've worked hard on my alluring curves. If you're jealous, just say so, Pei Shu retorted, humming a tune played by Shu He as he tossed a perfectly rolled skin to Shi Yu, playfully insisting that Shu He bring over the guitar. You think I don't know you? Chapter 47. Are you still going to take it off? Nian Nian furrowed his brow, clutching his grumbling stomach, his legs tightly tensed. It seemed he had a stomachache. He was on the verge of breaking into a sweat, desperately needing to find a restroom, but he couldn't locate one. Surely only the master bedroom had one. However, the master bedroom belonged to Uncle Policeman, and he dared not intrude. Such a breach of etiquette. Clutching his belly, Nian Nian crawled onto the sofa and tugged at his sister's clothing, hoping she would take him to the restroom, but he hesitated to admit his predicament. Fearing a scolding, he tugged and tugged, but his sister did not turn. Auntie played 3 lovely tunes, while Uncle encouraged her to take a break, leading his sister to gossip once more. She adored cracking sunflower seeds and sharing tidbits. Nian Nian was on the verge of bursting. Shi Yu opened the class group chat, sharing with Shu He the latest messages. Lin Yueshi is utterly humiliated. I heard from a friend that she not only bullied you but also several classmates. Back in 2nd grade, she even broke a girl's rib and forced her to record a video. A broken rib? Yes, this bullying incident has stirred quite the uproar. She's trending online, and marketing accounts are reporting on it. Shu He, polishing his guitar, felt a sense of relief. It's her own doing. I feel no pity for bullies, just think of the shadow she casts on others. Lin Yueshi moved yesterday, and the neighbors were abuzz with gossip. Her parents could no longer stay in their previous community, and no one knew where they had relocated. Moreover, someone in the group mentioned that Lin Yueshi might change her name, but no one knew what alias she would adopt. Thinking of Lin Yueshi as a rat scurrying across the street, Shi Yu felt a sense of satisfaction. I should have made her drink more from the toilet back then. Shu He wrapped his arm around Shi Yu's, leaning against her shoulder like a sloth. You saved me, not just once. My circle is small, but having you is enough. We share the same mother. Whoever bullies you is bullying me. Suddenly, Nian Nian caught a whiff of something unpleasant. Is it because I mentioned the toilet that I can smell it? Shu He noticed it too. Upon glancing back, he saw that the restroom door was closed. When Shi Yu turned her head, she spotted Nian Nian standing awkwardly by the sofa, his small hand touching his backside, frozen in place. Little Nian Nian, are you alright? I'm fine, he replied, his head bowed in distress. Continuing her gossip with Shu He, Nian Nian's gait became slightly odd as he sneaked toward the kitchen. Casting a pleading glance at Zhou Xianji, Zhou Xianji noticed the little guy hiding at the doorway. Nian Nian. He approached, squatting beside him, observing Nian Nian retreating against the wall, biting his lip in a pitiable manner. What's the matter? Nian Nian leaned closer to Zhou Xianji's ear, hesitating for a moment before speaking in a soft-toned brother-in-law. I accidentally soiled my pants. Can you lend me your pants? I promise to help you pursue my sister afterward. Zhou Xianji's calm eyes widened in disbelief. Nian Nian clasped his hands together, teetering on the brink of tears, his pants visibly wet from behind, an unpleasant odor wafting around him. The dampness only added to his discomfort. Shi Yu had finished wrapping the dumplings and, stretching his neck, stepped toward the kitchen door, spotting Nian Nian like a timid little mouse. You troublemaker, what have you gotten into now? Nian Nian took a step back, fearful of his uncle's reaction, worried he might get scolded for indulging in too many spicy snacks. Zhou Xianji lowered his voice. Your nephew has a stomachache, and his pants are a bit soiled. We need to take him to clean up, otherwise, he won't feel comfortable. Shi Yu's face turned ashen upon hearing this. The air was thick with an unpleasant scent as he gently closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and slowly opened them again. At 6 years old, and still soiling your pants? Nian Nian, won't you go to the toilet? Has your backside gone numb, now that it's come to this? Let's not scold him anymore. Nian Nian nodded, his eyes misty and pitiable. Yes, uncle, it's already like this. The 3 of us need to figure out what to do. I don't want the girls to find out about this. Can you not tell auntie or my sister? I promise I won't eat so many spicy snacks next time. Shi Yu tapped Nian Nian's forehead. So you still care about your image? Then, 2 men with severe cleanliness habits began to defer to one another. Xianji, you're his brother-in-law, you should take him to the restroom and clean him up. I won't compete with you for that. Don't be so polite. Shi Yu. You're his uncle. It's more fitting for you to take him to the restroom. It's a great opportunity to foster the uncle-nephew bond. I couldn't possibly take that from you. Not at all. The brother-in-law is closer to. I'm still in the little black room. I'm Nian Nian's former brother-in-law. You're his real uncle. He adores you the most. Nian Nian tugged at his wet pants. I'm uncomfortable. Uncle, Mom says when you get old, I should bring you eggs to visit. Shi Yu lifted Nian Nian's clothes. Consider this a debt owed to you. The man's strong hands lifted Nian Nian as if he were a little chick, his small frame dangling as his uncle carried him to the restroom. Nian Nian felt as though he had flown a short distance when he saw his uncle push open a door. He gasped in surprise. Oh, there's a restroom here. He had been foolish not to find it earlier. Zhou Xianji went to the kitchen to fetch 2 pairs of disposable gloves, since they were at Songqing's house. He pondered briefly before informing him. Nian Nian has a bit of a stomach issue, and his pants are dirty. May we use your restroom? Of course, no problem. Do you need to get him some anti-diarrheal medication? Songqing, still cooking, was easygoing and didn't mind children using the restroom. I have some medicine for diarrhea and stomach pain. If Nian Nian feels unwell later, give him some. Thank you for your trouble, Songqing. We're friends. There's no trouble at all, there are clean clothes in the bedroom, just go right in, the room is warm. Let Nian Nian wear some summer shorts. Zhou Xianji nodded. He had ordered some children's pants for Nian Nian, but they wouldn't arrive for another half hour. Songsheng was meticulous and understanding. I in the bathroom. Nian Nian stood in the shower area. Sure, you stood 2 meters away, directing him. Take off your clothes and the dirty pants, and toss them in the trash. Okay. Nian Nian immediately removed his hoodie and pants, leaving only his child-sized underwear, which was slightly bulging. Nervously, he grasped his small hands and asked, do I need to take off more? What do you think, should we keep it on for the new year? Zhou Xianji entered the room. After Nian Nian was undressed, Shi Yu approached the shower area, testing the water temperature. Next time, don't eat so many spicy snacks before your main meal. You're still a child, and your stomach is delicate. Did you hear your uncle? Yes, I heard. Does your stomach still hurt? No, it doesn't hurt anymore. Is it cold in here? Uncle Bai's house is very warm. Zhou Xianji donned the gloves, took the showerhead, and began rinsing Nian Nian off. Chapter 48. The troublemaker. Sure, you stood by, teasing the little rascal, you disobedient little troublemaker. During the new year, eating so many spicy snacks without restraint. I should record this and play it at your wedding so your wife can see how foolish you were. Nian Nian giggled. I like Xiaomei. I want to marry her. Why do you like Xiaomei? She says I'm handsome. How superficial is. Zhou Xianji turned off the shower, avoiding the body wash bottle typically used by Songsheng. Sure, you've checked if there's any disposable body wash in the drawer. Sure, you found a single-use body wash packet in the drawer beneath the sink. Tearing it open to pour into Zhou Xianji's palm, Zhou Xianji began lathering Nian Nian with fragrant bubbles. The water was warm, and bubbles piled up on Nian Nian's body. Nian Nian poked at the milky-scented bubbles. Wow, these bubbles smell so good. Zhou Xianji encouraged the little one. Yes, Nian Nian smells delightful. Oh sure, you washed his hands with disinfectant 5 times, scrubbing repeatedly. You keep washing him. I'll go take out the trash. Okay. Zhou Xianji washed diligently, giving Nian Nian 3 thorough rinses before shutting off the shower and wrapping him in a soft towel, drying off the water droplets and dressing him in dry shorts. The pants were a bit long and loose. Zhou Xianji tightened the strap a little more. The new pants would arrive shortly. Nian Nian, you wear Uncle Bai's first, and later be sure to thank Uncle Bai. Nian Nian nodded understandingly, and I must also thank Brother Xia and Uncle Xiao. Today, Uncle didn't spank me either. The dinner was quite sumptuous. As the host, Bai Songsheng prepared 12 dishes and ordered a 3-tiered fruitcake. While the dumplings were already cooked, Xianji and Shu He abstained from alcohol, opting instead for cola. The dining table was spacious enough, and the steamed hairy crabs were ready, filling a large pot. Pei Shu placed it on the table, pinching his earlobe. Give it a try, and I prepared a dipping sauce that is absolutely fragrant. Little Nian Nian savored the crab that his brother-in-law had peeled for him. So delicious. Zhou Xianji sat across from Nian Nian, continually serving him dishes, peeling crabs, and even cutting him a slice of cake. Nian Nian exclaimed, Mua, thank you, brother-in-law. Sure Mu glanced at his younger brother's trendy outfit, looking like a little ruffian, pondering what this little fellow could possibly be thinking all day, just moments ago. He was lamenting over the giant crabs, and now he was relishing them. Alright, the crab peeled by Zhou Xianji is indeed delightful, he thought, shifting closer to Shu He and no longer wanting to engage with the little traitor beside him. One bite of brother-in-law here, another bite of brother-in-law there. It rolled off his tongue so easily. Observing Shu He and Uncle Xiao, Sure Mu's lips twitched. The couple was subtly showcasing their affection. Sure Yu was peeling crab for Shu He, who tasted it, finding the crab roe rich and the meat tender. It's delicious. Why aren't you eating? She noticed that both Shu Yu and her brother had a rather poor appetite. Yet it was the little one, Nian Nian, who seemed the happiest. Not very hungry. Shu Yu hesitated, and after a moment, seeing that Shu He had already eaten 3 crabs, he cautioned, crabs are cold in nature, so eat in moderation. Alright. Shu He's plate had been piled high with the dishes he had picked for her, as there were many people, and Shu Yu was worried she might feel reserved. She picked up a dumpling. Did you make these? They're quite nice. I didn't know you could cook. Shu Yu ruffled Shu He's hair. Yes, I know a bit. If you like dumplings, I'll often make them for you. It's not difficult to wrap dumplings. Songsheng's culinary skills were exceptional, and Pei Shu was thoroughly enjoying his meal, raising his cup of cola. Come on. The new year is almost upon us. Let us toast. Happy New Year. Nian Nian stood up, holding his cola to clink glasses with the elders, proclaiming, May Uncle Xiao have blessings as vast as the East Sea and a life as long as the South Mountain. Upon hearing this, laughter erupted around the table. Such words are usually reserved for elderly birthday wishes. Shu Yu, sitting nearby, felt as if he had been frozen in place, bound by the child's proclamation. Thank you. Sure Nian Nian. Shu He nearly choked, laughing so hard her stomach hurt. This child Nian Nian is simply adorable. Sure Yu gently patted Shu He's back, chuckling at how amusing it was, observing Nian Nian's silly expression, and retorted, Uncle Xiao also wishes you to score a pile of big duck eggs. Hot hee. I've already baked many duck eggs. Grandpa said he doesn't want to tutor me anymore for fear I'll end up in the hospital. Can I come to your house for tutoring after the winter break? Dream on. Just as Sure Yu finished speaking, he thought of something. Sure, come over during the winter break, and let Aunt Xiao give you some tutoring. Shu He? If Nian Nian comes to our house, she and Shi Yu must sleep in the same room, otherwise the little one would be curious and report to Grandpa, and Shi Junting might mistakenly think that she and Shi Yu were not getting along and living separately. Nian Nian dashed over to Shu He, wrapping her arm in a soft, adorable manner. Yay, Aunt Xiao is from Jingbei University. My dream is to get into Jingbei University or Tsinghua University and become an astronaut. I'll take Xiaomei to outer space to grow vegetables. Shu He pinched the little soft and adorable face. When that time comes, I'll make you delicious food, alright? Pei Shu, munching on ribs. Comforted, Nian Nian, darling, don't feel pressured. Being a good kid isn't solely about good grades. I think you're fantastic. Nian Nian smiled sweetly, continuing with her blessings, looking at Shu He. May and shall be forever happy. No worries, healthy and well. Shu He smiled gently. Thank you, Nian Nian. Pei Shu pointed to himself. What about me? What should we wish for Uncle Pei? May Uncle Pei have fair skin in the future. Pei Shu touched his face. Am I the dark? Zhou Xianji couldn't help but chuckle. It's alright, a very healthy complexion. Nian Nian is just blunt, not implying you're dark. May Uncle Bai be safe and sound. Nian Nian hopped down from the stool, specifically clinking glasses with Uncle Bai, aware that police officers often face dangers, wishing for Uncle and Auntie Police to be safe. Bai Songsheng was deeply moved. Lifting his cola to toast with Nian Nian, Uncle also wishes you, little Nian Nian, peace and joy, and all your wishes come true, Nian Nian. Lastly, may sister and brother-in-law reconcile soon, and have a precious. Before she could finish her sentence, Shermu's heart skipped a beat, hurriedly covering Nian Nian's mouth, too afraid to look at everyone's reactions. Such a little mouth, chattering all day without a filter. Just eat your food. Zhou Xianji's lips curved slightly. During the meal, Nian Nian was like a lively little treasure, bringing laughter to everyone. After dinner, they didn't rush to leave, helping Bai Songsheng tidy up. Little Nian Nian was quite diligent, grabbing a cloth to help wipe the table. The little fellow was a bit short and stood on a stool. Shu He picked Nian Nian up, reminding her, Nian Nian. Standing on the stool is dangerous, Shermu. Let her fall on her bottom, and she'll be more sensible. Shi Yu found a sheet of A4 paper and gave Nian Nian a math problem to solve. If a well is 10 meters deep, and a little frog climbs up 3 meters during the day but slips back down 2 meters at night, on which day can the frog climb out? Right, think about on which day the little frog can climb out. Nian Nian looked perplexed. Uncle Xiao, the bottom of the well isn't bad. Why does it want to climb out? What if it falls and gets hurt? There are no doctors in the well. You know, Shi Yu found himself at a loss for words. Pei Shu helped Nian Nian calculate, casually stating, 7 days. Shermu frowned. Isn't at 10 days? Shu He silently calculated in her mind and softly said, 8 days. I think, Zhou Xianji, 8 days. By Songsheng, 8 days. Shi Yu looked at Pei Shu, chuckling. You've eaten too much crab. Go back to elementary school and find your math teacher to ask how many days it takes. Even a PhD hasn't extended their studies. Pei Shu picked up a cake fork. I've lost my marbles. Nian Nian chimed in. Actually, it doesn't take that long. It can climb out in half a day. ILL helped the little frog with a rope from outside. Chapter 49. The Cold War. The new year marks another year of growth. Shu He had completed all her courses for the semester, and it was currently exam week. She sat at her desk, retrieving a rainbow card from her wishing bottle to write a life diary to Zijin. Outside the window, the sky was clear and blue, as if washed by water. At January 2 and sunny as sister, I received a national scholarship a few days ago. 30,000 yuan. I bought mom a jade bracelet. I heard jade can ensure safety. As the winter break approached, she hesitated to reach out to her, contemplating giving the jade bracelet to her brother to present to her in his name, hoping that mom stays safe year after year. Due to the exam week, much content needed to be memorized, and studying in the library would disturb other students, so Shu He had been primarily reviewing at home. Shi Yu said she could freely enter his study. His study was spacious, with tall bookshelves filled with many classic literary works from both home and abroad, as well as some economics books. It was evident that Shi Yu enjoyed reading. After studying public political theory for 3 hours, Shu He took a break and stood in front of the bookshelves, browsing through the rows of books. When she suddenly spotted Tagore's The Flight of Birds, she stood on her tiptoes to take the book down. From the wear on the book, it appeared that Shi Yu had already finished reading it. Shu He walked to the desk, sank into the soft chair, and began to revisit the book. As she opened the book, a card fell out. It was a beautifully crafted postcard. Thinking it was Shi Yu's bookmark, she picked it up to place it back in the book. However, upon reading the text on the back of the postcard, Shu He's mind exploded. Her fingers trembled slightly, and the book dropped to the floor. Picking it up and placing it on the table, she clutched the letter tightly and went to find Shi Yu. The date on the love letter was recent. Post-marriage. Shu He gripped the confession letter addressed to Yu Ting tightly, her legs feeling light as she walked, her thoughts tangled in a mess. She wanted to confront him for clarity. Today was the last day of the New Year's holiday, and Bai Songsheng had come to visit. Shi Yu and Bai were in the gym practicing martial arts. Shu He dashed out to the gym door. She saw Shi Yu and Bai Songsheng in their martial arts attire, engaged in a friendly match, conversing. When she entered, Bai Songsheng asked, "Did the confession succeed?" Shu He paused, leaning against the wall, Holding her breath, during the break, sweat trickled down Shi Yu's forehead to his neck as he removed his boxing gloves. Not yet, Yu Ting's birthday is next week. I'm planning to confess that day. Bai Songqing nodded lightly. He sat on the steps, his dark eyes lowered, slowly removing his gloves, sweat streaming down his hair, oblivious even as it trickled into his eyes. Shi Yu passed by a bottle of mineral water. I've forgotten where I put that letter. I'll look for it later. Just then, footsteps approached. Shu He's lips turned pale as she turned and dashed back to the study, placing the confession letter back in the book, after tidying up the study supplies on her desk. Shu He wore a vacant expression as she exited Shi Yu's study, where a freshly purchased snowflake pastry from the morning still lay on the table, the sweet, cloying aroma wafted into her senses, inducing a wave of nausea that made it difficult for her to breathe. Over the past 2 months of marriage, she had believed Shi Yu to be a man of strong responsibility, a gentle and considerate husband. Oh he, you have grown too comfortable lately, so much so that you seem to have forgotten the painful lessons imparted by your father and ex-boyfriend, with 2 exams looming tomorrow. Shu He returned to the master bedroom, locked the door, took a deep breath, and exhaled slowly. She retrieved her study materials and settled into a lounge chair on the balcony, armed with a highlighter. She meticulously marked the key points in her notes, yet, despite having been able to memorize a passage in mere minutes previously, she now found herself reciting mechanically, her retention woefully inadequate. Frustrated, she set the book aside and donned her headphones. Lying back in the rocking chair, she selected her favorite song, allowing herself to unwind as the volume increased, and closed her eyes. Perhaps a good sleep would do her well. Shi Yu pushed open the study door but was taken aback to find the little girl who often studied there absent. During the 3-day holiday, Shu He had devoted herself to her studies, yet now she was nowhere to be found. Glancing at the desk, he noticed her study supplies had vanished, as if she had never graced the study with her presence. He closed the study door and descended to the first floor, where butler Jiang was preparing lunch. He casually inquired, "Have you seen Shu He?" "Madam returned to the master bedroom just now," Jiang replied. Shi Yu ascended back to the second floor and knocked on the master bedroom door. No response. He twisted the doorknob, but it wouldn't budge, and called out her name twice, yet Shu He remained silent. A frown creased his brow. Just as he reached for his phone to call her, the door swung open from within. Shu He stood there, her eyes devoid of emotion, her voice cool and crisp. "Is there something you need?" "Lunch is ready. I'm not hungry, no need to call me." Shi Yu opened his mouth, words unspoken, only to be met with the door shutting briskly in his face. He stood there, stunned for a full minute. Shu He's icy expression lingering in his mind. He descended the stairs. Bai Songqing donned his coat, announcing, "I have an urgent task, I'll return to the team now." "Alright, stay safe." Shi Yu took a seat at the dining table. Surveying the spread before him, he instructed butler Jiang, "Pack some of Shu He's favorite dishes into a lunchbox and take it to her. Don't let her study on an empty stomach." Jiang appeared puzzled. "Should I call madam down?" "No need, she has exams tomorrow and may be feeling a bit anxious today. Just deliver the food upstairs. She'll naturally eat if she sees something she likes." Understood. The following morning, after finishing his workout and changing clothes, Shi Yu noticed Shu He was absent from breakfast. Butler Jiang stood by the table. "Madam left for school half an hour ago. She told me she wouldn't be having breakfast and that dinner doesn't need to be prepared for her either." "Took the bus." "Yes, her car is still being repaired." Shi Yu sensed something was amiss. "Didn't she eat breakfast?" "No." Shi Yu found the exam schedule for various subjects from the university's group chat. Shu He's first exam was at 8:30, IT was currently 7. Why is she going so early? After sending a message to Shu He, he set his phone down and asked sharply, "Which of you upset her?" "She's introverted and doesn't express her grievances, but we didn't." Butler Jiang dared not speak plainly. Shu He was the mistress of Qingfeng Villa, treated like a little goddess by everyone at home, all eager to serve her without a hint of neglect. Who would dare upset her? "Serve madam is angry with you." "She is sulking." "You're usually so astute. Why are you confused now? Hurry and coax her. Perhaps you can still have dinner together tonight." Chapter 50. Shu He is ignoring him. Shu He alighted from the bus, stowing her notebook in her bag, and noticed the message from Shi Yu. Calmly, she turned off her phone. Just as she was about to enter the school gate, she encountered Shi Junting, who was cycling to work. Shi Junting, who rode his bike to work year-round, dismounted and pushed his bicycle while chatting with her. "Why did you take the bus? Didn't Shi Yu give you a ride?" Shu He smiled slightly. "I wanted to arrive a bit earlier to review some notes. You have an exam today, right?" "Yes." The two entered the school, where a security guard in the guardhouse waved cheerfully upon seeing Shi Junting. "Good morning, Shi Lao." "Morning." Shu He walked alongside Shi Junting, posing a couple of specialized questions, to which he patiently responded. He then retrieved a thermal bag hanging from his bike's handlebars, containing a portion of steamed dumplings he had bought. "Haven't had breakfast yet. Here, try these dumplings from the alley. There are also big buns filled with carrots. I heard you like them, and this is red date soy milk. I brought my own breakfast." Shu He's backpack contained a caterpillar bun, and since Shi Junting hadn't eaten breakfast either, she couldn't just take the teacher's food. "What food?" Shi Junting hadn't noticed Shu He carrying breakfast. A bun, you should eat something warm in the morning, we're family so don't be polite. He urged, take it. If you find it delicious, tell Dad, and I'll go buy more for you tomorrow. You can have as many as you like. Alright. Shu He accepted the steaming dumplings and soy milk. Upon hearing the word Dad, her eyes suddenly reddened. Since she could remember, this was the first time she felt a father's love. Albeit through an inconspicuous portion of dumplings, even if he wasn't her biological father. Shi Junting was a teacher of serene grace and warmth, and Shi Yu was fortunate to have such a loving father. Noticing Shu He's somewhat pale complexion, as if she bore a secret, he reassured her, don't be nervous, the exam questions won't be that difficult. Okay, thank you Dad. After bidding farewell to her father, he went to the parking lot to lock his bike. Shu He cradled the warm soy milk, wandering aimlessly as she took a bite of the dumpling. It was delicious, with a soft, fluffy skin. As she bit into it, the filling burst forth, and while sipping the soy milk, she made her way to the exam hall, seeking a comfortable spot in the corridor of the teaching building. She took out her notes, eating and reviewing simultaneously. It was only when rummaging through her bag that she realized she had forgotten her student ID and the pens needed for the exam. All left in her pencil case. I was in such a rush this morning that I left my pencil case on the table. With 40 minutes until the exam, returning by bus was surely not an option. Shu He felt flustered when her phone suddenly rang. It was Shi Yu. She accepted the call. Shi Yu's clear voice came through. I'm downstairs at the College of Literature. You forgot your exam supplies. Come and get them. Okay. Shu He felt a wave of relief wash over her. She hurried downstairs to the College of Literature. Looking around, during the New Year holiday, the school had adorned the roadside trees with numerous small red lanterns. Rows of osmanthus trees sparkled with decorations. Shi Yu, exuding an ethereal charm, stood upright in a well-fitted dark coat, his serious demeanor highlighted by the morning light, giving his glasses a cool glimmer. Nearby, 2 students were hastily trying to cram. One male student bit into a jianbing and repeatedly flipped through his notes. Professor Shi, will this question be on the test? Can you make the key points a bit smaller, just a tad? Let me see your name. Shi Yu replied coolly. His fingers hadn't even brushed the student's notes when the student felt a shiver run down his spine, hastily scrambling onto his friend's electric scooter. Go faster. Where do you think you're running off to? Shi Yu called after them. The scooter sped away, and the student turned back, raising an arm to form a heart shape. No more questions. No more questions, huh, Professor Shi? If we don't do well, don't forget to give us a hand, alright? Don't let us fail. Shi Yu chuckled softly. He turned and spotted Shu He standing 3 meters away, quietly waiting. Here, your stationery. Shi Yu approached Shu He, handing her the pencil case and a sandwich. Don't be nervous, and don't feel pressured. Treat it as just another practice. Whatever the outcome, it's fine. Thank you. Shu He accepted the pencil case, expressing her gratitude. To her surprise, this busy man didn't scold her for being forgetful or rebuke her for her poor memory. She had braced herself for a reprimand. The young girl maintained a serious demeanor, a smudge of carrot on her fair cheek, prompting Shi Yu to chuckle softly. Suddenly reminded of the adorable capybaras at the zoo, Shu He resembled a capybara. Shi Yu raised his hand, but before his fingers could reach her cheek, she instinctively took a step back, maintaining a safe distance. His hand hung suspended in midair. Shu He avoided his gaze, softly stating, I have an exam, I'll head back now. Thank you for bringing my stationery. Shi Yu's dark eyes deepened with concern. He gently furrowed his brow, watching her retreating figure. She hadn't taken the sandwich, had been evading his touch, and hadn't replied to his messages. This girl seemed to have grown somewhat distant. Since yesterday, Shu He had been polite yet evasive, as if they had returned to the unfamiliar state of their early marriage. Shu He was now ignoring him. After completing 2 exams, it was midday. Shu He's hand felt nearly cramped from writing as she exited the exam hall, basking in the warm sunlight, feeling at ease. In the first exam on public politics, the key points highlighted by the professors had all appeared in the questions. She had memorized every one, and it went reasonably well. The second exam's questions were not particularly difficult either. Learning brain. He smiled as she stretched lazily, and in front of her, she encountered a pair of love-struck young couples on an electric scooter, deeply engrossed in a passionate kiss. In broad daylight, surrounded by students who had just finished their exams, the young man's hand incessantly caressed the girl's thigh, their affection palpable. He instinctively erased that memory, took a detour, and pulled out her phone. Just as Mumu sent a WeChat message, Boss Moo, daily watering of the little seedling. Boss Moo, sweet poetic musings, my treat, are you in? Boss Moo, seductive.jpg, little hui, on my way. I'll be there in 15 minutes. At the dessert shop's counter, Moo sipped her milk tea and opened her phone. Next week is my cousin's birthday. Do you think I should gift her a lipstick or a watch? The screen displayed 3 images. These 3 shades of CL lipstick were all the rage lately. Which one do you think is the prettiest? Shua's eyelashes fluttered slightly. A dull ache quietly spread from her ribs, and her clear eyes dulled ever so slightly before curling at the corners. She glanced at the 3 lipstick shades on the screen. A gentle breeze wafted through the window, playfully lifting her hair. Enjoying a mousse cake, Shu He remarked. The vintage strawberry red and rose bean paste colors are both lovely. Yuding is stunningly beautiful. She looks good in any lipstick shade. Chapter 51. Compulsory elimination of misunderstandings. My He is also a great beauty. I wish to compare the Westlake to He. Both light and heavy makeup suit her. Shu was tickled by this. Shi Yu replied, I'll buy both the vintage strawberry red and rose bean paste. For you, actually, these are gifts I've chosen for you. I've already bought a watch for my cousin. It's not my birthday. Gifts aren't only for birthdays. Shu opened her bag and revealed 2 white jade bracelets. Initially intending to wait until after their meal to give them to Mumu, but letting her wear one now seemed fine too. The scholarships and research grants she had saved up were just enough to buy 3 jade bracelets. Try this bracelet on. Wow, the bracelet was exquisitely polished, smooth and lustrous, with a pure sheen. Shi Yu sat up straight, smiling as she extended her wrist. Shu helped her put it on. Shi Yu touched the bracelet. The texture being incredibly soft, it's beautiful. You truly have a knack for choosing bracelets. The other one for you, not mine. Shu handed the velvet gift box to Mumu. It's for my godmother. When you go home, put it on her. Jade is a symbol of safety. Alright, Shi Yu graciously accepted it. She noticed He's slender wrist was bare, just as it always was. He never indulged herself with gifts. Shi Yu planned to visit the jewelry store soon to pick out a white jade bracelet for He. Shu scooped a spoonful of cake. I was browsing Zaya today and came across a post. What post? If one day a girl accidentally discovers her husband cheating during their marriage, what should she do? Should she bravely confront him and seek divorce without regard for the consequences, or should she weigh the pros and cons? Maintaining a facade of peace while leading their separate lives. Damn, what husband? That's an ex-husband. If I find out about infidelity, he'd be kicked to the curb, sent on a journey to the west. Shu murmured, kick him out. Shi Yu's gaze was resolute, her tone unwavering. Exactly, I refuse to maintain the status quo with a cheating man and waste my precious youth. Let me tell you, the world is not short on men. In a marriage, cheating is betrayal, and betrayal is unforgivable. Shu's chaotic thoughts became clear in an instant. She decided to confront Shi Yu directly at home with that confession letter, clarifying the situation. If he truly favored Yuding, then they could part amicably, allowing him to find happiness. After all, Shi Yu had saved her life. She didn't want to make things too awkward, which could strain the relationship between their families. A peaceful breakup was the most ideal outcome for both. Here, Shi Yu removed her phone case. Their phone models were the same, and her case bore bold characters. I'd rather believe in ghosts than in a man's words, although her uncle wasn't the type to indulge in debauchery. This phone case served as a reminder. If her uncle saw it, she'd better not admit it was from her, or she'd be left with nothing. Do you really think Shi Yu isn't fickle? Shi Yu tapped her own head. I guarantee, before marrying you, my uncle didn't have a single girlfriend. He remained single for over 30 years. Well, my mom said that my uncle has known since childhood about his engagement to the Zhou family. So he behaved himself, waiting to marry you. This statement astonished Shi Yu. She suddenly recalled that 4 years ago, at the Peking University opening ceremony, Shi Yu watched her perform a song, and at that time, he knew she was his fiancée. Later, when she dated Fu Henning, Shi Yu was also aware. What must he have felt? Shi Yu took off her phone case and handed it to Mumu. Hers also had words on the back written in a cute cheese font, peace and joy. Everything goes smoothly. Shi Yu held up Shu's phone case, placing it under the bright sunlight. The transparent case made the words shimmer. Then let us wish for peace, joy, and everything to go smoothly for both he and me. Qingfeng Villa, study. When Shu returned home in the afternoon, Shi Yu had yet to finish work. She stood in front of the bookshelf looking for the book The Bird Collection, but there were too many books on the shelf. After searching 3 times, she still couldn't find it. Shi Remembered it was within her reach. It wasn't on Shi Yu's desk either, and she regretted not taking a photo yesterday. Shi Yu was cunning. Perhaps he sensed something was amiss and had hidden the confession letter. With an exam the next day, Shu could only return to her bedroom to review, deciding to wait until Shi Yu returned home that evening to discuss it. Buzz, the phone on the table vibrated, startling Shu awake from her slumber. The bedroom was pitch black. Rubbing her stiff neck, she glanced at her phone. It was already 7 in the evening. Outside, the dusk had settled in, and it seemed the wind had picked up. In winter in northern Beijing, it turned dark around 5 or 6 every afternoon. It was Mumu messaging. Boss Mu, I have a business trip tonight. Can I borrow your suitcase? I just realized the wheels on mine are broken, and the one I ordered online won't arrive until tomorrow. Little Hui, sure. Shu turned on the bedroom light. Her suitcase was on the balcony, filled with assorted items. She dragged the suitcase inside. Crouching down, she found mainly personal undergarments inside. She placed the clothes on the bed and pulled the empty suitcase outside. Just as her fingers touched the doorknob, the bedroom door swung open. Shu stepped back 2 paces. Shi Yu entered, his gaze falling on the suitcase she was pushing. Shu continued to move the suitcase outside. But Shi Yu grasped her wrist, locked the bedroom door behind him, and seized her suitcase. His expression darkened slightly. Where are you going? Delivering the suitcase. Shi Yu clearly didn't believe her, at this hour. Who are you delivering a suitcase to? Let me go first. Shu He set the suitcase down, trying to free her wrist from his grip. His hold was neither too tight nor too loose, yet she couldn't shake him off. Shi Yu led her toward the sofa. I'm delivering it to Mumu. Let me go. Shu He braced herself. The disparity in strength between the genders was apparent. In front of Shi Yu, she felt like a fragile scholar. Being drawn step by step toward the sofa. Chapter 52. Good baby, sweet, Shi Yu. I'm here. Shu He was forced to sit on the sofa, immediately curling her legs and using a pillow as a shield. What? Do you want? Speak clearly, or you can't go anywhere. Shi Yu calmly pulled a chair from beside the desk. He sat across from Shu He, his gaze steady as he scrutinized her. Tell me, why have you been avoiding me and sulking these past few days? Shu He straightened her back. In this scene, he resembled a stern teacher addressing a student. Since it was a conversation, Shu He boldly met his gaze and stated directly, Do you like Yuding? Who, Yuding, the director of the PR department at Hongshan? Mumu's cousin. Shi Yu paused briefly, then a fleeting glimmer appeared in his eyes. You found that confession letter in the bird collection while you were in the study yesterday. Yes, since you were in the study. Didn't you compare the handwriting of the confession letter with my documents to see if they matched? Shu He had overlooked that detail. However, she didn't dare to rummage through Shi Yu's corporate files. Documents approved by the chairman were essentially Hangsheng's trade secrets. Her first reaction upon seeing the confession letter was to confront him, but then she heard him say he would confess next week. Could it be that she had misunderstood Shi Yu? Shu He asked. Wasn't it you who wrote it? It was written by Peishu yesterday. Captain Bai asked if you had received a confession. Was he inquiring whether Peishu had confessed to Yuding? Yes, but how did Peishu's letter end up in your book? After unlocking his phone, Shi Yu handed it to Shu He. Peishu has liked Yuding for 5 years but was too afraid to confess in person. He wrote the letter and came to me at the company, asking for my help to take a look at it. That forgetful guy stuffed the letter into my book. It's also my fault for having a poor memory. After the meeting, I forgot about the confession letter. It was only when Song Shang asked me yesterday that I remembered it was still with me. Shu He looked at the phone he handed her. What is this? The mobile password is 0519. You may send a message to anyone inquiring whether I have ever harbored feelings for other women, and you may also ask Peishu if that letter belongs to him. Not just today, Shu He, but in the future. You are welcome to inspect my phone at any time without my consent. Shu He returned his phone to him. Just moments ago, her tense body gradually relaxed, her brows and eyes curving slightly. The glimmer in her gaze delicate and gentle, hinting at a trace of joy. It turned out to be a misunderstanding. I apologize for misinterpreting you, Shi Yu, with an air of leisure remarked. Why didn't you simply come to the gym yesterday and ask me directly for clarification? Shu He hesitated, lost in thought. Indeed, why hadn't she sought out Shi Yu for clarity the previous day? Upon discovering the confession letter, she had been so surprised, harboring a sliver of hope that the letter was not written by Shi Yu. Driven by possessiveness, desiring that he did not hold affections for others, yet, when she heard Shi Yu express his intention to confess, a sense of disappointment washed over her. At that moment, she felt that the comfort and care Shi Yu had provided her in the 2 months since their marriage were as ephemeral as bubbles, beautiful, radiant, yet fleeting. There was even a moment when she could not bear to confront the reality of Shi Yu's potential change of heart, unable to admit that she had once again been cast aside. Hence she had refrained from confronting him. When she later heard footsteps approaching, she was so frightened that she fled in haste. Now reflecting on her actions, Shu He realized that returning to the bedroom, locking the door, and hiding within felt akin to a timid little turtle, a frightened creature, fearful of being hurt. Suddenly, a soft, cool touch graced the tip of her nose. Shi Yu gently curled his finger, teasingly tapping her nose. His voice low and resonant. Shu He, I will not break the vows we exchanged during our registration. In the future, should misunderstandings arise, we shall clarify them face to face. Let us not allow misunderstandings to linger overnight. Shu He gazed at him quietly. The sincerity in his gaze, coupled with his tender words, felt like a feather, gently caressing the softest corners of her heart. She replied with a smile. All right, now that the misunderstanding has been cleared. Shi Yu raised an eyebrow, playfully suggesting, Now, how do you intend to compensate me? Compensate? She echoed. Indeed, you have neglected me for 2 days, leading me to overthink. Surely, you owe me something. Shu He bit her lip gently, recognizing her fault. Her fingers unconsciously gripping the cushion. What do you want me to do to make it up to you? Come here and kiss me. Shu He's cheeks flushed instantly. In the past, such intimate gestures of kissing had always been initiated by Shi Yu, causing her heart to race as their gazes met. Shi Yu remained silent, his eyes fixed on her, a playful smirk dancing at the corners of his lips as he patted his thigh, as if inviting her to sit and kiss him. Not going to kiss me? Shi Yu feigned indifference, rising to leave. Then forget it. I suppose I am not deserving of such luxuries. Shi Yu. In that fleeting moment, as the man turned, soft lips pressed against his. Shu He tiptoed, wrapping her arms around Shi Yu's neck. You, close your eyes, she murmured softly. Shi Yu couldn't help but chuckle, his large hand encircling her slender waist, drawing her closer as she kissed him gently, prompting him to deepen the kiss. Shu He felt herself being lifted, her lips parting as she looked at him with trembling eyelashes. Shi Yu sat down in a chair, and she straddled his lap, their lips meeting once more. A subtle smile graced Shua's lips. Shi Yu's breath grew slightly heavier, while her heart raced like a drumbeat. Being kissed by him felt like honey flooding her senses. Shu He embraced the man's neck, reciprocating his kiss. Time seemed to stand still as the minute hand of the clock turned to eye in the tranquil bedroom, their breaths intertwined, the air thick with the scent of desire. As Shua's lips glistened, she found herself struggling to breathe amidst the kisses, letting out a soft moan as she began to retreat. "I'm tired," Shi Yu released her, and as she finally caught her breath, he tightened his hold on her waist, pressing her closely against his chest, and kissed her once more. In that moment, he resembled a child yearning for sweets, insatiable in his desires. Shua sensed something amiss. As she opened her eyes dreamily, she realized he was reacting. Suddenly alert, she pushed against his shoulder, awkwardly jumping off his lap. Shi Yu observed her face, which was visibly flushed. Their gazes met, and Shua could see the deep ripples of longing in Shi Yu's eyes, unabashed in fervent desire. As Shi Yu rose, reaching out to capture the blushing girl, Shua slithered past his arm like a delicate little eel. Shua playfully laughed. "I'm going to deliver the suitcase now. You should head to the bathroom." "Joshua," she heard him call after her as she pushed the suitcase outside, not daring to glance back at the man's darkening countenance. All she could hear was his voice, slightly hoarse, laced with unmet desires. Shua's hand rested on the doorknob as Shi Yu, calm and collected, remarked, "You clever little darling, you may evade me today, but not forever. There will be plenty of time later for me to deal with you." "And how do you plan to deal with me? I am your wife. Take a wild guess." Chapter 53. Lured into the bathroom, it was the time for school to let out in the afternoon. Outside the experimental elementary school, a variety of luxury cars were parked, with drivers standing by awaiting their young masters and princesses. Shua stood in front of a starch sausage stall, bundled up like a plump penguin. Holding the hand of the recently dismissed little Shi Nian, her breath visible in the cold air. "1 starch sausage, please. Would you like some chili?" Nian, do you eat spicy food?" "Yes, I want it ultra spicy." Shi Nian exclaimed, his eyes brightening at the stall's banner. Shua ruffled Nian's clever little head and pulled out her phone to scan the payment code. "Boss, make it 2. The stall owner rolled the sausage in chili powder 3 times. Adding a sprinkle of cumin, and grinned wickedly at the little boy. "This one is sure to pack a punch." The ultra-spicy sausage was a fiery red, pure heat. Once prepared, Nian bounced with excitement. Grabbing one sausage while handing the other, devoid of chili, to his aunt. 3 meters away, in a luxury car, Shi Yu lightly tapped his fingers on the steering wheel, observing the scene of Shua and the little one enjoying their starch sausages. It felt as if he and Shua were picking up their own child from school. Once they were in the car, the warmth enveloped them. Nian sat in the back seat, his mouth smeared with chili powder as he savored the spicy treat. Puffing and blowing in response to the heat, Shua initially intended to sit in the back with him but caught a meaningful glance from Shi Yu. She buckled Nian's seatbelt, closed the back door, and took the passenger seat instead. "What about mine?" Shi Yu inquired. "Yours? Oh, you both have one each, and there's none for the driver." Shua fastened her seatbelt, turning to Shi Yu, whose mature demeanor starkly contrasted with the casual starch sausage. "You like starch sausages?" Shi Yu lazily smiled. "Why not? Can't I enjoy them? Next time, I'll buy you one." Shua thought to appease him, retrieving a candy from her pocket, unwrapping it, and offering it to Shi Yu's lips. "Your favorite." "The original flavor, not," Nian chimed in. "Uncle likes auntie, not the original flavor candy." Shi Yu raised an eyebrow. "Finally, you've not wasted 6 years of meals." As the man enjoyed the candy, he playfully bit her fingertip. The sudden cool sensation made Shua jerk her hand back, thinking, "Why is he biting my finger while eating candy? What a weirdo." Her earlobes turned slightly red, her cheeks resembling delicate peach blossoms. "Uncle," Nian panted, wiping sweat from his forehead, "1 sausage costs 3 yuan, 2 sausages cost 5 yuan, so buying 3 isn't worth it, right?" "Exactly," Shi Yu replied. "Why not be bold and buy 4 sausages, then you can show some filial piety to uncle and let me have 2. "Oh right." Little Nian's eyes widened in surprise, as if he had opened the door to a new world. Buying 4 sausages would only cost 2 yuan and 50 cents each. Shi Yu cast a calm glance at him through the rearview mirror, his voice carrying a teacher's authority. "Children shouldn't use foul language." "Oh." Nian complied, mimicking the action of zipping his lips. Shua pulled out 2 napkins from her bag, handing Nian a bottle of milk. "Here. Wipe your face and drink some milk to cool off." Nian sipped the milk, he exclaimed. "Next Monday after school, I'll buy 4 and want to give 1 to Xiaomei." "Who is Xiaomei?" Shua asked the little one. "My girlfriend." Shua's head was filled with question marks. She was certain she hadn't misheard, and exchanged glances with Shi Yu. Unable to contain herself, she burst into laughter. Nian. "You're 6 years old and already in a relationship." Nian proudly gestured with his hand. "It's a piece of cake." Shi Yu, initially amused, suddenly found himself at a loss, feeling as if he had been subtly mocked by his young nephew. Nian made Grandpa so mad yesterday that he ended up in the hospital. When Shua brought fruits to visit Shi Junting, she found him in a hospital gown, practicing relaxation exercises in the VIP room. The television playing a tutorial for calming techniques. She couldn't fathom what the teacher had gone through. Was the power of elementary school students truly this formidable? Shlo continued to murmur incantations softly. "Do not be angry. Do not be angry, for anger brings illness that none can alleviate. The children and grandchildren will have their own fortunes. Do not toil for them like a beast of burden. Thus, the mischievous little Nin was transported to the Qingfeng villa. A question arose during dinner. The kitchen prepared a plethora of dishes favored by the children. Nin clung to SHH, for only she would refrain from smacking his bottom. Nin inquired, "Auntie, in which room do you and uncle sleep?" Upon uttering this, SHH instinctively glanced at the man seated across from her. There sat SHY leisurely consuming his meal, his gaze shifting from the financial news to interact with little Nin. Take a guess. SHH placed freshly squeezed orange juice beside Nin, attempting to divert the conversation. "Come Nin, have some orange juice. I squeezed it for you. I know." Nin pointed to the master bedroom on the second floor. "Innocently adorable, uncle used to sleep there. You're in that room, auntie. Can I sleep in the adjacent guest room? I don't want to sleep in the fantasy children's room. I'm a grown-up now." SHH's expression tightened. The guest room was SHY's sanctum, still containing his personal belongings. She needed to tidy it up swiftly to avoid any revelations. Little Nin had a loose tongue. And should SHJNTing find out, the teacher might not be discharged from the hospital until spring of the following year. After dinner, Nin cuddled his small orange plush toy and settled on the sofa in the living room to watch Peppa Pig. His tiny hands continuously ruffling the plush toy's head. SHY intended to head to the study. On the spiral staircase, SHH hurried a few steps to grasp the man's wrist. Lowering her voice, "Don't leave just yet. I need to discuss something with you." "What is it?" "With Nin here, we cannot sleep in separate rooms anymore. Sleep in the same bed." SHH nodded. SHY's hands found their way into the pockets of his leisure pants, contemplating with an expression of difficulty, "Is that acceptable? Don't other couples sleep in the same room?" "Just pretending." SHH observed him feign ignorance. Asking him to return to sleep was met with his reluctance. "Father was angered into the hospital. If he discovers we are sleeping apart, this year will be unbearable for him. Could you simply tidy up your things? Or I can help you." SHH took 2 steps down the staircase, her hand captured by SHY, who smirked. "I'll tidy up. You go keep Nin company while he watches television." "All right, auntie, I can take care of myself." As night deepened, Nin entered the guest room, leaping onto the soft bed, rolling twice without troubling his auntie for anything. "If you have any problems, knock on the door next door." "Okay." SHH closed the door for Nin and, upon returning to the master bedroom, found SHY's absence. She heard the sound of water trickling from the bathroom. He was taking a shower. SHH had completed all her exams, marking the beginning of her winter break. She sat at the desk, retrieving her iPad, the video content being a simple car repair tutorial she had downloaded recently. As she could not always trouble Master Y for repairs. SHH. The man's voice echoed from the bathroom. SHH removed her headphones and approached the bathroom door, where the sound of water ceased. "I'm here." "What is the matter? I left something behind." "What is it?" "I'll get it for you." SHY. "Come closer. I need to tell you something." SHH pondered. There was no one else in the house. Did he have something embarrassing to say? She stepped closer. Suddenly, the bathroom door swung open. A pair of distinctly knuckled hands seized her wrist. Before SHH could react, her body lurched forward, pulled into the bathroom by the sly old fox. And the door was locked behind them. "You deceiver, let me out." "Not a chance." Chapter 54. "You are also a bad man, madam." Steward Jiang entered with 2 cups of warm milk, not finding SHH in sight. For she usually enjoyed a warm drink before sleep. The sir was also absent. The repair tutorial played on the desk. As Steward Jiang turned, he heard sounds emanating from the bathroom, seemingly SHH chastising the sir. He promptly understood, placing the milk on the table and hastily exiting the bedroom, discreetly closing the door behind him. Little Nin became the strongest ally. Steward Jiang hoped this charming little one could stay at Qingfeng Villa for a while longer. Inside the bathroom, mist swirled. The atmosphere thickened with intimacy as SHH was pinned against the door, her supple lips swollen from kisses, delicate neck adorned with several crimson marks. The prolonged kiss left her legs slightly trembling. Their lips entwined, the air filled with the crisp scent of cedar from the man. SHY's gaze shimmered with a soft red hue, his bathrobe silky and slightly disheveled, his dark eyes swirled with intrigue. A twinge of pain danced along SHH's neck as she breathed heavily, feeling hands unfastening the buttons of her clothing. 2 buttons had already been undone. She wore a thin silk nightgown. The buttons entirely released, the fabric sliding down to reveal her smooth pale shoulders and the delicate butterfly bones of her back. The young lady's long neck shone with a luminous pallor, her long legs and slender waist accentuating her alluring figure. The man's hands found the clasp of her bra. SHH's lashes fluttered, her eyes opening slightly. "I'm on my period." SHY abruptly halted his movements, his Adam's apple bobbed, a flicker of rationality returning. His ink-black eyes reflecting the girl before him. "Does your stomach hurt?" "What?" SHH's cheeks flushed crimson. She stood frozen, recalling the emotional turmoil they had shared while kissing. She had expected him to tease her or complain about her period being untimely. Never did she anticipate SHY's instinctive response would be to inquire whether she was experiencing menstrual cramps. SHY helped her don her nightgown, fastening each button carefully. SHH gazed at him. Astonished, it seemed he had remembered her discomfort from last month, not painful. SHH spoke truthfully, attributing it to the effects of traditional medicine and moxibustion. This time, her abdomen felt fine. SHY held her hand. Drawing them closer. You are responsible. SHH's heart raced. Responsible. As SHY leaned down, SHH understood. Continue kissing. She gently closed her eyes, but instead of his kiss, her hand was guided to a particular place. After a considerable time, the bathroom door swung open. SHH emerged, collapsing onto the bed on the verge of tears, her face flushed to the point of dripping water. Was the man inside still the aloof and reserved SHY? SHH's palms felt slightly warm. Soon, SHY exited the shower, clad in a bathrobe, sitting on the edge of the bed, his presence enveloped in the refreshing scent of men's body wash. HH. Don T. Call me HH, I am already yours. Can't I call you HH? SHH felt utterly embarrassed. Just moments before in the bathroom, the enticingly intimate whispers echoing in her ears had been HH. HH, his gentle murmurs were simply intoxicating. SHH fixed her gaze upon him. The man's fair complexion bore a tinge of satisfaction, his tousled hair glistened with moisture, droplets cascading from his hair. Tracing a curve along his jawline to his well-defined collarbone, eventually pooling onto his solid chest. SHH buried her head in the blanket, overwhelmed by his allure. No looking. SHY grabbed the remote. Closing the curtains, noticing the repair tutorial on the iPad. What are you watching? A car repair video. SHH rose to wash up, noting the hour had grown late. I can't always trouble master why. I am not very knowledgeable about cars, so watching these videos is a form of self-education. SHY tapped the video screen. The duration was 2 hours, and she had already completed 80. The instructor was a prominent figure in the automotive mediasphere. SHH had downloaded these tutorials to become proficient in car repairs, aspiring to become a skilled mechanic like Master ZHU. The good baby can fix cars now, the man chuckled, his elongated, tranquil gaze flickering with an obscure glimmer, refraining from touching her iPad, allowing her to continue her studies. After soaking her feet and lying on the bed, SHH discovered the blanket was warm. SHY had prepared a hot water bag for her. Thank you. SHY set aside the book he had been reading, removing his glasses from the bridge of his nose. No need to thank me in the future. He turned off the lights, plunging the room into darkness, once again sharing the bed. SHH no longer resisted the presence of a strange man as she settled into the inner side of the mattress, only to feel her waist enveloped. SHH was pulled into the man's embrace. The masculine scent filled her senses, exuding a calming steadiness as she rested her head on SHY's shoulder. Cradling the fluffy hot water bag in her arms, her hands felt pleasantly warm. His warm, dry palm gently caressed her abdomen. SHH smiled softly, her lower belly comfortably warm. Tomorrow evening I'll visit my sister. I might return home late. Why go in the evening? After a long silence without a response, SHH pondered, gently closing her eyes, her voice soft. I prefer to go later. In the stillness of the night. SHY observed the hazy silhouette of the young girl, placing a kiss on her smooth forehead and tucking her in. All right, as you wished. It was likely due to her intention to visit the cemetery during the day to accompany her daughter. I'll take you there tomorrow. The cemetery was not far. I go every year. It's serene, and few visit. I won't linger too late. SHY countered. No, it's not advisable for a girl to go out alone at night. Why, there are many bad men at night. SHH retorted indignantly. If there weren't so many bad men, women wouldn't get hurt. It would be best to lock all the bad men away. Madam speaks wisely. Are you a bad man? She inquired, pondering his thoughts. Before Shu He could voice her thoughts, the man's hand, which had been gently rubbing her stomach, suddenly wandered upwards. She was most sensitive to ticklish sensations. And she wasn't wearing any undergarments while sleeping. You really ought to eat more. Shu He felt a slight embarrassment, interpreting Shi Yu's remark as a subtle jab at her modesty. She scoffed and swatted away the man's unwarranted advances. If you think it's small, then don't touch. Shi Yu chuckled deeply. That is not my intention. You too are a wicked man. Chapter 55. A long-standing affection. The following day, Shu He awoke naturally, glancing at the clock in astonishment to find that it was already 10:30. Why hadn't her alarm gone off? She hadn't even seen off Nian for school yet this year. The elementary school vacation started late, and next week was the final examination. After finishing her morning routine, she opened the door to be greeted by an uproar of exuberant children's voices from downstairs, as if they were broadcasting through loudspeakers. It was a sweet, innocent sound, reciting phonetics with fervor. BPMFDT and ILUGKHJQXZHCHSHRZCSYW. Shu He felt momentarily bewildered, suddenly recalling that it was Saturday. As she descended the stairs, she spotted Nian standing in the living room, while Professor Shi sat on the adjacent sofa, supervising the little one's study session. Nian was clutching a brand new Chinese textbook, stealthily glancing at his uncle, who narrowed his eyes dangerously in response. Nian quickly shielded himself with the book, terrified. His uncle was even more intimidating than the homeroom teacher. Nian Nian continued to read aloud, open your mouth, round mouth, flat mouth, hey, is that Auntie Shu? Shu He remained unfazed. He did not turn his head, simply twisting open his thermos. Calmly blowing the steam away before taking a sip. You're supposed to read, yet you're either going to the restroom or daydreaming. After moving Grandpa, you're now bringing Auntie Shu into this. Not even calling for the armored warriors will save you. However, Auntie Shu was standing right at the staircase behind him. Nian Nian's mind sparked with a clever notion, and he began to tease. Uncle, are you afraid of Auntie? Many of my classmates' daddies are afraid of their mommies. Have you ever seen me afraid of anyone? Wow, Uncle is so cool, not afraid of Auntie. Who would whom, you or Auntie? Auntie is so beautiful, surely you chased her. She chased me. Wow, Nian Nian gazed at his uncle with adoration, stars in his eyes, praising Uncle is amazing, being pursued by Auntie. What's so special about it? When did Auntie start liking you? Shi Yu's eyelashes fluttered slightly, the mist from his tea obscuring his gaze, casting it as deep and enigmatic as the ocean. He spoke slowly 4 years ago, at the opening ceremony, while that was a long-standing affection. Nian Nian chuckled, observing Auntie Shu's increasingly furrowed brow, bursting into laughter. I knew Uncle was bragging. Everything Uncle says must be a joke. You're going to get a spanking. Shi Yu paused his tea drinking. As if sensing a chill creeping up from behind, he turned to find Shu He tilting her head, gazing at him with a knowing expression, as if to say, did I like you 4 years ago? Shi Yu set down his thermos, casting a glance at the mischief-maker Nian Nian. With a single look, Nian Nian immediately covered his backside. Auntie Shu, save me. I've been reading for an entire morning. Uncle is so mean. Not letting me rest, Shi Yu scoffed, rebel against the heavens. Nian Nian. Shu He approached the little one, ruffling his hair. You have your final exams in 2 days, if you study a bit more. You'll score well. I'm a bit hungry. Didn't you at breakfast? Nian Nian, with a soft pout, held his belly. I only had a little. Kids grow fast and get hungry quickly. Oh, just 2 boiled eggs. 2 custard buns, a sesame bowl, 2 beef egg burgers, and a glass of milk. You call that a little? The little glutton looked even more aggrieved. I didn't mean to eat so much. Don't think I eat too much. And don't send me away. Shu He took the child's hand, guiding him to sit on the sofa, soothing him. I won't send you away. Eat as much as you want. Don't listen to your uncle. Come, Nian Nian, sit and read for a while. I'll make you some candied chestnuts. Yay. As Shu He crouched down, her phone slipped from her pocket. Shi Yu picked it up. Noticing the conspicuous words on the back of the case, I'd rather believe in ghosts than in the words of men. Shu He reclaimed her phone, hearing the man chuckle softly, and shot him a glare. Shi Yu immediately suppressed his laughter, touching his nose and redirecting his attention to Nian Nian. Don't spoil him, woo. Just as Nian Nian read a couple of lines, he covered his face and burst into tears. I can give all my red envelope money to Uncle to buy food. I'm so hungry. Shi Yu stared at the little brat in disbelief. No wonder Dad was driven to the hospital. Nian Nian, stop crying. The child's sobs were endearing. Shu He recalled her own childhood at the Shi residence, when she sometimes felt too shy to rummage through the kitchen for food. Enduring hunger instead, her heart ached for Nian Nian, and she approached Shi Yu, gently kicking his foot. You're the elder, don't bully the child. Shi Yu pointed at himself. Little Nian Nian peeked out one eye. Shi Yu met his gaze. Shu He was facing away from Nian Nian, while the little one's lips curled into a mischievous grin, shrugging at his uncle, stealthily standing up, wiggling his bottom joyfully. Little rascal. Shi Yu darkened his expression, rolling up his sleeves, prepared to swat Nian Nian's bottom. Today I'll make sure your backside blossoms. Shu He placed both hands on Shi Yu's shoulders. One knee bent, pressing against the man's long leg to prevent him from punishing Nian Nian. You've upset Nian Nian, now go make him some candied chestnuts. Stop drinking tea. Nian Nian sat on the sofa, continuing to wail, I'm starving. Shi Yu was at a loss. Nian Nian had truly found a good ally. The fragrance of jasmine tea filled the air. Shi Yu looked at Shu He, enjoying the intimacy of their physical contact. Raising an eyebrow with a lazy smile, deliberately shifting, Shu He pressed down tighter. Are you going or not? Her tone was soft, perhaps unaware of the sweet, coaxing lilt in her voice, akin to a pampered cat. I'll go. Shi Yu's eyes sparkled with amusement, his throat bobbing slightly as he sauntered to the open kitchen. I'll make you a portion of roasted chestnuts as well. He instructed the maid to bring over raw chestnuts. Nian Nian, just wait and see if you end up with a big fat 0 on your exam. When Butler Jiang delivered the raw chestnuts, he couldn't contain his laughter. The joyful scene resembled a warm family of 3. By the sofa, Shu He was tutoring Nian Nian when he caught sight of the marks on her neck. Uncle hit you, Shi Yu? Shu He? Nian Nian set down his textbook, his adorable eyebrows knitting together as he pointed to the red marks on Shu He's neck. You didn't have those yesterday. Today there are so many. Auntie, does it hurt? I'm going to tell Grandpa that Uncle is bullying you. She touched her neck. What injuries? In her rush that morning, she hadn't had time to examine herself in the mirror. Could it be a kiss mark? Ah, the kiss mark from last night had been discovered by the little one? Shu He's face flushed crimson. Shi Yu immediately set down the chestnuts he was washing. I am going to tell Grandpa, Nian Nian exclaimed, his little mouth going a mile a minute like a monk reciting a spell, pulling out his toy phone. Uncle is bullying Auntie. Shi Yu rushed over to the sofa. Snatching away Nian Nian's toy phone, your auntie ate cat treats and had an allergy, breaking out in rashes all over, and now focus on your studies, or you'll get a spanking. Shui, what? Eating cat treats? What an odd excuse. Her lips twitched, and she could only continue to deceive the little one. It's just that I saw Duo enjoying the cat treats so much that I couldn't resist trying a pack. It wasn't tasty, and I had an allergic reaction. Nian, your uncle didn't bully me. I've taken medicine, and I'll be fine soon. Not don't worry. Nian, innocent and naive, reminded his aunt. Cat treats are for cats. Humans can't eat them, it'll poison you, right? I want to eat cat treats again. Nian nodded, returning to his reading. There are 4 nasal finals, onging hanging on. Shui stood up, heading to the bedroom to cover the marks with foundation. Intending to say later that the allergic reaction had subsided, with Nian around, she needed to be more cautious about such matters. As she walked past Nian, Shi Yu playfully blocked her path. When Shui moved left, he moved left. When she moved right, he blocked her on the right. Shui paused, gazing at the man's lazy smile, stepping on the foot of this immature fool. You're the one who ate the cat treats. Shi Yu groaned in pain, squatting down and chuckling softly. Nian, oblivious, turned his head, and Shi Yu's smile vanished, his expression returning to seriousness as he pretended to dust off non-existent dirt from his slippers. Suppressing her laughter, Shu He dashed upstairs. Nian continued reading, and as he read, the little glutton stealthily reached for an orange on the coffee table, beginning to snack on it. Wow, this is so sweet. Chapter 56, Zhou Hongfang faces retribution. As twilight descended, a gentle drizzle began to fall from the heavens, blending with the forecasted rain and snow. Holding a black umbrella, Shu He made her way to the cemetery after purchasing offerings. Only to find Xiang Mei still seated before Zi Jin's grave. In the dim light, Shu He could not discern the expression on Xiang Mei's face, yet she noticed that Xiang Mei was without an umbrella. The cold winter ground must have been chilling her for quite some time. Surely the rain soaking her would lead to illness. Shu He tightened her grip on the umbrella, her fingers whitening from the strain, and took a step forward to offer her mother shelter, feeling guilty. Are we? A desolate voice of a middle-aged man echoed from behind. Shu He turned to see Zhou Hongfang, who, after a long absence, appeared considerably aged and gaunt, his frame nearly skeletal, yet his eyes retained their selfish, cold demeanor. He seized the umbrella from his daughter, using it for himself, having forgotten to bring his own. You're getting drenched, give the umbrella to mom. Shu He protested, her hair dampened by the rain. Fine, but first hand over 2 million, and buy me a retirement home, then I'll give you the umbrella and promise never to trouble you again. Zhou Hongfang had been diagnosed with stomach cancer just days prior. The doctors attributed his condition to his frequent outbursts and alcoholism, which had exacerbated his gastrointestinal issues. The examination revealed a malignant tumor on his gastric mucosa. With many vital organs severely affected, without timely hospitalization and surgery, the cancer cells would continue to spread. Having long lost his standing within the Zhou family, the cost of treatment was exorbitant, far exceeding his meager retirement pension. Xiang Mei controlled the family finances, refusing to fund his medical care. After returning from his post in Xinjiang, Xianji had been promoted, receiving both honors and titles, but he offered not a single cent to his father. When Zhou Hongfang showed his son the medical report, the boy merely smiled and remarked, I can buy you a coffin, at least you'll have some dignity. The son, devoid of compassion, was a true disappointment. Zhou Hongfang, proud and unwilling to lower himself to ask relatives or friends for help, was acutely aware of the high costs of cancer treatment. Having retired, who would sincerely lend him money, they would only laugh at his misfortune. Making cruel remarks, the only hope Zhou Hongfang clung to now was his daughter. The rain mixed with snow began to intensify. Shu He raised her hand, attempting to reclaim the umbrella to shield Xiang Mei. But Zhou Hongfang would not relent. Whereas your betrothal gift, I heard that during the engagement, Shi Yu gave you a substantial sum. You, a mere daughter, hoarding so much money is simply inappropriate. I won't give you a single cent. Zhou Hongfang gritted his teeth. I have cancer and need money to survive. My stomach hurts every time I eat. Then don't eat. As my daughter, can you truly stand by and watch your father perish? Do you have the heart to do that? Hand over your money. My money is for buying cat treats for Duo. You, Zhou Hongfang, enraged, raised his hand to strike Shui, but Xiang Mei rushed over, shielding her daughter and confronting him. Try hitting her, I dare you. The sound of flesh striking flesh echoed as Zhou Hongfang's hand landed hard against Xiang Mei's face. He ceased pretending, cursing, I can't tell who the head of this family is anymore. In the past, I didn't beat you into submission. You cried and threatened to report me. Why haven't you done it yet? Go ahead, report me, Mom, Shui exclaimed, her breath sharp with pain, her eyes brimmed with tears. Filled with anguish and fury as she shielded her mother, the rain soaked her hair, and in a moment of defiance, she struck Zhou Hongfang's face with all her might. It was her first time hitting her father, and the sound of the slap echoed, numbing her palm. Zhou Hongfang stood in disbelief. His daughter had dared to strike him, a disobedient child indeed. Grinding his teeth, he raised his hand to retaliate against Shui. But Xiang Mei quickly embraced her daughter. Zhou Hongfang, a man driven to desperation by cancer, showed no regard for the well-being of others. All he sought was money for survival. Xiang Mei glared at him. If you dare to touch Shu He, I will call the police. Zhou Hongfang lowered his hand, chuckling coldly. You think you can threaten me with the police? If I end up in jail, I'll leave a criminal record. Ruining Xianji and Shu He's futures. Do you dare to report me, you wouldn't he? Or you would have done so years ago. Xiang Mei, do you dare tell the children how I used to beat you? Oh, now that the children have grown, you become tough. Haven to you. Xiang Mei held Shu He's hand, gently urging her. Shu He, let us go. Don't get entangled with him. He has reaped what he sowed and has little time left. Zhou Hongfang's words nearly knocked the breath out of Shu He. Tears blurred her vision, and her throat tightened painfully. What had her mother endured over the years? As they walked, Shu He took out her phone. Opening the dial pad, intending to call the police, what did it matter if Zhou Hongfang had a criminal record? She could always avoid jobs requiring a background check even if her future lay in ruins. She had to ensure this beast was imprisoned. Shu He, Xiang Mei intercepted her, soothingly. Don't listen to him. He hasn't harmed me. Look at me. I'm fine. He has been expelled from the Zhou family and is in the late stages of cancer. He has at most 6 months left to live. He won't be able to threaten us anymore. Let us go. Xiang Mei pulled Shu He along. Zhou Hongfang's face contorted in rage. How could such a cold-hearted wife and daughter refuse to spare a penny for his salvation? Even as he lay dying, his molars ground together in frustration, his eyes blazed with fury as he rolled up the umbrella in his hand. Fine, if you don't want me to live, then let Xiang Mei lose another daughter on the same day she lost her first. Zhou Hongfang's forehead bulged with ominous veins as he took 2 steps forward. Summoning all his strength to raise the heavy umbrella and bring it crashing down on Shu He's head, suddenly his collar was seized by someone. A hard fist swung toward his eye. With a resounding crack, Zhou Hongfang's umbrella fell to the ground as he staggered back, struck by the forceful blow, gasping in pain, retreating 3 steps. Before he could regain his footing, another powerful punch landed squarely on his face. The assailant's fist felt like iron. Zhou Hongfang's head buzzed, and he fell to the ground, spitting out a bloody tooth, blood choking his throat as he coughed uncontrollably. His vision swam in confusion. He braced himself against the muddy ground, clutching his left eye, feeling it swell rapidly, rendering him blind. After 2 punches, he couldn't even see who had struck him. Hearing the commotion, Shu He and Xiang Mei turned around. The dim night enveloped the man's striking features as he stepped into the light of a street lamp, his tall silhouette elongated by the fractured illumination. Zhou Hongfang squinted at the figure. The man stood against the light, unbuttoning his watch and discarding it, rolling up his shirt sleeves as he approached. Grasping Zhou Hongfang by the collar, he aimed another fierce punch at his face. The sound of the impact echoed painfully as Zhou Hongfang was slammed against a nearby tombstone, his lower back colliding painfully. A distinct crack of bone resonating, blood seeped from his mouth, dripping onto the ground. Chapter 57, Mother and Daughter Reunite. Shi Yu's eyes were a deep abyss of black. His gaze, imbued with intensity, bore down on Zhou Hongfang as he towered before him. You inflicted severe injuries on her when she was 8. Causing broken ribs and nearly blinding her left eye, leaving her frozen on the roadside. How much trauma have you inflicted on her body and mind, and now you dare to strike her again? Zhou Hongfang's eyes blazed with fury. I am your father-in-law. Striking you is no different than striking anyone else. You're no exception. Zhou Hongfang pointed an accusatory finger at Shi Yu's face. Berating him, you defy familial ethics and disrespect your elders. No son-in-law in history has dared to stand over his father-in-law like this. Do you not fear divine retribution or the scorn of others? Stop using your antiquated ideals to bind me, you. Zhou Hongfang found himself at a loss for words. He could neither physically overpower Shi Yu nor verbally outmatch him. The blows he had received left him reeling. Whether it was the pain in his eyes or the chilling presence of the man before him that instilled fear, he couldn't tell. Are you not afraid I will call the police? Shi Yu pulled out his phone. Here, I'll lend you my phone. Call the police right now and see who ends up inside. His tone was cold and calm, each word laced with a potent threat. Zhou Hongfang glanced at the surveillance cameras in the cemetery. He had impulsively slapped Xiang Mei in a fit of rage and had nearly struck his daughter with the umbrella. If he went to the police station, he would be at fault. With Shi Yu's status, he was surrounded by top-tier lawyers. The legal team of Hengxin Group would not be trifled with. Zhou Hongfang would never call the police. If news broke that a son-in-law had struck his father-in-law, he would be humiliated beyond measure. Shi Yu picked up the black umbrella, recognizing it as the one he had gifted Shu He at the resort. He opened it and walked over to Shu He and Xiang Mei, shielding them from the rain, gently ruffling Shu He's hair. Thank you for always being there to save me at critical moments. Just as you did over a decade ago, didn't we agree that you wouldn't need to thank me? Shi Yu replied, pulling out tissues from his pocket and offering them to Shu He and Xiang Mei to dry their faces. Xiang Mei took the tissue and wiped away the tears on Shu He's cheeks, yet the more she wiped, the more tears flowed. Xiang Mei understood that her daughter was heartbroken for her. I am sorry, Shi Yu, for making you witness this. Thank you for coming to protect us. We owe you our lives today, otherwise. Xiang Mei struggled to suppress her emotions, her voice trembling as she spoke. Mom, please don't be formal with me. We are family. Shu He noticed the palm print on her mother's face had yet to fade. Holding Shu He's hand tenderly, Xiang Mei said, I dreamt of your sister yesterday. She told me that he bought her a jade bracelet. Coincidentally, this morning, Xianji really did give me a jade bracelet, claiming it was from you. He is such a good child. Shu He's mental defenses crumbled entirely. She incessantly wiped away her tears, yet the large droplets cascaded down her cheeks, and her cries could no longer be stifled. Her vision blurred. Mama, Shu He embraced her mother before her. Her lips trembling. Mom, Shu He, I am here. Xiang Mei gently patted her daughter's shoulder. Zhou Hongfang, hesitant to approach Shi Yu, observed the poignant reunion between mother and daughter and interjected sharply, if given another chance, would you still bring Shu He back from Sydney to raise her? Surely not, for Zijing is your biological daughter. Haha, Xiang Mei, you are the one responsible for Zijing's demise. Just as Shi Yu took a step forward, Xiang Mei blocked his path. Unperturbed, she calmly returned Zhou Hongfang's gaze. I do not regret raising Shu He. Given another opportunity, I would ensure that Zijing and Shu He never left home on that fateful day, or I would take Zijing's place in that vehicle to save my Shu He. Hearing her mother's words, Shu He wept uncontrollably. In this world, the most underestimated emotion is a mother's love. 15 years later, Shu He stood in her bedroom, the decor unchanged, the surface of the desk devoid of dust. During her childhood, Shu He shared this room with her sister. The soft pink princess bed was adorned with numerous stuffed toys. Xiao Huihui, Mei Yangyang, Little Carp Bubble, Double-Sided Turtle, Doraemon, and Patrick starred Shu He. Come here. Xiang Mei brought a bowl of warm ginger tea and placed it on the table. It's best not to wear that drying cap for too long, or you'll get a headache. Alright, having just bathed, Shu He removed the cap. Xiang Mei, having also bathed and changed her clothes, picked up a hairdryer and walked over to help her daughter dry her hair. Mom, let me do it. Shu He protested, not wanting her mother to exert herself. Xiang Mei sat beside the desk, retrieving 2 packets of spicy strips from the drawer, her eyes sparkling with mirth. Once, when I took you to the zoo to see the animals, you snuck some spicy strips and ended up with a stomachache. It was this brand, though it's now discontinued and unavailable. The hairdryer operated quietly, and Shu He recalled childhood memories. I remember you used to style my hair into a bun. She noticed the jade bracelet on her mother's wrist, a gift she had bought. Her mother's fair skin made the jade bracelet appear even more elegant. She had intended for her brother to present it on her behalf, but he had bluntly informed their mother that it was her own purchase. However, her mother's eyes now bore many more wrinkles and strands of white hair, untouched by dye, gracefully adorned by the passage of time. Shu He felt a pang in her heart. Outside, sleet fell gently, while the indoors radiated warmth and comfort. Xiang Mei gazed at the photo frame on the table, which held images of her 3 children, her heart tranquil and serene. Your sister also loved snacks and often had stomachaches. Next time we visit Zijing, let's bring her more treats. Hearing her mother mention her sister, Shu He felt a sudden flutter in her heart, but upon reflection, she realized her mother spoke with a calmness that indicated she no longer shunned the topic of Zijing. The departed are gone, yet the beautiful memories Zijing left behind for her mother and sister remain worthy of remembrance. It seemed her mother had found peace. They could now open their hearts and discuss Zijing and the mundane aspects of life. Alright, Shu He spoke softly, let's get sister a portion of candied chestnuts. She would surely love them. You 3 have always adored the candied chestnuts from that shop by the Jingda Gate. Back then, it was the most popular place after I got off work. Yes, that shop has always thrived. Just before the winter break I bought a portion, and the owner mentioned they have opened over 10 branches now. Your brother said you can make candied chestnuts now. Shu He's eyes widened slightly. Oh, how does brother know I can make candied chestnuts? She had cooked in Moon Bay before but had never prepared candied chestnuts for her brother. Her first attempt had been for Shi Yu. After drying her hair, Shu He set the hairdryer aside. Would you like to try some? I think the air fryer makes them quite delicious. I would love to. Xiang Mei nodded. Shu He, it's snowing outside. Don't go back today, stay here for the night. Alright, Shu He eagerly accepted. Chapter 58. The reason for Shi Mu and Zhou Xianji's breakup. Some time ago, I saw Mumu post on social media, expressing her urgency to find a partner. Since you were close with her, has she found someone now? Shu He recalled the adventurous game. It's not true, we were just playing a game, and she lost. Then jokingly posted that. Xiang Mei sighed in relief. Shu He, rarely indulging in gossip, asked, do you know why brother and Mumu broke up? A year ago, her brother had concealed many matters from her, and it was only after he returned to Beijing that she learned the reason for his breakup with Mumu. In the south, the temperature had also dropped. Awakening in the dead of night, Shi Mu reached for the air conditioning remote, increasing the temperature. The hotel bed was far from the comfort of home. Tossing and turning, sleep eluded her. She glanced at her phone. It was already past 2 in the morning, and there was still a friend request from Zhou Xianji. 2 attempts had been made. Shi Mu felt a whirlwind of emotions. Unable to find rest. In the pitch-black room, silence enveloped her as she clutched her blanket, drifting in and out of slumber. The breakup with Zhou Xianji had occurred in late autumn. At that time, Zhou Hongfang did not approve of her as a daughter-in-law, claiming she did not respect him and could offer his son no assistance in his career. But how could she respect someone who had treated her sister so poorly? Zhou Hongfang had repeatedly sought trouble with her. Unable to endure any longer, she confronted him. Ignoring you is my greatest act of tolerance. I am in a relationship with Xianji, not with you. Mind your own business. As Zhou Hongfang slapped her across the face. It was the first time he had struck her, and it was her first experience of being hit in over 20 years. He called her an uncouth, disrespectful girl. He further declared that no junior would dare to speak to an elder in such a manner. Su Yuan, the daughter of the director of the Beijing North Public Security Bureau, also had affections for Zhou Xianji and treated his father with utmost respect. When Zhou Hongfang was diagnosed with cirrhosis, Su Yuan introduced him to a hospital and arranged for renowned medical experts to treat him. Standing next to Su Yuan, anyone would say she was far more suitable for Zhou Xianji. At that time, she had yet to graduate from university, and her school was not particularly prestigious. Su Yuan privately contacted classmates at the university's confession wall, claiming that Shi Mu was being kept by someone and leading a chaotic private life. Shi Mu thought, since she was about to graduate, she could let them say whatever they wanted. She simply ignored it. Zhou Xianji had always been kind to her. When they lived together, he would kiss and hug her, and even when emotions ran high, he never crossed boundaries. Xianji had promised to marry her after her graduation. Thus, Su Yuan's malicious words held no power over her. She sent Su Yuan a photo of Zhou Xianji cooking at home, not expecting Su Yuan to be so rattled that she reported it to Zhou Hongfang. The day after she sent the photo, while hailing a taxi outside the school gate to go for a meal, Zhou Hongfang forcibly held the door closed, insisting they needed to talk. Shi Mu did not wish to engage with him. Zhou Hongfang was most incensed by perceived filial disobedience from juniors. His temper was volatile, and he refused to let her close the door. She tried to pry his hand away. In a deliberate act of malice, Zhou Hongfang slammed the door against her fingers. The pain was excruciating, as if her heart was being pierced. Shi Mu cried out in agony, unable to move her right hand, which swelled grotesquely as Zhou Hongfang scolded her, saying, "Who told you to send that photo? You brought this on yourself. If it weren't for the long-standing friendship between the Shi and Zhou families, would I bother speaking to you politely? What kind of girl lacks shame? Are you so desperate for a man that you cling to my son and then shamelessly share photos? Why don't you speak out against Su Yuan, who spread rumors about me? You can't compare to Yuan. Her father is the director, while your father is merely a lowly curator, an outsider to the Shi family. How dare you, Zhou Hongfang? My father loves my mother and cares for his children. He is 100 times, 1,000 times better than you." She went to the hospital for an x-ray and had her finger bandaged. Fortunately, it was not broken, but the doctor informed her that the injury was severe. When Zhou Xianji arrived at the hospital, his eyes were red, and the knuckles on his hand were bruised and stained with blood. He had clearly been in a fight and had not come out unscathed. That day, Zhou Xianji held her hand delicately, trembling as he endlessly apologized. She smiled, insisting that her injury was merely an accident. She did not blame Zhou Xianji. What could a child do with such a father? Legally, failing to support a father and hitting him could lead to charges of abuse, and she could not allow Xianji to make mistakes. Yet Xianji had already clashed with his father. She regretted sending the photo to Su Yuan and questioned whether she had made a mistake. At the time of sending, she had no idea Su Yuan would react so vindicatively, reporting to Zhou Hongfang and seeking support from her well-connected parents. Su Yuan had also messaged her, stating she had been assigned to the administrative department in the city center, which was Xianji's workplace, where they would be together daily. Late at night, the autumn rain poured down. Shi Mu's finger throbbed, preventing her from sleeping, her eyes brimming with tears. Xianji fed her painkillers and soothed her to sleep. However, when the effects of the painkillers wore off in the middle of the night, she awoke. She saw Xianji, clad in thin clothing, standing on the balcony, his silhouette solitary and enduring. He had smoked many cigarettes, and upon noticing her awake, he immediately extinguished the cigarette, opened the balcony door, and stepped back into the room. He asked if her finger hurt again. She replied that she was merely thirsty, and Xianji poured her a glass of water. He took the initiative to take a week off work, remaining at home to care for her. He would delight her with a variety of exquisite dishes, coaxing her to eat once her finger injury healed. She flexed her fingers and assured Xianzij that it no longer pained her, encouraging him to go to work, even though he would be spending each day in close proximity to Su Yuan. She wished not to question or interfere, trusting that he would remain steadfast and not become entangled with Su Yuan. However, on the very morning that Xianzij was to leave for work, he abruptly suggested a breakup. She was at a loss, unsure of where she had faltered. The suddenness of the separation left her bewildered. He was resolute, dismissing her inquiries and insisting on his decision. Xianzij confessed that after spending a considerable amount of time with her, he had lost his feelings, and men are often fickle. She mused. She inquired if he had truly developed feelings for Su Yuan, who was indeed beautiful, came from an illustrious background, and had the ability to charm him daily with her presence. He remained silent for a long while before responding, yes. A wave of indignation washed over her. If that were the case, then let it end. The world was not lacking in men, and Zhou Xianzij was merely one among many. Suddenly she recalled Zhou Hongfang's scornful words about her being shamelessly clingy. At that time, buoyed by Xianzij's affection, she had found those remarks unremarkable, but now, with Zhou Xianzij no longer fond of her, she realized that lingering by his side would indeed be an act of desperation. With determination, she severed all ties with Zhou Xianzage post-breakup and even discarded her phone. At home, she lost her appetite and motivation, weeping inconsolably, undoubtedly due to the renewed pain in her fingers. On the day Zhou Xianzage went to work, he gathered substantial evidence and reported Su Yuan for defamation and instigating trouble, along with various acts of negligence. He also implicated the head of the Public Security Bureau for multiple infractions. Both Su Yuan and her father were taken in for questioning. Later, upon verification of the facts, Su Yuan was dismissed from her position, and her father faced severe disciplinary action, resulting in a significant demotion. This incident also earned Zhou Xianzage many enemies. The day after he reported Su Yuan, he was accused of abusing and neglecting his father, even injuring him to the point of hospitalization. Zhou Xianzage was subsequently taken away by the police. Zhou Hongfang, fearing for his son's well-being, rushed to the police station, claiming that the altercation was merely a playful dispute with his son. Eventually, the police mediated the family matter based on the circumstances. However, Zhou Xianzage's lack of filial piety remained a serious issue, leaving a negative impression. He received a significant reprimand from his workplace and was reassigned to an obscure county in the northwest. Many speculated that Zhou Xianzage's political career was over, having squandered his promising future and shattered what could have been a winning hand. He would never return from the Northwest. Chapter 59. A brief separation exceeds a new marriage. In Jingbei, at the club, the 10-meter air rifle range served to hone focus and stability. The shooter, relying solely on his naked eye, could only discern a small black dot at a distance of 10 meters. Shi Yu set down the air rifle. After a prolonged session, his arm ached, and he glanced at the large screen displaying Zhou Xianzage's shooting scores, noting a troubling downward trend. Director Zhou, perhaps it's time for a break? At this rate, you might hit me instead, someone jested regarding his erratic aim. Zhou Xianzage chuckled lightly at the banter. He too laid down his air rifle, stretching his stiff neck before heading to the changing room to remove his shooting attire. Has Mumu accepted your friend request yet? Not yet. Once Shi Yu changed, he reclined in the massage chair in the relaxation area, twisting open a bottle of mineral water. This must be the legendary a moment of satisfaction in torturing one's wife leads to a funeral pyre for pursuing her, TSK. Sure, DUI, if you keep skiing like that, be careful you don't end up at a funeral pyre for pursuing your own wife. When that day comes, I shall only care for my sister and not support you. That's not going to happen, young and proud. You've never tasted the bitterness of love. A fleeting emotion danced in Shi Yu's eyes. Who says I haven't? Oh, have you been in a relationship before? Zhou Xianzage reclined in the massage chair. The chair provided a perfect balance of pressure to relax his muscles, complete with a full-body heating function. After finishing his session, he felt less stiff and picked up his phone. Glancing at the screen, it was silent. Shi Yu suggested, why not increase the frequency? With Mumu's temperament, if you request enough times, she'll likely agree at least once, and then scold you afterward. Being scolded is fine. Zhou Xianzage lowered his eyes. His typically calm voice now slightly hoarse, but she shows no reaction at all, as if she truly no longer cares for me. Xianzage, why did you propose the breakup then? Clarifying this with her is key to whether you two can reconcile. Zhou Xianzage parted his lips slightly, his expression momentarily lost in thought, as if recalling Mumu's injured fingers, his heart aching anew, his eyelids drooped. At that moment, he submitted his report and braced himself for the potential ruin of his career, as well as the prospect of ending up in prison for assaulting his father. If he were truly sentenced, he could no longer offer Mumu a future, though she seemed carefree and oblivious. She was deeply sentimental. If his future were destroyed, she would undoubtedly stay by his side. He had not anticipated being assigned to participate in the Xinjiang 8 program, an opportunity that was incredibly hard to come by. His teacher encouraged him to settle quietly in the Northwest. Upon returning to Beijing, his position was promoted from deputy director to director. Shi Yu shifted the topic. How's the hospital arrangement coming along? I've found a private hospital. We should be able to admit Zhou Hongfang soon, allowing him to enjoy his twilight years there. In the late stages of cancer, it will be quite painful for him. When is my wife returning home? That's something you need to ask. Zhou Xianzage smiled. Last week, she and my mother visited Kashgar, then went to Seiram Lake, and later to the Terracotta Army in Tingmuang Pavilion. This morning, they flew to Arai Lake and posted numerous photos of ancient towns on their social media. Shi Yu's brow furrowed slightly, a smile spreading across his chest. Such a good child. It seems they plan to embark on a nationwide tour during the winter break. Shi Yu opened his phone and liked the photos posted by Shu He. He added a comment. Happiness returns, darling. He saved a few pictures of Shu He in a dedicated album, with one particular photo at the very bottom. It featured a radiant young girl playing the guitar at a school opening ceremony. That evening, Nian lay on the bed in the guest room, enjoying the local delicacies that Shu He had sent him, opening a bag of yogurt almonds. Auntie has been away for almost 2 weeks. When will she be back? Missing her. Under the desk lamp, Shi Yu, wearing glasses and holding a pencil, meticulously corrected Nian's daily homework. Yes, I miss her a lot. I received a certificate in a little car pencil case. I want to show it to Auntie. Little love master. Nian sat up, chewing on almonds. Even if I'm not a model student, being a little love master is still impressive. I care for the environment. protect the flowers and plants at school, and help stray cats, the teacher praised me. Indeed, little love masters are also good children. Nyen Nyen is wonderful. He Sure You circled a spelling mistake with his pencil. Now tell me, what is the pinyin for Earth? Tip Earth is no challenge for me. Sure you couldn't help but chuckle. You've got some talent. I admire the don't worship the pot is merely a legend. You look like a pot. Come here and correct your mistakes. Oh, when Shu He returned to Qingfeng Villa, she was greeted by a stunned Jiang butler, as if he had encountered a radiant goddess. Madam? Aunt Jiang, Shu He beamed, placing her suitcase down and rushing over to embrace her. I brought you a gift. Jiang butler had always cared for Shu He, and she felt a warm gratitude towards her. Gifts could not be neglected for Aunt Jiang. Shu He presented a beautifully wrapped box containing precious health ginseng and a small white jade gourd pendant named Blessing in Prosperity. Jiang butler, having no children of her own, felt a wave of warmth at the sight of Shu He's thoughtful gift. Momentarily unsure whether to accept it, Shu He placed the gift gently in Jiang Auntie's hands. Thank you, madam. A soothing warmth spread through Jiang butler's heart. In the master bedroom, Shu He noticed that Shi Yu was absent, likely still working late. Feeling fatigued after her flight, she decided to take a hot bath. They had returned 3 days early from their last destination as her mother had urgent matters to attend to at the Literary Association. After drying her hair, Shu He emerged from the bathroom. Where's my phone? She wondered where she had placed it. She still needed to inform her mother that she had arrived safely. Her luggage and bag were still downstairs in the living room. Yet to be brought up. As she opened the bedroom door, she was met with the sight of a man walking towards her. In that brief moment of eye contact, they both froze, the surrounding air seemingly crystallizing in that instant. Shi Yu's eyes were dark as obsidian. In the half-month absence, he noticed that Shu He's delicate face had gained a hint of fullness, that dewy collagen, her skin glowing with a pearly radiance. A soft pink hue replacing the previous pallor and frailness, she shone like exquisite jewelry, sparkling brilliantly. Shu He smiled gently, taking the initiative to greet him. I forgot to mention that I arrived early. The scent of cedar enveloped her senses. As Shu He found herself enveloped in darkness, she was abruptly captured in a warm embrace. A kiss fell upon her lips, causing her steps to falter as she staggered backward. Her chin was grasped by the man, his grip firm around her waist, pressed against his solid chest. Her mind was clouded, her lips pried open by his eager intrusion, before she could fully comprehend the situation. The sound of a door closing echoed in the air. With each step she took backward, panic set in. She instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck, her words tumbling out in disarray, yet all fell on deaf ears as they were swallowed by Shi Yu. Retreating further, Shu He leaned against the wall, still subject to his forceful kiss. From the doorway to the corner of the room, his fervent kisses left her feeling vulnerable, her hands frantically searching for support against the wall behind her. Shu He's eyes glistened with mist as the kiss continued to envelop her. She pushed against him in confusion, only to be caught in his grip. The warmth of his lips danced upon hers. Merging in a kiss that held restraint, fervor, longing, and desire, she could feel the intense rhythm of his heart against her own. The cool, minty taste lingered on her lips, while Shi Yu held her tightly, as if wanting to merge her into his very being. It wasn't until she cried out for mercy, breathless, that he finally relented. I can't breathe. In chapter 60, as Shi Yu gently withdrew his lips. Shu He felt as though she had just been pulled from the depths of a pool, gasping for air, her body light as she trembled, perched on the man's arm. Shi Yu, her voice quivered, laced with unshed tears. Please don't do this. He laid her softly onto the bed. As she reclined, her hair tumbled across the pillow like a soft, fluffy lamb, her misty, wide eyes reflecting innocence and confusion. Shu He glimpsed the deep desire lurking in the depths of his gaze, a burning ember, ignited solely by her presence. She was startled by his sudden assertiveness, a girl who had never experienced such passion. Her fingers trembling. In the next moment, his strong hand encircled her waist, his gentleness replaced by an urgency that frightened her. Instinctively she closed her eyes and curled up, fearing pain, desperately afraid of it, yet, to her surprise, a soft kiss landed on her brow, his beautiful eyes locking onto hers as he gently soothed her with his warm lips. His voice, tinged with affection, whispered, He, don't be afraid. His tender murmurs fell upon her ears, devoid of any aggression, and her eyes reddened as she sobbed, You scared me. I won't let you kiss me anymore. He had kissed her so possessively, as if he hadn't seen a woman in 18 years. I missed you. Shi Yu gently wiped her tears with his fingertips, drawing her close, resting his chin in the soft curve of her neck, inhaling the long-forgotten scent of green tea. His voice was low and hoarse as he confessed, I am sorry. It was my fault. When I saw you, I couldn't help myself. His palm tenderly patted her, reminiscent of an elder brother soothing her to sleep. Gradually Shu He's heart began to settle. Nestled in his embrace, after a while, she whispered, I brought you a gift. It's on the table. It's what you wanted. You know what I want? He asked with a smile. Of course, then tell me. What do I want? The warmth of his breath caressed her earlobe as he kissed the tender area, igniting a fire within her. What you want is, she whimpered softly as Shi Yu nibbled her earlobe. It didn't hurt. It was a tingling sensation that electrified her entire being, a feeling both strange and oddly pleasurable. Her heartbeat quickened, racing uncontrollably. What I want is you, Zhou Shu He. The weight of his breath lingered with a heartfelt yearning, As if he had suppressed those words for far too long. At his words, Shu He froze momentarily, then lowered her head, a wave of inexplicable joy washing over her. Her small canine teeth peeked out shyly, while sweet, soft currents surged within her, causing her entire body to feel weak. A rosy hue spread across her delicate face, reaching her ears. Shi Yu swallowed hard, his gaze fixed intently on her, parched yet unwilling to make any hasty moves. Suppressing his desires as beads of sweat formed on his forehead, their unexpected encounter at the door had taken him by surprise. After a fortnight apart, his rationality had faltered against his longing for her. He had lost control, frightening her in the process. Shi Yu's fingers grazed her flushed cheeks, and after a moment, a mischievous glimmer flickered in his eyes. You just got off the plane. Rest well, I'll go help Nian Nian with his homework. He has been pestering me these past 2 days. Shu He grasped Shi Yu's large hand, frowning lightly, not wanting him to leave. Feeling reluctant to part, yearning for his affection, yet she felt too shy to voice it. After half a month apart, she missed him a little. You're doing this on purpose, really? I haven't even graded his winter vacation homework yet. Alright then go. Shu He understood his intention. He wanted her to take the initiative. Releasing his hand, she crawled into bed, teasingly declaring, I'm going to sleep, good night. Shi Yu stood at the bedside, utterly unprepared for this turn of events. Was he not going to try to keep him here? It made no sense. She had just held onto his hand. Shi Yu sat on the edge of the bed, poking her waist. I really am going. I might be sleeping with Nian Nian tonight. You won't be scared sleeping alone, will you? Not at all. Just make sure to close the door when you leave, then cover yourself with a blanket tonight. Don't catch a cold. I'm leaving now. Turn off the light. Shu He turned her back to him, pulling the blanket over herself, feigning sleep or pretending to be aloof. Are you? Let us see how I deal with you. Shi Yu remained silent for a long moment before gently tapping her shoulder. Hey, I'm really leaving. Shu He stifled a laugh, scooting closer to the edge of the bed. Professor Sure. It has already past 9. Hurry up or Nian Nian will fall asleep. What a good baby you are. Shi Yu made his way to the door. The light was extinguished, and Shu He heard the bedroom door open before it closed again. Plunging the room into complete darkness. In the pitch blackness, she furrowed her brow. Was Shi Yu really going to help with homework? Was he truly that self-denying? As she pondered, she was suddenly swept up in a pair of strong arms, pulled into Shi Yu's embrace. A tender kiss descended upon her. So you didn't leave after all, you're still here. Shu He playfully pushed him away, refusing to give him any leeway. Didn't you say you wouldn't touch me because you were going to help Nian Nian with his studies? I was pretending, he. You didn't try to keep me here. Shu He heard a hint of grievance in his voice as his lips captured hers, their softness melding together in a haze of intimacy. Their breaths mingling, a dance of flirtation. You stubborn little thing, always pretending. I want to coax you. Sure, you urged her to lie down on the bed, one hand pressing down on her shoulder while the other gently patted her backside. Will you let me coax you? I want to. The man chuckled lazily. Will you let me coax you? Shu He squirmed like a fleeing turtle beside him, realizing that aside from Nian Nian, she too could be playfully spanked. Alright, I'll coax you. Unable to escape, she pleaded for mercy. His lips found her neck, and as she tilted her chin, she couldn't help but softly moan. You be gentle, otherwise, what if Nian Nian sees? I can't have that happen again. His soothing voice resonated. Is it alright? Shu He understood Shi Yu's request. On this long-awaited wedding night, she smiled softly, nodding obediently. As their clothes fell away, the man descended upon her, tender kisses trailing from her lips down to her neck, collarbone, and abdomen. Yet Shi Yu had no intention of stopping there. Shi Yu, don't. Shu He curled her legs instinctively, fear gripping her as she nearly cried out, her voice hoarse and strained, her body shrinking away. She felt overwhelmed by such intimate proximity, and yet Shi Yu pressed her slender legs down, preventing her escape. Be good, close your eyes. I want to. Shi Yu picked up the tie he had just loosened, blindfolding her. With her sight gone, her other senses heightened significantly, and she questioned, what are you doing, covering my eyes for no reason? Guess. Shi Yu held her legs in place. Soon a cool sensation enveloped her, causing Shu He to kick her legs in surprise, letting out a startled cry, but her legs were firmly restrained. Shi Yu, her small hands clutched the sheets helplessly, her toes curling in distress, tears spilling down her cheeks. Shi Yu paused briefly, chuckling. Don't cry. I want to really eat you, please, just don't talk. This man was audacious in matters of intimacy. Shu He kicked his shoulder in frustration, on the verge of tears, but he kissed her again. She whimpered, her heart racing, surrendering to his advances. Her husband was driving her to the brink, in the early hours of the morning. On the balcony, the wooden lounge chair swayed incessantly, the tranquil space filled with the creaking sounds of the chair. The girl's bangs were damp with sweat as she nestled against the man's neck, her eyes gently closed, breathing unevenly, her soft voice mingling with quiet sobs. Shi Yu. The man brushed her stray hair aside. Shu He murmured softly, tell me the truth, am I your first woman? In chapter 61, from now on, will you like me? The following morning, Shu He was awakened by the buzzing of her phone. Her sleeping posture was usually serene, but at this moment she was practically sprawled atop the man, her head resting against his neck, one leg draped over his, her arms wrapped tightly around his waist, snugly nestled in his embrace. She resembled a child cuddling a plush toy as she slept. while his large hand held her waist securely. It is the alarm clock of Shi Yu. After some time together, Shu He has accurately gauged his daily routine. Shi Yu is steadfast in his morning exercise habits. Unfaltering in his commitment, each day he either jogs around the wetland park or works out in his home gym. Furthermore, he harbors a distaste for overly sweet foods, eschews snacks, and has no affinity for coffee. Preferring instead to indulge in tea, when it comes to discussing films and television dramas, he is woefully uninformed. His interests lie in financial and sports channels. As the vibration of his phone ceased, Shi Yu turned off the alarm. Shu He shut her eyes. She felt that the happiest thing in the world was that she was on winter break while Shi was still diligently toiling away at work each day. She could savor her lazy mornings, while he could not. As the man stirred awake, Shu He feigned sleep, only to suddenly hear a melodious laugh, followed by the gentle touch of his fingertip upon her brow. He was poking her again. "Good morning, Octopus Shu He. Could you perhaps release your husband?" Octopus Shu He felt herself blushing, pushing him away, turning to draw the blanket over her head. Something lingered at her side. In the pitch-black cocoon of the duvet, Shu He fumbled around. A tie. Recalling the enchanting scene from the previous night, Shu He bit her lip and tossed the deep gray tie toward the man who was getting out of bed. "Your belongings. Please refrain from leaving them here in the future. Keep it. I will need it tonight." Shi Yu. The last two words were conveyed through her lip movements. In matters of intimacy, Shi Yu appeared to possess considerable experience. Adept at shifting positions while holding her, ensuring her comfort without causing her pain, the man could not help but smile, teasing her. "How about this? Tonight, my lady may blindfold me, and I shall not resist." The room was softly illuminated by a warm nightlight. Shu He gazed at him, discovering he was changing clothes. A wedding ring adorned his distinctly boned fingers. In Shu He's memory, he had never removed it. The prominence of his Adam's apple was enticingly pale, his broad shoulders tapering to a slender waist, his physique defined by well-defined 8-pack abs and a tantalizing V-line. The air was thick with a heady mix of hormones and sexual tension. Shi Yu remained unperturbed, allowing Shu He to observe him as he dressed. Once clad, he donned a sports watch and met her gaze. "Is it all right?" he inquired. Shu He felt her cheeks flush crimson. She buried her head beneath the covers. He was far too alluring, a temptation bordering on criminal, with a face that rivaled that of a star and a physique like a male model. Shi Yu was a celestial being. Intentionally, she bantered to provoke him. "Not really. Doesn't this outfit look unappealing?" Shu He bit her lip. This proud, aloof man was clearly not inquiring about the clothing. Shi Yu sat at the edge of the bed, chuckling as he tucked the blanket securely around her. "If I am not appealing, then why did you cry last night? You had the audacity to bribe me with OO candy." Shu He felt her heart race. When she had produced the OO candy, it was nearly 2 in the morning, and she had been so exhausted she could have fallen asleep, yet his energy was undeniably exuberant. She touched her arm, her entire body aflame. Could no one rein him in? She longed to confront Shi Yu, but he Shi Yu spoke candidly and sincerely. "I have no other women. Since I was 10, I have known of my engagement. I am a man with a fiancée, though at that time I was unaware of her identity, as the Zhou family had yet to determine who would fulfill the engagement. Eventually, the Zhou family had only you. And thus my fiancée is you." Shu He was momentarily taken aback. If Shi Yu was aware of their engagement, why had he never sought her out? Had she known of the engagement, she certainly would not have been involved with Fu Henning. "When did you learn of my relationship with Fu Henning?" An extended silence ensued before Shi Yu responded. Shu He, feeling uneasy, pulled the blanket down slightly to steal a glance at him. Shi Yu's captivating eyes appeared somewhat dim, reminiscent of the thin mist rising outside, hazy, tranquil, yet slightly cold. 7 years ago, when I first came across your Xiao Hui who plays guitar. Shu He was flabbergasted. So he had been aware of her 7 years prior. At that time, her ID had scarcely any followers, and her music was rather unmelodious. He had followed her so early? However, one aspect did not align with her understanding. Shu He perplexedly asked, "But I was still in high school 7 years ago and was not involved with Fu Henning. I visited your school once. At that time, news of your relationship with him circulated within the school. Upon leaving, I saw you dining together at a small shop near the school gate, and I assumed the relationship was genuine." Shu He could not bear to meet his gaze, feeling increasingly guilty. In other words, Shi Yu had spent these years believing that his fiancée was aware of the engagement yet chose to disregard his feelings to pursue a relationship with another man for 7 or 8 years. "Did you not inquire with your brother about me?" "I did." "What did he say?" Shi Yu lowered his eyelids, casting a shadow with his lashes. "He said you liked Fu Henning and had been his deskmate for 3 years. Shu He recalled that her brother had once chanced upon her writing a card aware of her secret affection for Fu Henning, yet he had merely ruffled her hair without further comment. Shu He felt compelled to clarify to Shi Yu, "I was unaware of my engagement. It was only the night before you added me as a friend that I learned you were my fiancé." "Was it because you discovered the engagement that you were compelled to break up?" "It was not a forced breakup. He frequently made me feel betrayed and even named his cat He Bao to insult me. Claiming it was his cat. I initiated the breakup myself. Ironically, it was on the very night of our separation that I serendipitously encountered you and learned of the engagement." Shi Yu merely smiled. That evening was far from a coincidence. According to their agreement, the time for proposing was nearing, and he intended to visit the resort to discuss the matter with Fu Henning and Shu He. Should she still choose that young man from the Fu family, he would grant her the choice. Upon arriving at the hot spring, he witnessed the scene unfolding on the second floor, Shu He standing alone amidst a group of ruffians. They mocked her, while Fu Henning remained indifferent. The specifics of their conversation eluded Shi Yu. Later, when Shu He spilled red wine and Fu Henning kicked over a table, shattering glass echoed loudly, he feared for her safety and rushed into the hot spring establishment. Only to see her exiting in tears, he followed her outside, where she, undeterred by the chilly autumn rain, knelt beside a car to feed a disabled stray cat. Shi Yu surmised that she had endured significant distress. She rescued the stray kitten, yet it scratched her hand. Her old umbrella was swept off the cliff by the wind, prompting him to hold a new umbrella over her. Do you still harbor feelings for Fu Henning? To be honest, I liked him in the past, but I no longer do. Shu He spoke truthfully. During high school, Fu Henning had been bright, carefree, and devoted solely to her, providing her with ample security. Her naive and tender 3-year crush had been genuine. She did not deny having liked him. However, as they entered a relationship, constant arguments and clashing values emerged. His excessively proud nature and the numerous admirers surrounding him gradually eroded the fond memories they once shared. Being with him had become exhausting. She genuinely no longer liked him. Shi Yu regarded Shu He intently. She appeared calm and composed, showing no signs of evasion. The man was momentarily taken aback and blurted out, "From now on, please like me." Shu He snapped back to reality, confused. "What did you say?" She looked at him in bewilderment. His voice had been soft and faint, as though he had spoken casually, and she had not caught it clearly. "It has nothing." Shi Yu averted his gaze first, heading off to freshen up. "Sleep a bit longer. I will bring you roasted chestnuts from the entrance of Jing University when I return tonight. Buy more, I love them." "All right." Shu He smiled, sinking back into her slumber. Chapter 62, Academic Progress. Husband rewards with red envelopes. As noon approached, Shu He was awakened by the notification sound of a message. Rubbing her bleary eyes, she discovered an email from the editorial department. Her paper on the Northern Song Dynasty's Wen Yuan Enghua had passed the review. It was officially accepted for publication. With her fatigue evaporated, she sat up and sent a message to Professor Shi Junting, sharing the good news and expressing her gratitude for his guidance. This marked her third paper in a core journal, according to their agreement. She would treat Mumu and Yuting to a meal. As the curtain slowly parted, Shu He stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, basking in the warm sunlight that flooded in, bringing immense comfort. She still recalled the scattered clothing on the floor from the previous night, but it had all been tidied up by Shi Yu. He was meticulous about cleanliness, truly a commendable husband. Buzz, another message vibrated. Shu He walked to the bedside to check the screen. Transfer, 100,000.00. Please accept. De Xiong Mao. Congratulations to Zhou Shu He for having her third core journal published, as a small reward for your academic progress. Please check your red envelope, my lady. De Xiong Mao. Dad called to brag about it. Shu He's fingers paused above the screen. Perhaps the sunlight was too bright, causing her eyes to feel warm and slightly moist. An indescribable wave of emotion surged within her. Shu He clicked to accept the payment. As the words "thank you" appeared in the suggestion box, she suddenly recalled how Shi Yu had asked her not to express gratitude. So she deleted those 2 words. Instead, she scrolled through the emoji options and selected the most polite smiling face to send as her token of appreciation for Shi Yu's generous red envelope. Xiao Hui Hui, smile, Mu boss, daily nurturing of Xiao Yi's seedlings. Let us go out for a meal. Nian Nian will definitely cling to you and want you to take him out to play. He, please do not bring that troublemaker and dirty little bag along. Shu He set her phone down and headed off for a shower, preparing to put on some makeup before setting out. Hengqin Group, Chairman's Office. As Xiao Su delivered documents, he noticed Shi, who was propping his chin on his hand, his crimson lips pursed as he stared intently at his phone screen for quite some time. Madam, smiling, Shi Yu refreshed the chat interface, and he had not sent any further messages. Xiao Su placed the documents on the desk. Mr. Shi, the technical delegation from the Dutch Realcan Medical has arrived in Jingbei, and our collaboration discussions are scheduled for tomorrow morning at 10. Shi Yu nodded. Have the coordinating staff gone over? They arrived this morning, and the delegation's accommodation has been arranged. Director Li from the administrative department personally guided them, taking several senior executives from Realcan Medical on a tour. All right, please resend the notice. The employees attending the meeting tomorrow are not permitted to take leave for any reason unless in an emergency. Understood, Mr. Shi. As Xiao Su left, he was called back by Mr. Shi, who inquired, under what circumstances would one send a smiling emoji to the other party? Is it that little yellow bean smile? Yes, Xiao Su pondered for a moment. Generally, young people send this emoji when they are mocking or feeling quite angry. Many older individuals do not grasp the nuances of youth culture and often send smiles, perceiving it as a courteous expression. The man's brows subtly furrowed, his fingertips tapping twice on the desk. He sent a message to Shu He. Please treat me to lunch at noon, in front of the vanity mirror. Shu He applied a light makeup. Her lipstick was a rose and bean paste hue, a new shade gifted by Mumu. Having just bathed, her hair was still voluminous. She used a disposable curling iron to create soft curls. Chose 2 milky white pearls as earrings, and selected a delicate peach pink cashmere coat from the wardrobe, pairing it with a loose, cozy turtleneck sweater dress and moon-white high heels. The bag rack in the wardrobe held an array of exquisite custom bags. Shu He selected a crossbody Hermes, stuffing her phone and daily necessities inside, ready to depart. In the living room, while watching Peppa Pig, Nian Nian turned upon seeing Shu He, his eyes sparkling as he took a picture with his childless phone. The little one exclaimed, "Auntie, you look stunning today, standing in the sunlight, you shine like an eggplant. I want to take a picture." "Alright." Shu He moved to the window, where the sunlight was abundant, her eyes curving into a smile as she formed a peace sign. "Done, Auntie, you look so beautiful that your hair is shining." "Thank you, Nian Nian. I might be home late today, so please tell Aunt Jiang not to prepare dinner for me." "Okay." Nian Nian sprawled on the sofa, sent a beautiful photo of his aunt to his uncle and sneakily recorded a cute voice message, lowering his voice conspiratorially. Nian Nian voice. "Auntie looks gorgeous today with her lovely makeup. She's so pretty. Is she going out to meet a handsome appa?" Nian Nian also wanted to play outside. He jumped off the sofa, scampering over to his aunt. "Auntie smells so good, it's a fresh and sweet peach-scented perfume. I want to go out too, take me with you, I'll be your little servant." Shu He chuckled, however, recalling Mumu's special reminder. She looked at Nian Nian. He was dressed in autumn attire featuring the hellfire skin of Sun Wukong from the game Honor of Kings. With splatters of colorful juice on his chest from eating too much fruit, his cherubic face bore traces of purple from dragon fruit, with even some seeds stuck to him. His 10 tiny fingers were stained purple with dragon fruit juice, and his pajama knees were dirty, making him look like a little mess. Shu He bent down, ruffling the little one's hair softly. "Auntie will take you next time, alright?" Nian Nian shook his head, clinging to his aunt's arm, pouting adorably. "I want to eat KFC. I promise I won't cause any trouble outside, just delicious food. Please take me out, Auntie, you're the best. I'll bring you back a family bucket, okay? If you want anything else, just let me know, I'll buy it for you." The little love expert is the most obedient. "Okay." The little love expert bounced back to the sofa, continuing to watch Peppa Pig. Suddenly, a message pinged on her phone. "Uncle, Nian Nian and girls can always adorn themselves. It's their freedom, regardless of whom they meet." Nian Nian voice. "Oh, Nian Nian understands, dressing up is a girl's freedom." Sure, you gazed at the photo sent by Nian Nian. Shu He stood gracefully, her eyes sparkling like clear water. Her curly hair added a touch of lively charm. Suddenly, Sure, you remembered the embroidered bird that was on the small purse she carried. He saved the photo and sent a small red envelope to Nian Nian as a reward for his photography skills. Nian Nian voice. "Wow, 200 yuan, love you, uncle." It was already lunchtime. Xiaosu knocked on the door. "The nutritionist has delivered your lunch, Mr. Shi. Have you eaten yet?" "Not yet." "Then please eat my meal. I have an appointment." "Alright, thank you, Mr. Shi." Xiaosu closed the door. What a delightful coincidence. If the boss had appointments every day, he could enjoy free lunches daily. Today, the nutritionist brought a substantial meal for the boss. Xiaosu headed to the break room, ready to treat himself. Sure, you glanced at his phone. Shu He had not yet replied, and judging by the time, she was likely still en route, almost reaching the group. Chapter 63, The Drunken Crisis. The moment Shermu saw Shu He, she rushed to connect. Utterly captivated. "I'm ordering this cashmere coat too. The soft pink is so lovely. Let us swap outfits later. I'll send it to you." Sure. Shu He and Mumu frequently exchanged clothes, accustomed to it over the years. Shermu pinched her cheeks in frustration. "Have I gained weight recently? I haven't dared to weigh myself. I'm afraid of breaking down. Actually, I've gained 3 pounds too." Good friend. I suddenly feel much better." The dining location was the Xuanlu Chinese restaurant, where Shi Yu had previously taken Shu He. Mu expressed a desire to try the dishes there. Yu Ting parked the car, opened the door, and stepped out in her 8-centimeter high heels, gripping her bag while reprimanding a subordinate on her Bluetooth headset for being slow in their duties. Dynamic information releases must ensure timeliness and accuracy. "I instructed you on your first day, and you told me you overslept. How many times is that this week? Are you a sleep bug reincarnated? You're dazed at your workstation all day. Either work faster or get lost. If I don't see the documents before I come to work tomorrow, you can stay home and sleep in. Don't bother coming back." Shu He and Shermu arrived early and waited outside. Watching the commanding Yu Ting reprimanding someone with an imposing presence, they exchanged glances, holding their breath as if they were 2 little guard lions. Shu He, Mu. Yu Ting, adept at emotional management, ended her call and smiled brightly at the two. "It is cold outside, let us head in." "Alright, Miss Yu." Shermu admired her cousin's powerful aura, a stark contrast to her usually humble demeanor. Yu Ting sincerely complimented, "You both look stunning today, cousin is beautiful too." The three settled into a private room on the second floor, where the server played music. Shu He inquired, "Is there a limited time event today for giving away figurines?" The server replied, "I'm sorry. We've never held a figurine giveaway event." Shu He's eyes widened in surprise. It took her a moment to realize that the little gray figurine the manager had gifted her last time was actually a present from Shi Yu. At that time, they hadn't been very familiar, existing in a state of estrangement. Shu He, thank you for your birthday gift. Shu He looked puzzled at birthday gift. I didn't give Ms. You a birthday gift. Yu Ting raised her wrist, showcasing an exquisite ivory white watch, elegant and radiant. Lingen's little square. I adore it and have been wearing it lately. Shi Yu added, we spent a long time choosing this watch together at the store. You said this style suited you best. Shu He took a sip of juice. This little square watch was a gift from Mumu, who always considered her needs without informing her. It indeed suits me perfectly. And it's comfortable to wear. Yu Ting pulled out her phone. Shall we create a group chat for the three of us? We can frequently arrange meals together. Sure. Shu He smiled, took out her phone, and created a chat group face-to-face, only to discover Shi Yu had sent 2 messages. Big evil cat, please treat me to lunch at noon. Shu He glanced at the time. This message was sent at noon while she was showering and getting ready. Hence she missed it. Big evil cat, have you reached Cambodia yet? The second message was sent at 1:30. Now it was 2 in the afternoon. Shu He stared in disbelief at the second message, her brows furrowing. Cambodia, Little Gray, sorry, I just saw your messages. Little Gray, I'm at Xuanlu Chinese restaurant, not in Cambodia, having lunch with Mumu and Yu Ting. Big evil cat, I hate you. Shu He? Sure, you sent another emoji, a cute little yellow duck wielding a knife, with the caption, I'll slice you, big evil cat, get me a takeaway. Ah, he hasn't eaten yet? Shu He hurriedly opened the takeaway app, her fingers hovering above the screen, momentarily unsure of what he liked to eat, only knowing he didn't enjoy sweets. Upon reflection, when she first moved into Qingfeng Villa, breakfast featured her beloved red bean paste, and the chef prepared dishes that catered to her preference for subtle flavors. It seemed that Shi Yu had consulted his brother regarding her tastes, yet her understanding of him remained woefully inadequate. Xiao Huihui, what would you like to eat? It's on me. De Xiangmao, octopus Sayawazi. The blush crept onto Shua's cheeks. Shi Yu certainly knew how to charm. His demeanor was a harmonious blend of warmth and coolness, exuding gentleness and humor, devoid of scandals, and radiating a strong sense of being a devoted husband. Moreover, he had never been in a relationship before. Was she his first love? Marrying him seemed like a stroke of fortune. As they reached the halfway point of their meal, Shi Yu propped his chin up, letting out a silent sigh, feeling a persistent sense of emptiness and melancholy in his heart. I feel like drinking. Drink, Shu He replied readily, signaling the waiter. You enjoy your drink, and after the meal, I'll be your driver and take you home. Shi Yu leaned closer to Shu He and planted a kiss on her cheek, exclaiming, love you. Yu Ting smiled gently. You two seem to have great chemistry. I'll have a drink too, accompanying you, my dear boss. Can I take the afternoon off? Of course, enjoy yourselves today. I'll escort you both home. Shu He sensed that Yu Ting was also a carefree and interesting girl. Aren't you drinking? I'm allergic to alcohol, Shu He had always declared. Shi Yu drank 2 bottles, his slightly tipsy eyes filled with indignation as he poked at the rice in his bowl, venting, if you had the guts to break up, then don't add me as a friend. Weren't you quite arrogant before? You've added me 5 times already, and now you're chasing debts. Shu He was eager to ask, do you still like him? No, have you truly moved on? Yes, I genuinely don't like him at all anymore. Xuanji is just like, forget it, I don't want to mention him. Shu He keenly noticed Shi Yu's repeated emphasis on really, with her fair cheeks flushed. Shi Yu said, I need to go to the restroom, I'll walk you there. No need, just around the corner. Shu He glanced at Yu Ting across the table. She had dozed off, her cheeks flushed, seemingly burdened by unspoken worries during the drinking. Shu He sent a message to her brother, curious if he would come to apologize to Shi Yu, regardless of the reasons behind the breakup. He had indeed hurt Shi Yu at that time, but if he wished to mend their relationship, a proper explanation and apology were essential. She decided to facilitate this encounter. If Shi Yu truly intended not to forgive her brother, she would refrain from playing matchmaker in the future, respecting all of Shi Yu's choices. Shi Yu touched her flushed face, feeling a bit tipsy, and stepped outside for some fresh air. Feeling stifled lately, she wanted to collaborate with a prestigious fitness club in Jingbei. The club was renowned nationally, and hosting a joint sporting event could significantly elevate the profile of her Jingshan Taekwondo Academy. Initially, the collaboration was progressing well. The club's owner, Duan Ting, was notoriously shrewd in the business world, known for his duplicitous nature and profound cunning. When it came time to sign the contract, Duan Ting instructed her to travel south to meet him. Being the party with status, she complied. Upon arriving in the south, Duan Ting made her wait for an excruciatingly long time. She repeatedly sought him out, waiting beneath his hotel on numerous occasions, but he remained indifferent to her. Disheartened, she prepared to return to Beijing. However, the night before her departure, Duan Ting came to her hotel room, looking earnest with a briefcase in hand. She presumed they would finalize the contract. To her shock, he pulled out a scanty rabbit girl costume from his bag. Chapter 64. I want to speak with my wife. Duan Ting, a 40-year-old businessman with a family, brazenly declared that if she would strip off her clothes in front of him and change into the rabbit girl outfit, he would immediately sign the contract and support the Jingshan Taekwondo Academy. Holding the costume, she humorously placed it on his head, exclaiming, "You look like a damn alien. Do you really think you can seduce a fairy?" Duan-ting, seasoned and unperturbed, merely chuckled, remarking that she was unaware of the industry's rules and that she would regret crossing him. Thus, the collaboration fell apart. Duan-ting, petty yet cunning, began to conspire with other martial arts and taekwondo academies, covertly undermining her establishment. Recently, the Jingshan Taekwondo Academy's reputation had plummeted. The instructor responsible for enrollment was deeply troubled, having never encountered such a crisis before. Negative public sentiment caused many parents to withdraw their children from enrollment. Her father had recently returned to his hometown to care for her grandmother and was unaware of the situation. She couldn't bear to tell him that she had made such a monumental blunder by offending a formidable businessman, jeopardizing all her father's hard work. Shi Yu refrained from crying in front of others. Her own romantic life was in disarray, and now she risked ruining her father's efforts. Tears welled up in her eyes as she retreated to a secluded corner on the third floor. Crouching down against the wall, she covered her face, sobbing uncontrollably. Do you realize your mistake? A male voice laced with sarcasm echoed through the air. Shi Yu lifted her gaze to find a man clad in a suit, seemingly intoxicated and exuding a roguish charm, his eyes gleaming with cunning and insincerity. The owner of the fitness club, Duan-ting. She initially intended to curse him, but upon surveying her surroundings, she realized they were utterly isolated. Duan-ting, muscular and imposing, was under the influence. If angered, he could easily overpower her. Wiping her tears, Shi Yu attempted to leave. Where do you think you're running, beauty? His hand abruptly seized her wrist. Shi Yu gritted her teeth, struggling fiercely. Duan-ting, you have a family, a wife, and children. Don't go too far. What am I doing? Duan-ting yanked her closer, his breath reeking of alcohol. Devoid of rationality, leaning in, he whispered, let's make love, I'll be your dad. Fury ignited within Shi Yu as she cursed him, attempting a few taekwondo moves, but he deftly countered her efforts, revealing his superior skill. She raised her hand to slap him, but he grasped her soft hand and kissed it, inhaling the scent of her skin. So fragrant, let me savor it. Mad, you're more repugnant than maggots. Shi Yu felt nauseated by his vile demeanor. She aimed a kick at his most vulnerable area, but he trapped her legs with his, restraining both her hands. With a swift rip, her shirt was torn apart. Panic surged within her as she realized Duan-ting, drunk and driven by primal instincts, was intent on taking advantage of her. If she didn't escape now, she could be in grave danger. Screaming for help, she was silenced as he covered her mouth and tightened his grip around her neck. Shi Yu's face turned crimson, nearly suffocating. Her futile struggles only deepened her desperation. Had she truly placed herself in such a perilous situation, regretting her decision to sneak into this dimly lit corner, she felt utterly trapped. Duan-ting's gaze fixated upon her porcelain skin, appreciating her delicate features and figure, her collarbone exquisitely defined, shoulders flawless, and skin as white as jade. She was indeed a captivating beauty. Duan-ting's desires surged, and he leaned closer, his breath hot against her cheek as he attempted to claim a kiss. Shi Yu trembled, pushing against his face with all her might. Let me kiss you, come on, let me kiss you. His greedy breath enveloped her, and as she tilted her head in terror, tears streaming down her face, she cried out for help. Just as he was about to seize her lips, someone suddenly grabbed him by the collar. Duan-ting turned furious at the interruption. A resounding thud echoed through the air. The assailant had gathered all his strength. Duan-ting staggered backward, crashing to the ground, a trickle of warm liquid escaping his lips. Dazed and disoriented, his face rapidly swelled, and before he could rise, a foot pressed firmly against his chest. Ugh! Duan-ting's complexion turned a sickly shade. The figure above him, with an air of elegance, bore a fierce gaze that radiated madness. Zhou Xianji's expression was dark and menacing. He leaned down, fist clenched, ready to strike the scoundrel beneath him. Damn it, if I had been just half a minute late, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Overcome with dread, his hands trembled uncontrollably. Just as his third punch was about to land, a pair of hands pulled him back. Shi Yu, her eyes swollen with tears, desperately tugged at him. Xianji, stop, call the police. We need to report this. You can't hit him. Last time, you almost ruined your future for me by retaliating against someone. Why can't you learn from your mistakes? Her voice, shaky and sorrowful, pierced through Zhou Xianji's rage, restoring some semblance of calm. His gaze fell upon Shi Yu, whose disheveled appearance and trembling frame revealed her distress, tears cascading down her cheeks. As she pleaded for mercy, her voice quivered with anguish. Shi Yu had reached her breaking point. Zhou Xianji's heart ached for her. He swiftly removed his jacket, enveloping her in its warmth, holding her close to soothe her. His lips turned pale as he comforted her. I'm here, Shi Yu. It's all right. Tears cascaded down Shi Yu's cheeks, an overwhelming torrent of anguish and despair that had accumulated over the past year. In this moment, she could no longer bear the weight of her suffering. Zhou Xianji's eyes brimmed with mist. I'm sorry. It felt as though a razor-sharp blade, tempered by the merciless frost of winter, sliced through his layers of skin, unraveling him thread by thread. Mu. When Shu He rushed over and beheld this scene, the color drained from her face, and her legs turned to jelly. Duan-ting propped himself up on his arms, unsteadily attempting to escape. She swiftly approached and delivered a kick to him. Duan-ting was knocked senseless by the high heel. Shu He retrieved her phone and called the police, glancing up at the corner of the room where surveillance cameras were located, equipped with infrared night vision. Thankfully, the cameras were recording. At Hanshin Group. As evening descended, Shi Yu completed the last document with a leisurely twist of his pen cap, signaling the end of his workday. He began tidying his desk when his phone vibrated. Shi Yu stretched his neck and answered with a calm tone. Hello, good evening, I am a detective from the Jingbei City Police Department. May I ask if you are Ms. Zhou Shui's husband? Yes, your wife is connected to a case of attempted rape at Xuanlu Chinese restaurant and has been temporarily summoned for questioning. Please be advised, is my wife alright? Shi Yu's pupils constricted. A sharp pain surged from his chest. Radiating throughout his body, he grabbed his car keys from the desk and strode out. Please calm her down, tell her I will be there shortly, and to wait for me, not to think of anything else. Understood, could you please pass the phone to her? I would like to speak with my wife. Chapter 65. All I want is for you to be safe. Mr. Shi, please don't panic, the victim is not your wife. Shi Yu raised his hand to summon Xiao Su, instructing, notify Lawyer Yang to arrive at the city police station within half an hour. Understood. Xiao Su immediately called Lawyer Yang, witnessing Shi Yu hastily leave the top floor. His expression taught unaware of the urgent matter at hand. At the police station, the surveillance footage was retrieved by the detectives. The sequence of events was clear. Duan Ting was implicated in illegal operations and attempted rape, exhibiting tendencies of deliberate homicide, such as choking and gagging, leading to his criminal detention with a minimum sentence of 12 years. Zhou Xianji and Shu He bore no criminal responsibility. Shi Mu had completed her statement. While Shu He and Zhou Xianji each provided their accounts, Zhou Xianji stood in the room, his lawyer beside him. Noticing the trembling hands of the chief officer in the reception area, a female detective poured hot tea. Observing the young girl on the sofa, draped in a man's coat, her gaze vacant. Here, have some warm water. Shi Mu appeared dazed, her complexion as pale as paper. She reached out for the cup, but her arm trembled violently. Lacking strength, Shu He took the cup of hot water for her, sitting beside Mumu, embracing her, placing the warm cup in her hands. Don't be afraid, it's all over now, Mumu. Tears fell into the cup. 1 drop, 2 drops, creating ripples. Shi Mu clung to He, her mouth opening, yet no words emerged. Her throat felt constricted by a bitter, harsh rope. The female detective recognized Zhou's rank, but his expression was grim and he did not take a seat. She respectfully said, Chief Zhou, please sit. Can I go home? Shi Mu asked mechanically. The female detective nodded. Yes, but please do not leave Jingbei for the time being. Your cooperation may be required at any moment. Alright. Zhou Xianji approached Shi Mu, bending down to lift her in his arms to take her home, but Shi Mu averted her gaze, avoiding his touch. The man firmly cradled Mumu, as if she were a precious treasure, carrying her out while soothing her. Once you've regained your strength, you can deal with me however you wish. Hit me, scold me, Mumu, express your anger as you see fit. Shi Mu's vision blurred with heat. I don't want to go home. Alright, wherever you wish to go, we shall go. The female detective handed over the temporarily confiscated phones and other belongings to Shu He, who, with her bag slung over her shoulder, followed them out. She collided with Shi Yu, who was rushing in, accompanied by an unfamiliar man whom Shu He recognized from the news, a renowned attorney. Her hand was grasped by the man, and before she could react, Shi Yu led her into the well-lit area. Shi Yu's brow furrowed, his face pale, his palms clammy with cold sweat, as he anxiously checked her for injuries. I'm fine, Shi Yu. Shu He reassured him with a gentle smile, squeezing his hand. I'm sorry for worrying you. Upon seeing that she was unharmed, Shi Yu's previously shaky stance steadied, his tension easing slightly, though beads of sweat still trickled down his forehead as he pulled He into an embrace. His large hand gently caressed her shoulders. Shu He leaned against his solid chest, hearing the frantic rhythm of his heartbeat. Clear, powerful, anxious, and unsettled. Lawyer Yang stood in the background, curiously, although it was Shi Yu who came to the police station to comfort his frightened wife. The scene appeared more like his wife was soothing the terrified Shi Yu. I want to care for Mumu. Shi Yu kissed He's forehead, holding her tightly. Don't worry, your brother is here. She doesn't need your care for now. At Qingfeng Villa, Nian sat obediently on the sofa with his winter break homework, waiting for his uncle and aunt to review it. Today, the little heartwarming expert is studying on time. Outside, the night deepened, and finally, he saw the two of them arrive. However, his uncle wore a grave expression, holding his aunt as they headed straight to the second-floor bedroom. Aunt, Nian chased after them a few steps. I still have my KFC family bucket and DQ's exquisite pudding ice cream. Butler Jiang hurried over, scooping up the little one and comforting him. The chef uncle has fried chicken legs for you. And there are plenty of delicious treats. The little heartwarming expert is the best. Shall we go eat? Okay. Nian recently enjoyed being called the little heartwarming expert. In the dimly lit room, Shu He was carried through the door. The moment her feet touched the ground, she was pulled into the embrace of the man, his arms encircling her waist tightly, pressing her against him with significant force, as if he were trying to melt her into his very being. The lights were off, so Shu He could not see Shi Yu's expression, but she could sense his heavy, disordered breathing. They resonated together, attuned to each other's heartbeat. Shu He noticed that Shi Yu's heartbeat remained unusually rapid. I am unhurt, and your brother rescued Mumu in time, Shu He reassured him, wrapping her arms around his waist, leaning against his chest, softly murmuring, Don't worry, we are both fine. He said, his tone trembling slightly. No matter what happens in the future, just ensure your own safety. All I want is for you to be safe. The rest does not matter, nothing else matters. Alright, Shu He softly replied, I will be safe. And so will you. His large palm gently cradled her cheek. Shu He could distinctly feel the thin calluses on his palm, accompanied by a slight chill of cold sweat. Her husband was still in a state of alarm. His lips met hers in a tender kiss. Shu He closed her eyes, leaning against the wall. This time, his kiss was cautious, as if the silent night was softly falling with snowflakes, serene yet gentle. The crisp, invigorating scent of cedar lingered in her nostrils as their lips intertwined, and she gradually began to respond to his kiss, nibbling on his soft lips. At Moon Bay, in the master bedroom's bathroom. Shi Yu soaked in warm water, the soothing flow enveloping her chilled body, dissipating all her fatigue and tension. As her heartstrings relaxed, a drowsiness began to envelop her mind. Perhaps the alcohol's hypnotic effect took hold. Or perhaps the person outside was guarding her, but she felt no sense of danger as she leaned against the edge of the bathtub, her eyelids gradually closing. Unable to resist, she drifted off to sleep. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking echoed outside. Zhou Xianji glanced at his watch. Half an hour had passed since he had called for Mumu, who had scolded him for being noisy, but now, there was no response. Mumu, please answer me. As Zhou Xianji grasped the doorknob, his voice tinged with anxiety. There was no answer, his brow furrowed in concern as he disregarded propriety and pushed the door open. Inside, he found the young girl with one arm draped over the edge of the bathtub. Motionless, Shi Yu. At that moment, it felt as if his heart had stopped. Shi Yu's eyelashes fluttered, awakened by the fierce shout. As she sat up, she saw the man's eyes were red, tears brimming in his gaze. He grasped her arm, ready to lift her up. Shi Yu's eyes widened as she screamed. She wrenched her arm free from Zhou Xianji's grip, floundering in the bathtub like a panicked cat drowning. And in her fright, she slapped him. Zhou Xianji. You pervert, peeking at me while I bathe. Get out. Chapter 66. You've seen everything, my apologies. Zhou Xianji was stunned by the slap, a vivid red mark blossoming on his cheek. Upon confirming that Mumu had not done anything foolish, he breathed a sigh of relief, a mix of astonishment and joy flooding over him. Composing himself, Zhou Xianji stood tall, a faint smile gracing his lips. Grateful that Mumu had merely fallen asleep. You, still looking at me. I'm sorry, Zhou Xianji suddenly snapped back to reality. He hurriedly turned away, his typically graceful demeanor now tinged with awkwardness as his earlobes flushed red. He hastily exited the bathroom, calling over his shoulder, don't soak for too long. Shi Yu felt like crying without tears. She quickly dried off, donned her bathrobe, and wondered just how much that scoundrel had seen. He must have seen everything. Zhou Xianji was even smiling. What is he laughing about? That infuriating ex-boyfriend. With just 2 sentences of apology, he has stripped her of everything. The master bedroom in Moon Bay belongs to Shu He, yet the walk-in closet is filled with numerous clothes belonging to Mumu. Before Shu He's marriage, she shared a bed with Mumu. At that moment, Shi Yu, having just dried her hair, stepped out of the bathroom. She noticed a steaming cup of ginger tea and a bowl of her favorite clear broth noodles on the coffee table. Zhou Xianji brought over the medicine box. He walked to the balcony and closed the well-ventilated windows of the bedroom. Stay here peacefully, I am at your service. There are medicines in the box. And you have some bruising on your neck. Shi Yu, with an expressionless face, pointed towards the door, mouthing, gun. Zhou Xianji understood. After being slapped and driven away, the man's fair cheek still bore the imprint of a slap. Yet his brow danced with an elegant smile as he stepped out of the bedroom. Shi Yu gazed at the bowl of noodles on the table, trying to please me. I would never eat your so-called clear broth noodles. They actually smell quite nice. Shi Yu picked up a chopstick full of noodles, blew on the steam, and began to eat while video calling Shu He. Just like that, he has taken advantage of me completely. Brother is just worried about you. Shu He, dressed in dance attire, had just finished practicing classical dance. She was stretching her legs beside the leg-stretching bar in the dance studio, and in the wardrobe, in the usual spot. Lay my freshly washed underwear, all new. I saw them just now. On her way home, she heard Yang Lu mention that the head of the Municipal Industry and Commerce Department personally intervened to seal off the club operated by Duan Ting. And other industries under his name were also halted and are under investigation. The Industry and Commerce Department leaders are taking action. Shi Yu blinked twice, realizing who had lent a helping hand. Hi sister. A cute round figure appeared on the video screen. Nian Nian, holding a certificate and a small car pencil case, boasted to his sister, you've been busy with work for the past few days. But did you know that I am now the school's little caring expert? Look at this pencil case, it was a reward from the teacher. It has 4 wheels and can roll on the ground. Shi Yu snickered softly, her beautiful eyes sparkled with indulgent laughter as she looked at her brother's little car pencil case. Nian Nian squatted on the ground, showcasing his prize to his sister. Shu He pointed her phone towards Nian Nian, little caring expert, not bad, your half-year of study hasn't gone to waste. Shi Yu was eating the fried egg from her bowl of noodles, reminiscing, back in my day. I didn't receive a single certificate throughout 6 years of elementary school, and here you are, little brat, showing some skill. He, what did you score in your final Chinese exam? 26 points, what about math? 13 points, and English, 7 points. Shi Yu gave a thumbs up and Yan was attending a renowned international elementary school in Jingbei, which offered various language courses. He chose English, but a score of 7 truly makes him a patriotic little darling. He, can you come to Moon Bay these days to sleep with me? I miss you. Shu nodded. Sure. Shi Yu heard a low male cough from the video, yet there was no sign of Shi Yu on the screen. Her little uncle was actually there. Shi Yu tactfully changed her wording. Just keep me company during the day, you don't have to stay with me at night, okay? I'll stay with you at night. Who will you be with at night? After Yan left, Shi Yu approached the girl by the stretching bar like a dangerous hunter closing in on a little deer he had locked onto. Shu moved around the stretching bar. I'll keep Mumu company. Are you two just normal friends? Of course, Shu explained. It's perfectly normal for best friends to share a bed. Shi Yu chased a couple of steps behind her. Shu kept circling, and he halted, finding the scene somewhat amusing. He chuckled lightly. You've only slept with me for one night, and now you don't want to sleep with me anymore. Is it that once you've had me, you no longer cherish it? Shu's bright eyes widened in astonishment. Oh my, this man never fails to astonish with his words. How could she not cherish him? Why does he always manage to discuss such intimate matters with her so seriously? Could you? Shu's face turned crimson, as if it might bleed. Could I what? The man gazed at her leisurely. Shu swallowed her words. Shi Yu looked as if he might devour her, prompting her to flee. She had barely run a few steps when the man's arm wrapped around her slender waist, lifting her off the ground, causing her to cry out in panic. Shi Yu covered her mouth. Yan just left. Shu bit his palm, murmuring softly, then let me go. Shi Yu did not loosen his grip. She could only be held captive in his embrace. Shu sat upon the man's arm, and after hearing a crisp sound of the door locking, her eyes widened in realization of what was about to happen. This is the dance room. You're being too bold. Let us return to the bedroom. It's all our home. In the next moment, the bright lights were all extinguished. This dance skirt cost 100,000 yuan. I like the style, and I've only worn it once. Why did you have to tear it? I'll buy a new one if it's broken. Shu muttered 2 words in her heart, spendthrift. Outside the window a bright moon hung high in the sky, its cool light spilling into the room. The expansive dance mirror reflected a warm and enchanting scene. On the sofa, the young girl sat on the man's lap, nestled against his neck, with clothes scattered messily on the floor. The man sighed softly in her ear. Shu was unsure of how soundproof the dance room was. Covering Shi Yu's mouth, fearing that the passing servants might hear them. Could you keep your voice down? What if someone hears? Can't I be comfortable and make some noise? Shu didn't mean it that way. Mainly, but your moans are just too. Yet, it was no use saying, have you ever worked in this line of business before? The man's expression darkened. He squeezed out 3 cold words through clenched teeth. Joshua. The man tightened his grip around her waist, applying a bit of force. Shua's eyes brimmed with tears, softly whimpering. It hurts. You still no pain. Shua shot him a glare and pushed him away, not yet realizing that she had slowly developed a princess-like temper from her gentleman. She got off the sofa, reaching for her clothes. Shi Yu pulled her back into his embrace, apologizing. I was wrong. Don't mind me. I truly was wrong. Shi Yu brushed aside her bangs. Don't be angry. I shouldn't have thrown a tantrum when you mentioned I was a servant of a certain profession. That was my fault. Shua let out a chuckle with his playful banter. He truly was. Shua was once again lifted onto the man's lap, feeling a wave of softness wash over her. She bit her lip, curling her toes. Don't touch me. I haven't accepted your apology yet. Accepted or not, I'm tired. I want to lie down for a bit. Is that okay? As you wish. Shi Yu released her. Shua slid off his lap, feeling a bit sore in her waist, lazily lying on the sofa and hugging a pillow. Shi Yu embraced He, intertwining their fingers, kissing her soft cheek. Baby, say my name. Every door in the villa had top-notch soundproofing. The man was exceedingly gentle, and Shu had never told Shi Yu that she actually liked being called baby by him. When he called her baby, she felt cherished and cared for. The sofa creaked softly, feeling comfortable. She gently closed her eyes, gripping his fingers tighter, her cheeks growing hotter, her breath becoming soft and fragmented. Dui. Shi Yu couldn't help but chuckle. Is that what you want me to call you? That's my name. Alright, I'll call you that. The man was stirred with emotion, gently kissing his wife's cheek. His movements light and slow, whispering in her ear, continuously soothing her. Shua, as desired, heard many affectionate babies from him, her eyes perpetually crescent-shaped. Unconsciously glancing up, she caught sight of the scene in the dance mirror. Her face flushed bright red. She quickly averted her dreamy gaze, burying her head into the pillow. The man smiled faintly, whispering something to her. Shua's long lashes fluttered, her cheeks warm, her earlobes burning, her skin enveloped in a faint blush. After a while, the little girl began to sweat, her voice growing softer, nearly drifting into slumber. Shi Yu, fearing she might catch a chill, fetched a blanket to wrap around her, feeling sleepy. Shi Yu didn't continue but went to the changing room to fetch clean clothes. Personally helping her dress. I want to take a shower. Shua was swept up in the man's arms, leaving the dance room. She felt too tired to keep her eyes open, her body sticky with sweat. Uncomfortable. I'll assist you with your shower. He, just sleep. Chapter 67. Fu Henning learns that Shua is married. Shi Yu lazily slept until noon. Upon waking, she saw a message from the enrollment teacher at Jingshan Taekwondo Academy. This morning, the Municipal Sports Bureau and the leaders of the Taekwondo Association, along with media reporters, took the initiative to observe the Jingshan Taekwondo Academy and proposed a collaboration. The Sports Bureau intends to cooperate with Jingshan to host a youth Taekwondo event, inviting interested children from elementary and middle schools in the city to participate, encouraging their comprehensive development in virtue, intelligence, physical fitness, and aesthetics while promoting the spirit of Taekwondo. Shi Yu sprang up in excitement. The static electricity in winter made her long hair stand on end, resembling a frizzy little lion. Joy had arrived. Collaborating with the Municipal Sports Bureau would allow them to be featured on Jing-based satellite TV news, which would greatly enhance Jingshang's reputation, far surpassing any partnership with Duan Ting. Her father had rushed back from their hometown and was currently signing contracts with the leaders. Shi Yu bounced on her bed. Leaping twice, woohoo, the soft, bouncy bed propelled her upwards. Mumu hummed a tune, bouncing on the bed, jumping 3 feet high, when she suddenly spotted a man at the door holding a cup of hot water. Zhou Xianji's motion of knocking on the door remained frozen. After the mortifying incident, Shi Yu's ankle made a sharp cracking sound as she fell to the ground beneath the bed. Instinctively, Shi Yu tightly closed her eyes, bracing for the impact of her face against the floor. Yet, instead of pain, she was enveloped by the refreshing scent of mint emanating from a man. Memories flooded back of her midnight excursion last night in search of water. The surroundings cloaked in darkness as she had fled back to her bedroom as if being pursued by a ghost. Had the bedroom door not been securely shut, Zhou Xianji embraced Shi Yu. Placing a cup of water on the bedside table, Shi Yu sat at the edge of the bed, inhaling sharply, curling her right leg while clasping her right ankle with both hands, which throbbed with pain. Had she twisted her ankle, Zhou Xianji extended his hand, the cool pads of his fingers resting on the delicate, fair ankle of the young woman. Pain, tears welled up in Shi Yu's eyes as she withdrew her foot and struck Zhou Xianji's shoulder. What are you doing standing outside watching me? Zhou Xianji, you've become more and more like a rogue. I wanted to call you for dinner. Zhou Xianji grasped Mumu's wrist, halting her attempts to rub her ankle. Don't rub it, I'll take you to the hospital for an x-ray. A bit of red flower oil will suffice. It's best to check it first. Go change your clothes. Shi Yu had twisted her ankle before. Growing up wild, she believed this minor injury would heal on its own. A cold compress would suffice. She crawled on the bed, intending to retrieve the first aid kit. I'm going to the Jingshan Taekwondo Center. Shi Yu. A cold, stern voice drifted into her ears. Shi Yu turned to face him. The man stood at the foot of the bed, tall and poised, gazing at her without uttering a word, an air of authority and pressure suddenly enveloping him. Shi Yu coldly inquired, "Are you going to scold me?" No. Zhou Xianji softened his expression, adopting a conciliatory stance. Your ankle is already swollen. We need to go to the hospital. Shi Yu glanced down at her ankle, which was indeed starting to swell. It appeared to be somewhat serious. She couldn't afford to take her health lightly. She nodded. I'll change clothes. You wait outside. All right. Zhou Xianji exited the bedroom. Inlan International Building, business reception room. The spacious conference room was filled with rows of executives clad in suits. As the Fu Group and Bofeng Technology discussed a cooperation agreement, Bofeng Technology, a leading domestic wireless keyboard and mouse company, saw both parties amicably sign the contract amidst applause. After a night of toil, Fu Henning stretched his arms, feeling the stiffness throughout his body. His tired eyes were bloodshot. The agreement had been reached, and he was eager to leave the conference room, longing for a good night's sleep before confronting his father. Surely he could no longer refuse to let him marry He. The head of Bofeng Technology extended an invitation. Mr. Fu, work should be balanced with leisure. Today, I'll treat you to some entertainment on the second floor. Fu Henning's eyes narrowed slightly. Everyone knew what the second floor of Inlan International was for. This Mr. Lee, dressed impeccably, certainly knew how to have fun. Fu Henning was accompanied by his father's assistant, who stepped forward to remind him quietly, "Go ahead. Young Mr. Fu, you've just begun to make your mark. You need this kind of social interaction as many resources are exchanged through social channels." Fu Henning lazily smiled. "No, I have other matters to attend to." He had promised Shu He would no longer frequent such venues. For the sake of this significant collaboration, he had been tirelessly studying the family business for nearly a month. It was time to seek his rights regarding marriage from his father. It had also been a while since he had seen Zhou Shu He. A few days ago, he had sent someone to inquire about her recent situation, and the report indicated she was traveling nationwide with her mother to unwind. Without involvement with any other men, unwinding sounds good. Once he was in a better mood, he would pursue her again, just like in high school. The elevator reached the first floor, and Fu Henning stepped out. In the lobby, he spotted senior executives from Hongxing Group and a technical delegation from the Dutch Realken Medical, who were also engaged in discussions regarding cooperation. They seemed to have just signed a contract. Heading out. Fu Henning raised his eyes. The person at the forefront of the crowd was none other than Shi Yu. Surrounded by admirers, he walked slowly, clad in a perfectly tailored dark gray suit. His demeanor calm and dignified, engaged in light-hearted conversation with a middle-aged foreigner. Fu Henning's gaze fell upon the wedding ring on Shi Yu's ring finger, his dark eyes quivered slightly, fingers curling involuntarily. Trembling for half a minute before he took a step toward Shi Yu, young Mr. Fu, the chairman's assistant hurriedly caught hold of Fu Henning. Ahead stood General Manager Shi from Hongxing Group. The assistant, knowing the truth, could not allow young Mr. Fu to offend an industry elder and swiftly diverted his attention. Your father is waiting for you at home. Fu Henning clenched his fists. A burning rage flared within him, his knuckles cracking audibly, visible veins bulging ominously on the back of his hands. The assistant sighed. Mr. Fu, your son will eventually learn the truth. He suffers from congenital explosive anger syndrome and emotional disorders. The Zhou family's young lady is the one he fell for at first sight when he was 16. How will you cover up this lie? A loud crash echoed through the spacious hall. It was Fu Henning kicking the door open. The servants of the Fu household observed Fu Henning storming in with fury, while the patriarch, Mr. Fu, remained unperturbed, calmly seated at the square tea table, leisurely engaging in the tea ceremony. Fu Henning strode to the table, abruptly overturning it, the jade tea set shattering on the floor. Shu He is married, isn't she? Fu Zhengqiu blew on the steam of the tea. She is not suitable for you. I will arrange other marriage prospects for you. Choose any type you desire. Fu Henning's mind went blank, his legs buckled, and he collapsed into a chair. He couldn't believe it, he was married. Fu Henning mechanically muttered, the cochlea ringing painfully in his ears, struggling to breathe as a weight pressed against his chest. His first love was married, and not to him. Young Mr. Fu, the chairman's assistant, was utterly taken aback by the scene before him. Fu Henning had seemingly lost control, veins bulged on his forehead, extending to his neck, creating a chilling sight. His eyes brimmed with tears as he grasped his father's collar, shouting hoarsely, you know I only like Shu He. I only want her, I don't want anyone else. Why did you deceive me into going abroad? If she is not suitable for me, then who is? The horde of mistresses you've raised is suitable for me? Fu Zhengqiu, I'll be the first to sleep with your woman tonight. Chapter 68. House arrest. With a resounding slap, Fu Zhengqiu struck his son. You insolent wretch, afflicted with all manner of ailments, disrespectful to your elders, causing havoc since childhood, when have I not cleaned up your mess? There are so many women in the world. With your condition, what type of woman can't you find? After all these years, you insist on fixating on just one woman, a hopeless case. Then why did you give birth to me? Servant stepped forward to restrain the emotionally unstable Fu Henning. He struggled in vain, glaring at his unfeeling father. If you think I'm sick, why not have killed me sooner? Why let me grow up to harm others? Why can't I marry Shu He? If you have the guts, kill me now. She is married, yet you still think of her. Confine him upstairs and starve him for 3 days and nights until he stops mentioning Shu He. Fu Zhengqiu remained unfazed, his deeply sunken eyes held a hawk-like coldness. Fu Henning's eyes reddened, and he exerted every ounce of strength to struggle. He refused to be confined. He is gentle and honest. She wouldn't easily marry. She must have been forced into this marriage by her family. She wouldn't tea like her uncle. So what if she doesn't tea like him? How many family alliances are based on genuine affection? And Ning, you are naive. Don't take emotions so seriously. There are plenty of women. You will understand in time. Let me go. Fu Zhengqiu signaled the servants. One servant raised an elbow, striking Fu Henning's neck from behind, knocking him unconscious. Fu Zhengqiu's tone was icy. Lock him in his bedroom, seal the windows and doors, don't give him a drop of water, cut off all means of contact with the outside world. Only when he begs for mercy will I release him. I don't believe that, in his eyes, Shu He is worth more than life itself. Such suffocating methods of discipline were unbearable for the assistant. Mr. Fu, young Mr. Fu just had a craniotomy last year. Although the borderline tumor was removed, emotional agitation poses a risk of relapse. Shu He is his first love. It's fine, he won die. Jingmei Hospital. Zhou Xianji held the examination report in his hands. Shermu's ankle was severely swollen. The x-ray showed no fractures, but the doctor indicated soft tissue damage leading to subcutaneous bleeding and swelling. Along with ligament injury, it was nearly equivalent to a fracture, requiring her to rest for 2 months to avoid long-term repercussions. In the waiting area, Zhou Xianji noticed Shermu sweating lightly on her forehead. So he brought her a cup of warm water and offered her an ibuprofen pain relief capsule. Shermu glanced at the ibuprofen in his palm. A year ago, when her finger had been caught in a car door, he had fed her medicine in the same manner. Now, with her ankle sprained, she truly was unfortunate. She accepted the medication and said lightly, you should go to work. It's Saturday. Zhou Xianji took the empty cup from her, speaking softly, I'm sorry for causing you to sprain your ankle. You should stay at Moon Bay for a while. I'll take care of you and take full responsibility. Shermu chuckled softly. The man, appearing both refined and elegant, was adept at feigning a suave demeanor. Did he truly believe that she had forgiven him? Oh Zhou, are you aware that watching Mei Yangyang bathe requires payment? What? Zhou Xianji was momentarily stunned. After pondering for a while, he realized that her reference to Mei Yangyang bathing stemmed from his abrupt intrusion into the bathroom to see her last night. With a smile in his eyes, he asked, "What compensation do you desire? What compensation can you offer?" She replied, "As long as I have it, I can give it to you." Shi Yu chuckled lightly, her words almost moving him to tears. "Do you think we can still be together?" Zhou Xianji fell silent. Her demeanor was remarkably calm, devoid of any trace of anger or turmoil, and she even managed to share a light-hearted jest with him. Shi Yu took the examination report from Zhou Xianji's hand, smiling as she said, "All right then, thank you, Director Zhou, for bringing me to the hospital. You are quite busy with your official duties and hold a significant position. So I shan't trouble you further." Zhou Xianji grasped her delicate wrist, his throat felt parched, and a sharp pang pierced his chest as he confessed, "When I broke up with you, I was contemplating reporting Su Yuan and her father. They would undoubtedly send someone to target me, and I feared that if something happened to me, resulting in criminal liability, your future would also be jeopardized. I didn't want you to suffer alongside me." Understood." Shi Yu's expression remained unchanged. She nodded softly, then stood up, limping towards the exit while supporting herself against the wall. Given the situation, it seemed she would need to purchase a cane. Zhou Xianji swept her up into his arms. Shi Yu struggled a couple of times in vain, her anger flaring. "I acknowledge your reasons for the breakup and respect your initial choice, but weren't you afraid of implicating me? Then why add me as a friend? Why maintain contact with me, Zhou Xianji? Don't you find this contradictory? Since you disregarded my feelings and pushed me away, I beg you not to seek me out again, lest you fear once more that I might be implicated and push me away again. I have feelings too, my heart aches as well. I am not some mere plaything that you can summon and dismiss at will. Do you understand?" The last few sentences were uttered through tears. Hearing her choked and trembling voice, Zhou Xianji's throat grew tight with pain, his complexion paling as he finally grasped the depths of his error. It turned out that Mumu understood the reason for the breakup. She was angry at him for disregarding her feelings and pushing her away, and now she was furious that he had intruded into her life again, attempting to win her back. She was terrified of being pushed away once more. She could not endure such torment again. It was his mistake. He should not have overlooked Mumu's feelings. In the parking lot, Zhou Xianji placed Shi Yu in the car, bending down to fasten her seatbelt. Shi Yu attempted to rise, but the man's large hand pressed her back down onto the seat. She could not escape him, being forcibly detained by his presence, inhaling the masculine scent that lingered around Zhou Xianji. Anger surged within her as she cried out, striking his face, once, twice, thrice, to see if he would evade her blows. Zhou Xianji allowed her to vent her frustration. His cheeks quickly turned red and swollen, and his lips were scratched by her sharp nails. With the seatbelt secured, Zhou Xianji remained motionless, enduring her strikes, permitting her to hit him as she pleased. Shi Yu's palms grew numb from the slaps. Her vision blurred as she cupped Zhou Xianji's injured face in her hands, a dull pain spreading through her chest as she regretted hitting him. Zhou Xianji produced a tissue to wipe her tears, soothing her emotions. "I was a jerk before, disregarding your feelings. You were right to hit me, and it was wrong of me to bring up the breakup. I am sorry, Mumu, please stop crying. It is all my fault." Shi Yu's sobs intensified, her tears cascading down. "Xianjigu is handsome, kind, and accomplished in every way, yet he fears implicating me, this and that. What do I fear? Even when Zhou Hongfang and Su Yuan bullied me, I thought nothing of it. I didn't care, as long as he could be with me, but in the end, he left me too. He is willing to ruin his future just to vent his anger for me. Yet he doesn't even consult me, directly offending the highest-ranking official in the Public Security Bureau. He nearly landed himself in jail. Why doesn't he ever think of himself? How hard is it to reach the position of director? Xianjigu endures solitude, silently bearing so much hardship, yet when it comes to self-sabotage, he doesn't even blink. As the year drew to a close, with her parents busy at work, she decided to take care of him, suggesting, "You can treat me as your servant. Feel free to hit or scold me. Once your foot improves, I will leave. I promise not to obstruct your view, alright?" Shi Yu's voice was thick with emotion. "I won't pay you a single penny." "Alright." Zhou Xianji's eyes softened as he gently reassured her. "I don't want a salary." Chapter 69, Egg Yolk Puff Sweet. At Moonbay, Shu He purchased 2 pomelos from a fruit shop at the entrance of the community, along with some kiwis and oranges that Mumu loved. Carrying them home to them, Mumu was lying on the sofa, munching on a bag of chips, the bag larger than a cushion. Noticing the bandages wrapped around her ankle, Shu He hurriedly placed the fruit on the coffee table and sat beside her, asking, "What happened to your foot?" "It's nothing. I just twisted it a bit. The ligament has a slight strain. The doctor put a cast on it, and I can't use my right foot for a month. I'll go buy you a cane." Shi Yu stopped her, saying, "I ordered one online. It will arrive today." As Zhou Xianji emerged from the bedroom, he is here. "Brother, you." Shu He was taken aback, staring at the multitude of handprints on the man's cheek. "Your face." "I had an allergic reaction." Although Shu He wasn't a medical student, she could easily discern that her brother had been beaten. Zhou Xianji was a figure of authority. The only person capable of hitting him must be. Shu He glanced at Mumu, whose expression conveyed, "I didn't do it. Oh, so you were taught a lesson by your ex-girlfriend." Zhou Xianji cleared the dining table and took the dishes to the kitchen. Have you eaten yet?" "No, I was hoping to mooch off your meal." "Alright, what do you want to eat? Anything will do." Shu He washed her hands and began peeling the pomelo for Mumu. It's a red pomelo. Here, try this. It's sweet. I saw on the afternoon news that Jingshan Taekwondo Club is hosting a competition. Sure. Mu tasted the pomelo, finding it sweet. It's a collaboration with the Sports Bureau, allowing children from all primary and secondary schools in the city to sign up. Boss Mu was impressive. Shu He's phone vibrated in her bag. She pulled it out, glancing at the screen, her brows knitting slightly. Why was Gu Chuan messaging her? They had hardly spoken before. He was Fu Henning's childhood friend. Gu Chuan, are you there? Gu Chuan, Fu Gu knows that after you got married, you had a huge fight with your father, and now he is under house arrest, not even given a sip of water or a bite to eat. Gu Chuan, he smashed everything he could in the room. His hands are bloodied, and no one at home is tending to his wounds or caring for him. Gu Chuan, can you go check on him at the Fu family? Who is it? Shermu inquired. Ji Chuan, he says Fu Henning is under house arrest by his father and wants me to see him. Don't listen to Gu Chuan. With his brain, even a dung beetle would have to push him away. You know he had hemorrhoids in high school, right? You've already broken up with Fu Dog. His matters have nothing to do with you. Shui shut her phone, ignoring Gu Chuan's message. Fu Zhengqiu was known for his ruthless methods, but he was also notoriously indulgent towards his son. It seemed he merely intended to temper his son's wildness. Shu He got off the bus at Wetland Park. In the twilight, the park resembled an ink-washed landscape painting. Cold and profound, she had always been sensitive to the cold. Her hands were icy, stuffed into the pockets of her down jacket, as the biting wind howled through the treetops of Zhou Shui. Ji Chuan had waited all afternoon and finally spotted Zhou Shui near Qingfeng Villa. Unable to enter, he could only wander nearby. The cold wind stung his face. I'm freezing to death. Gu Chuan stomped his feet to warm up, rushing to Zhou Shui's side. Didn't you see the messages on your phone? I saw them, Shu He replied calmly. What? Gu Chuan stared at her in disbelief. But if you saw them, why didn't you reply? Do you have any idea what Fu Gu is going through right now? I've already broken up with him, Shu He stated succinctly. Ji Chuan could not see a shred of compassion on her face. Her words were so indifferent, as if she and Fu Gu were strangers. Do you know that he worked himself to the bone every day at the group just to marry you? Manipulated by his father for so many years, his father has been deceiving him? Saying you weren't married, even sending him abroad during your wedding, cutting off all contact, otherwise he wouldn't have broken up with you. You too, Gu Chuan. Shu He interrupted, her tone calm. My breakup with Fu Henning has nothing to do with his father. It was an issue between him and me. What issue? He never slept with Yao Feifei. He did that just to get your attention, to make you jealous. I gave him a chance to explain. And you were there too. He had a mouth but wouldn't speak. It was late, and he kicked over the coffee table, disregarding my feelings. That was just Fu Gu venting his anger. No, you were just as stubborn. Knowing the dangers of the forest, why did you insist on walking in ESNT? That your own petulance? Gu Chuan could not comprehend. That day, it was clearly Zhou Shui who spilled red wine on Fu Gu. And he hadn't even lost his temper. What on earth was she upset about? Shu He opened her mouth. My own problem. Stubborn, a petulant. Gu Chuan, you have developed hemorrhoids on your mouth, Shu He retorted with a sharp remark before circumventing the obstructive Gu Chuan and heading home. Who did you learn that from? Such filthy language. What kind of good person has hemorrhoids on their lips? Gu Chuan blocked her path, grasping her arm tightly, insisting on uncovering the truth. Have you been threatened by Shi Yu? He could be your father if he were just 2 years older. Shu He, marrying your own uncle. Are you out of your mind? Let go of me. Shu He frowned, attempting to shake off his grip. But Gu Chuan held on firmly. A Rolls-Royce approached along the roadside. Shi Yu exited the vehicle, striding forward, the dim light casting an enigmatic layer of danger upon his profound brows. He towered over Gu Chuan. The man's eyes held a faint smile. Mr. Gu, if you do not release my wife, I might just have to invite you for a cup of tea at the police station. Gu Chuan immediately released Shu He. This was his first encounter with Shi Yu. The man, tall and poised, wore a polite smile, yet the intimidation and coldness in his words sent shivers down one's spine. Shu He hurried to stand behind Shi Yu, instinctively grasping his large hand, believing she was safest by his side. Shi Yu reciprocated the hold. Ji Chuan stiffened, slightly twitching the corners of his lips. A prominent figure in the business world, he dared not provoke Shi Yu, only hinting at Shui. I've already informed you about Fu Ji's situation. He adores you. Are you truly so heartless as to forget past kindness? Gu Chuan departed from Wetland Park. In the biting cold of winter, a layer of sweat had already formed on his back. Shi Yu, unfathomable, resembled a cold-eyed cobra when he fixed his gaze on others. Your hands are so cold. Shi Yu's icy eyes softened as he warmed his wife's hands, guiding her into the car. Next time you go out, wear gloves. All right. Shui sat beside Shi Yu, the warmth of the car melting the frost on her eyelashes. Outside, the chill was piercing. Shi Yu handed her a box of pastries. Shui accepted the exquisite box, opening it to be greeted by the delightful aroma of the pastries. Egg yolk pastry. Where did you buy this? I didn't buy it. Shi Yu ruffled the girl's hair. I had a business dinner today and tried a piece. It has red beans and tastes quite good. I thought you would like it, so I had the kitchen prepare a special portion for my wife. Shu He's eyes brightened, she picked up an egg yolk pastry and took a bite. The sweetness of the red beans was just right, and inside was sticky mochi with a hint of meat floss, delicate yet crispy. Is it delicious? It's delicious, thank you for thinking of me. What need is there to thank your husband? She fed Shi Yu a piece of the egg yolk pastry, and he took a bite, nibbling on the tip of her finger. Shu He withdrew her hand. Gazing at him, you bit me again. Coincidentally, he was also quietly watching her. From the depths of the man's dark eyes, she glimpsed the softness he rarely revealed. Shu He felt a bit dazed. His gaze was so profound, unknowing observers might think he had cherished her for a long time. She swallowed the egg yolk pastry, sitting close to him, yet she detected not a hint of alcohol on him. Shi Yu still exuded the fresh, clean scent of cedar wood. Since it was a dinner party, didn't you drink? The man's captivating features bore an enchanting charm. I've developed an allergy to alcohol. Regardless of the occasion, I will no longer consume it because I dislike the taste of alcohol. Shu He paused momentarily, although his tone was gentle, each word struck directly at her heart, causing ripples within. Chapter 70. A cozy day of parenting. Shi Yu felt a shadow pass over his eyes, his lips suddenly brushed against Shu He's sweet fragrance. Leaning forward, she initiated a delicate kiss. A fleeting touch to thank her husband for his attentive care. Shi Yu often brought her gifts after work, sometimes her favorite snacks, roasted chestnuts from the entrance of Jing University, or a cup of her beloved milk tea. As he had mentioned before, they were not extravagant, yet they held immense value. Shi Yu was not satisfied. Is one kiss all you want? Shu He gestured with her eyes, indicating that Master Yu was still driving. He could see everything clearly in the rearview mirror, and too much affection would not bode well. Shi Yu understood her shyness. He refrained from demanding another kiss, snatching the half-eaten egg yolk pastry from her. Devouring it. I've already eaten that. Shu He stared wide-eyed. Wasn't he this man a neat freak? Come closer. Shi Yu, enigmatic as ever, drew her near, whispering a few words in her ear that sent shivers down her spine. Shu He's cheeks flushed, burning like a sunset. Shi Yu, what a mischievous man. He never forgot to tease her. Shi Yu smiled, reaching out to gently wipe the pastry crumbs from her cheek. Are you going to visit Fu Henning? Having heard some whispers in the financial circles, Shi Yu was somewhat aware of the situation. Young Master Fu of the Fu Group had quarreled with his father over marrying his first love, leading to his suspension from duties and being confined at home. Shu He met his gaze with calm assurance. In matters of the heart, an ex-boyfriend was a sensitive topic. If she were to visit Fu Henning, Shi Yu would undoubtedly feel hurt. It was akin to Shi Yu having a high school crush. If his ex-girlfriend longed to see him and he went, it would surely wound her. He. Do not deceive me. I won't deceive you. Late at night, ever since Nian moved into Qingfeng Villa, Shi Yu and Shu He reserved time each night for parenting duties, assisting the little one with homework. They had already entered the parenting phase. In the second bedroom, Shu He was seated on the edge of the bed, holding a collection of enlightening stories, reading Even Elephants Have Houses to Nian. Shi Yu sat at the desk grading Nian's daily winter break assignments. Little squirrels, birds, and rabbits all wanted to play with the elephant, but the elephant was too tall to enter their homes. Unable to play inside, what can we do? Nian, how can we let them play in the same room? Nian, freshly bathed, lay on the bed, munching on a cheese stick. The elephant is too tall. Indeed. Shu He gently rubbed the little one's soft cheeks. So what should we do? Shi Yu looked at the big friend and small friend on the bed. Shu He's flowing hair cascaded gracefully over her shoulders, her demeanor serene and elegant. Nian bit his finger, pondering the question. How about, we don't play with the elephant anymore? One stomp from it could squash the other little animals. It wouldn't be safe for them. Shu He was left speechless. Shi Yu let out a muffled laugh. Nian's eyes lit up. Or, I'll go play with the little squirrels, rabbits, and birds. I'm smaller than the elephant and can play Honor of Kings. I can squeeze into the little animals' houses and team up with them. Wait, we need 5 people for a team. Auntie, how about you squeeze in too? Shu He's lips twitched. She took a deep breath, trying to guide him. But then the elephant would have no friends. It would be lonely. Think about it. Besides the little animals' houses, whose houses are there? The elephant can play with its trunk. It's so long it can suck up water and spray it out. Hiccup, I ate too much for dinner. Auntie, will there be beef and egg sandwiches tomorrow morning? I want to eat beef and egg sandwiches. The spicy flavor is the best. Does Auntie look like a beef and egg sandwich? A bit. Shu He maintained a polite smile. Don't be angry. However, after telling 3 or 4 enlightening stories, none successfully sparked Nian's intellect. In fact, she felt as though her own intelligence was dwindling. Defeated in parenting, she shoved the storybook into Shi Yu's hands. You tell Nian a story, I'll grade the assignments. The smile in Shi Yu's eyes never faded. Are you sure you want to grade his assignments? That might be harder than telling a story. I want to grade the assignments. Shu He descended from the bed and sat at the desk. The corners of the winter break assignments were wrinkled. She carefully organized each page, pressing them down before picking up a pencil to correct today's work. Let us start with math. The 7th question featured a little duck, with a dialogue box next to it. Dear little friend, If I subtract 3, I get 6, what am I? Nian Nian's answer. Shu He stared at Nian Nian's response, facepalming, and chuckled softly. Sure, you flipped through the storybook at a leisurely pace. Commenting, I told you, you can't correct his assignments. Do you believe it now? I'll correct the language arts. Nian Nian's math answers were increasingly ridiculous, so Shu He decided to grade his language arts instead to avoid dying of laughter. The first question in language arts required constructing sentences with the words my friend, Xiaomei. Nian Nian's answer, friend, Xiaomei is mine. Shu He laughed until her stomach hurt. Now she understood why teacher Shi Yu had been driven to the hospital. Nian Nian's wit was formidable. Anti-MHM, will you and uncle have a baby? Many of my classmates have little sisters, and I envy them. I'm the only one without a sister. Shu He's face flushed bright red. The man's lips curled in a meaningful smile, his gaze drifting toward her. She was so shy her fair profile had turned crimson. In the master bedroom, after bathing, Shu He lay on the bed. The question Nian Nian had asked echoing in her mind, the steady sound of a man's footsteps approached from behind. Her waist was encircled. Sitting on the edge of the bed, Shu He felt Shi Yu's slender fingers lift her damp hair as he leaned down. Using a hairdryer to dry her locks, why are you blushing? He chuckled lightly. Shu He covered her burning cheeks. Am I? It seems to be quite warm. The hairdryer gently caresses her strands. The man moves with utmost caution. Let's not have children for the time being. Shu He lifts her gaze, staring intently at him. We shall consider it once you graduate. I am enrolled in a direct doctoral program, which lasts 5 years. Will that? It will not. Shi Yu's fingertips lightly touch his wife's skin. So delicate and soft. Recently he has become increasingly pampered, her complexion visibly improving, resembling exquisite, noble white jade. You are still young. Focus on your studies. I will care for you first. Shi Yu places the hairdryer on the table, sits on the edge of the bed, and embraces He in his arms. Once your health improves, your vitality replenished, and you have completed your studies, then we shall contemplate the matter of children. Alright. He, do you truly believe I am getting old? Not at all. Shu He merely feels that 5 years is not a short span. Observing Shi Yu's interactions with Nian Nian, she realizes he genuinely enjoys children and is quite patient in educating them. Professor Shi employs a balanced approach to discipline. She had thought he desired a child, yet each time he meticulously takes precautions, ensuring there are no contraceptives in the house, having instructed her to avoid such substances. It turns out he fears that pregnancy would hinder her studies. Shu He wraps her arms around the man's waist, resting her head in the crook of his neck. I will follow your lead. Let us wait on children, as these years are quite leisurely. Shall we indulge in our world of two? Very well. Shu He's eyes glimmer with scattered starlight. Will you always treat me so well? I will, the man promises his wife, and you, as long as you continue to treat me well, I shall reciprocate. The man chuckles softly. At that moment, Shu He did not quite comprehend his laughter, nor the distinction between her answer and Shi Yu's. She believed they were the same. The bedroom lights were extinguished by the man. Shu He lay on the bed, Shi Yu beside her, pulling her into his embrace, covering her with the blanket. The curtains were not drawn, revealing a panoramic floor-to-ceiling window through which Shu He could clearly see the night sky twinkling with stars and the moonlight bright and dazzling. Look, isn't the moon beautiful tonight? Beautiful. I think it's splendid too. I meant you. Chapter 71. Shu He truly no longer likes me. 3 days later, at the Fu residence, when Dr. Shin arrived at Fu Henning's bedroom, he was horrified by the scene before him. An antique vase lay shattered, the coffee table overturned, debris scattered across the floor, with visible crimson stains hinting at injuries sustained during the chaos. Henning had gone 3 days and nights without a single drop of water. Shin Jinyan frowned as he approached the bedside, noticing Fu Henning's hands stained with dried blood, punctured by numerous ragged wounds. Bruises marred his skin, a testament to his suffering. Fu Zhengqiu attempted to rouse his son, but since noon, the room had fallen silent, devoid of shouts or commotion. Fu Henning had slipped into unconsciousness. He had been in a state of turmoil for 3 days, after shouting until hoarse this morning. Fu Zhengqiu personally brought food to his son, hoping to reason with him. However, upon seeing the bedroom door ajar, Fu Henning instinctively bolted for the exit, unaccustomed to such brightness and weakened from exhaustion. He stumbled down the stairs from the 3rd floor, falling and injuring himself. Despite his condition, Fu Henning struggled to rise and escape, his eyes bloodshot, insisting on finding Shu He. Fu Zhengqiu seized his son and pulled him back into the room. Regardless of what food was offered, Fu Henning would throw it to the ground in frustration, and after a brief outburst, he fell silent once more. When Fu Zhengqiu opened the door, he found his son using a shard of glass to cut his own arm, the sharp edge drawing vivid crimson lines across his skin. Shin Jinyan rolled up Fu Henning's sleeve, gasping as he beheld the multitude of bruises. It was akin to abuse. Mr. Fu, we must admit Henning to the hospital. He is suffering from severe emotional distress, and his head injury has only recently healed. He cannot remain in such a heightened state of mental tension. Very well. Fu Zhengqiu's palms grew clammy. Arrange for his hospitalization. Jinyan, please help Anning. He is my only child. Why would he resort to self-harm? Anning's beloved has married, and he cannot reconcile that in his heart, insisting on searching for that woman. I can find him at home for his own good. Yet he is so obstinate, truly staging a hunger strike, refusing even water. Shu He. Fu Zhengqiu was somewhat taken aback. How do you know this name? Dr. Shin had worked in Switzerland for many years and was Fu Henning's neurosurgeon. Yet he was unaware of the past between Henning and Shu He. Shin Jinyan recalled. Before the surgery, he did not inquire about the risks involved, only asked whether he might lose his memory. I told him it was possible, and he wrote down a name. The name was Zhou Shui? Fu Jingchu's heart fluttered. Yes, he mentioned that she was his first love. What an unfilial son. I raised him for over 20 years. Cleaning up his messes, and he writes a woman's name instead of his father's. Sure, Nian Nian devoured spicy chicken wings. The family bucket was half consumed, with customers coming and going. While his aunt went to fetch an DQ ice cream. On the second floor of the DQ store, Shui sat on a couch in the waiting area, surrounded by winter holiday crowds. Waiting for her mixed ice cream bowl, suddenly she caught a whiff of a faint mugwort fragrance. Looking up, she saw a gentleman seated across from her. He wore a neat, simple casual jacket, his features refined and elegant. Fingers long and well-groomed, Shui felt he resembled a doctor. The joy of eating ice cream in winter was unparalleled. The man spoke with a clear voice, ordering 2 bowls of vanilla mochi ice cream. Handing one to Shui, she glanced around. There were no other patrons in this spot. Was the man speaking to her? Yet, she did not recognize the stranger. Just as Shin Jinyan sat down, Shui, feeling cautious, rose and stuffed her phone into her bag. As she turned to leave, he called out to her. Henning is hospitalized. I am his attending physician. May I take a few minutes of your time to ask you a few questions to assist in his treatment? Shui's eyes widened slightly. After a moment's hesitation, she returned to her seat. What would you like to ask? Was your marriage voluntary? Yes, Shin Jinyan nodded lightly. This girl spoke decisively, clearly not coerced. He inquired further. After marriage, does Shu Yu treat you well? Yes, there is no possibility with Henning anymore, is there? No. If his condition worsens, would he wish to see you? Shu He declined. I am sorry, but I am not a doctor. Seeing me would be of no use. Quite right, Shin Jinyan replied with a calm smile, leaning back as he leisurely enjoyed his ice cream, assessing the girl's demeanor, calm, composed, without a hint of emotional turmoil. Clearly, there was no trace of lingering affection for Fu Henning in her eyes. Even in a critical moment, you would refuse to see him. If he is in a critical state, the person he should wish to see is you. Not me. Please convey this to him. My relationship with him is truly over. Shin Jinyan understood, nodding. Very well, I will relay your message. The server announced that Shui's mixed ice cream bowl was ready. She approached the counter, collected it, and left the store. Shin Jinyan pulled out his phone from his pocket. His tone was relaxed as he spoke to the person on the line. Look, your first love seems to be doing much better than you. You should stop thinking about her. The other party fell silent, saying nothing. Henning, the ice cream from this shop is quite delicious. Would you like me to bring you some? No need. Fu Henning hung up the phone. At Jingbei Hospital, in the VIP ward, the afternoon sunlight was warm and serene. When Fu Zhengchu drew back the curtains, he turned to see his son, red-eyed, sitting motionless on the hospital bed, crying again? What a useless waste. How many times has he cried in these days? Is he still not a man? Just moments ago, this rebellious son had woken up and attempted to tear out his four. Insisting on seeing Zhou Shui, one could only wonder what spell she had cast on him. Shin Jinyan advised him to rest, taking his place instead. Fu Zhengchu remarked sarcastically, I've never seen you cry before. Anning, could you not shed a tear when I die? Zhou Shui truly no longer likes me. Fu Henning's fingers trembled slightly as he gripped his phone. His voice was low, hoarse, as if he had swallowed bitter gall. Waves of bitterness surging within him, yet he had already clarified the situation regarding Yao Feifei. He wished to live with He, but she was unwilling, engaging in a cold war with him. He sought another woman to incite jealousy in He, but he seemed to have erred. Fu Henning pulled out the 4-needle, got off the bed, and went to find Shu He to explain once more. Fu Henning, Fu Zhengchu, frustrated, pinned his unfilial son to the hospital bed, his raised hand hesitating to fall. Are you trying to drive your father to his grave? Haven T, you heard the doctor? If you keep straining your body, your old head injury will surely flare up again. Chapter 72. The hard-earned happiness of He has aged, struggling to breathe, his head heavy and his legs light. Sitting on a chair, nearly overwhelmed by his son's audacity, that ungrateful son now reveling in impending fatherhood, Fu Zhengchu's scathing rebuke was piercing. What have you been doing all this time? If you truly valued Shu He, would she have considered breaking up with you? You had such a wonderful relationship in high school. I visited her often, supporting her. Shu He is a remarkable girl, and I was quite pleased with her as my daughter-in-law. I expected you two would have a fruitful future together, but look at you, what good have you done? You brought this upon yourself. I've heard all about your tantrum at the hot springs. When Shu He wanted to break up with you, you didn't even try to chase after her. You let her storm out in the rain at night. After the breakup, you spend all your time in entertainment venues, surrounded by a merry crowd, chilling Shu He's heart. Look at those so-called friends of yours, scoundrels, indulging in every vice without restraint. You ought to sever ties with them immediately, and compare those friends to Shu Yu's companions. Birds of a feather flock together. After all, now Shu He is married to someone far superior, and you're consumed with jealousy, unable to sit still. Your possessiveness is showing. You wish to win her back, let me tell you. That door has long since closed. If I were Shu He, I wouldn't even consider you. A relentless barrage of words striking to the core. Fu Henning felt a buzzing in his ears. The slap his father had just delivered was no trifling matter. His vision suddenly blurred, and as he regained his composure, he clutched his father's collar, seething. If you hadn't tricked me into going abroad, would I have allowed Joshua to marry someone else? I have loved her for 8 years. You ruined me, always blaming others. At that time Shu He was already engaged to Shi Yu, and if I hadn't deceived you into going overseas, what disaster would you have unleashed? Do you intend to play the role of a homewrecker? Our Fu family cannot afford such disgrace. Fu Zhengqiu clenched his fist to strike his son. Shen Jinyan rushed in, witnessing the conflict, and hurried over, accidentally landing a punch on Fu Henning's temple. Mr. Fu, you can't hit the boy. Shen Jinyan interposed herself in front of Fu Henning, breaking up the scuffle, seeing blood trickling from Henning's nose, droplets staining his clothes and the floor. She found it somewhat alarming. Henning, Shen Jinyan sensed something was amiss. Fu Henning's lips were cracked, his complexion growing increasingly pale, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, and the sudden onset of a deafening ringing in his ears made him waver. He touched his nose. The metallic scent of blood was overwhelming. Warm blood flowed steadily from his palm, trickling down his arm and staining his sleeve. How could he be losing so much blood all of a sudden? Fu Jingqiu's heart condition was flaring up, panic setting in. Aining, what has happened to my son? I didn't mean to hit him. I was just blinded by anger. Shen Jinyan pressed the call button at the bedside. Using a tissue to staunch Henning's bleeding, he was growing colder, lifeless, and had already lost consciousness. Qingfeng Villa. It was evening when Shu He moved her guitar to the music room. The spacious room housed numerous instruments. And Shi Yu had mentioned last night that he wanted to hear her play. Checking the time, he was about to finish work. Xiao Huihui, are you off work? De Xiangmao, I'm home. Shu He's eyes sparkled. She was unaware of when her relationship with Shi Yu had deepened, resembling a couple in the throes of romance, marrying before falling in love. Is this how it goes? A subtle fragrance of roses filled the air as Shu He turned to see Shi Yu holding a bouquet of pink snow mountain roses adorned with stars. The man had changed into a loose, comfortable sweater. The high-necked garment accentuated his long neck and graceful shoulders, giving him the air of an elegant, gentle scion of a noble family. Pink roses symbolize first love. Shi Yu crouched beside her, offering the bouquet. Shu He accepted the flowers, her beauty captivating, her bright eyes sparkling, exuding an exceptional radiance as she smiled. Is today Valentine's Day? Such beautiful roses. Receiving flowers is delightful, even on a non-holiday. Shi Yu pressed a gentle kiss on Shu He's lips, a fleeting touch. Shu He pursed her lips, his breath lingering near her. Mr. Shi, you are quite romantic, she mused, charmed by his daily gifts to cheer her up. Shi Yu took her hand, lifting her. You're always crouching down, you're not a little frog. Are you? Isn't it uncomfortable? I find squatting quite comfortable indeed. The little frog. Shu He chuckled lightly. Alright, your wife is a frog, can you croak? She playfully punched Shi Yu's shoulder. What croaking? The sweet scent of roses enveloped her, nourishing her spirit. She once thought happiness was a distant dream, yet now it was right before her. This happiness was hard-earned, and Shu He vowed to cherish it. What was she thinking? Shu He smiled softly. For the first time, I feel that being in love is incredibly healing. Life after marriage is also blissfully stable. Shi Yu, I think being married is wonderful. That's because you married a good husband, such a proud spirit. Shi Yu raised an eyebrow. Of course, I married a wonderful wife. Shu He placed the bouquet on the windowsill. What piece do you want to hear today? I brought my guitar. We can play here from now on. Anything will do. Shi Yu settled on the sofa. Little Nian Nian dashed in from the doorway, leaping onto the sofa and into his uncle's embrace, humming a nursery rhyme. I want to hear you play the guitar too. Shi Yu grimaced. What did you eat? A biological weapon. Shu He glanced at the little one. Nian Nian had devoured dragon fruit again, his face smeared with purple seeds, his little hands gripping Shi Yu's arm. Shi Nian Nian. Shi Yu's expression darkened as he surveyed the dragon fruit stains on his clean sleeves. Rolling up his sleeves to swat at the little rascal's bottom, Nian Nian shielded his rear, darting behind his aunt. Save me. Shu He grasped Shi Yu's hand, stopping him. It's just a little mess. We can wash it later. Nian Nian has been good today, no hitting children. Shi Yu's eyes twinkled with amusement as he gazed at her. Shu He met his gaze, and moments later, she broke into laughter, squeezing his hand, her demeanor sweet and adorable. Do you still want to hear me play the guitar? Yes. Shi Yu relented, sparing the little troublemaker. Nian Nian delightedly exclaimed, I knew Uncle Shi is most afraid of Auntie. Shi Yu said nothing, enjoying the moment. Shu He settled on the sofa, guitar in hand, adjusting the strings. With Nian Nian present, she decided to play Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star. Chapter 73, Moral Coercion. As Shu He's fingertips hovered over the strings, she had yet to strum them. Madam, your phone. Steward Jiang stood at the door of the music room, holding Shu He's phone, which had rung several times. Reluctantly, she had to go upstairs to remind herself. It better not be anything urgent. Shi Yu crossed his legs, admiring Shu He's serene and graceful countenance, his eyes curving in a smile. Go ahead and take the call. Nian Nian and I will be waiting for you. Alright. Shu He took the phone and stepped outside the music room to answer. It was an unfamiliar number. Hello, this is Shu He. Fu Jingchu's voice carried a weary cry, suppressing deep sorrow. Shu He, this is Uncle Fu. I'm outside your house. It's urgent. Can we meet outside Qingfeng Villa? When Shu He hurried over, she noticed bloodstains on Fu Jingchu's clothing. His sunken eyes were bloodshot, and his hair had turned significantly grayer. Uncle Fu had helped her immensely during high school. She remembered him as a man of unwavering confidence. But now he appeared haggard and disheveled. Uncle Fu. Fu Zhengqiu stepped forward, gripping Shua's arm, tears brimming in his eyes as he choked out, Aining underwent a craniotomy for a junctional tumor last year. He recovered, but today he desperately wants to see you. I tried to prevent it, but in the struggle, I accidentally hit his head. He now has internal bleeding, pressing on several nerves, and he suddenly lost his vision. The doctor performed a CT scan and deemed the situation urgent. He needs immediate surgery, but he refuses to cooperate with the treatment. Shua's eyelashes fluttered. A craniotomy? She had no idea Fu Henning had undergone surgery. Fu Zhengqiu regretted hitting his son and also recognized Shua was now married. Knowing she would likely refuse to visit her ex-boyfriend. Desperate, he resorted to emotional manipulation. Could you, for the sake of the help I offered you in high school, visit the hospital and say a few words to him? He will only listen to you. Uncle is begging you to save his life. Please, Shua, this is a matter of life and death. I implore you this once. I promise I will never trouble you again. Seeing Shua stunned into silence, Fu Zhengqiu bent his knees, preparing to kneel. It's Aining's immaturity that has hurt you, and I apologize on his behalf. Shua was alarmed and quickly supported Uncle Fu. Asa Jr. She could not bear seeing Fu Zhengqiu kneel. Please don't do this. Besides, you have done me a favor, just this once I beg you. Shua, he is my only child. Of the once stern and imposing business tycoon now pleaded with a voice and demeanor so humble, nearly devoid of all dignity. Weeping for his child's salvation, Shua nodded. I will agree. But this will be the last time I see him. It was clear that Fu Zhengqiu was employing moral coercion. He had invoked the kindness he once showed her in high school to secure her visit to the hospital. Hoping she would save his son's life, however, if she chose to disregard Uncle Fu's past kindness, and something happened to Fu Henning, her conscience would forever bear the weight of regret. Why going this one time? She would owe the Fu family nothing thereafter. Fu Zhengqiu wiped away his tears, his arms trembling as he led Shui towards the family car, saying, Thank you, Shui. We need to go now. Shui opened the car door for Uncle Fu, stating, You head to the hospital first. I will follow shortly. I need to discuss this matter with Shi Yu. Alright, Shui, please be quick. An Ning is waiting. I understand. I in the music room. As Shui hurried back, Shi Yu was also exiting. If he realized that Shui had rushed to the entrance, who was looking for you, Shui looked somewhat pale. Feeling the gentle touch of his fingers on her cheek, Shui was embraced by Shi Yu, her gaze drifting to the untouched guitar and Shi Yu's concerned expression. Shi Yu ruffled Shui's hair, attempting to soothe her emotions. Don't be afraid, I'm here. What happened? Shui felt guilt and difficulty. She had been subjected to the scrutiny of the Fu family. Fu Henning has been hospitalized and requires surgery. He wishes to see me, otherwise he won't cooperate with the treatment. I need to go to the hospital. Upon hearing that name, Shuyu's heart sank heavily, as if pierced by countless thorns. His fingers that had caressed Shui's cheek fell to his side. As he implored her, I want to hear you play the guitar. You promised me last night. Can you wait until I return? Or you could accompany me. You've broken up with Fu Henning. It shouldn't matter anymore. It's his own issue if he refuses treatment. Besides, there are many doctors at the hospital. Why must you be the one to see him? Please don't care so much about him, just now. Uncle Fu, go. Sure, you clearly sensed Shui's anxiety and worry. Her eyes revealed that she was concerned about that person and would undoubtedly visit him tonight. He didn't press her further. Before Shui could finish explaining, she heard Shiryu's calm voice. When she looked up, he had already left. As he descended the stairs, he paused, gripping the railing tightly. She noticed his shoulders slightly tremble. His voice maintained a strained calmness. It's getting late. Let Master Kong take you over. Have him accompany you into the hospital, just in case. Downstairs, Butler Jiang observed the faint expression on his master's face, which showed little fluctuation, yet veins were subtly raised on the back of his hand, and his dark red eyes concealed a myriad of emotions, the light in his gaze sparse and fragmented. Butler Jiang sighed. Earlier, his master had made 2 attempts to retain her, contrasting himself with Fu Henning. He desperately hoped Shu He would choose him. However, it was evident that in both attempts, he was the one left wanting. The family driver took Shu He to Jingbei Hospital. Nian, clutching the large guitar, rushed downstairs but did not see his little uncle. He seemed quite upset earlier, unsure if he had misinterpreted. He recalled how his uncle had looked teary-eyed when pleading with his aunt to stay. Little uncle. Finally, Nian spotted his uncle at the gym entrance. He dashed over, his innocent heart attempting to comfort him. Nian will play the guitar for you, okay? Auntie just had to step out for something. It doesn't mean she won't play for you. Thank you, Nian. Sure, you bent down and ruffled Nian's hair, his voice hoarse. Uncle doesn't want to listen right now. Put the guitar away. Oh, Nian nodded, retreating to the music room with the large guitar. His uncle had clearly stated that he enjoyed listening to Auntie play. How could he not want to hear it now? Chapter 74, 8 Years of Youth. Concluding during the evening rush, traffic was heavy. By the time Shu He arrived at Jingbei Hospital, it was nearly 8:30 p.m., with driver Kong accompanying her in the VIP ward. The corridor was quiet. A janitor was cleaning bloodstains from the floor, the chaotic footprints indicating a fierce struggle had occurred. Shen Jinyan closed the door to the ward and saw Shu He rushing towards him. Her thin sweatshirt inadequate for the chilly weather, whereas Fu Henning, inside, there was another conflict just now, and he is quite agitated. As Shu He reached for the doorknob, Shen Jinyan stopped her, advising, "Don't argue with him. First, calm him down and persuade him to cooperate with the surgery." Shu He wanted to ask, "Can't we just knock him out and take him to the operating room? That would spare him the anesthetic." Shen Jinyan was momentarily taken aback before chuckling and giving her a thumbs up. "This girl is ruthless. It is possible to knock him out, but after a cranial operation, he needs to rest quietly. If he remains agitated, it's no different from not having the surgery yet. He needs your guidance. That is crucial." Shu He entered the room. The air was tinged with the scent of disinfectant and faint traces of blood. Uncle Fu sat on the sofa, his hair slightly disheveled and his glasses askew from being knocked askew. Shu He, Fu Jingchu's eyes brightened. "You made it, Uncle Fu." The rhythmic beeping of medical equipment filled the air. Shu He glanced at Fu Henning on the hospital bed. After a few days' absence, he wore a patient gown, his face gaunt, oxygen mask in place, a far cry from the arrogant Fu Henning of yore. Ye Fu Henning attempted to remove his breathing mask. Fu Zhengchu stood up, ready to chastise the unfilial son, only to hear Shu He calmly say, "Don't move." Then Fu Henning immediately settled back, his emotions gradually stabilized as his gaze fixated on Shu He. Due to the oxygen, his speech was unclear. "I have something to say to you." Fu Zhengchu was shocked, akin to witnessing a horror film. His son was actually so obedient to Shu He? He noticed a middle-aged man standing in the room, resembling a bodyguard, and pushed him out. "Let the children talk. We'll wait outside." "Master Kong, should I step out?" "No need, Master Kong. Stay here and start recording." "Understood." Shu He approached Fu Henning, her gaze cold. "What do you want to say?" "Today, we will discuss everything that needs to be said. I really have nothing with Yao Feifei again, this topic." Fu Henning reached out, wanting to hold Shu He's hand, but she evaded him, her expression icy. Devoid of any lingering affection, he felt a sharp pain in his chest, unable to endure it. "Fu Henning, do you truly believe that our breakup was caused by Yao Feifei, wasn't it?" No. Shu He's tone and expression were devoid of warmth. "Since we began our relationship, you rarely respected me. Just because you want to cohabit, must I comply? When you want me to wear something provocative, must I comply? Did you ever consider my feelings when you forced alcohol down my throat? What were you doing while your friends laughed and ignored me, when we were in a Cold War? Instead of seeking the root of the problem, you chose to flirt with others, hoping to make me jealous? To make me feel sad, to show me how popular you are, so I should set aside my pride and plead for your attention. You always act this way, never deigning to lower your head. When anger clouds your judgment, you don't even consider my safety." Fu Henning's face grew whiter with every word. He gasped for breath, attempting to articulate a response, but his words were barely audible. It seemed he had no defense. Everything Shu He said was true. Shu He's tone was calm yet resolute. "I no longer have feelings for you. I can change." Fu Henning's eyes burned, pain stabbing at his left chest. "I can change. I won't be like that anymore." For the first time, Shu He saw trembling sorrow in Fu Henning's eyes, struggling, panicked, his grip tightening on the bed's guardrails as if seeking some anchor for stability. "You're re-lying, aren't you? How could you stop liking me so quickly?" "Quickly, perhaps, but Shu He truly feels nothing for Fu Henning anymore. Instead, Shi Yu has entered her heart today. She inadvertently hurt Shi Yu." Yet he maintained his composure, ensuring her safety. Shi Yu subconsciously respects her. Reflecting on the past, Shi Yu had always treated her with kindness and consideration. She often provoked him, but he would always soothe her with candy. How could mere candy be so effective? It was merely that Shi Yu was generous and did not nitpick with his wife, indulging her whims like a doting elder. To care for her well-being. Shi Yu could wait 5 years for children. He clearly adored children and was at the right age to start a family, yet he chose to pamper her instead. I recently secured a collaboration. I will focus on work from now on, and I won't." Fu Henning, undergo the surgery. Shu He's voice was as calm as still water. "If you wish to continue threatening me with your life or causing me trouble, you may do so. If I undergo surgery, will you take care of me afterward? Are you dreaming?" Shu He replied coldly, "I am not your caretaker. Why should I take care of you? Your life is your own. Uncle Fu has been kind to me, that is why I came to persuade you for the surgery today. Don't further wound your father's heart." Shen Jinyan appeared in the ward, holding the freshly analyzed brain CT report. The situation was dire and not optimistic. "Henning, will you undergo the surgery? Have you not felt dizzy or unwell? If you delay any longer, you may lose your life. I still have a chance to save you with this surgery." Fu Jingchu's eyes burned with emotion. The elderly father resembled an ant on a hot skillet, restless and anxious, wishing fervently to knock Fu Henning unconscious and thrust him into the operating room. "Aning. Father begs you, please consider me. Why must it be Zhou Shuha? You are barely clinging to life. Joshua no longer harbors feelings for you. Fu Henning cast a glance towards Shua, his vision began to blur once more. Was it tears or the consequence of his illness that obscured her image? All he knew was that he had shattered He's heart. Fu Henning had lost Shua, observing the man's gaze lose focus. Directly addressed Chen Jinyan, he said he would undergo surgery. I heard him. Fu Henning's heart quivered. He remained silent. It was He who articulated his sentiments. Chen Jinyan raised an eyebrow with a smile. Shua. Thank you for persuading him, Henning. Let us proceed with the preoperative preparations. Trust me. After a moment's pause, Fu Henning lowered his head and softly acquiesced. All right, I will have the surgery. Shua let out a profound sigh of relief. The hospital room's curtains were not drawn, and Shua gazed out at the moonlight, dim and sparse. She needed to return to Qingfeng Villa swiftly. She wondered how Shi Yu was faring. She needed to apologize. Just as Shua was about to leave the hospital room, Fu Henning called out to her. His eyes were red, brimming with scalding tears, his voice hoarse and barely recognizable. I'm sorry, He. I'm sorry. If Shi Yu treats you poorly, you must tell me to. I will certainly help you teach him a lesson, just like in high school. I was merely your deskmate, tasked solely with protecting you. Shua did not turn back. After exiting the room, she closed the door behind her, and behind her lay 8 years of youth, the curtain falling on her adolescence. Ahead of her was her future. He, you have repaid all the debts to the Fu family. Chapter 75, He's pursuit of love. At the crematorium, the night had grown deep. Shua returned to Qingfeng Villa and entered the living room, only to find Shi Yu absent. Aunt John's expression was not quite right as she approached to inform her. Sir has been boxing alone in the gym for quite a while. His knuckles are bleeding and he is drenched in sweat. After leaving the gym, he poured alcohol over his wounds. We dared not intervene. Oh, that sight was agonizing to behold, let alone for him, year after year. I witnessed my nephew pouring alcohol on his wounds, crying uncontrollably. I had just managed to lull him to sleep. Where is Shi Yu? Shua's heart ached. Why not use iodine to disinfect? Pouring alcohol over extensive wounds is akin to self-harm. In the bedroom, Shua located the first aid kit and hurried upstairs. Aunt Jiang just then noticed that Shua was only wearing a thin sweatshirt. It was 13 degrees below zero outside. Shua pushed open the bedroom door. Hearing the sound of water in the bathroom, Shi Yu was taking a shower, but wasn't his hand injured? Shua approached the bathroom door, raising her hand to knock, when suddenly, the door swung open, and she was greeted by the scent of men's shower gel. Shi Yu emerged, towel drying his hair. How is your ex-boyfriend? Why aren't you at the hospital looking after him? This is my home. You are my husband. Shi Yu bypassed her, stating indifferently, so you acknowledge that I am your husband. Shua noticed the horrifying scars on Shi Yu's hand, now reddened from the hot water. She opened the first aid kit and retrieved iodine and ointment. Your hand, apply some medicine. Don't let it get infected. Shua stepped in front of Shi Yu, intending to apply the ointment, but he recoiled from her touch. Leave it. I'll manage myself. Shi Yu's evasive gesture made Shua's heart constrict. She lowered her suspended hand and placed the first aid kit on the table. Shi Yu nonchalantly continued drying his hair. Sitting at the table, he took the alcohol to disinfect his wound, moving slowly, as if nothing had transpired. The man's profile, illuminated by the light, appeared gentle and serene. His tousled hair fell slightly over his brow as he focused quietly on applying the medicine, long eyelashes casting faint shadows. Shua offered him iodine. Using alcohol doesn't that hurt? Where do you mean? Is it the pain in my heart or the pain in my body? Shi Yu continued to disinfect with alcohol. His gaze remained calm, as if devoid of sensation. Our hearts are connected. Shua took the alcohol away. I meant the wound on your hand. It hurts terribly. Outside, the cold was biting, while indoors, it was warm. Shua sneezed 3 times in succession, her head feeling foggy. She apologized to him, her voice nasally. I'm sorry, I failed to fulfill my promise to you. I broke my word and went to see Fu Henning. However, I recorded the entire encounter at the hospital and have sent it to you. You can check it. Today, Uncle Fu called me, and I met him at the entrance. His son is in a dangerous condition, and Uncle Fu pleaded with me. Even without a debt of gratitude, you would have gone. Shi Yu replied with calm certainty. You have always favored Fu Henning. It was never me. Your concern for him tonight is unmistakable. Shi Yu bandaged his hand, rummaging through the first aid kit for cold medicine, tossing it into Shua's hands before lying down at the bedside, preparing to sleep. Take the cold medicine. Don't infect me. Your hair is still wet. I won't dry it. Shua observed the cold medicine in her hand. Her husband was not worried about catching her cold. He was concerned about her discomfort if she fell ill. Yet, he chose to sleep without drying his hair, certain to catch a cold and suffer a headache. That he was not considering himself. Shua fetched the hairdryer from the bathroom and, as she approached Shi Yu, he gently closed his eyes, breathing evilly. She climbed onto the bed, sitting beside him, switching on the dryer, carefully blowing his hair dry, once again apologizing. I'm sorry, Shi Yu. Today was my fault. It was entirely my fault. You have every right to be angry with me. Punish me however you wish. Not drying your hair will cause a headache. Let us finish this before you sleep. Shi Yu did not turn around. The coolness of her fingertips brushed through his hair, and he slowly opened his eyes, his usually proud and aloof gaze now dimmed and forlorn. Her touch felt as though it might shatter his heart. He had believed that he held feelings for him only to find himself utterly defeated before Fu Henning. Perhaps he had been deluding himself all along. As Shi Yu's hair dried, he took the dryer from her and placed it on the table. Take the cold medicine and sleep. Alright, Shu He complied obediently, getting up to make herself a cup of cold medicine, the warmth of the cup grounding her in reality. The events of the night felt dreamlike, passive, fleeting, superficial, and unstable. Silence enveloped the bedroom. She glanced towards the man by the bed, opened her mouth to apologize again, but time had grown late, and Shi Yu needed to work in the morning. He had already fallen asleep. Shu He sighed softly. It was best not to disturb him. Though Shi Yu was upset with her, he remained in the master bedroom, not leaving home, nor going to the company or any entertainment venues. He even reminded her to take some cold medicine. The steam from the warm water in her cup curled around Shu He's eyes, and she recalled Shi Yu pouring alcohol on his wound, her gaze glistening with unshed tears. She had vowed never to deceive Shi Yu. Yet she had ultimately wounded his heart. What could she do to earn his forgiveness? Would Shi Yu refuse to forgive her? The happiness that he had so painstakingly attained was slipping away once more. The warmth and beauty of the past felt like a fleeting dream, one she had not yet had the chance to savor before being abruptly awakened. Shu He touched her forehead. It felt warm. She hurriedly swallowed the medicine while it was still hot. Her frozen limbs slowly regained warmth, and after finishing the medicine, she took a hot bath to relieve her fatigue. The steam enveloped the bathroom, blurring her vision. Lying in the bathtub, with only her head above water, the warmth enveloped her body, easing her bones. After a while, feeling exhausted, she sat up, curling her knees, lost in thought. It seemed as though the heavens were toying with her. Every time she found a moment of peace, fate would play a cruel joke, stripping her of the life she longed for most, an ordinary, tranquil existence. She wished to live a simple life with her husband. Suddenly, the bathroom door was pushed open from the outside, the sound urgent. Shu He awoke from her reverie, her muddled consciousness dissipating instantly. Through the steam, she caught sight of a man's silhouette, his features obscured in the mist. Shu He saw Shi Yu's dark eyes, deeper than the night itself, as if he had stolen a glance at her. Shi Yu, she called out, her voice trembling. Shi Yu released a breath of relief, hastily grabbing an unknown bottle from the cabinet before exiting the bathroom and closing the door behind him. Shu He felt a pang of disappointment. It turned out he had merely forgotten something. Tears suddenly filled her eyes, blurring her vision as they fell into the bathtub, creating ripples. Her husband was ignoring her. Shu He finished drying her hair in the bathroom. Returning to the bedside, she found Shi Yu asleep. She carefully lifted the covers, lying down, and noticed that he had only covered half of his body with the blanket. The soft silk quilt rested on his waist. As he lay on his side, turned away from her, this sleeping posture was one she had only witnessed on their wedding night. Previously, Shi Yu always held her while sleeping. Shu He felt that Shi Yu was genuinely upset with her this time. She gently pulled the blanket over him, cautious not to wake him, and thankfully, he remained undisturbed. She turned off the light, not daring to sleep too close to him. In the early hours, Shu He slept fitfully. Perhaps it was the overwhelming events of the day that led to her confusion, but she felt the presence of someone tending to her blanket. A pair of large, dry hands tested her forehead temperature more than once. Since the age of 8, when she developed psychogenic aphasia, her health had declined, and her sleep quality was poor. Even a slight cold could lead to a severe illness. Shu He jolted awake from her nightmare. A fine sheen of sweat broke upon her brow. Turning her head, she found Shi Yu still deep in slumber, his back turned to her. She tested her forehead. Perhaps it was merely a figment of her dreams. The night was tranquil, and Shu He felt utterly awake, unable to return to slumber. The curtains remained undrawn, and her serene gaze drifted towards the window. Moonlight cascaded upon the barren treetops, with not a whisper of wind stirring the grass. In the past, she had harbored a disdain for winter. The winters of the north always seemed to carry an icy frost, chilling to the bone. However, a snow-laden winter changed her perception. Amidst the snowfall, she encountered a tender-hearted deity who swept her away from the roadside, melting the frost that clung to her. Shi Yu, I have come to embrace winter, and I have also developed feelings for you. Chapter 76, Shu He's pursuit of her husband. The daily banter. The following morning, Shi Yu's phone alarm vibrated. The dawn was still early, the bedroom shrouded in darkness. He sat up, only to find Shu He's absence beside him, and touched the sheets. Her side was devoid of warmth. He donned his glasses from the nightstand and turned on the light. The stillness enveloped him. He ventured into the bathroom. He had found no trace of her. He opened the wardrobe door, and still, there was none. The balcony offered no solace either. A sudden unease gripped him, his brows furrowing as he hastened out of the bedroom, only to pause on the second-floor landing, where he beheld her busying herself in the open-plan kitchen below. Shu He was slender, her side profile gentle, with tranquil eyes and long hair styled into a low bun secured with a jade hairpin. She was dipping toast into egg mixture, preparing sandwiches. Just as she lifted her head, Shi Yu sensed her movement and retreated into the bedroom, closing the door gently behind him. He stood still, his hand resting on the doorknob, gripping it tightly, yet hesitating to let go. Shu He glanced towards the second-floor bedroom, pondering that Shi Yu ought to be awake by now. He relished morning exercises on an empty stomach. By the time he finished his workout, breakfast would be nearly ready. Butler Jiang, noticing the lady preparing breakfast, rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Madam, good morning, shall I instruct the kitchen to prepare breakfast? Yes, but do not display it yet, understood. Shu He harbored a slight selfishness. Her culinary skills were lacking and her breakfast creations were unappealing. If Shi Yu saw the chef's prepared meal, he would undoubtedly opt for the more aesthetically pleasing option. If he found her cooking unpalatable, he could always eat what the chef made. After frying the bacon twice to a crisp, she reluctantly consumed the slightly burnt pieces, grimacing at the bitter taste. Thankfully, the milk she had boiled was delightful. Rich and pure in flavor, Shu He relished the creamy layer that formed atop the milk. After washing the lettuce, she turned around only to see Shi Yu descending the stairs. Good morning, her fingers instinctively tightened, and she greeted him. Uncertain if he would still converse with her. Good morning. Shi Yu secured his sports watch, his gaze alighting on Shu He's hands as they washed the lettuce. After a moment's contemplation, he said, "You need not cook anymore. We have a chef at home." Shu He's movements became slightly stilted, the egg-dipped toast was still baking, and she placed the lettuce into a clean dish, responding softly, "All right, I won't cook anymore." Shi Yu left for the gym to exercise. Once breakfast was prepared, Shu He brought the plate of sandwiches to the table, the milk bubbling and frothing in the pot. She retrieved a clean cup from the cupboard, but before her hand could grasp the ladle in the pot, Shi Yu had already taken the cup, holding the ladle to serve the hot milk. "Are you trying to poison me? Don't scare me like that." "Of course not, you are not Wu Dalong." Shu He was taken aback. "When did he return?" "Who is to say I'm not Wu Dalong now? I usually wake up naturally. This is the first time I've seen you up early cooking. What mischief are you plotting?" Shi Yu replied coolly, "I'm merely concerned." "Step aside. Do not touch the pot. I shall serve the milk." "Very well, you take over." Shu He stepped aside, allowing Wu Dalong to serve himself the hot milk, but he showed no fear of the burning cup. After his workout, fine beads of sweat glistened on his smooth forehead. Shu He instinctively raised her hand, wanting to wipe his brow, but recalling how he had evaded her the previous night, she instead adjusted her own bun. Having just entered winter break, this was Shu He's first time rising so early. Sitting at the dining table, she yawned, recalling that her sleep was as fragmented as a poorly executed lottery draw. She prepared a sandwich for herself as well. She struggled with the bacon, which turned out burnt, and instead opted for 2 thick-cut steaks, layered with tomato slices and lettuce, topped with a dollop of salad dressing. It appeared satisfactory. Shi Yu placed a cup of hot milk beside Shu He, taking a seat across from her and turning on the television, the morning news filling the dining room with sound. He took a bite of the sandwich she had made. "How is it?" Shu He's tone was somewhat timid. After all, Shi Yu was a discerning man, and this was her first attempt at making sandwiches, following a recipe she found online. "Not great." He hadn't even chewed yet. "Well, he has every right to be upset. He is always right." Shu He scratched her cheek, conceding to him. As Shi Yu chewed a couple of bites, his focus shifted momentarily from the television to the thick-cut steak nestled within the sandwich. It was still tender inside. Not fully cooked, the taste was not particularly pleasant. Just as Shu He was about to take a bite of her own sandwich, a large hand snatched it away unexpectedly, startling her. "That was mine. I didn't have enough." His response was succinct. Before her, only a cup of hot milk remained. She looked at Shi Yu, who remained aloof, his attention fixed on the television, nonchalantly eating. Indeed, it was expected for a grown man to have a hearty appetite. Shu He chose not to contest him. Watching someone enjoy the meal she had prepared filled her with a quiet joy, though she could not quite fathom its origin. Polite and humble, she offered, "If you enjoyed it, I will make you more tomorrow, perhaps 3 or 4, so you can take some to the company. Though they may not be visually appealing, it would be a shame to waste them. They are indeed unappealing. Do not bother next time." Shu He's spirits dampened, her voice fading. Butler Jiang arranged for the servants to bring over breakfast prepared by the kitchen, a variety of dishes that catered to her preferences. "Madam, please enjoy this." Shu He picked up a red bean bun. "All right, thank you, Aunt Jiang." With only a week until the new year, Shi Yu's Hengxin group would commence its holiday break in 2 days. He had mentioned wanting to take her to the UK during the break. Though she wondered if that plan would still hold, Shi Yu consumed both sandwiches, his tone flat as he remarked, "After breakfast, you should return to sleep. Otherwise, the police will think I'm raising a panda at home." Raising a panda, Shu He picked up her phone from the table, examining her reflection in the front camera. She had no dark circles. "Sure do, you're the panda here." Yet she truly felt tired. Perhaps she would indulge in a quick nap later. In the evening at Hengxin Group, Pei Shu carried a cat cage, whistling cheerfully. Having rescued a stray cat from the roadside, passing by Hengxin, he decided to check on Duijui. He had treated Nian Nian to pizza for lunch. Nian Nian had recounted that her uncle and aunt had quarreled the night before, leading her uncle to tears, after which her aunt had left. Pei Shu felt compelled to offer consolation to Duijui. Standing before the office mirror, Pei Shu adjusted the trendy haircut that Tony had styled for him. Sighing, he lamented the state of his brotherly relationships, his lips curling into a smile as wide as his ears. The reflection before him was that of a dashing young man, tall and handsome, the epitome of a college student. By now it was nearly 7:30, well past the end of the workday. Shi Yu, that workaholic, had been busy all day according to his secretary, skipping lunch altogether. He was still trapped in a meeting room, working himself to the bone. With the new year approaching, the workload was daunting, yet that was no excuse to overexert himself. The office door swung open as Shi Yu entered, shedding his suit jacket. He wore a finely tailored dark shirt, the collar slightly unbuttoned, his long legs and proportionate physique accentuated by the fitted shirt that hugged his waist. After hanging his jacket on the coat rack, Shi Yu instructed his assistant Xiao Su, "Please send me the itinerary for the next few days, as well as tomorrow morning's flight information." The glasses perched on his high-bridged nose conveyed an air of sharp intellect. "Understood, Mr. Shirt." Xiao Su promptly closed the door. Pei Shu, seated in the boss's chair, shook his head in disbelief. "Oh my, Mr. Shi, your figure is quite alluring. I almost had a nosebleed. Your legs are longer than my life. The epitome of a male model. Even if you weren't a CEO, you'd still rake in wealth by the boatload, and yet, you always claim I need to work on my physique. It seems you've been training just as hard, you scheming boy. You've been indulging in pickled vegetables again, you," Pei Shu retorted. "You're the one who has salty." Chapter 77, Stomachache. "I heard you had a spat with Shu He. What happened? Your hand is bandaged. Did you get into a fight with her, Shi Yu? Where's your decorum? A gentleman uses words, not fists. Only a man with no prospects would strike a woman. I won T stand for it. If she doesn't hit me, that's good enough. I wouldn't dare touch her." Shi Yu sank into the sofa, fatigue evident after the 2-hour-long meeting. His stomach was uneasy, the impact of the undercooked sandwiches weighing heavily on him. Pei Shu continued his relentless chatter. "Come on, let us have a heart-to-heart. Tell me, how do you feel after the quarrel? Are you two in a cold war now? Did Shu He return to her family? Allow this emotional strategist to guide you, but you've been single for 30 years. Shut up," Pei Shu shot back. "I take pride in being single. No need to worry about wearing a green hat. Plus, it saves the country plastic." "Ha, you're out of arguments now." Shi Yu remained composed, rolling up his shirt sleeves as he poured himself a cup of tea. "If your mouth is so idle, perhaps you should go clean the public restrooms by the roadside. It would be a contribution to society." "Sure do it." Pei Shu was caught off guard, his face turning pale. "Who are you talking about? I came to visit you out of kindness." "Heartless." Sure, you sipped 2 cups of tea. Feeling a warmth settle in his stomach. He leaned back on the sofa, crossed his legs, and picked up his tablet, finally finding a moment to address the heap of work emails in his inbox. Pei Shu remarked, "If you ask me, our group name is rather ominous, the single's natural reserve. If we keep that, none of us will escape being single. Let us change it. Perhaps I might even succeed in confessing next time. You must tell Song Shang that I am not the group leader. Even if you aren't the group leader, you can still change the name." Pei Shu continued, "I've thought of a splendid one, the Successful Men's Group of Jingbei Yuan Fong. What do you think?" "Successful men." Yuan Fong had no objections. "Sure," you lazily interjected, "but you seem more like shredded potatoes." Pei Shu straightened his posture. "You are the one who is both dull and amusing. A true loser. How can I not be a successful figure? My army of cats and dogs is nearly 2,000 strong." A compassionate shredded potato," he teased, playing with the stray kitten he had rescued. Whistling and offering it some food, as the kitten began to doze off just as he was about to head home, he noticed Shi Yu's complex expression. Didn't seem like he was dealing with work. Had he switched from the tablet to his phone? Pei Shu quietly approached, peering over Shi Yu's shoulder to see him watching a video in a chat log, the screen displaying Shu He. However, Shi Yu had not clicked on the video. "If you're too afraid to watch, let me help you," Pei Shu said, having inquired about the events at Qingfeng Villa the previous night, sitting on the sofa. He took Shi Yu's phone, reasoning that since Shu He dared to post it, there must be no lingering feelings for her ex-boyfriend. Shi Yu was too timid to look. No one knew when Shi Yu had developed feelings for Shu He. A few years back, during a gathering with friends, he would casually ask Xianji, "How is your sister doing lately?" Perhaps Shi Yu had liked Shu He for a long time, but that was many years ago. At that time, Pei Shu recalled Xianji had mentioned that Shu He had a white moonlight in her heart, which made Shi Yu act nonchalant. In truth, he must have been quite heartbroken. Shu He was his fiancée. Yet unfortunately, she had feelings for another. Fu Henning had nearly occupied all of Shu He's youth. That scoundrel from the Fu family had undoubtedly inflicted a significant psychological blow on Shi Yu. Pei Shu understood why Shi Yu dared not accompany Shu He to the hospital, and why he was afraid to watch the video. Shi Yu feared that within the video, Shu He might reveal a lingering affection for her first love. Her white moonlight, even the faintest hint would be like a knife to Shi Yu's heart. Yet, there was nothing wrong with Shu He sending the video. She wished for Shi Yu not to misunderstand her relationship with her ex-boyfriend. In a way, this video provided Shi Yu with a sense of security. Nevertheless, he had always been too afraid to open it. "Pei Shu, you fool, hand me my phone." Shi Yu suddenly snapped back to reality. His phone was snatched away, and he punched Pei Shu's arm in an attempt to retrieve it, but Pei Shu, being oblivious, ran off. Shi Yu stood up to chase him, but the pain in his stomach made standing unbearable. His lips began to pale, and beads of sweat formed on his forehead. He sat back down, conceding, "Fine, let me watch." The headphones are on the table, just don't let me hear his voice. Which him her? Fu Henning. This was within Pei Shu's expectations. He was curious about one thing. "Tell me the truth, when did you start liking Shu He? It must be more than 3 years, right?" Shi Yu's stomach twisted in pain. Pei Shu sat in the boss's chair, retrieved a pair of Bluetooth headphones, connected them, and began to watch the video. The image quite clear. The disheveled man in the hospital bed was Fu Henning? The change was rather significant. Just a few days ago, little Fu had been on the cover of a financial magazine. Pei Shu had seen it. Although Fu Henning had a terrible temper, he indeed possessed the looks of a high school heartthrob, tall, sunny, and handsome. It was no wonder Shi Yu felt insecure at Zone. Xiaosu knocked on the door. He had already organized the materials for tomorrow's trip to Shanghai, but the other party's schedule had changed. Dean Liang had some personal matters and requested a delay in the meeting. A private hospital in Shanghai had made an appointment with Zone to discuss the introduction and collaboration of new medical devices recently developed by Hengxin Group. A longtime partner, however, Dean Liang had an urgent situation. That is fine, we can discuss the timing later, Shi Yu said, touching the teapot on the coffee table, which had grown somewhat cool. Please bring a fresh pot of hot tea. Understood. Xiaosu moved to the coffee table. Zone, your complexion looks terrible. Should we contact a doctor or take you to the hospital? Shi Yu reclined against the sofa, propping his forehead with his hand, and softly replied, no need, just bring me some stomach medicine. After watching the video, Pei Shu removed the headphones and approached Shi Yu, patting his leg to comfort him. Last night Fu Henning was indeed in a critical state. It seemed he could barely see afterward. Fu Zhengchu, that old fox, forced your wife to save his son's life. She owed the Fu family a favor from high school. She had no choice. If I were Shu He, I would have gone too. Just think if Fu Henning really died. Forget it, let us not joke about life. Everyone's life is precious. I take back what I said. I end the video. Fu Henning audaciously stated that after the surgery, he wanted your wife to take care of him. Your wife scolded him soundly, showing no lingering feelings whatsoever. Shi Yu merely responded with a soft Pei Shu suddenly noticed Shi Yu's face was exceptionally pale, his voice weak. What's wrong? Are you unwell? Xiaosu, holding a medical kit, took out some stomach medicine. Zhong had always been fit from regular exercise and rarely needed medication. To the hospital, Pei Shu grabbed Shi Yu's arm, pulling him to stand. You're looking like a kept man. I'll drive you, acting as your chauffeur. At the mention of the hospital, Shi Yu's jealousy flared. It's just bad food. There's no need to worry, I'll be fine after taking the medicine. Pei Shu's eyes darted, then he had an idea. Stomach pain, not going to the hospital, stubbornness, fine, I'll send a WeChat to your wife, asking her to come take care of you. What a great opportunity, just right to warm up your relationship as a couple. At Qingfeng Villa, in the pet room, a spa tub filled with warm water was prepared for the small animals. Little Orange was soaking in the tub, with toy fish floating on the surface. Almost done washing, darling. Shui scooped water with her hands, rinsing the bath foam off the kitten. Duo is such a good girl. Meow. Little Orange cooperated adorably, rubbing its head against Shui's palm, its purring resonating like a low-frequency motor. After the bath, Shui wrapped the kitten in a towel. Madam, your phone. Butler Jiang handed Shui her phone and then picked up Little Orange, placing it in the drying box and turning on a gentle breeze to dry its FUR. It was a call from Pei Shu. Shui's fingertip hovered over the answer button, and as soon as the call connected, Pei Shu's anxious voice burst through. Sister-in-law, Shi Yu is in so much pain he can hardly take it. He is being stubborn and refusing to go to the hospital. Oh no, he looks pale, it's killing me. With a loud crash, the phone slipped from her grasp and fell to the ground. Shui's face turned ashen, her fingers trembling as she hastily picked up the phone and rushed out. Shi Yu was in despair. Chapter 78, Happiness Resumes. Duel. During the evening rush hour, the city was bustling with traffic and dazzling neon lights. Shui sat in the back seat, her eyes brimming with frantic tears, her voice trembling. Master Kong, could you drive a little faster? Of course. After countless attempts to call Shi Yu, there was no answer. She tried calling Pei Shu, but he too did not pick up. With no one answering, Shu He felt a chill in her palms, her hands growing clammy, and her legs trembled uncontrollably as she continued to call Shi Yu. Master Kong took another route, accelerating toward Hengxin Group. After taking the stomach medicine, Shi Yu's discomfort eased. Where's my phone? Hand it over. Pei Shu swallowed hard, feeling guilty. How had Duo returned to normal? Was he made of iron? Just a pill, and he was fine. No wonder his wife didn't fuss over him. Earlier, he had sneaked away to make a call, estimating that Shu He would arrive soon. I told your wife you were sick, you should pretend a bit. A child who cries gets pampered. Do you understand a woman's heart? Didn't you see how Fu Henning was throwing a fit? Shi Yu's tone was frosty. Are you giving me my phone or not? Alright. Pei Shu retrieved the phone he had hidden in the drawer, having previously silenced it. Shi Yu stepped forward, seizing his phone and noticing 23 missed calls, all from his wife. Pei Shu, you idiot. Fury flared within Shi Yu. How helpless could Shui have felt to make that many calls? Some jokes could be made, but others were off limits. He didn't have time to deal with Pei Shu and was about to return Shui's call when there was a frantic knock at the office door. Shi Yu hurriedly opened the door, only to find Shui, tears streaming down her face, her eyes swollen and red with anxiety. Without hesitation, she threw herself into his arms. At that moment, as her embrace tightened around him, Shi Yu felt as if his heart had been struck. His hands hung awkwardly in midair, while large tears cascaded from Shui's eyes. Her cries were filled with trembling anguish as she opened her mouth to call his name, but fear rendered her voiceless, her legs giving way beneath her. I'm fine, he. Shi Yu's eyes suddenly turned red. The sound of Shui crying was sharper than a blade, piercing his heart with relentless thrusts. One after another, the initial shock left him no room for buffer or defense. Tears welled up in Shu He's eyes as she sobbed. Pega said you were feeling hopeless. I thought you truly were. Sure you, I thought you genuinely felt hopeless. Pei Shu replied, huh? Did he say sure you felt hopeless? Did he really say that? This colossal misunderstanding has just landed on my head. Pei Shu was questioning his own existence. Sure you held Shu He tightly. Clearly she was terrified. He gently caressed her shoulder, assuring her, it's a misunderstanding, look at me, I'm perfectly fine. It was Pei Shu who sent those erratic messages, I just have a bit of a stomach ache. I am not feeling hopeless at all. Shu He wiped away her tears, the weight on her chest felt like a 1,000-pound stone. She grasped the man's wrist, checking for any injuries circling around him. Thankfully Shu Yu did not feel hopeless. With a lingering sense of fear, Shu He embraced him, her cold limbs gradually warming up. How could he make such a joke? It's not funny at all. Pei Gu was stunned. Sure you shot Pei Shu a glare. Pei K, look at the trouble you've caused. You may know how to use a smartphone, but if you scare my wife, I won't let this go. Pei K was taken aback. Shu He remained silent for a moment. The fear she felt earlier began to subside. A false alarm. Sure you gently wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes with his fingertip. Softly patting her shoulder and soothing her with a tender voice, he has been single for 30 years, jealous that I've found someone, and is now so anxious he is losing it. He, don't cry. I have a wife more beautiful than she. Sure, how could I feel hopeless? Shu He broke into a smile through her tears. How could she compare to she? Sure, he truly knew how to comfort her. Pei Gu seemed to have some issues. Pei Shu chuckled, clearing his throat. My fault. I sincerely apologize, sister-in-law. From now on at the Green Cabin Chain Pet Hospital, all products are $0 for you, and all those adorable cats and dogs. Take whichever one you like. Shu He nodded, accepting the apology. I can send you Dr. Yan's business card. Who is Dr. Yan? My childhood psychologist and sign language teacher. He is a wonderful person. Pei Gu. Sister-in-law, are you serious? Sure you lifted Shu He, seating her on the sofa. He crouched before her, pulling out 2 tissues to help wipe her tears. You've cried till you look like a little flower cat. Suddenly Shu Yu recalled something. When Shu He knew he was in trouble, she cried like a little flower cat, yet when she heard Fu Henning was in trouble last night, not a single tear fell. A subtle ripple surged within him. Your stomach hurts, we should go to the hospital. Shu He grasped Shu Yu's hand, noticing his pale and weary complexion. Let us go to the hospital now. No. We're not going to the hospital, Shu Yu interrupted, not wanting her ex-boyfriend to see her, fearing that the immature boy would start crying and causing a scene, clinging to her stubbornly, such bad habits he had. Always fixating on other men's wives. Hearing Shu Yu scold Fu Henning, Shu He laughed. Then shall we go to a different hospital? There are plenty in Jingbei. We are not going to any hospital. After taking the medicine, Shu Yu's stomach no longer hurt. There was no need to put Shu Yu through any more distress. Her hands were cold, so Shu Yu poured a cup of hot water. Placing it in her palm to warm her frozen fingers, he walked over to the coat rack and took off his suit jacket. Suddenly, he recalled something Pei Shu had said earlier. A flicker passed through his eyes. His fingers tightening around the jacket. I don't need a doctor. I can take care of myself. Shu He felt a pang of concern. I'll take care of you. Previously, Shu Yu had meticulously cared for her. Whether in her daily life or emotionally, he was an exemplary husband, far exceeding the standard. She longed to care for him too. That was what married couples did. Shu Yu turned his back to Shu He. Facing Pei Shu narrowed his eyes, observing Shu Yu's relaxed demeanor, noticing a sly smile forming in his eyes, resembling a cunning fox. So you can take care of yourself. Shu Yu was feeling aggrieved. Engaging in a comparison, you sly boy. Pei Shu understood now. In front of his wife, Shu Yu was a jealous man. He had to compete with her ex-boyfriend in everything. The elegant and steady scent of cedar enveloped Shu He as the man's jacket draped over her shoulders. She raised her hand to wear Shu Yu's clothing. Pei Shu, fearing a beating, planned to sneak away, but he had a vague sense that he had inadvertently done something good. Had Shu Yu and Shu He's relationship softened a bit? Well then, I'll treat you both to a meal another day. Shu Yu approached Pei Shu, offering a polite smile. Stay put, I'll go to the tea room and cut some fruit for you. Chapter 79, Male Model You versus Little Wealthy Woman. Shu Yu's smile concealed daggers. Pei Shu knew this expression all too well. Is he planning to take a slice out of me? I am not ready for that. I still have things to do. No fruit for me. Shu He, let us go to the cat CAF another day. There is a beautiful ragdoll cat. We want tea. Bring Shu Yu along. Shu Yu clenched his fist at Pei Shu, grinning, picked up the cat cage and left in a hurry. Shu He mumbled to herself. Pei Gu is like an old child. Shu Yu closed the door. Upon hearing Shu He's description, he couldn't help but chuckle, though his smile was quickly replaced by calmness as the stomach pain lingered. Shu He rummaged through the medicine cabinet for bottles. Did you take your medicine? I did. Does your stomach still hurt? It hurts a bit more than before. The medicine isn't working. Shu He worriedly asked. Why does your stomach hurt? You've always been fine. Perhaps we should go to the hospital for a thorough checkup. Why does my stomach hurt? Shu Yu looked at the ancient Greek god of dark cuisine, paused for a moment, then replied, it's a common ailment of CEOs, no need to go to the hospital. Oh, Shu He recalled Mumu mentioning that in romance novels, domineering CEOs often had stomach issues, usually due to irregular meals. A little pampered wife could help alleviate it. So novels were indeed based on reality. CEOs really could have stomach problems, then you must eat on time and balance work with rest. Okay, Shu Yu walked to his desk, tidying up his briefcase, then tossed the keys to the Cayenne to Shu He. Work us over. Take me home. Master Joe raised his hand to catch the keys. Sure, Mr. Sure. On the congested road, Shu He gripped the steering wheel, her focus heightened, as if she were retaking her driving test, with the cars behind her incessantly honking. She was the first in line at the left turn. Beep, beep, the green light hadn't even lit up. The driver behind her, suffering from road rage, began honking furiously, amplifying Shu He's anxiety. She took a deep breath. Trying to remain calm, Shu Yu sat in the passenger seat like a driving instructor. No rush, take it slow. The Cayenne moved forward slowly. The irate driver overtook them, rolled down his window, and shouted at Shu He. Damn it, another female driver. Can't all women just stop driving? Giving women licenses is ridiculous. Are you driving a kiddie go-kart? Shu Yu calmly responded, roll down the window. Shu He complied to the man, with an elegant demeanor. Looked at the enraged driver and smiled nonchalantly. What's wrong with female drivers? Don't you have any women at home? You don't have any women at home. The driver retorted, a dung beetle can roll a dung ball faster than you. Sir, if you're in a hurry to roll dung, you might want to speed up, otherwise you might not get a hot meal tonight. Eating cold food in winter is quite distressing. The road rage driver was at a loss for words. He noticed the car was a limited edition Cayenne. Bah, you're just a male model riding on the coattails of the rich. Shameless. Sure, you gently caressed Shu He's soft cheek. What's wrong? My little wealthy woman is not only beautiful but also has a soft face. Shu He focused on driving, suppressing her laughter. The enraged driver was thoroughly defeated. He couldn't compete with that man. Glancing at his own car, then at the little wealthy woman's vehicle, he noticed the Cayenne's license plate. Damn, the little wealthy woman's plate was all nines. Such a plate couldn't be bought with money alone. It required wealth and power. This plate was far more prestigious than the Cayenne she was driving. She was a woman of influence. A high-ranking little wealthy woman, fair-skinned and delicate, with a stunning presence. Damn. That male duck had all the advantages. Little wealthy woman, look at me. A man shouldn't be judged solely on looks and physique. I've been sturdy since childhood. I can carry a 100-pound sack up 20 floors without breaking a sweat. If you choose me, at least 3 hours of endurance to start. Shu He cast a faint glance at him. A single look sent chills down the driver's spine, causing him to hastily roll up his window and step on the gas. Get lost. Don't let the little wealthy woman take revenge. Shu He laughed so hard her stomach hurt. Sometimes she felt her husband was truly impressive, even during confrontations, maintaining a refined demeanor while leaving the other party speechless. Sure, you turned on the car's music, his gaze meaningful. I can also go for 3 hours without tiring, right, dear? Shu He silently mused. You not only can last that long, but you also know how to enjoy it well. Qingfeng Village. Shu He parked the car in the family's parking lot. Sure, you pushed open the car door, his face turned ashen, and after alighting, he stood by the ventilation vent, one hand resting against the wall as he removed his glasses. He quietly steadied his breathing. Shu He, pale with concern, hurriedly exited the vehicle and supported Shi Yu's arm, asking, What's wrong? Is your stomach hurting badly? I felt nauseous from the car ride, he replied. At-31. It was his first experience of motion sickness, due to the heavy traffic and the evening rush hour. What should have been a 20-minute journey stretched to an hour, as he, a novice driver, struggled to maintain control. You'll improve with practice, he reassured her, maintaining a calm demeanor all the way home to alleviate her anxiety. Shu He was aware of her lack of driving skills, burdened by a childhood shadow regarding driving. Hence she was exceedingly cautious whenever she took the wheel, routinely inspecting her surroundings before getting in. It was winter, and many stray animals sought refuge beneath cars to stay warm, treating the undercarriage as their shelter. Little Ju Duo was one such animal she had rescued. She drove slowly, wishing that more experienced drivers would extend their patience to newcomers. Taking the initiative, Shu He offered to carry Shi Yu's briefcase. Apologizing, I'm not very good at driving. Perhaps we should let Master Yu take us next time. Your cooking skills are slightly better, he teased. Really? Shu He's eyes sparkled with delight. Shi Yu had once praised her cooking as a feast, which implied her driving must also be commendable. Thank you for the compliment, she replied, beaming. Shi Yu raised an eyebrow. After receiving praise, Shu He appeared adorably bashful. Actually, I passed my driving test on the first try. My instructor praised my aptitude. May I inquire which school you attended? The go-karting club, she mumbled softly. At the front door, Nian Nian had been waiting for some time and, upon seeing her uncle and aunt return home together, joyfully leaped up and ran to her aunt. The little one hugged her, eyes sparkling. Auntie, you're like a sweet little cake, strawberry flavored. Shu He felt her heart melt. Thank you, Nian Nian. Shi Yu scoffed. All the honey at home has been consumed by you. Sure, Nian Nian, your words are as sweet as honey. Honey is not sweeter than auntie, retorted Shi Yu. Shu He bent down and gently pinched the tip of Nian Nian's nose. No wonder Xiaomei adores you. Our Nian Nian is simply delightful. Have uncle and aunt reconciled? Shu He's eyes curved with a smile, about to speak. Not yet, Shi Yu interjected, pressing his hand against his stomach, grimacing in discomfort as he took the briefcase from Shu He and headed upstairs to the bedroom. No one could see the man's expression. Shu He was taken aback. Oh really? Shi Yu was so gentle with me today, hugging me and soothing my tears. I thought they had made up. He still had work to do. Nian Nian, hands on her hips, huffed. I feel like uncle is just pretending. He is being mischievous, wanting auntie to comfort him. Your uncle is not pretending. He genuinely feels unwell. I need to attend to him. Auntie will review your homework later. No need to review today as homework, Shu He exclaimed in surprise. You've already had someone check it? I didn't write it, Nian Nian said, covering her bottom as she slid over to the dining table. Waiting for dinner to begin, her little mind could only focus on beef burgers in Xiaomei. Chapter 80. Nio Hulu Dui. Shu He entered the bedroom. Shi Yu was in the bathroom. Despite his stomach pain and the wound on his hand still healing, he had a cleanliness obsession and showered daily, especially after social engagements. He would scrub for an extended period, ensuring that the lingering scents of smoke and alcohol were washed away. Shu He remembered the skin healing ointment Shi Yu had given her was in the drawer. She needed to find it. Such a beautiful pair of hands should not be marred by scars. Once his hand had formed a scab, she would diligently apply the ointment. The bathroom door swung open, and Shi Yu emerged, towel-drying his hair. Shu He rummaged through the drawer, searching for the ointment. Where had she placed it? Crouching down, her gaze fell upon a pocket watch nestled in the second-to-last drawer. It was a beautifully crafted vintage British design, exquisitely made, obviously of considerable value, with a silver-plated exterior and a glacial blue hue. As she cradled it in her hands, the watch seemed to spring open on its own. Inside, alongside the delicate snowflake-patterned dial, was a photograph as the backdrop. It was of He. Suddenly, a voice startled her from behind. Causing her to stumble, the man moved swiftly, his strong hand catching her and steadying her as he took the pocket watch from her grasp. Shu He inhaled the scent of cedar emanating from Shi Yu. Standing before him, she took a deep breath, relishing that crisp and clean aroma, uniquely his. Were you admiring the cat? Oh, caught red-handed. Shu He pointed at the pocket watch, her curiosity piqued. Could I have another look? Not a chance. Shi Yu lightly tapped her forehead with his fingertip. Shu He rubbed her temples, her lips curling into a smile. This familiar, affectionate gesture had resurfaced. Could it mean they were close to reconciliation? The bandage on his hand remained dry, suggesting he had worn waterproof gloves during his shower. I saw a photograph. Was it of me playing the guitar at the university's opening ceremony 4 years ago? I only caught a glimpse of the guitar. I couldn't see the rest clearly. Shi Yu did not deny it. He walked over to the bed and placed the pocket watch under his pillow, asserting, it's perfectly reasonable, lawful, and acceptable to keep a photo of my fiancé. Shu He pondered, a fragment of memory flashing in her mind. She vaguely recalled Nian Nian asking Shi Yu one day, when did auntie start to like uncle? Shi Yu's response had been, that voice echoed in her ears again, deep and lingering, from 4 years prior, at the opening ceremony. Shu He's mind whirled, realizing something. Her heart skipping a beat. The man's bathrobe hung loosely, the belt untied, revealing his sculpted collarbone as he prepared to lie down. You didn't dry your hair. My stomach hurts. I just want to lie down. Shu He fetched a hairdryer from the bathroom and climbed onto the bed. She draped her arms around Shi Yu's arm, helping him sit up, her gaze softening as she spoke gently. Let me dry your hair. It won't take long, Shi Yu complied, sitting up. Her voice, typically soft and slow, now had a playful lilt, wrapping around him like a gentle caress, stirring warmth within. Shu He set the dryer to medium, soothingly coaxing him, you don't have much hair. It'll dry quickly once we're done. Shi Yu's face darkened, just as he began to enjoy the moment, nearly caught off guard. He snatched the dryer from her. You don't have much hair. I'll do it myself to avoid your personal vendetta against me. I didn't mean it that way, Shu He stammered. Shi Yu had plenty of hair. It seemed she had inadvertently stepped on a sensitive spot, tugging at his robe to explain. What I meant was that men's hair is not as long as women's. Yours is easier to dry and won't take much time. If you don't dry it, the man's silk robe hung loosely, and a slight tug revealed everything, sensual yet restrained. Shi Yu clenched his teeth in frustration. Shu He's face flushed. Unaware of how loose his clothing was, she hastily adjusted his silky robe, readying his belt. I didn't do it on purpose. The man stepped away from her, standing at the edge of the bed, observing her with a relaxed demeanor. I'm not a free-for-all anymore. Curb those crafty little thoughts of yours, and stop trying to take advantage of me. I truly didn't mean to, she protested. Cheeks still warm, your smile revealed your little tiger teeth. Shu He quickly covered her mouth, retracting her smile. Her eyes twinkled with mirth, yet she genuinely had no ulterior motives. Nevertheless, Shi Yu was indeed handsome. He had a great physique, quite pleasant to behold. Unfortunately, after ignoring him yesterday, she felt she was now out of his league. Unbeknownst to them, they had entered a playful banter mode typical of couples. The atmosphere notably lighter compared to the previous evening's stiffness. You've turned into Nio Hulu Dui now. What nonsense is that? Shi Yu warned as he dried his hair. You better behave. Or I might just reconsider sleeping in the master bedroom with you. You're quite dangerous, Shu He mumbled. What did you say? I was asking if Mr. Shu would like some soup with dinner. The corners of the man's mouth lifted slightly. What do you think, assistant? Shu He touched her face, feeling a bit flushed. She hopped off the bed, slipped on her cotton slippers, and decided it would be better to have some soup. I'll check if dinner is ready. Shu He watched her, noticing her cheeks redden. He set down the hairdryer, aware of why she felt shy. Your husband isn't bad looking, but if you want a taste, you'll have to pay. No more free lunches. How much do you think I owe you for just one look? You tell me honestly how much I'm worth. I have no money. I just want a free meal. The man strode toward her, and Shu He bit her lip, dashing out the door and locking the proud man inside. I'll just have a free meal. Chapter 81. I love winter, and I love you. Dinner was still being prepared. Shu He had specifically instructed the kitchen to make it lighter today since Shi Yu was feeling unwell. She sat on the swing chair in the garden, gently swaying as she conversed with Mumu over the phone, and so it was, and then I found myself chasing after my husband at the crematorium. Fu Henning truly resembles an old monk's wooden fish, deserving of a good beating. This afternoon, Dr. Shin sent me a message informing me that the surgery was a success, thanking me for my counsel yesterday. At last, I am free from the debts owed to the Fu family. Mu munched on an apple, chomp chomp. It was indeed the right thing to do, yet from my uncle's perspective, he was genuinely hurt. Last night, he had been boxing, and his knuckles were bleeding as he poured alcohol over them. Do you know why he got hurt, Shu He? The pain in your uncle's heart is as profound as his care for you. The injury on his hand is trivial compared to the ache in his heart. This incident clearly illustrates how deeply he loves you, dear. You have married a husband who truly cherishes you. Mu continued, the more one loves in a relationship, the stronger the possessiveness becomes, leading to jealousy and sorrow. Her tone was resolute, the motion of Shu He swinging abruptly halted. A husband who adores her. She recalled the pocket watch concealed in the drawer by Shi Yu, along with the photograph within. Her fingers tightened around the swing's rope. Had Shi Yu harbored feelings for her 4 years ago? Today, his mood had improved significantly compared to last night. He even joked with me, I shall go change his bandage and comfort him now. But I must hang up. Wait a moment, Mu interrupted. No longer chewing her apple. You two were in a cold war last night. How could your uncle's mood improve today? He truly a blockhead. He simply couldn't bear to continue the cold war with you. Couldn't bear, indeed. You told me you didn't sleep well last night. You both share a bed, so your uncle must have sensed your unrest. He realized that the cold war would only lead to your inner turmoil and wild thoughts. Which is why he couldn't bear to continue it today. Have you noticed how your uncle and Fu Henning are utterly different when it comes to handling emotional issues? Fu Henning can endure months without contacting you, living lavishly, while your uncle cannot withstand a single night of silence, responding to you even when his heart is heavy. Shu He was rendered speechless. It truly seemed as Mumu had said. Last night, Shi Yu appeared with red eyes, yet he responded to everything she said, even worrying about her catching a cold and reminding her to take her medicine. This morning, while preparing breakfast, he even playfully approached her, teasing if she had poisoned him and urging her to stay away from the boiling pot. Shi Yu was simply afraid the hot milk would scald her. No matter what happens, Shi Yu could never bear to leave her be. Their seemingly childish banter was, in fact, his way of making her happy today. She felt genuinely delighted by him. But what of Shi Yu? Was he truly happy in his heart? Then, what should I, Mumu, how should I proceed? You read many novels. Give me some advice. I want to reconcile with him. Please help me. When I a boss move take action, success is assured. Mu began to devise a plan. Do you know how to make your uncle truly happy? How men are inherently jealous. He must be extremely envious of Fu Henning, perhaps even thinking you still harbor feelings for him. To win him over, you need to tell him that the person you like is him. That you like him very much, restore the sense of security he lacks, make him feel that in your heart, he is more important than Fu Henning. Alright, I will follow your advice. As for how to confess, be a bit more proactive, flirt with your uncle. A woman pursuing a man is like a veil separating them. It's easy to win him over. Be a bit bolder in the evening. Perhaps embrace him. My goodness, your uncle will be overjoyed, but he is no longer available for free. He warned me not to touch him. What man doesn't enjoy being touched by the woman he loves? Just listen to me, take the initiative to kiss him, push him down, domineering enforcing love. I guarantee you two will be busy tonight, and come tomorrow morning, you'll definitely struggle to get out of bed. When Shu He returned to her room, Shi Yu was absent. Aunt Jiang delivered dinner, explaining that Mr. Shi had received a work call and had gone to the study, likely busy for quite a while. He always worked hard during the new year. Madam, please eat first. Don't let the food get cold. Alright, thank you, Aunt Jiang. Shu He sat quietly at her desk, propping her chin on her hands, troubled. How does one flirt? How to enforce love? Her romantic instincts were quite dull, akin to a blockhead. She had never flirted with men before, and after marriage, it was always Shi Yu teasing her. She wasn't even hungry yet. Knowing Shi Yu would take a long time to return, unsure of what to do, she decided to write in her diary. Shu He retrieved his wish bottle from the bottom drawer. pulled out a pristine rainbow card, and began to jot down her recent musings in a brief diary entry to share with her sister. January 28, sunny. 4 Happy things. First, Shu He reconciled with her mother. Second, Shu He received notification of acceptance for her third core journal article. Third, Shu He loves winter. Fourth, Shu He's beloved, Shi Yu. Shu He adored writing with a fountain pen, just as she finished the last punctuation. A faint male voice suddenly interrupted. What mischief are you writing about me? Shu He was startled and quickly covered her diary with her hand. Her heart raced as she turned around, discovering Shi Yu had appeared in the room without her noticing. You, how did you walk in without making a sound? Shi Yu had changed into his pajamas. You were so engrossed, resembling a high school student cramming for homework on a weekend night. Earlier, he had been changing clothes and hadn't seen the entirety of what she wrote. Only catching a glimpse of one line that seemed to say, Shu He loves winter. Shi Yu sat on the edge of the bed, removing his glasses and placing them on the bedside table. You love winter. Yet you're clearly afraid of the cold. Spring, summer, and autumn would suit you better. Shu He clutched the small card tightly, her fingertips turning pale. Suddenly she made a certain decision. Her heart began to race as she prepared to confess. But now I've started to like winter. Can you guess why? Shu He had never written a confession letter to anyone, uncertain if her rainbow diary to her sister counted as a confession. In that moment, she inexplicably yearned for Shi Yu to see it. She couldn't flirt, couldn't enforce love. Perhaps she could just directly show this diary card to Shi Yu. Shi Yu leaned against the headboard. Observing He's delicate face, her cheeks were so thin-skinned, and a rosy hue spread across her slender neck. Her earlobes were also turning red, resembling a soft floppy-eared rabbit. He merely asked a trivial question. Yet she appeared so anxious. You like winter because you love hibernation and enjoy staying in bed. Not at all. Shu He's cheeks flushed as she ran towards him with her diary. I wrote about my beloved in my diary today. Let me show you. Just a moment. Shi Yu's heart jolted painfully when she suddenly mentioned her beloved. He felt utterly defenseless. Heaven knows who he was writing about. Now she held what felt like an atomic bomb. And she was running to throw it at him. Shi Yu lowered his gaze and changed the subject. My stomach hurts. I'll find a stomach medicine first, then we can talk. The man stood up and left. My beloved is you, Shi Yu. Shu He hurried after him. His legs were long, and in just 2 seconds, he crossed the bedroom's expanse. Was he walking or escaping? Shu He could not discern, yet she could keenly feel that Shi Yu truly lacked a sense of security. Shi Yu's inner ear rang with a cacophony, yet he thought he must have misheard. Just as he paused, he suddenly felt someone embrace him from behind. His arms tightly wrapped around him. Her cheek pressed against his back. Her hands were not particularly warm, but at that moment, she grasped his large hand, sharing the warmth of their palms. I like you very much, very much. Shu He held the slightly crumpled rainbow card. Her fingers unfurling to show Shi Yu. Look, I told my sister about my beloved. I never lied to her, Shi Yu. It was you who saved me in winter, married me, and cherished me. I love winter. And I love you. Chapter 82, Reconciliation. Shi Yu gazed at her diary. On the rainbow card resting in His palm, she had shared 4 joyful things with her sister, and he read through each one methodically. Shu He's beloved, Shi Yu. The man picked up the card. Upon reading the 4th line, a sharp and clear pain sliced through his chest, akin to being struck by a claw. Shu He pouted. Let us reconcile. Remembering what Mumu had said about how men enjoy their beloved women being proactive, she steeled herself, approached Shi Yu, and tiptoed to embrace his neck, intending to kiss him, but she suddenly noticed his body had stiffened significantly. He gripped the rainbow diary, his fingertips trembling slightly. Moreover, his eyes were reddening. Shu He raised her hand to check Shi Yu's forehead. It felt normal. You, what is wrong? Is your stomach still hurting? Or is something else uncomfortable? His lips captured hers. It was a bite kiss. His breath rushed into Shu He's nostrils, and before she could react, Shi Yu lifted her effortlessly. Shu He felt weightless, as Shi Yu gently tossed her onto the soft bed. She bounced slightly on the thick, plush mattress, still trying to comprehend the situation. Just as she propped herself up on her elbows, the man's kiss descended upon her once more. Shi Yu's heartbeat was thunderous. The corners of his elongated, deep-set eyes held a hint of crimson as he clutched His diary, capturing her head, leaving no room for her to evade. Shu He lay on the bed. Her hair splayed around her. Though they had only been at odds for 2 days, it felt as if it had been ages since their last intimate moment. She wrapped her 2 hands around Shi Yu's neck. Responding to his kiss, the warmth of the man's lips enveloped her, as their mouths intertwined, igniting a current of electric sensation between them. This kiss was imbued with an overwhelming tide of emotions from Shi Yu. Transforming tenderness into a surging desire, the masculine scent of his hormones permeated the room. At that moment, a fiery possessiveness ignited in Shi Yu's eyes, his claim over his wife. Shu He was lost in the kiss. Breathlessly gasping, as he lifted her sweatshirt, she complied by raising her arms. Shi Yu assisted her in shedding her clothing, a chill coursing through Shu He's body as her delicate shoulders shrank away. Leaving only her bra out. Aren't you going to turn off the light? Not today, the man replied, his voice husky. His fingers grazed the clasp of her bra at the back, deftly unfastening it. You're faster at undressing me than I am myself. You do mind, she retorted. As her fingers brushed against the buttons of Shi Yu's pajamas, his kisses trailed down her neck, biting gently. She lowered her hands, tilting her chin slightly, surrendering to his desires. Bite a little softer. This time, let's just say you were caught sneaking cat food. What nonsense, Shu He laughed, playfully hitting him. Suddenly a cool, damp sensation spread across her chest, causing her breath to hitch as her flustered hands were captured by the man. Subsequently, their fingers intertwined tightly. Shi Yu, he, close your eyes and just feel me. Shu He obediently shut her eyes. Does it hurt? He asked, gently biting while considering her feelings. Shu He shook her head. It doesn't hurt. It is thrilling. When he bit her, it felt as if her heart was electrified with intoxication. Her husband knew how to make her feel exquisite pleasure. Knock, knock, knock. The bedroom door was suddenly rapped upon. Shu He reacted like a little mudfish sprinkled with salt, instinctively bending her legs to push against him, slapping his chin in a flurry. Move, someone's coming. Shi Yu was caught off guard by her knee. Eliciting a muffled laugh. Marrying you means I need to buy more insurance. His wife possessed a wicked culinary and driving prowess, and now, what? The next second, darkness enveloped Shu He. The man pulled the blanket over his unclad wife. Shu He burrowed under the covers, wrapping herself tightly. All because of you. Sure, DUI. It's your fault. What time is it now? Fine, it's my fault. Nien Nien held a gigantic cup of popcorn. The aroma wafting sweetly to the core. His little hand knocked on the door again, eager to share the freshly made popcorn from Chef Uncle with his little aunt. It was his little uncle who opened the door. Ding ding ding, the popcorn smells amazing. I look like popcorn. Nien Nien munched on some. I clearly resemble Crayon Shinchan. Sure, you leaned against the doorframe, snatching the popcorn from the little boy's grasp to offer to eat. Don't eat too much. Crayon Shinchan, have you finished your homework? Not yet, I'll check your homework in a bit. Uncle is so greedy, stealing my popcorn, and uncle is so mean, always making me do homework. Homework is really something. Shouldn't it just do itself? Sure, you closed the door properly, placing the popcorn on the table, still warm, along with the dishes. Let he eat while it's hot. Come over for dinner. Your little nephew shared his popcorn with you. Oh, Shu He sat up. He used to call me sister every time he saw me, and now that I married you, I've leveled up in the family hierarchy. Big niece, are you complaining that your little uncle's rank is too high? Wrapped in the blanket, her sweatshirt discarded on the floor, she couldn't reach it. Can you bring me a nightgown? Sure, you chuckled, picking up her sweatshirt and placing it on the sofa before heading to the wardrobe. Most of Shu He's clothes were styled and selected by Yu Ting in consultation with the brands, reflecting Yu Ting's careful thought for her. Sure, you retrieved a nightgown adorned with a cute bow on the shoulder straps. Made of soft, smooth fabric. Approaching the bed, he noticed Shu He still cocooned in the blanket and teased, you always have me attending to you after your showers. I've seen everything. Why are you shy with me? Sure you, Shu He pouted, extending her hand. Give it to me. I knew you wanted it. Sure, DUI began to tease her again. Shu He's face bloomed with a deep blush. That wasn't her intent. She meant the nightgown. What a mischievous man. Sure, you handed her the dress. What seriousness is there between my wife and me? After donning the spaghetti-strapped nightgown, Shu He approached the desk where there was only one chair. I'll have Aunt Jiang bring another. A gust of wind whisked her away. Sure, you was indeed agile, swiftly pulling her into his lap as Shu He's heart raced, twisting at his waist. Alright, so hard. You startled me. Sure, you wrapped his arm around her slender waist, drawing her close, raising his other hand. My hand hurts. Feed me. Shu He grasped his hand. Once we finish eating, I'll change your bandage. Your hands are more beautiful than a model's. We can't have scars. Oh, if I get scars, you won't like me anymore. Not at all. Shu He gently touched the gauze, feeling sorry for his injury. I like you just the way you are. Didn't you send a few bottles of healing ointment to my godmother years ago? Sure, you raised an eyebrow. You call her godmother. I don't even know what to call her. Oh, right back then, you were hurt pretty badly, so I sent some ointment to my sister, thinking little girls care about their looks. Scars might upset you. The ointment worked wonders. I see no traces of those wounds on you now. Chapter 83, soft-hearted only towards my wife, excessively sweet. Thank you. A warm current surged in her heart as Shu He embraced Shi Yu's waist, resting her chin on his neck, resembling a slightly tipsy cat. He was truly attentive, respecting and caring for a girl's feelings. Shu He found herself increasingly enchanted by Shi Yu's cedar scent. Breathed. I'm reacting now. Shu He straightened up immediately, her face flushing even more. The exposed skin of her shoulders and back blushing with a rosy hue, she covered the man's mouth. Sure, DUI, your mouth is so unrestrained. Sure, you gestured with his eyes. My mouth craves broccoli. Shu He tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear and pinched a piece of broccoli with chopsticks, feeding it to him. Be gentle. As he chewed, he complained, you're too much. Shu He was exasperated. His tone was intentionally teasing, and no wonder everyone called him DUI. Was that really his nickname? Yeah, how could Dad give you that name? Sure, you swallowed the vegetable, reminiscing, when I was given a nickname. Dad let me draw lots. I was only 2 years old, right? I don't know who added DUI among the slips of paper, but I happened to draw that one. Shu He burst into laughter. You really know how to tease. In what way? Shu He surrendered. He never missed a chance to tease her. She picked up a peeled shrimp and fed it to Shi Yu, but he only wanted to eat when she withdrew her chopsticks. You have to beg you to pamper me. Shi Yu embraced her, gazing into her eyes. Those words landed in Shu He's ears like small stones, striking the softest part of her heart. And she fed him the shrimp. Alright, from now on, I'll only pamper you. The room was aglow with warm light as Shi Yu consumed the shrimp, his eyes shimmering with a faint light. The shadows only reflecting his wife. You better not deceive me. His gaze deepened, his voice low and intoxicating. The fragrance of green tea wafted through the air as Shu He pressed her soft lips against the man's lowered eyelashes. Wrapping her arms around his neck, kissing his brow. No, I won't deceive you, she spoke softly. In fact, from the day we reunited, I had already stopped liking that person. After marrying you, I remember all the kindness you've shown me. I can feel it. Last night, when you hurt your hand, I felt so distressed that I couldn't sleep well. Shi Yu chuckled knowingly. I knew you didn't sleep well. I covered you with blankets a few times. Thankfully, you didn't have a fever. Shu He widened her eyes. That wasn't my dream, it wasn't . But when I woke up, you were asleep. I was pretending. You had pushed me away, planning not to talk to you the next day. But unexpectedly, I heard you crying in the bathroom. When I was about to go in to comfort you, you were already coming out. Shu He was astonished. So Shi Yu knew she had cried last night. He had entered the bathroom pretending to grab something, worried she might stay in the bath too long. Suddenly she recalled Mumu's words. So, you couldn't bear to have a cold war with me. Shu He felt a wave of emotion, gently saying, your heart is very soft, only soft towards my wife. Does your stomach still hurt? I was pretending. It doesn't hurt anymore. Oh, Shu He responded, having already bathed and comfortably lying on the large bed. I was going to give you a massage, but if it doesn't hurt, it hurts so much. Prideful brat, always pretending. Shu He turned off the bedroom light, closed the curtains, climbed next to the prideful brat. Unbuttoning his pajama top, using her hands to massage him. You're rubbing the wrong place, this is the stomach. The man's broad, warm hand clasped the delicate fingers of He, guiding them downward until they rested somewhere. Shi Yu, good baby. He chuckled softly. The following morning, at 6 o'clock, Shula lay nestled against her husband, her breath shallow, lost in sweet slumber, her soft pink lips receiving a gentle kiss from him. Shi Yu leisurely lifted her arm. Shula stirred from her light sleep, drowsily wrapping her arms around Shi Yu, her eyes soft and submissive. Will you stay and let me sleep a little longer? I must go for my morning exercise. Don't go, she insisted, her tone a bit commanding. Shi Yu settled back down, retrieving something from the bedside table. Alright then, let us change up our morning workout today. Shua, still heavy with sleep, felt him lean over her. And beneath the covers, his knee gently parted her legs. She let out a soft whimper. You should leave, you asked me to stay with you. Now that I'm here, you seem displeased. Shua was utterly confounded by his reasoning. Was he implying that staying meant this? The room remained dim, the winter morning in northern Beijing only hinting at dawn around 7 o'clock, the thick mattress creaking softly, mingled with the girl's gentle hums. You should go for your morning exercise. Shua's voice was faint, barely forming complete sentences. She felt so tired. Since falling asleep last night, she had only been granted reprieve by Shi Yu until 1 in the morning, and now he was back. Where was she to find the energy? I'm already exercising. The girl, just waking, was quite sensitive, her senses heightened manyfold. As Shua was embraced and sat up, she wrapped her arms around Shi Yu's neck, her eyes misty. Biting her lower lip, Shi Yu, be gentle, I'm not being rough at all. Despite the words exchanged, he was undeniably tender. What time is it? Aren't you going to be late? It's 7:30 yet. Haven't you had breakfast? I'm currently enjoying some octopus dumplings, Shi Yu observed the drowsy He, playfully pinching her soft waist. The girl was truly delicate, as if made of water. He's body was soft, her skin smooth and exquisite. Have you fallen asleep again? Shua, having been pinched, felt a surge of energy. She began to banter with Shi Yu. Aren't you Nyo Hura Duo? Just yesterday you told me it wasn't free anymore. Settle the bill for me later. Is the service satisfactory? Unsatisfactory. No sooner had the words left her lips than Shua was promptly tidied up. She instinctively clutched his shoulders, leaving marks as she softly protested. Satisfactory, very satisfactory. How much am I worth? The assertive little He declared, if you don't pay, I'll dine and dash. Shua shattered records once again, sleeping soundly until 2 in the afternoon. Her back ached, and when Shi Yu's call came, her head felt a bit foggy. You woke me up. Ever since being pampered by Shi Yu, she had developed a bit of a morning grouch. Usually when she threw a tantrum, Shi Yu remained unfazed. He seemed to relish her little fits of temper. My dear wife, do you see what time it is? Shua clutched her blanket, rolling over to check the time. Oh my, how is it already 2 in the afternoon? It's your fault, alright, blame me. Shi Yu's voice was clear and pleasant. Attempting to soothe her, Shua could hear him discussing work on the other end, the sounds of laughter from those around him, the laughter of the affluent. What do you want for dinner tonight? I'll bring something home, Krispy Kreme puffs. No problem, as long as you get up now and drink your blood-nourishing herbal medicine, I'll bring you Krispy Kreme puffs. Don't you dare pour out the medicine secretly. Let Butler Jiang supervise you while you drink it. After eating, you need to go to the hospital for acupoint moxibustion. Shua was puzzled. How did he know she had secretly poured it out before? That medicine was dreadful. Shi Yu even knew she had an appointment for moxibustion today. She had planned to be lazy and skip it. How did he know everything? Wear more clothes, put on a hat. And don't forget to wear gloves. Have Master Kong send you over. Understood. I'll get up now. Good baby. Shua smiled sweetly, her dimples showing. Her husband had a knack for coaxing her, resembling a gentle, affectionate boyfriend. Chapter 84. The end of Zhou Hongfang. Shua got dressed, wrapping herself snugly like a zongzi. As she descended the stairs, she found Aunt Jiang had already prepared her herbal medicine for the day. Suddenly, a realization struck her. Aunt Jiang was an undercover agent placed by Shi Yu. Otherwise, he wouldn't know her schedule for moxibustion or that she had secretly discarded the medicine once. Aunt Jiang was warm and approachable, her work ethic impeccable, maintaining Qingfeng Villa in meticulous order while caring for He He with great attentiveness. Each time, Aunt Jiang personally brewed the herbal medicine for her. Butler Jiang wore the jade gourd pendant that Shua had gifted her. Madam, you're awake. The herbal medicine is at the perfect temperature. Drink it on an empty stomach. Alright. Shua held her breath as she drank the medicine. It was truly bitter. After finishing, Aunt Jiang opened her palm, revealing a piece of rock candy. Due to years of labor, Aunt Jiang's hands were slightly rough, with many calluses and wrinkles, yet they were impeccably clean. Thank you, Aunt Jiang. Please wait a moment. Shua popped the rock candy into her mouth. A thought flashed through her mind, and she rushed upstairs to retrieve a skincare gift set she had bought for her mother, bringing it back down to give to Aunt Jiang. I can't accept this. Aunt Jiang was taken aback. This brand of cosmetics was exceedingly expensive, costing around 70 to 80,000. She couldn't accept such a lavish gift from her employer. I do rough work. I don't need skincare products. It would be a waste of money. Aunt Jiang, I feel you're still quite young, and besides, you've been so busy taking care of me that you've forgotten to care for yourself. Aunt Jiang's children were already grown. From now on, Shua would provide her with skincare products. Aunt Jiang's eyes glimmered with gratitude and a hint of blush as she accepted Shua's gift in heartfelt intention. Thank you, madam. At the Zhou residence, the birdcage hanging from the treetops was taken down by a servant, and Zhou Hongfang carried his birdcage, teasing the little birds he had raised. Not a single one will be left for you. I am taking them all. Xiang Mei remained indifferent, seated on the sofa within. You'd better clean up all your belongings, or I'll not want to see you again. You. Can't you speak properly? I speak as I see fit. With you, of course, I'll speak the truth. You. Zhou Hongfang was furious. You wish me dead, don't you? Do you think I want to see you, ignorant woman? I should have married Wan Lan and brought Lan Lan back from Sydney. I have a higher education than you. Clearly, you are the ignorant one. You. Zhou Xianji had prepared a cup of nourishing mulberry and goji tea for Xiang Mei. Mom, be careful. It's hot. Don't mind him. Don't get yourself upset. Xiang Mei was in distress. Xianji, why did you send him to a private hospital for rehabilitation? Why not just let him die outside? It's better than doctors bringing him back to life so he can harm others. Xiang Mei was utterly at a loss. Zhou Hongfang was heartless, looking down on women from the bottom of his heart. He had previously Han Shua and Mumu, even forcing Mumu to break up with Xianji. Zhou Xianji's gaze was inscrutable. Sending him to a private hospital meant Zhou Hongfang would have a better life. Late-stage cancer couldn't be cured, and he had at most 6 months left. These matters would be disclosed to his mother once he was in the hospital. But if one were to put on a play, it should be comprehensive. After completing her moxibustion, Shua carried the skincare products she bought for her mother to the Zhou residence. As she passed the entrance to the banquet hall, Zhou Hongfang scoffed. He stared intently at the gift in Shua's hands. What about mine? In this cold winter, I don't even have any face cream. My skin is so dry it's peeling. Why didn't you buy me a skincare set? You have no face. What do you need face cream for? Shu He, I am your father. I gave you life. Do you understand gratitude? Can't you return to the Zhou family without buying me a gift? Shu He raised her brows nonchalantly, echoing his words back to him. You are unworthy of receiving gifts. With those words, she felt an immense sense of relief. Zhou Hongfang deliberately mocked his youngest daughter. As the old saying goes, raise sons to prevent old age, raise sons to prevent old age. Look at your brother, now look at you. What good is having a daughter? You are utterly ungrateful. I should have suffocated you in Sydney. Shu He laughed instead of getting angry. Daughters can also see you off. You. Zhou Hongfang nearly choked in rage. Accursed child deserving of retribution, the backlash will rebound upon you. You. Upon hearing the word backlash, Zhou Hongfang gritted his teeth, scanning the room until he found a stick. Gripping it tightly as he prepared to strike his daughter, Shua instinctively recoiled a couple of steps. Zhou Hongfang. Xiang Mei hurried over, placing herself protectively in front of Shua, grasping her daughter's hand, leading her back to the living room. Don't be afraid, he needs something from your brother now, so he dares not touch you. Zhou Hongfang was seething with rage, throwing the stick down in frustration. Just endure a little longer. Xianji would soon send him to a renowned private hospital in northern Beijing. The previous day, Xianji had taken him to see the hospital's medical equipment, which was comprehensive and advanced. The attending physician had stated that there was a significant chance to prolong his life and alleviate his suffering. If he cooperated with the treatment, living another decade was not out of the question. Xianji had only one request. He could enter the hospital, but once healed, he must not trouble Xiang Mei. Shu He, or Mumu again, to which Zhou Hongfang had agreed. At least the son still had some conscience. During dinner, Xiang Mei specially arranged for the kitchen to prepare hot pot, a bubbling yin-yang pot. Perfect for winter, Shu He deftly picked up a piece of tripe with her chopsticks and placed it onto her mother's plate, saying, "Here you go, what about mine?" Zhou Shenji observed his younger sister's thoughtful gestures as she continued to serve their mother. Completely disregarding him, offering dishes solely to their mother and neglecting her brother, Shu He then selected a green Sichuan pepper and placed it on Zhou Shenji's plate. Zhou Shenji remained silent, feeling somewhat disheartened. Shu He remarked, "Brother, why do you treat Zhou Hongfang so well? Earlier, you even sent him to such a fine hospital for recuperation. He previously struck both me and mother, and nearly crushed Mumu's finger. Mumu practices taekwondo, and if her finger were truly broken, her future would be ruined." Xiang Mei found this baffling as well. "Indeed, Shenji, your behavior is rather unusual." Zhou Shenji set down his chopsticks and explained. "That hospital, once he enters, he shall never leave. The advanced medical equipment is not for his benefit. I have arranged for someone to keep watch over him. He shall spend the next 6 months in there, enduring pain and remorse. This way, he won't be causing trouble here today and seeking more tomorrow." At last, peace has been restored. Shu He fell silent, finally grasping her brother's strategy. Xiang Mei felt reassured, the heaviness in her chest dissipating completely. "He deserves it, having committed so many wrongs. It would be best if he suffers. From now on, the Zhou family would no longer have Zhou Hongfang among them." Xiang Mei smiled, lifting her cup of cola. "Cheers, my son, my daughter. I do not seek great wealth or fortune, only that you two support each other, finding peace and joy, always being each other's refuge and reliance. Cheers." Shu He raised her cola cup, clinking it with her mother and brother. Zhou Shenji nodded, a slight smile gracing his lips as he promised his mother, I will take good care of my sister, as well as you." Chapter 85, Blood Donation. "Brother, how are things between you and Mumu?" Xiang Mei was also concerned about her son's romantic affairs. "Yes, tell me." Shu He mentioned that you two are living together at Moon Bay. "Indeed, they were cohabiting." Zhou Shenji lightly rubbed the cola cup in his hands, chuckling softly, "But for now, I am merely Mumu's." "Her what?" Shu He looked at him expectantly. "Servant." As soon as the words left his mouth, an eerie silence enveloped the room for 2 seconds before Shu He and Xiang Mei burst into laughter simultaneously. Shu He could not help but exclaim, the esteemed director Zhou of Jingbei, willingly playing the role of a servant one day. Love is truly wondrous." On the way back to Qingfeng Villa, Shu He noticed an urgent plea for help in the Panda Hero group chat. This group comprised individuals with Rh-negative blood. Soon, her phone buzzed with an urgent message from the blood center of Jingbei Hospital regarding a Rh-negative parturient experiencing severe hemorrhaging. This blood type is exceedingly rare, leading to chronic shortages in the blood bank. Master Kong, to Jingbei Hospital. Understood. Master Kong, noticing Shu He's tense demeanor in the rearview mirror, asked, "Madam, is something wrong? There is a critical situation with a parturient. Blood donation is required." Master Kong stepped on the gas, his mind racing with doubts. What kind of blood type necessitates urgent donations? Could it be panda blood? At Jingbei Hospital, the medical staff in the blood department conducted a physical examination on Shu He, inquiring, "You are not on your menstrual cycle, are you? Any discomfort?" "I am not on my menstrual cycle, and I feel no discomfort." Shu He regularly donates blood at Jingbei Hospital, doing so twice a year. The doctor retrieved a syringe roughly the length of her finger, and as Shu He reclined on the donation chair, she closed her eyes, unable to bear the sight. Each blood donation was painful, especially when that large needle was inserted into her arm. The doctor began to apply disinfectant iodine to her arm, a cool sensation washing over her. Shu He took a deep breath. The doctor glanced at her pale arm and patted it gently. "You are rather slender. Your veins are a bit delicate. Now, squeeze your fist tightly." Shu He clenched her fingers. After what felt like an eternity of the doctor tapping her arm, the needle pierced her skin, drawing blood. "All done. Relax, don't tense up." Master Kong stood nearby. Even he, a middle-aged man, felt a chill at the sight of that large syringe. The doctor continued to extract a considerable amount of blood. "How much will be taken?" The doctor hesitated. "The parturient's condition is quite dire. The demand for blood is substantial. We don't have many donors with Rh-negative blood, so we need to draw 400 cc." Master Kong was taken aback. 400 cc is the maximum amount for an adult donor. He quickly took out his phone and sent a message to his husband, better to inform him in advance. "Madam's constitution is weak. We cannot allow any further mishaps." After the blood donation, Shu He had some bruising on her left arm, and the doctor applied 2 large band-aids. "Rest for a while. Thank you for saving that pregnant mother." Shu He nodded gently. Her lips began to pale, and her left arm felt utterly weak as she pressed down on the puncture site. Lying back in the chair to recuperate, her mother had passed away during her birth, likely due to severe hemorrhaging and the blood bank's scarcity, which prevented timely assistance. Zhou Hongfang had type A blood, whereas she had Rh-negative blood. Thus, there was only one possibility: Ruanlan had the rare Rh-negative blood. The risks associated with a panda-blooded mother giving birth were significant. Shu He had already done her utmost. Hoping that today's parturian could safely navigate through this crisis, Shi Yu rushed to the blood department of the hospital. Upon seeing Shu He lying motionless on the chair, her brows slightly furrowed, and the color drained from her face. He felt a wave of dread wash over him. Is she asleep, or has she fainted? After donating blood, she was supposed to apply pressure to the puncture site, yet on such a cold day. No one had offered her a coat. Where had Master Kong disappeared to? He. Shi Yu hurried over, noticing the alarming bruise on her slender left arm, a large patch that was truly shocking. The air he inhaled felt as if it could pierce his heart and lungs. He picked up her down jacket, having donated 400 cubic centimeters of blood for the first time. Shu He felt dizzy and hazy as she slowly regained consciousness, wrapped in the warmth of the clothing. Only to find herself nestled in someone's embrace. Her vision gradually cleared amidst the bright light, revealing a man with a taut jawline, his eyes tinged with red, dark pupils trembling slightly. His usually calm demeanor bore a hint of urgency and seriousness at that moment. "I'm fine," Shu He whispered to reassure him. Seeing her awake, Shi Yu's rigid body relaxed slightly as he sat at the edge of the recliner, his cheek resting against her forehead, taking her icy hand and warming it with his breath. "Where do you feel unwell? I'll call the doctor to take a look." "I'm not unwell. I just want to go home." "All right." Shi Yu picked her up in a princess carry, cautious of her dizziness. His voice softer than usual. "Get some rest. I'm right here with you, taking you home." Shu He responded faintly, then gradually closed her eyes, drifting back into a deep sleep. Shi Yu's embrace was steady and strong, providing her with a profound sense of security. Master Kong returned from the restroom to the blood donation recovery room, only to find Shu He was nowhere to be seen. In the bedroom, Shu He lay upon a soft bed. After Dr. He finished his examination, he reported to the man standing by the bedside, "Mr. Shi, your wife is fine. Feeling weak after donating blood is normal. She should rest well and replenish her protein intake with iron-rich foods in the coming days." Shi Yu nodded, the anxiety that had hung in the air finally dissipating. Dr. He advised Shu He, "Mrs. Shi, if it weren't for the rarity of your blood type, I would not recommend you donate. If there is another urgent situation in the future, you must insist on a maximum of 200 cc, never 400 cc. I work at Jingbei Hospital. Next time, contact me first, and I'll accompany you to donate." Shi Yu sat at the edge of the bed, ensuring Shu He was covered with the blankets, murmuring, "Did you hear what Dr. He said? Don't donate blood unless it's absolutely necessary. If there is a real emergency, contact Dr. He before donating. Only proceed with his consent." I heard. The throbbing sensation in Shu He's head lessened significantly, and her body regained some strength. The pregnant mother had experienced severe bleeding, and with few donors today, the doctor had no choice but to draw 400 cubic centimeters. She had only ever donated 200 cubic centimeters before. Chapter 86, His Little Panda, bonus update. Shi Yu held no resentment towards her. He gently ruffled Shu He's hair, soothingly asserting, "The priority of saving others is to ensure your own life and safety first. Remember this next time, promise me." He. "All right," Shu He promised him. "I assure you, next time there is an emergency, I will inform Dr. He and you first. I'm sorry for worrying you today. No need to apologize, knowing you are Rh-negative blood type. I truly feel as though I have a little panda to protect at home." Shu He smiled faintly. "Today, I donated blood to save them. There is no if." Shi Yu interrupted, his gaze becoming solemn. He will be safe. When I saw you lying there, unmoving, with no one to attend to you, I feared the worst. My legs nearly gave way. I never wish to experience that gut-wrenching feeling again." Shu He stared at him in silence for a moment. "Yes, there is no if." She spoke gently. "I will be safe. Don't worry. Are you hungry?" "I'm not. I had dinner before donating blood." "Guess what I had?" Shi Yu teased. "Bamboo, little panda." Dr. He noticed a dessert on the table. "You can have some sweets to replenish your energy." "Mr. Shi, I must return to the hospital for a surgery." "Very well, go ahead." As Shu He bid farewell to Dr. He, she noticed a familiar pastry shop box. "Did you buy cream puffs?" The shop, Sugar Poetry, is quite popular. I presume you faced a lengthy queue given the crowd. Hunching acquired it. I often see you and Mumu frequenting that establishment for desserts. They were purchased a few days ago. In the future, if you two desire anything, simply give them a call, and they will arrange for delivery." Shu He was astounded. "Is this what it means to possess financial prowess? What is it like to have a wealthy husband? To directly buy a highly sought-after dessert chain in Jingbei as a present for his wife and niece." Shi Yu helped Shu He sit up, placing a pillow at her lower back, and brought over a box of crispy cream puffs from the table. Shu He lifted the covers, preparing to get out of bed. "Don't move." Shi Yu gently pulled her back, tucked her in, and draped a shawl over her shoulders, suggesting they enjoy the treats in bed. "But you have a cleanliness obsession, and I fear I might soil the bedding." "Not with you." Leaning against the headboard, warmth and contentment filled Shu He's heart. "You are truly wonderful. I've received my good person card. Remember to cherish me, this good person." "I will cherish you." Shu He wished to kiss him, her fingers tightening around the blanket as she bit her lip. "Come a bit closer. I have something to say." "All right, speak." Shi Yu leaned in, and suddenly he kissed him softly on the cheek. "Just the left side?" Shu He paused, then kissed the right cheek of the man. "Is it only the cheeks?" Shu He blushed and gently pressed her lips against his, nibbling his lip, whispering, "I want to eat cream puffs." All right, Shi Yu smiled and headed to the bathroom to wash his hands. Returning to the bedside, he fed her the cream puffs, freshly made at the time of purchase, though slightly aged now. Are they still tasty? Delicious. Shu He savored 2 matcha-flavored puffs, exclaiming, I want another chocolate one. Sure. Shi Yu picked up a chocolate puff and fed it to He. Suddenly Shu He spotted a little one hiding at the door. Nian Nian, clutching something in hand, hesitating to enter. Come in, Nian Nian. Shi Yu turned his head. On guard, crayon Shinchan. Only after receiving encouragement did Nian Nian dare to enter the main bedroom, rushing to the bedside. Slipping off his little shoes and climbing next to his aunt, Auntie was just kissing Uncle. Uncle's lips were almost reaching the heavens. Moreover, Uncle spoke to Auntie in such a gentle tone, quite unlike his usual serious demeanor. Here you go. Auntie Nian Nian rummaged through his suitcase, pulling out a variety of medicine boxes including cold medicine, digestive tablets, Chuanbei loquat syrup, and fever reducers. He was unaware of what illness his aunt had. He had seen the doctor examining her earlier but had not administered any medication. So he brought his own. He wondered if it could help his little aunt. Shi Yu glanced at the scattered medicine boxes on the blanket, spotting a particular box. His face turned pale. Sure, Nian Nian. You also took out the glycerin enema, and you placed it on my bed. Nian Nian was oblivious to the fact that the enema should not be taken out. Previously he had been averse to eating his mother's cooking and craved snacks instead. After several days without a bowel movement, his mother would resort to this remedy. Shu He laughed until her stomach hurt. You little rascal, are you my nephew or my little nemesis? I am your Yilamai. Shu He was nearly in stitches. Shi Yu, holding up the dirty bag, remarked, Are you a crawling creature? How did you get your new clothes so dirty this morning? The floors of the house must have been cleaned by your outfit. Humph. Harry Potter. Nian Nian flew around for a while before plopping down on the sofa, arms crossed. Uncle treats me differently. No cleanliness obsession with Auntie, but with others, he holds a severe cleanliness obsession. Shu He tidied up the scattered medicine boxes on the bed and placed them on the bedside table. Nian Nian was a delightful and warm-hearted little treasure. Nian Nian, don't worry, I'm not sick. No need for medication then. Nian Nian swallowed hard, raising his little finger to point at the box of crispy cream puffs, asking cautiously, Are you still eating? Shi Yu replied, What do you mean, still eating? He has only had 3. This greedy little one, competing for food with his aunt. Shu He chuckled softly, handing the box of puffs to Nian Nian. I finished. Here you go, there are still several left. I'm full, let the child eat. Shi Yu learned his lesson. When there were children at home, he needed to bring back double the snacks, one for the adult and one for the child. Nian Nian bounced over to the bedside, snatching the box of puffs, relishing delicious treats. His chubby little fingers pinched a cream puff. Just as he took a bite, the chocolate puff's cream erupted, splattering onto Shi Yu's slippers, startling Nian Nian, whose pupils trembled. He covered his little bottom with his hand and dashed out the door. I'm in trouble. Sure, Nian Nian, you little troublemaker, tomorrow I shall sell you on the second-hand market. Shi Yu glanced down at the dark splotch on his foot, feeling a headache from anger, only to hear He's melodious laughter behind him. Children are just too adorable. Shi Yu grabbed 2 tissues, squatting down in disgust to wipe the sticky mess off his shoe, then headed to the bathroom. Yes, children are truly adorable, unlike me, pitifully unloved. Big troublemaker versus little troublemaker. The 6-year-old little troublemaker claims victory once again. Chapter 87, She Who Rests on Light. On the 25th day of the 12th lunar month, it was sunny. It was already 11:30 in the morning, and Shi Yu was preparing a soup of black-bone chicken and red dates. He was still enjoying her slumber. The chef stood beside Shi Yu, imparting culinary skills. Master Rin, donned in a chef esprit, a pristine apron around his waist, and a clean plastic mask covering the lower half of his face. Instructed, after washing the dried mushrooms, soak them in warm water for half an hour. Shi Yu responded, placing the clean mushrooms into a mixing bowl and pouring in warm water to soak. Then what? Master Rin, how can we eliminate the fishy smell? I want He to enjoy a couple of bowls, then rinse them a few more times. Use cold water in the pot, and when the water is nearly boiling, skim off the foam. This black-bone chicken is fresh and not overly fishy. Okay. Shi Yu donned gloves and proceeded as Master Rin instructed. He received a message from Jingbei Hospital. The pregnant woman had been successfully rescued thanks to the collective efforts of many compassionate blood donors. Shi stretched lazily, noticing the bruising around her left arm from the blood draw had turned purple and spread, appearing somewhat unsettling, resembling the aftermath of a strike. No wonder Shi Yu had been alarmed yesterday. It was now noon. After freshening up, Shi pulled back the curtains. The weather was bright and clear, a splendid day. Shi Yu should have gone to work by now. He would begin his annual leave tomorrow. Oh, aren't you going to work? As Shi descended the stairs, she spotted Shi Yu busily working in the open kitchen, dressed in a loose cashmere turtleneck. He was cooking with a focused and earnest demeanor. Shi vaguely recalled the day they reunited. He had worn this very turtleneck. Shi possessed a refined air, resembling a walking clothes hanger. It seemed any attire draped upon him appeared sophisticated and elegant. Lazily raising an eyebrow, Shi inquired, Why are you up so early? It is already noon. Not early at all. Then this little bird of light has no insects to feast upon today. The mention of the bird of light Shu He's brow twitched as she leaned over the railing to observe him. Do you know what bird of light means? What can possibly stump your husband? He replied in a calm tone. Shu He ran to Shi Yu's side. Just as she reached out for an embrace, she heard him softly say, I smell of cooking oil. Let me change clothes after the meal is ready. I want to hug you. Alright, come here. Shu He wrapped her arms around Shi Yu's waist from behind, pressing her cheek against the soft wool of his sweater, inhaling his comforting scent, feeling at peace and relaxed. As if enveloped in a fluffy cloud, your hand. Shu He suddenly recalled that the injury on the back of Shi Yu's hand had yet to heal, gripping his hand to inspect it. She was relieved to see he wore gloves. It's fine. The wound has scabbed over. Shu He gazed at his hand, concern furrowing her brow. Please refrain from cooking for a while. What if it gets infected? Alright, Shi Yu's gaze softened. Don't you want to ask me what bird of light means? Then tell me, what does it mean? If you answer correctly, I shall reward you. The light of Fusang. I specifically researched this term. Fusang is a mythical tree from the eastern sea, only growing where the sun rises. Thus bird of light in ancient times referred exclusively to the sun. The little bird symbolizes life, vitality, and freedom, the man recounted to his wife. You love the bird of light, which also signifies your fondness for the sun and freedom. Am I correct? Shu He hadn't anticipated he had put thought into researching the term. A gentle warmth surged within her heart. I dislike the cold. Hence I prefer sunny places where the warmth envelopes me. I also cherish a carefree and unrestrained lifestyle. Since their marriage, Shi Yu had never constrained her. Shu He relished this current free-spirited life. At Qingfeng Villa, she felt free to express herself and pursue her desires without the scrutiny of her in-laws. Your specialty is ancient literature. You should be quite familiar with the meanings of Chinese characters. Allow me to pose a question to you. Of course, Professor Shi. Go ahead. Professor Shi's thin lips parted slightly. What does the character Yu in my name signify? Shu He momentarily froze. There was a prolonged silence. And as Shi Yu turned to her, he noticed he was momentarily stunned, as if ensnared by an invisible force. Was she dazed? Shu He's eyes sparkled with brilliance, reminiscent of the sun illuminating the day and the moon gracing the night, an expression of philosophical wisdom from Yang Xiong's Tai Xian Yuan Gao. The name Yu signifies the rising sun. Thus, the two characters of Shi Yu imply the moment when the sun ascends? Shi Yu found himself perplexed by the classical phrase he had uttered earlier, yet her interpretation of the latter part was astute. Indeed, my name, Fu Guang, bears a delightful affinity with your little bird. A smile danced at the corners of Shu He's eyes, as if she had just unlocked the door to a new realm. Fu Guang and the little bird, what a charming pairing. Shi Yu began to solicit his reward. You mentioned you would reward me. How shall you do so? What reward do you desire? Come closer. Shu He inched nearer, and the man leaned down to whisper in her ear. Tonight, you shall blindfold my eyes, and then, Shu He interrupted, her cheeks flushed, her hands slipped beneath the man's sweater. And with a playful twist of his firm waist, she remarked, Mumu was right, all men desire to snuggle with their wives. Mu boss has now lost the remaining New Year's money. Shu He muttered, I'm now a super aunt, Mumu's little aunt, and I intend to prepare a generous red envelope for her, deducting it from your salary card. The family finances were under Shu He's control. Shi Yu often surrendered his salary, providing her with various cards. Her wallet could scarcely accommodate the multitude of VIP and bank cards. The black-bone chicken stew was nearly ready. Shi Yu retrieved 2 bowls from the cabinet. His voice warm as jade. Yes, my wife may freely deduct from my salary. How are you feeling today? Is there any discomfort? No discomfort. It smells wonderful. What have you stewed? A bird. You mean you've stewed her? Right, the black-bone chicken, a type of bird, indeed resembles a plump little bird. Your words make it hard for me to eat. It's truly delicious. Shu He savored the tender black-bone chicken, remarking, I sense your culinary skills surpass mine slightly. Next time I shall prepare a pot for you to taste. Who will you stew for? For you, of course. What will you stew? Black-bone chicken. Who intends to stew black-bone chicken? Ma Dongmei. Is that satisfactory? This man, doubting her ability to stew black-bone chicken, attempted to jog her memory. I recall your brother mentioning that you once prepared black-bone chicken soup for him. How was it? He has a sensitive stomach. How so? The day I made black-bone chicken soup for my brother, he indulged excessively, consuming the entire pot, leaving none for me, which resulted in him overexerting his stomach, and he spent a long time vomiting beside the toilet, his face turning pale. I had to call an ambulance. Oh, so he overindulged. Shi Yu's smile deepened. Xiangji remains oblivious to the fact that he fainted from overeating. The black-bone chicken soup was quite flavorful. Shu He finished her first bowl, and Shi Yu approached her, ruffling her hair. He is wonderful. Shu He, momentarily dazed, looked up at him. In that moment, the man exuded tenderness, the brilliant light from outside seeming to flow into his profound gaze. She had merely consumed a bowl of soup, yet it felt deserving of praise. Shi Yu took her bowl, returning to the kitchen to fetch her a second serving, placing it beside her. If my wife can manage another bowl, that would be even better. Alright. Shu He's brows lifted in delight. Strangely, a simple, flattering remark from Shi Yu enhanced her appetite. He began to drink her second bowl. Chapter 88. Nurturing his wife anew as the new year approached. I shall commence my vacation tomorrow according to the customs of Jingbei. During the first year of marriage, I shall take you to visit relatives and friends. Visiting relatives, yes, in the north, we refer to it as visiting relatives. Gifts have been prepared. Tomorrow we shall drive to visit everyone, and after the new year, we will spend a few days in England, asking Mom for our New Year's money. The mention of this made Shu He somewhat anxious. I have only met your mother once at the wedding. I'm unsure of her preferences. What should I buy her as a gift? I shall prepare the gift. Sure, you recalled something, however. Mom has a particular fondness for calligraphy. She fell in love with Dad because of the words he wrote with his brush. Calligraphy. Shu He's heart leaped with joy. I know a bit. During the new year, I would write couplets for the family at Moon Bay. Upon hearing this, Shu He raised an eyebrow. My wife is proficient in all forms of art, music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. I am indeed fortunate to have married such a talented beauty. Shu He blushed, her cheeks blooming like cherry blossoms. You certainly know how to flatter. From now on our couplets will be penned by He. Alright, on the 26th day of the 12th lunar month. With light snow falling, since Shu He moved into Qingfeng Villa, the underfloor heating in the main room had warmed up, creating an optimal living temperature for a girl. Preparing for visits, Shu He rose early. During her morning shower, it was still Shi Yu attending to her. The bathroom was pleasantly warm as she stood under the shower head, lifting her left arm. Although bruised, the pain had subsided. Is it cold? Shu He shook her head. Not at all. The house is quite warm. Shi Yu rolled up his sleeves, squeezing a fragrant jasmine shower gel onto the loofah, creating a lather. The bubbles cascaded onto He's shoulders. Her skin was a warm white, slender and delicate, with a graceful neck and smooth, tender texture. Her waist so slender it could barely be grasped. His wife's beauty truly tested his resolve. He picked up the handheld shower head. Testing the water's temperature with his palm, the water was just right. Shi Yu began rinsing the shower gel off. He warm and soft as jade. It's fortunate your ex-boyfriend was an unfortunate man. The fragrant bubbles were washed away by the clear stream of water. Shu He's cheeks flushed, radiant and alluring, blushing like petals kissed by the rain. He was indeed fortunate, surrounded by so many beautiful models wearing alluring lingerie. In the past, his social circle was filled with different charming girls each day. That is not a man's fortune. She gazed at him, puzzled. Is it not? To marry the girl he loves and cherish her, that is a true man's fortune and skill. Shu He's heart skipped a beat. The more she interacted with Shi Yu, the more she realized his worldview was quite sound. As the chairman of Hunching, he undoubtedly encountered various social gatherings filled with diverse women over the years. Yet, he remained pure and virtuous, navigating through a sea of flowers without succumbing to temptation, even willing to abstain from alcohol for his wife. If I fell into the river with your unfortunate ex-boyfriend, whom would you save first? Shu He was taken aback. She hadn't anticipated being asked such a childish question one day. Shi Yu paused the shower, starting to pinch her waist, knowing she was ticklish. Teasingly saying, "Joe Shu He, you hesitated, didn't you? I'll make you pondered. I would save you." Shu He laughed and took a couple of steps back. Sure, DUI, you're such a childish person. No one asks these questions anymore. Don't run away. To prevent her from slipping, Shi Yu grasped her arm, taking a towel to wrap her up and dry off the droplets of water on her body. Shu He embraced Shi Yu's waist. The steam-filled room became increasingly intimate, the atmosphere thick with unspoken tension. During the shower, Shu He could see the desire in the man's eyes, though he restrained himself. Last night, Shi Yu had not touched her, respecting her weakness after she had donated blood 2 days prior. He had limited himself to kisses and hugs without taking things further. If you don't let go of me, I might just want to have breakfast. You may eat. Shu He lowered her head, her long curled lashes gently resting, still holding onto him, her voice almost a whisper, reluctant to release Shi Yu. He lift your head. Oh, Shu He had forgotten. Shi Yu had admonished her many times not to develop the habit of looking down. As she raised her head, the man's warm lips pressed against hers, enveloped in the white mist. Mingling with her faint fragrance, Shi Yu's composure faltered, unable to resist any of He's provocations. Their lips entwined, the man's expression softened, his well-defined fingers resting on He's waist. The veins on the back of his hand subtly appearing with restraint. Shu He's heart raced, knowing what would come next. She wrapped her arms around the man's neck, intoxicated by his embrace. Wait for me a moment. The man suddenly snapped back to reality, nearly forgetting a crucial step due to He's alluring charm. Realizing what Shi Yu was about to retrieve, she herself had forgotten that detail. He genuinely did not wish for her to take post-coital medication. An hour later, the bathroom door swung open. Shi Yu carried He out, placing her gently on the bed, pulling the quilt over her. I'll fetch you some clothes. Don't move, or you'll catch a chill. Shu He's eyes glistened with a misty sheen nestled beneath the quilt. She felt drowsy, longing for a nap. After their intimacy, she felt utterly languid, devoid of strength. Her arm exposed beyond the silk comforter, smooth and radiant, the tingling sensation throughout her body had yet to fade. Shi Yu selected a vintage red knitted dress, an elegant choice reflecting Eastern aesthetics. Shu He lifted her eyelids, astonished by the beauty of the Chinese-style dress, perfectly suited for the New Year and Christmas festivities. Come, put on your clothes. Shi Yu supported her waist, helping her sit up. As the quilt slipped away, a chill enveloped her shoulders. Shi Yu dressed He in seamless lingerie and the knitted dress, squatting beside the bed to don her a pair of cotton socks adorned with a fawn pattern. I can manage it myself. Shu He had regained some strength. Her hand had not yet descended when Shi Yu chuckled leisurely and remarked, I relish doing these things for you. Are you going to compete with me for this task? Very well. Shu supported herself with both hands on the bed. The young lady, with eyebrows like green mountains and eyes resembling delicate waters, gazed quietly at her husband. I want to compete with you. You can do it. Still doing it? Shi Yu deliberately turned over to tease her. Shu playfully kicked him lightly, laughing. You're so unserious. You love to tease me. As my wife, it is only natural that I tease you. Shi Yu replied as he helped her into her cotton socks and slippers. Shu then got out of bed. The man leaned against the study desk, admiring his lady. Shu clasped her clothes tightly, asking, do I look good? Her heart raced. With the new year approaching, snowflakes danced down, and He donned a beautiful dress, asking her beloved, do I look good, sir? This accelerated heartbeat was a sensation she had never experienced before. Shi Yu never withheld his praises and affection for He. You look stunning. My little princess resembles a vibrant red rose today. Shu felt a wave of satisfaction. Little princess, she was being showered with compliments all day. Nearly floating to the heavens, Shu sat before the vanity mirror while Shi Yu stood behind her, his slender fingers expertly braiding her hair into a new Chinese-style updo that suited her attire. Will this take too much time? She inquired. Not at all. Adorning you can never be considered a waste of time. Shu gazed into the mirror, where the man was solely focused on her, his dark eyes deep and his brows and eyes warm and graceful. She picked up her lipstick and gently applied it to her lips, her eyes curving lightly. Look, it's snowing again. Yes, tomorrow we can build a snowman at home. For the first time, she distinctly felt the everyday life she shared with Shi Yu healing. Warm, and the steady yet mundane days between husband and wife. Shi Yu took an eyebrow pencil and began to shape He's brows. Shu gently closed her eyes, relishing her husband's attentive service. Shi Yu, what are you thinking about? Nothing much. At that moment, snow settled on the branches, and everything sparkled. Shi Yu contemplated nurturing He anew, as one would a daughter. Chapter 89. Testing Professor Shi with the snow falling. Shi Yu drove at a leisurely pace. The world appeared cloaked in white, exceptionally pure, with delicate snowflakes swirling in the air like willow catkins. Shu held the camera Shi Yu gifted her, capturing numerous stunning images of the snowy landscape. Suddenly inspired, she turned to his profile and snapped a candid shot. Professor Shi, do you know the next line of What Does the Falling Snow Resemble? Shi Yu had studied abroad since childhood. Yet he cherished tea and literature, occasionally immersing himself in the classics and Mao Zedong's writings in his study. Today, Shu decided to quiz her. Professor Shi, what could possibly stump me? His exquisite features were momentarily obscured by the gentle snowfall. Enhancing his elegance, your line is from Ode to Snow by Scion, where he asks the younger generation what snow resembles, and the following line is salt scattered in the air is but a pale comparison. It is not as delightful as the willows stirred by the wind, am I correct? Shu froze for a moment, her mouth slightly agape as it took her a while to recover from her astonishment. Her eyes sparkling brighter than the snow outside. He actually knows classical Chinese from the northern and southern dynasties, is that incorrect? Shi Yu, not hearing her response, wondered if he had mixed up the lines. Not a single word amiss. Shu gave him a thumbs up. You're a finance professor who has never studied in the country, yet you understand such ancient texts. My father is a member of the education committee and has been involved in compiling textbooks. Our home is never short of books. Although I did not receive my education domestically, I have read the selected texts from Chinese primary and secondary schools, and this particular classic is found in the 7th grade language textbook. You, Shu's expression shifted from astonishment to admiration. I had no idea you possessed such an extraordinary memory, truly able to recall everything. She then thought to herself, it made sense. Shi Yu graduated from MIT with a Ph.D. in finance at the age of 25, a true prodigy. The man lazily replied, Madam, feel free to quiz me. Shu pondered for a moment and decided to pose a challenging question to Professor Shi. Ensuring he would be stumped. Alright, then tell me, in which grade's language textbook does the ancient poem In the Quiet Night, Dustless, the moonlight shines like silver appear? Sure enough, Shi Yu fell silent. Ha, I knew you wouldn't be able to answer that. You proud little thing. Now I cannot answer. Humph. Shu's almond-shaped eyes glinted with a moment of mischievous delight. Finally, she could strike back at Professor Shi and diminish his arrogance, as they approached a red light. Sure, you stopped the car. He raised an eyebrow, his gaze settling on He's face, and said slowly, because there is no mention of Su Shi's Xingxiangzi, expressing feelings in any textbook. My dear, you're being cheeky. I've been found out. Shu's earlobes flushed, she smoothly shifted her gaze away, her fingertip tracing a small circle on the car window, feeling the warmth within contrasting with the cold outside, fogging the glass. She drew a small circle. In moments of embarrassment, one often resorts to odd little gestures. How does Shi Yu know everything? Shi Yu couldn't help but chuckle. Humph. Shu deliberately mimicked his tone. Unwittingly becoming a little mischievous in front of Professor Shi. Are you drawing a circle to curse me? Outside the circle, Shu drew 2 pig ears, childishly saying, "This one is Peppa, and it looks exactly like you." Alright, George. Shu took out her phone and opened Zia Hongshu. Visiting relatives nowadays was different from years past. It had become fashionable to visit all relatives in one day, drop off gifts, exchange pleasantries, and leave this morning. Shi Yu had taken her to visit many families. Now that she was married to Shi Yu, she needed to change how she addressed her relatives, quickly looking up the terms for the next family to avoid any awkward moments. Shi Yu noticed she had opened that bombshell app again. "What are you looking at?" "I'm searching for how to address relatives. What should I call my father's uncle's son, cousin, and my father's cousin?" Cousin. Shi Yu drove into Uncle Lee's neighborhood. "Tomorrow I'll take you to the amusement park to ride on the rocking cars. I'll make sure you have a great time." Shi Yu pressed the doorbell, and the door opened promptly. Aunt Lee greeted them warmly as Shu sweetly called out. Aunt Lee. Uncle Lee, whose surname was Lee, stood at the entrance holding the gifts Shi Yu had brought. Inviting him in. "Dui, you're here. No need to bring gifts. Oh, hey, you look lovely today. Dui is truly fortunate. He, come in. It's warm inside." Aunt Lee took Shua's hand and led her into the living room. She pulled out 2 large red envelopes, thick with cash, and stuffed them into Shua's down jacket pocket. "Auntie, Shua was about to return them, but Aunt Lee pressed her hand down cheerfully, saying, "Keep them. The new year is approaching. This is your early red envelope." Shi Yu chuckled. "Just accept it." Shua looked at her bulging pocket, estimating it contained at least 20,000 yuan. She nodded gratefully. "Thank you, Auntie. Come, let us have tea." Uncle Lee brewed the tea and placed it on the coffee table. The long table was adorned with festive treats like peanuts, sweets, and melon seeds, while the house was decorated with red lanterns. Creating a vibrant New Year atmosphere, Aunt Lee sat on the sofa, holding Shua's hand, remarking, "This little girl is simply delightful. He, when are you planning to have children? It's best to have them early." "Just the other day I heard, Shua." "Well, it's true. During the New Year, visiting relatives means being bombarded with questions about jobs and salaries, and you can't escape the elders urging marriage and childbirth." Aunt Lee rambled on. Shi Yu blew on the steam rising from his teacup and helped Shua respond. "Once we save enough for baby formula, we'll consider it." Dui is saving for baby formula? Uncle Lee, aware that Shi Yu was joking, jumped in. "Huh? Then your baby must have quite an appetite." Shua's phone rang. It was Mumu calling. She stepped onto the balcony to answer, avoiding disrupting the conversation inside. "Hello Mumu, babe, what time are you coming to see me today? CNG bought a lot of ingredients and New Year snacks, all the things we love to eat. Come to Moon Bay for lunch today." "Nyen will be there too. Don't eat at the other relatives' homes." "Auntie, I love you." Nyen sweet voice chimed in. Shua felt her heart melt. "Nyen, you're so good. I'll be at Moon Bay with Uncle soon to eat with you." Yay. After hanging up, Shua returned to the living room. Shi Yu glanced at his watch and stood up. "Uncle, Auntie, he and I'd wait." Aunt Lee interrupted, getting up as well. "Don't go. Stay for lunch. Your uncle specifically bought a lot of dishes." "Definitely next time." Uncle Lee laughed heartily. "You young man, you said that last time too. Take care on the way. It's snowing today, so drive slowly." Alright, the elders of the Shi family were very warm, escorting them down to the first floor. Aunt Lee held a large box of local specialties sent from their hometown, opening the door of the cayenne. Shi Yu barely had time to stop her as Aunt Lee shoved it inside, closing the door and looking at her daughter-in-law with affection. Take it, this is for He to eat." "Don T, take it out." Shua's eyes crinkled with a smile. "Thank you, Auntie." As the cayenne started, Shi Yu rolled down the window and Shua looked outside. Uncle Lee waved his hand, saying, "Drive slowly on the road." He, do come over to play again next time. You are always welcome to bring Duo along." Alright, Chapter 90, Visiting Relatives and Receiving Red Envelopes. As the car exited the community, Shua took out the red envelope from her pocket. Her eyes sparkling with joy. 20,000 yuan, I'm a little rich lady now. Throughout the morning, she had received numerous red envelopes, and all of them were double portions, since she would be going to the UK after the new year. The elders generously gifted Shua red envelopes before the year ended. "Come on, little rich lady, go ask your brother for a red envelope." Shua replied, "These red envelopes include your share." Shi Yu turned on the music in the car, his tone laced with tenderness. "It's all yours. The family's money is managed by my esteemed wife." Shua took out 2 large red envelopes from her bag, cradling them in her arms. These were the gifts from Shi Yu for Mumu and Nyen. Although he pretended not to give his niece any New Year's money, this morning he had handed her 2 specially made oversized red envelopes. 80,000 yuan in total. Shua could already envision Mumu soaring with joy upon receiving them. While Nyen's envelope was kept safe by her sister, Boss Mumu was earning a daily income of 160,000. "Oh my goodness," Shirmu exclaimed. Her heart overflowing with happiness as she hugged the oversized red envelope. "Uncle, if it weren't for my foot being inconvenient, I would definitely bow to you." Shi Yu smiled. "You can make it up to me once your foot is better." A little remedy. Little Nyen, holding the oversized red envelope, danced joyfully, performing a colorful sunshine exercise routine for primary and secondary school students. She then ran to her uncle, pretending to bow to him. "Mom said you have to bow when receiving New Year's money." Shi Yu caught the little one, chuckling helplessly. You little rascal, just don't annoy your uncle too much usually. He the little darling blew a kiss to her uncle and cheerfully did a hand gesture dance. Listen to me, thank you, because of you I've been warmed through the season, Shi Yu. I love my uncle. When you grow up, I'll bring you loads and loads of eggs to see you, Shi Yu. How about you return the New Year's money to me instead? Little Nian Nian clutched the oversized red envelope tightly. Refusing, Uncle, can I still come to your house to catch up on my studies next summer vacation? Shi Yu replied. The new year is approaching, and my precious Nian Nian will be taken home soon. Shu He ruffled little Nian Nian's hair. Of course, your room is reserved by your aunt. Feel free to come and stay anytime you wish. Oh, then when aunt returns from the UK, I'll stay with you. We can buy starch sausages to eat together. Alright, Shi Yu, brother, here, the New Year's money will be kept by your sister, okay? Nian Nian, soft and adorable, handed her big red envelope to her sister for safekeeping. When I grow up, you must give it back to me. Absolutely. Zhou Xianji had washed the fruits that He loved. He brought them over, noticing that since the marriage, his sister's complexion had visibly improved, and her personality had become much more lively and cheerful. Shi Yu had taken excellent care of He, unlike her previous boyfriend, who had made her gloomy every day, burdened with worries, leading to her gradual weight loss. During that time, he was stationed in Xinjiang and often video called He. Her eyes were always puffy from crying, having endured too much distress. Shu He approached the coffee table, reaching out with her little hand for grapes, but her wrist was caught by the man. Shi Yu gently reminded her, wash your hands first. Oh, her husband always kept a watchful eye on her. Shi Yu and Zhou Xianji busied themselves in the kitchen preparing lunch, not allowing the girls, and Shu He lay on the sofa, resting her head on Mumu's shoulder. Munching on the New Year goods her brother had purchased. I can eat 10 sugar oranges in one go. Only 10, Mu pointed to the trash can. Look at the results Mumu and I achieved. Ha, we've been showing off all morning, and the trash can is almost full. And Yen Yen ran over to the trash can. I want to throw away the garbage. Mumu praised her brother, little caring expert. You're amazing, Shu He reminded Nian Nian. Don't talk to strangers, throw away the garbage and then head upstairs home. Nian Nian loved being praised. Okay, Mu peeled a piece of chocolate-filled candy and fed it to He. So, I see you've made up with your little uncle. We reconciled the night you suggested it. Several times throughout the night, Shu He nearly choked. She had forgotten that Mumu was also a little rascal. Is it a trait of the Shurs? While eating sweet sugar oranges, Mu remarked. Men, they love being pampered by their wives the most. Besides, your little uncle adores you. It's normal for couples to have minor quarrels. Next time you encounter such a situation, just leap onto him. What about you and your brother? What do you think? Mu pondered for a moment, sighed softly, and said quietly, actually, I've long stopped blaming your brother. He is someone who never considers himself. Whatever I ask him to do these days, he does, and he doesn't get angry with me. His temperament is too gentle. Zhou Hongfang was sent to the hospital. And now there were no barriers between the two of you. You know, Mom adores you immensely. He told me the day before yesterday. It felt great. A smile danced in Shua's eyes. So does that mean you're about to reconcile? But your brother is like someone from ancient times, self-restrained and proper. He treats me well, but he can't expect me to take the initiative, can he? Mu grumbled. I won't take the initiative. He was the one who suggested breaking up. Shu He realized something. With this in mind, she decided to send her brother a message after returning home. Time to launch and assist. Overindulgence to I in the kitchen. Zhou Xianji pointed to himself. Me? Yes, Shi Yu, still wearing disposable gloves, was skillfully wrapping dumplings. She thinks that pot of black-bone chicken soup was the issue and that you were just overeating and fainted that day. Good sister. Zhou Xianji's lips curled into a subtle arc. Fortunately, from now on, you'll be eating the meals that He prepares. You've become her primary target. Shi Yu suddenly recalled those 2 undercooked sandwiches and touched his stomach. I have a good idea. Zhou Xianji scooped the bamboo shoots from the frying pan, setting a tactic. You should uninstall that source of all evil app from her phone. She won't let me touch her phone. Guarding it like a puppy protecting its food, Zhou Xianji shot Shi Yu a cold glance. What a description. Be careful, I tell He, and you'll get yours. Withdraw. Coincidentally, Mumu also wouldn't let anyone touch her phone. A few days ago, when I tried to help her answer a call, her sprained ankle healed instantly. In 2 seconds, she dashed from the bedroom door to the sofa, pushing me aside, protecting her phone from me. Shi Yu's calm gaze momentarily paused, then his eyes flickered with understanding, as if he had grasped something. Was there a secret between He and Mumu? Whispered secrets in the boudoir, not to be seen by outsiders? After wrapping the dumplings, Shi Yu turned on the gas and began to boil water. Then don't look, otherwise if you do, no one will speak. Agreement. Xianji, what is your blood type? Type A. Shi Yu paused his movements. You're type A? Yes, why? Do you know that He has Rh-negative blood? Zhou Xianji nodded. Yes, Zhou Hongfang is type A, so He's mother must have panda blood. She inherited it from her mother. Did you investigate? No, but He is the daughter of Zhou Hongfang and Ruan Lan. Ruan Lan has always lived in Australia and never returned to Jingbei. She passed away during childbirth, apparently due to a medical accident. Shi Yu's gaze deepened. Chapter 91, The Birth of the Little Pippy Shrimp. On the 30th day of the 12th lunar month, New Year's Eve, the last day of the lunar year, a time for renewal. Shua's New Year outfit was a red corduroy embroidered cheapao, exquisitely tailored with a luxurious fabric that shimmered subtly. The embroidered design featured adorable phoenixes. Shi Yu had specially commissioned an artist to illustrate the phoenix he envisioned alongside her, then ordered a custom New Year cheapao for her. Shi Yu pushed open the bedroom door. The New Year's Eve dinner would be celebrated together by the Shi and Zhou families, with the venue set at Shi Junting's home. Xiangmei and Zhou Xinji had already set off. I'm here. Shua was already dressed and ready. As she turned, she saw Shi Yu holding a gigantic red envelope, which she stuffed into her arms. New Year's money, given by your husband. Excuse me, is this a pillow? It was nearly the same size as the cushion on the sofa. Shua's eyes widened as she weighed the heavy envelope in her arms, wondering how much money it contained. God of wealth. This time you've given me more New Year's money than the total I received before. Do you like it? I love it, Shi Yu teasingly urged her. Aren't you going to show some appreciation? Should I bow? Shi Yu gently tapped her forehead with his finger. Save your energy for cracking seeds. Shua set the envelope on the sofa, wrapped her arms around his neck, stood on her toes, and kissed his cheek. I also prepared a New Year's gift for you. Just a moment, finally, I'll have my own private money. Shua retrieved a small traditional-style pouch from the drawer, its color a fortunate red, featuring a meticulously embroidered love knot adorned with a jade tassel. The golden thread spelled out the words peace and smooth sailing. In ancient times, women were subtle and reserved, their affections hidden beneath words, often conveyed through objects, using pouches to express their feelings for their husbands and to wish for their well-being. Shua presented the embroidered pouch to Shi Yu. Here. Shi Yu's deep-set eyes suddenly sparkled with amazement at the exquisite craftsmanship. How long did it take to embroider this? Such a feat cannot be accomplished in just a day or two. A week. The pouch contained some items. As Shi Yu opened it and looked down, he exclaimed, red beans? My secret stash is gone. You hardly need a secret stash. Shua lightly coughed, hinting at him, Professor Shi, with your vast knowledge. Do you not know the significance of a pouch filled with red beans? I know, and what does it signify? Shi Yu replied, lazily biting his lip. Red bean buns. Shua chuckled, rolling her eyes as she began to tidy her bag. Placing her daily necessities inside. Shi Yu, I can't be bothered to deal with you right now. Why are you so lazy? Shua couldn't help but laugh in exasperation. Truly she was at a loss for words when it came to Shi Yu's playful banter. This man had an endless supply of charming quips, his humor and wit providing her with daily amusement. Shi Yu's fingers gently traced the texture of the pouch. Red beans grow in the southern lands. When spring arrives, they sprout a few branches. I wish you would gather them more often. They are the most evocative of longing. You recited it wrong. Impossible, the man asserted with certainty. Shua adjusted her bag as the dog stealthily glanced at the distance between her and the door, quickly exclaiming before dashing off, red beans grow in the southern lands. Shi Yu is a male model. Joshua, stop right there. Very well, a little mantis shrimp has emerged in Qingfeng Villa. As night fell, ushering in the old year and welcoming the new. Countless lights twinkled brightly. In contrast to the festive atmosphere of the Shi and Zhou families, the old residential compound in the western suburbs appeared particularly desolate, as the elderly teachers had all been taken away by their children to celebrate the new year. Bai Songsheng worked overtime until 11:30. He had no family, and despite Shi Yu's 3 invitations, he politely declined each time, wishing not to disrupt the joyous occasion of the Shi and Zhou families. The compound's facilities were outdated, lacking an elevator, and the hallway felt somewhat cramped as he searched for his keys in the pocket of his windbreaker. Upon reaching the 5th floor, Bai Songsheng spotted a girl squatting by his door. The man's gaze darkened momentarily, and in the frigid winter, Yu Ting shivered as she wore nothing but a thin sweater. Songsheng. Yu Ting's legs had grown numb from squatting. As she stood, her legs wobbled, but she was steadied by the man's slender yet strong hand. The comforting scent of soap lingering in the air. It was a familiar fragrance, refreshing and clean. What brings you here again? Bai Songsheng quickly withdrew his hand, his dark eyes cold and his tone indifferent. This is not a place for you. You should go back. Happy New Year. Yu Ting smiled warmly. As she spoke, she picked up a bag from the entrance, her voice nasal from a cold. I personally wrapped dumplings for you, your favorite, shrimp filling. In the biting cold, Yu Ting's arms trembled as she held the dumplings aloft. Due to the snowfall, the temperature had plummeted recently. Bai Songsheng's expression remained distant and aloof, no longer the same as before when he would cradle her in his palms. He unlocked the door and, before entering, removed his windbreaker. Yu Ting felt a shadow cast over her. A gust of wind swept through, and the warm garment landed on her arms, perfectly tossed by Bai Songsheng. The man, however, remained cold and unfeeling. We should not meet again. With a soft thud, the door closed firmly. Yu Ting's eyelashes fluttered, her heart jolting suddenly. After standing in stunned silence for a long moment, she gradually lowered her stiff arms. It seemed he had begun to dislike her. Yu Ting placed the bag of dumplings at Songsheng's doorstep and donned the coat he had given her. From her bag, she retrieved a blank sticky note. Squatting down with fingers so cold they felt nearly numb, struggling to grasp the pen, she huffed warm breath onto her fingers. Captain Bai, Happy New Year. Wishing you peace and safety. The handwriting appeared slightly crooked. Why Yu Ting placed the note atop the bag. Bai Songsheng was a SWAT officer, often involved in stability maintenance tasks, which were perilous. Her blessings for him were predominantly wishes for safety. That was all that mattered. She had run away from home, her phone bombarded with messages from her mother, who planned to take her to visit the leader of the housing bureau for New Year greetings. Having met a suitor once, the man had become entangled with her. He was 13 years her senior, influential in his family, and her mother held a very favorable impression of him. Perhaps this truly was the last time she would see you. Songsheng, Chapter 92, Jealousy and Banter. Inside the room, Bai Songsheng stood quietly at the door. In the dimly lit environment, silence enveloped him as he lowered his head, his tall figure swallowed by the shadows. After the sounds outside faded, Bai Songsheng's Adam's apple moved slightly as he turned the doorknob, the cold air rushing in, yet the girl had vanished from his sight. The bag containing the dumplings remained at the entrance. Bai Songsheng picked it up, closed the door, and in the empty room devoid of sound, he suddenly caught sight of a note Yu Ting had written to him. Captain Bai, Happy New Year, wishing you peace and safety. No longer was he Song-Song.as. If realizing something, Bai Songsheng's eyes turned slightly red as he tore the note from Yu Ting and tightly clenched it in his palm. Yes, Ting Ting, Happy New Year. Wishing you peace and safety. After the New Year's Eve dinner, in the living room, everyone gathered to watch the Spring Festival Gala. The elders chatted about trivial matters while the younger generation cracked sunflower seeds and played on their phones. Several children sprawled on the floor, engrossed in a card game, dragging their newly worn clothes across the ground. Shimu and Shu He nestled together on a small sofa, gossiping. Shimu rambled on, while Shu He felt a pang of melancholy. Are you implying that Yu Ting and Captain Bai can never be together? Pretty much, but Captain Bai is so young and already a division-level cadre, his future promotion prospects are bright. There shouldn't be any social disparity between the two families. Right, darling, you have no idea, Shimu spoke bluntly, revealing the crux of the matter. My cousin's mother, my aunt, is notoriously difficult and harsh. She only values wealth. Her interference stems from her disdain for Captain Bai's orphan background. But Yu Ting's suitor is nearly 40 and a divorced man. How could your aunt even agree to her marrying an older man? She only recognizes money, Shimu continued. I've heard Captain Bai has already bought a new apartment in the Western District. It's quite spacious and under renovation. However, my aunt stated that unless Captain Bai can afford to buy my cousin a standalone villa and a luxury car worth over $1 million, along with $1 million in betrothal gifts, she will never consent to the marriage. Shu He felt a weight in her chest. What kind of reasoning was this? She had only just learned today that Yu Ting, who appeared carefree and decisive, harbored her own unfulfilled grievances. No wonder she had teared up during that drinking session. A standalone villa, a luxury car worth $1 million, and $1 million in betrothal gifts. Captain Bai, without a family background, surely couldn't amass that much wealth. Yet Captain Bai was already exceptional. Shu He murmured, is this truly an insolvable contradiction? Her aunt was known for her coercive tactics, suffocating those caught in the middle. It truly seemed like an insolvable contradiction. Buzz, her phone vibrated. Shu He glanced at the message. Shimu pressed her cheek against Shua's, also peering at her phone. They shared no secrets, and the message was easily visible. Big bad cat, are you two truly just normal best friends? Having just washed the fruits after dinner, Shi Yu stood at the kitchen door, observing the solitary sofa in deep contemplation. Shimu lounged lazily on the sofa while Shu He nestled beside her, her legs affectionately draped over Shimu's. Shimu's arm wrapped around Shua's waist as Shu He leaned against Shimu's shoulder. The two had their cheeks pressed together, engrossed in their phones. Upon seeing the message, Shimu felt a shiver run down her spine, as if being scrutinized by a sharp gaze, her crown feeling as if it had been lifted. Shu He, this isn't good. There's an aura of jealousy. Where? Shu He scanned the room, her gaze met Shi Yu's, who raised an eyebrow, his expression laden with meaning as he regarded her. It seemed to be a silent inquiry. In public, be mindful of your influence. You two are so inseparable that perhaps I should move the Civil Affairs Bureau here? Shu He gently curved her lips. A pungent scent of jealousy wafted through the room as the jealous Shi Yu simmered. This man truly was petty, even envious of his niece's affection. Zhou Xianji walked past Shi Yu and, spotting the two sisters huddled together on the sofa, felt a twinge of jealousy. He paused and whispered into Shimu's ear, if you and Shu He both fell into the water at the same time, she wouldn't save you first. I am the halt. The remark implied that if both he and his wife fell into the water, Shimu would likely rescue him first. I can swim. It doesn't matter, I can swim too. Who cares? Shimu continued to crack sunflower seeds. What are they whispering about? Shu He shook her head. No idea. The spring gala is so boring. I could go up and say a few words that would be funnier than their skits. Don't you think, Bao Bei? Indeed, Shu He went on to boast about the sugar tangerines. You just need to stand up there. You wouldn't even need to say a word, and I would be laughing out loud. She recalled a previous question she had been invited to answer on a platform. How close are you to your best friend? Having known Shimu for 17 years, it was as if they had shared countless moments together. Breaking several rice cookers at Moon Bay, they could read each other's messages without needing to respond, treating one another like file transfer assistants, sending anything and everything. If Shimu were to flee after committing a crime, The police wouldn't need to chase her, they would only need to catch Shu He to find Shi Yu. By the time they headed home, it was already past midnight. On the snow-covered night, the stars twinkled brilliantly. Zhou Xianji cradled Shi Yu in his arms as they approached a black Hongqi car. He spoke in a hushed tone, "The keys are in my pocket." Shi Yu, with one hand clasped around his neck and the other rummaging through his pocket, suddenly encountered a hard box. What could this be? Bewildered, she extracted it, her heartstrings tightening in an instant. It was a ring box. She hastily returned it. A fleeting glimmer of intrigue flickered in the depths of the man's eyes. Flustered, Shi Yu searched another pocket and found the keys to a Hongqi car, assisting him in opening the car door. The ring box, yet Shinji had not proposed to her, they hadn't even reconciled. His care for her stemmed from the guilt of her ankle injury, and he had never uttered another word of affection toward her. Could it possibly be intended for someone else? If it were meant for her, why not present it? Plagued by uncertainty, Shi Yu felt her heart constrict. Unable to quell her wild imaginings, fervently wishing that this ring was indeed for her, she dreaded the thought of Shinji developing feelings for another woman with his superior appearance, refined character, high status, and self-respect. Surely more young ladies would be enamored with him than ever before. Zhou Xianji opened the door. Shi Yu was gently placed in the passenger seat, the masculine aura enveloping her as she gazed intently at the larger-than-life visage of Shinji. His fair complexion and slightly upturned eyes conveyed an expression infused with the profound essence of the night, radiating an uncharacteristic gentleness. As Zhou Xianji reached out to fasten her seatbelt, Shi Yu held her breath, her heart racing within her chest. Should she take the initiative to suggest their reconciliation? But as the words hovered on her lips, hesitation gripped her once more. Chapter 93, A Gift for You. A tip, bonus update. Just now, I made a New Year's wish. Shi Yu, bewildered, asked, "Do you have unattainable wishes?" Zhou Xianji, typically composed, slightly tightened his grip. His Adam's apple involuntarily moved. His dark eyes reflected the brilliant stars and his own radiant moon. His voice deep and sincere. "Let us reconcile, Mumu. Grant me another chance to care for you." Shi Yu's mind erupted in a cacophony of thoughts, abruptly cleared. She fixed her gaze on Zhou Xianji, her heart threatening to leap from her chest. Still reeling from her earlier shock, they were so close, their breaths intertwining. Noticing her slight discomfort, Zhou Xianji affectionately ruffled her hair, courteous and gentle. "Of course, it is merely my wish. You can." Shi Yu, suppressing her anxiety, acquiesced. A smile graced her lips, her cheeks flushed with an unnatural hue. "But Shinji, you cannot push me away again." "No more pushing away," the man softly vowed. "You must promise. Should you push me away again, you will be deemed a ghost. I shall never let go." A cool, gentle touch brushed her eyelids, her heart lodged in her throat, her lashes quivering, breath nearly escaping her. Once, he had kissed her in this very manner. A year apart, yet Shinji remained unchanged. Still the epitome of elegance, making her feel as if she were bathed in the gentle breeze of March. Oh, has the car broken down? The teasing voice interrupted. Someone was approaching. As Shi Yu was kissing Shinji, she quickly pushed him away, and Zhou Xianji stood up, forgetting he was still inside the vehicle, bumping his head against the roof with a dull thud. Shi Yu sauntered over, hand in hand with He, intentionally circling to the side of the Hongqi car. Zhou Xianji, nursing a bump on his head, bewildered and pained, remarked, "Isn't your car over there? Why come to my side?" Deceptive and seemingly disingenuous, Shi Yu wore a smile at the corners of his eyes, appearing quite pleased. "Which car is broken?" He, "See, I told you you were mistaken, Shu He. Just a moment ago." He insisted on dragging her over, the blame-shifting hero. But he claimed it was for revenge. However, Shu He could see the deep bond between her brother and Shi Yu. They had been close friends for many years. What revenge could Shi Yu seek? Yet, she had seen her brother kissing Mumu. They had reconciled. Her earlier message had indeed worked. Shi Yu had even devised a plan for her brother to buy a ring and keep it in his pocket for Mumu to discover by chance. Her brother had originally intended to marry Mumu once she graduated. At Qingfeng Villa, preparations were underway for a trip to England to visit her mother-in-law. Shu He practiced calligraphy diligently for a week, aiming to produce a final version upon waking. Shi Yu's mother adored calligraphy, especially the ancient poems of Su Dumpad. Shu He prepared to write Ding Feng Bo Mo Ting Chuan Lin Di Yi Shang. After returning to her bedroom, Shu He yawned. The New Year festivities had left her weary. Dressed like a little lucky doll, she approached the vanity mirror to remove her makeup, suddenly feeling weightless as a man lifted her effortlessly with one arm. His arms were strong and steady as she perched on him. "You startled me." Shi Yu's eyes sparkled like bright stars, his voice soft. "Happy New Year." He, "Happy New Year." Shu He's remaining words were cut short as she felt the man's hand at the zipper of her qipao, skillfully sliding it down. It was already 3 in the morning. "I'm tired. I shall wake you up. I don't care. I want to sleep." "You sleep as you wish. I won't disturb you." Shu He recalled Shi Yu's earlier antics of seeking revenge on her brother and couldn't help but ask, "Immature fool. How old are you this year after the New Year?" "Certainly not over 3. Want to know what?" Shi Yu carried Shu He to the bedside, extinguished the bedroom light, and teased his wife. "Come, let us try." "Sure, duo, that's not what I meant." Morning light caressed the gentle quilt, as a fair hand timidly emerged from beneath, fingertips trembling, clutching the blanket tightly. Soon after, a pair of strong hands pulled her back. Shu He removed the blindfolding tie from her eyes, tossed it away. Each time Shi Yu covered her eyes with his tie, her eyes misted over, waves of intoxication flooding her limbs. She kicked the man's shoulder. Exasperated, still not awake, Shi Yu chuckled. Shu He bit her lip, retrieving 2 milk candies from beneath her pillow and tossing them to the man. Not sleepy, this is for you. A tip by Shu He. Chapter 94, He He's calligraphy on the morning of the first day of the new year. Shi Yu completed his morning routine and sat on the edge of the bed, gently patting Shu He's shoulder. He, it's time to get up. We are going to pay New Year visits. Shu He, too sleepy to open her eyes, agreed in a daze, then turned her back to him, pulling the blanket over her head. The loading of getting up had failed. Shi Yu went to the wardrobe to change clothes, and upon returning, Shu He still hadn't awakened. He gently tugged down the blanket covering her head and pinched her cheek. I'm not going. Shu He swatted his hand away, her eyes still half closed. She wrapped the blanket around herself again and rolled to the farthest edge of the bed. You're being unreasonable. You promised to accompany me. Shu He buried her head in the blanket, her voice lazy. That was yesterday's me. Today's me hasn't said anything. Shi Yu paused, momentarily defeated by He's logic, a chuckle escaping his throat. I must deworm you another day. What bugs do I have? Sleepy bug. Shu He closed her eyes, her voice growing softer as she spoke to Shi Yu. I really don't want to go. I'm sleepy. Fine. Shi Yu indulged her, coaxing. Sleep then. No need to go. The world is vast, but he is the greatest. The man moved to the other side of the bed, cradling his wife toward the center, ensuring she wouldn't fall off and hurt herself. If given a bed, he could sleep until the end of the world. Shu He finally awoke well into the afternoon, feeling completely refreshed. At Qingfeng Villa, aside from Aunt Jiang, all the other servants were enjoying their paid leave. And Aunt Jiang had prepared dumplings for lunch. Happy New Year, Madam. Steward Jiang presented a red envelope to Shu He. I meant to give this to you last night, but you and your husband were at old Shi's place. Thank you, Aunt Jiang. Shu He accepted the red envelope with a smile. From now on, just call me He. At the dining table, Aunt Jiang served Shu He a large bowl of dumplings, and she mixed the dipping sauce. Try this beef dumpling. Let us eat together. Shu He pulled Aunt Jiang to sit down as well, but Aunt Jiang bounced back up as if her legs were springs, worried that Shi Yu would disapprove of her lack of decorum. Let us all sit down and eat together. At that moment, the sound of Shi Yu's clear voice echoed as he returned from paying New Year visits, shrugging off his cashmere coat. Just in time. I haven't eaten yet. Thank you, sir. Madam. Steward Jiang served Shi Yu a bowl of dumplings, fetched chopsticks from her own bedroom, and prepared a bowl for herself. Shu He picked up a beef dumpling, its tender, delicate skin bursting with juice and flavor as she tasted it. Delicious. Shu He took another, praising, Aunt Jiang, I really like the dumplings you made. You flatter me. Aunt Jiang felt a surge of happiness. Shi Yu washed his hands, pulled out a chair beside Shu He, and sat down. Aren't my dumplings tasty? They are good too. Shu He, you hesitated for 3 seconds. If you want to eat my dumplings tomorrow, you won't be able to. Shu He laughed as she swallowed her dumpling. He sounded like Dayu. Just now she wasn't hesitating, she was chewing the dumpling. Shu He pushed the vinegar dish beside her to Shi Yu, a double entendre. Dayu, this vinegar is quite sour, rather good. Why not give it a try? No sooner had she spoken than the man burst into laughter. Sure. Dayu picked up a dumpling, dipped it in the vinegar dish, took a bite, frowned, and his expression turned serious. This dumpling tastes rather strange. Shu He tasted another dumpling, chewing it thoughtfully, yet failing to discern any peculiar flavor. What is so strange about it? It's quite charming, much like you. Shu He was taken aback. Steward Jiang, feeling a wave of relief, thought to himself how she had transformed in mere 3 seconds, having just run through the entire process of making dumplings. It turned out that the gentleman was merely teasing his lady. As Shu He leaned closer to Shi, she playfully offered him a dumpling and mischievously inquired, why don't you ask me whom I would save first if you fell into the water with a dumpling? No need to rescue me, he replied. Why not? Shu He wondered, eager to save Shi. He gently tapped her forehead with his finger, saying, because I would be boiled too, you gluttonous little thing. Why not buy a pack of honey mustard sauce to show off to your husband? Just remember to leave a 5-star review. Shu He massaged her forehead, exclaiming, how can DUI be so adorable? In the study, which was quite spacious, Shi had specially arranged a new Chinese-style desk for Shu He. Complete with the 4 treasures of the study, a bamboo lamp, and a small plum blossom incense burner. An ancient-style flower rack held succulent plants. In front of the desk stood an exquisitely designed antique shelf adorned with Shua's favorite little gray figurines. Positioned near the window, the sun poured in, casting a warm glow, while sandalwood wafted through the air, creating a uniquely romantic atmosphere reminiscent of a scholar's retreat. The Xian paper scroll lay open on the desk. Shu He set down her brush, resting her chin on the table, her delicate brows furrowing as she pressed her hand against her stomach and sighed. Alas, Shi was in the water bar area, preparing some mulberry rose tea. Upon turning around and noticing Shua's discomfort, his expression tightened. He set down the kettle and hurried over, bending down to ask, is your stomach hurting? A warm palm rested on Shua's forehead. The man's tone was anxious as he checked her temperature. Shu He shook her head, straightening up and awkwardly lowering her gaze. She murmured, I overate. Shi was initially taken aback, then after a moment, his elongated eyes curved into a smile. That makes sense. it's the first time I've seen you tackle 2 bowls of dumplings. Tackle 2 bowls? I didn't eat that much, at most 1.5. How could he say his wife tackled dumplings like that? Alright, dumpling tackling my wife. Shu He's ears flushed with embarrassment. Marrying Shu meant either being stuffed to death or laughing to death. Shu He's gaze lingered on her, for whenever Shu He felt shy, her earlobes would redden first. He couldn't help but reach out to pinch her earlobe, which was soft and delicate, resembling a charming floppy-eared rabbit. Wait for me, I'll get you some digestive tablets. Shu He touched her ear, wondering what was so special about it. Shu seemed to enjoy pinching or nibbling on her earlobes, after searching the medicine cabinet without success. Shu descended the stairs. Steward Jiang, wearing an apron, was cleaning the kitchen. Aunt Jiang, do we have any digestive tablets? Yes, in the second-floor guest room. Nian's digestive tablets. The medicine he brought is in the desk drawer. He forgot to take it when he returned home a few days ago. Good. Shu found the digestive tablets in Nian's drawer just as his phone buzzed in his pocket, displaying an Australian number. Uncle Liang, Xiu, what time will you be home tomorrow? Upon hearing this, Shu paused for a moment, slightly surprised. You know I'm going home. I haven't been in Sydney lately. I'm in London. Yes, Liang Yanzhou replied with a relaxed laugh. Nothing can escape your notice. A few days ago, I heard your mother mention that you would be bringing Shu He home tomorrow, so I thought I would like to meet my niece-in-law. Should I prepare an extra gift? Please don't prepare anything extravagant. I wouldn't want Shu to think I'm putting on airs. Just message me when you arrive home. Alright. Shu ended the call, his deep gaze lingering on the phone screen for a moment. Shu swallowed the digestive tablet. The scroll on the table already bore several brushstrokes. She preferred writing in regular script, finding its elegance and grace to provide a sense of tranquility. Do not heed the sound of leaves rustling in the forest. Why not sing and stroll leisurely? Shu adjusted his glasses slightly, admiring Shu's brushwork, and remarked, it flows like clouds and water, deeply penetrating, always praising me. Shu replied calmly, sitting upright as she deftly maneuvered the brush across the shin paper. What do you think of this poem I chose? Quite open-minded, exactly, very open-minded. At that time, Su Shi was exiled to Huangzhou due to the Wutai poetry case. While out with friends, rain suddenly fell, and while his companions complained about the weather, Su Shi maintained a remarkably positive attitude, composing poetry with ease and grace. Leaning against the desk, Shu remarked, Shu is also quite open-minded, with a bamboo staff and straw sandals, who was afraid, a raincoat in the mist. Let life be as it may. Shu set her brush down, dipped the tip in ink, and began to write the third line. That's because I met you. Met me. Before meeting you, I had many things I couldn't understand. Often getting stuck in my own thoughts, and I frequently experienced nightmares, which affected my sleep quality. Shu's hair fell loosely. Shu gently tucked the stray strands behind her ear. Have you figured it out now? Chapter 95, Visiting the Mother-in-Law. I haven't. Shu paused, lifting her gaze to meet his, her smile radiant. But I don't want to think about it anymore. I want to live with a carefree heart. Well said. Shu tenderly ruffled his wife's hair. One should live without burdens. Overthinking is simply a waste of time. Shu lowered her gaze and continued her brushwork. The chilly spring breeze wakes one from drunkenness. Slightly cold, yet the sun on the mountain greets warmly. Looking back at the desolate place, returning home brings neither wind nor rain nor clear skies. Reuniting with Shu truly felt like a turning point in her life, both in mindset and in living. Previously, she had been caught in a web of internal struggles, often questioning why her father treated her that way, why others' fathers were so kind, why Lin Yueshi bullied her in school. Back then, she had never spoken up and had never offended anyone, yet they still chose to torment her. Why had Fu Henning changed so much since high school? Such questions, like tenacious waterweeds, entwined her day after day, making her feel as if she must have done something wrong. Shu could not pinpoint when this troubling internal turmoil ceased. It seemed to have started the moment Shu entered her heart. In their marriage, this man provided her with ample security and confidence. She began to shed her habit of looking down, to stop being timid, to speak up with a louder voice, to learn to adorn herself, and to playfully express her little tempers towards him. All those things that had once saddened her were no longer worth contemplating. Shu resolved to treat herself better. Once the ink on the scroll dried, Shu rolled it up and placed it in a brocade box, intending to present it to her mother-in-law tomorrow. Shu's mother, named Qin Wanqing, had been met only once during the wedding ceremony. At that time, Shu had imagined she would be a commanding figure, only to discover she was a refined and cultured beauty. Her name was also quite lovely. You mentioned that Uncle Liang would come as well. Shu, sipping pure tea, glanced at Shu. Have you heard of him? No. Shu shook her head, implying that he was her uncle, and they should be quite close, but she hadn't yet prepared a gift for him. Not a blood uncle. Recalling the past, Shu's expression softened considerably. But he is like a blood relative. We have known each other for over a decade. When we first registered our marriage, he called and expressed a desire to meet you. Liang Yanzhou was an old merchant, an orphan who built himself up from nothing. He had struggled in Australia from a young age, eventually establishing himself in Sydney, where his business flourished. He was a close friend of Qin Wanqing and took great care of her children. Shu He recalled that phone call. After registering her marriage with Shi Yu, she was driving to pick up little Juhua when a call came in, seemingly from an Australian number. Upon arriving in London, it was local time 5 in the afternoon. The winter in England had shorter daylight hours, and as Shu He exited the airport, she noticed that the sky had already darkened. The rainy season in London was quite lengthy, and recently, it had been a continuous downpour. With a misty chill in the air, the wind biting, having never traveled abroad, she had expected London's winter to be warmer than northern Beijing, but the cold wind proved otherwise. Is it cold? Shi Yu held Shu He's hand, placing it in the pocket of his coat while holding an umbrella. The car is just ahead, thank goodness. Shu He walked alongside Shi Yu, her gaze lowered towards the ground. The shallow puddles reflected the rippling movements of the wind, and as the small raindrops fell, they blossomed into charming little fireworks. Look, little fireworks. The man's gaze fell on her cheek. At that moment, the night was vivid, and the rain mist created a hazy atmosphere as Shu He focused on the little fireworks. Shu He looked up at him. The eye in the warmth of the pocket. Shi Yu held her 10 fingers tightly, his voice low and soothing. Tonight is just a family dinner. There are no other elders present, so you need not feel anxious, just be yourself. Obediently Shu He nodded. Alright. The two settled into the car, and the driver drove at a leisurely pace. Sitting in the back seat, Shu He admired the view outside. Despite the late hour, London's nightscape still shimmered with lights. The streets were lined with many century-old shops. In the rain-drenched West London, the Victorian architectural style blended the old with the modern, exuding a rich historical ambience. The fusion of lights and street scenes danced in Shu He's gentle eyes, each frame fleeting, as her thoughts seemed to drift away. What are you thinking about? Shi Yu grasped her hand, which felt cool. Shu He returned to reality, her eyes sparkling with warmth. I was thinking the city is beautiful, especially in the rain. This is my first time in London. Can you show me around for the next few days? Let us take some pictures, shall we? You truly did not think of me. Shi Yu gently warmed her hands. Of course, I can be your free tour guide and photographer. We can enjoy ourselves however we please. The vehicle arrived at the estate, surrounded by lush greenery and verdant lawns. The villa exuded a light luxury with its British style, featuring red brick walls and white window frames, reminiscent of a pastoral painting. It was quaint and elegant, especially with the rain falling at that moment. Shu He followed Shi Yu closely, inhaling deeply to savor the fragrance of grass after the rain. She took another breath. The scent was delightful, refreshing. Upon reaching the foyer, Shi Yu closed the umbrella and teased her. Don't rush, you can savor me later this evening. I'll ensure you have ample time. I didn't savor you. Ah, here comes the banter. In this foreign land. Shu He suddenly heard a humorous retort that took her by surprise, and she turned her gaze towards the voice. It was strangely familiar. Pei Shu emerged from the foyer, cradling a beautiful ragdoll cat. Shu He, my dear sister, it has been quite a while. Oh, how have you become even more beautiful now? Even the banter seems unworthy of you, brother. Pei Shu He's almond-shaped eyes widened in astonishment. You're here too? I'm here to mooch off a meal. Pei Shu and Shi Yu had been friends since childhood. They studied together in England, and Qin Wanqing, known for her amiable demeanor, often invited Pei Shu over for meals. Pei Shu's father resided in London as well. Shi Yu chuckled and inquired with concern. Pei Shu, has the bladder in your head been removed? What did the doctor say? Can it be transplanted? You, Pei Shu, stroking the cat, replied nonchalantly. Never mind, considering there is a meal to mooch tonight, I won't hold it against you. I'll choose to be magnanimous. What a disaster. Pei Shu was taken aback. Sure do. You re the one in trouble. I'll get you. Shu He couldn't help but chuckle. Whenever these two met, there was never a lack of banter. She had been quite anxious moments ago, but now their playful exchange eased her nerves. It felt wonderful to have familiar faces around. She felt as though she had not left her hometown. Shu He. A gentle voice of a middle-aged woman rang out. The woman, with elegantly arched eyebrows, donned a dignified qipao, her eyes shimmering like the soft rain outside, radiant and warm when she smiled. Fine lines of time graced the corners of her eyes. It was Qin Wanqing. Her aura was reminiscent of Xiang Mei, yet she was considerably older, her excellent maintenance rendering her age indiscernible to outsiders. Mother, Shu He smiled gently. It is chilly outside. Qin Wanqing stepped forward to grasp His hand, leading her outside. Pei Shu resumed his playful jabs at Shi Yu. Ha, you've made me rich with laughter. How come I feel that Shu He is truly Aunt Qin's daughter, while you're merely a son-in-law? Your mother hasn't even acknowledged you. Shi Yu strode calmly into the hall, leaving a cold remark drifting in the rain. A son-in-law is still a son-in-law. Unlike a certain someone who was so burdensome it's difficult to place them anywhere. Pei Shu was left bewildered. Great, was that a boomerang thrown back at him, striking him instead? Chapter 96, First Encounter with Uncle Liang. Considering that Shu He might not be accustomed to an English dinner, Qin Wanqing arranged for the meal to consist entirely of Chinese cuisine. She had only met Shu He once during the wedding ceremony. The daughter-in-law was introverted and gentle, not particularly articulate, so Qin Wanqing refrained from inviting all the elders, not wanting to add to her pressure. With too many people, Shu He would feel constrained, since it was a family dinner. Qin Wanqing did not wish for the meal to lose its inherent significance. The plate beside Shu He was already piled high throughout the meal. Shi Yu served her dishes, as did her mother-in-law. And even Brother Pei, if that ragdoll cat could wield chopsticks, it would surely serve her some food too. Under the table, Shu He gently tapped her toes against Shi Yu's, as she couldn't finish all the food. And wasting it would seem a tad impolite. He was engaged in a conversation with his mother about work in the Asia-Pacific region, speaking at a measured pace, seemingly oblivious to her, yet she was already 13 parts full. Shu He pressed a bit harder, kicking Shi Yu once more. Do you pay attention to me? Well, Shi Yu continued to ignore her, and after one last kick, she decided to let it be. Stop kicking. Hey, ancestor, Pei Shu frowned. He glanced down at the smudge of shoe prints on his trousers. Sure Dui, are you a donkey? Why do you keep kicking me? It's just because I took 2 of your braced lioness heads. Are you trying to send me back to Beijing? Wrong person kicked? Shu He blinked, hastily lowering her head to sip her soup. My apologies, Brother Pei. Shi Yu looked at Pei Shu in disbelief, catching the small girl's guilty movements from the corner of his eye. He realized what was happening, chuckled, and kicked Pei Shu back. Your feet are as large as a battleship, encroaching on my space. You deserve a kick. Perfect timing to send you back to Beijing, saving you the cost of a plane ticket. A large foot gathers all, Pei Shu mumbled, bending down to brush off the dust from his pants, grumbling. You've dirted my trousers, now go wash them for me. Alright, take them off then. Pei Shu shot him a glare. You twisted. Perverse banter, you must be envious of my alluring curves. I won't let you see them, lest you lose sleep at night. Just as Shi Yu was about to respond, Qin Wanqing cleared her throat softly, halting that line of conversation. Really, where had this topic wandered off to? It was utterly unrefined. She must not let Shu He think that these two were frivolous young rascals. Shu He's eyes curved in amusement, suppressing the laughter that threatened to spill over her lips. Shi Yu's gaze fell on her. The dimples adorning her cheeks were sweet and endearing, and her little tiger teeth couldn't help but peek out. Indeed, his little darling was in high spirits. Qin Wanqing was no stranger to this. These two had bickered since childhood, their bond growing stronger with each quarrel. Yuan, there are new clothes at home. I'll have Dewey fetch them for you shortly. Pei Shu continued eating. Sure, Aunt Qin. Shu He's lips curled upwards. Even her mother-in-law liked to call Shi Yu Dewey. So Brother Pei's nickname was Yuan. Sure, you ladled a second bowl of soup for Shu He, his tone casual. Can he even wear my clothes? Pei Shu, such a small fry. You invited me over for a meal. Your wife kicked the wrong person, and I'm here to alleviate her awkwardness. I'll just take off my pants and put them on your head. Shu He watched as the bowl of soup neared overflowing. That's enough. Sure, you placed the small bowl of soup beside Shu He, took the plate of food she couldn't finish, mostly served by his mother, and set it beside himself. Qin Wanqing was speechless. Why are you taking Shu He's food? I've long coveted that dish. I enjoy picking up leftovers. You won't mind me eating your share, will you? Not at all. I'm full. Shu He sighed in relief. She had initially planned to rest a while before continuing to eat. But unexpectedly, Shi Yu understood her cue and helped her finish her meal. Qin Wanqing, aiding her daughter-in-law, scolded her son. Don't encourage him in this lazy habit of mooching off food. Shu He, alright. Suddenly, the sound of a car engine echoed from the foyer. Apologies for my tardiness. A hearty, resonant laugh emanated from the entrance. Though the man had yet to be seen, his voice preceded him. Shu He set down her spoon and turned to look at the newcomer. The man, appearing to be around 50, had ruggedly handsome features, and while he smiled, there was an undeniable aura of authority in his brows. His deep-set eyes held an inscrutable depth. For some reason Shu He felt a vague unease in her heart, yet she couldn't quite pinpoint what it was, as if she had seen this person somewhere before. That was her initial impression. Uncle Liang. Shi Yu stood, pulling out a chair and taking a few steps forward. Liang Yanzhou held a gift box in his hand and patted Shi Yu's shoulder. Little Yu. It has been nearly 2 months since we last met, hasn't it? About that, the last time Shi Yu saw Liang Yanzhou was after their registration, during a business trip to Australia. Now, Liang Yanzhou had stepped back from family business affairs entirely. He had entrusted the family business's inheritance to his children, and he had developed a passion for antiques, amassing a collection of rare artifacts and opening several private museums. Is this Shu He? Liang Yanzhou's expression softened further as he approached the little girl by the dining table, presenting her with the gift box. Shu He politely rose, her smile serene. Uncle Liang, hello, here, for our first meeting. This is a small gift from Uncle to you. Shu He had no idea what was inside the box. For a moment, she hesitated to accept it, her hands hanging by her sides, feeling somewhat awkward. Instinctively glancing toward Shi Yu for guidance, should she accept it or not? Uncle Liang seemed biased. Shi Yu ruffled Shu He's hair, accepting the gift on her behalf, smiling lightly. This is for He. You didn't prepare anything for me. Shu He smiled. Thank you, Uncle Liang. Thankfully, Shi Yu was by her side, helping her navigate various awkward situations. Liang Yanzhou chuckled. Ha, you little rascal, are you jealous of your uncle? Your gift is at home. I'll bring it to you next time we meet. Lao Liang, what brings you here today? Qin Wanqing instructed the maid to set an extra place at the table. I came to attend the auction. A few days ago, you mentioned that little Yu and Shu He would come to see you, so I thought I'd drop by to check on my niece-in-law. Shu He held onto the gift box. This Uncle Liang seemed like a person of high standing, and he appeared quite amiable, yet she had not prepared any gifts for him when she asked Shi Yu yesterday. He said there was no need to prepare anything special for others. Liang Yanzhou's demeanor was quite easygoing, lacking any airs of superiority. You youngsters don't mind if I join you for a meal. Do you Wei Pei? Shu chimed in. I'm here to mooch a meal too. Shu He was already full, however. With Liang Yanzhou seated at the table, it would be impolite for the younger generation to leave uninvited. She decided to finish the sea cucumber soup. Chapter 97, The Jade Tiger and the Zodiac. Is this Shua's first visit to London? Prompted by Uncle Liang, Shua lifted her small face and nodded. Yes. It's my first time, then. Shi Yu should take you around and have some fun. Shi Mu was already inclined towards this idea. Starting tomorrow, I will be your tour guide, Shua, to help you unwind during the last few days of your winter break. Once the weather clears, we can take you to my newly established base for the exquisite blood horse, where a fresh batch of thoroughbreds has arrived for you both to choose from. They will be a gift to you. No problem at all, Shi Mu spoke with a subtle smile. I too shall benefit from your presence, Shua. Once the skies are clear, we shall take Uncle Liang's horses away. Liang Yanzhou chuckled, his smile broadening. You two are free to take any. Shua, however, was not one to jest, yet she discerned that Uncle Liang was a warm-hearted and sincere man, generous to his juniors. Qin Wanqing raised an eyebrow. This old Liang is acting a bit unusual today. Is he trying to undermine me? A thoroughbred horse is worth tens of millions of dollars. He waves his hand as if it's nothing. One might think Shua is his daughter-in-law, but she is not. Given this comparison, what kind of gift should she present to Shua? Alas, it's quite a conundrum. Shua is a shy child, speaking less than 10 words during a meal, and she has no idea what she likes. She certainly does not want to be perceived as a neglectful mother-in-law. That evening, after taking a shower, Shua felt utterly exhausted after nearly 10 hours on the plane. She lay on the bed. Drowsy and weary, Shi Mu, sitting on the edge of the bed with a hairdryer in hand, began to dry her hair. I forgot to check what gift Uncle Liang gave me. I'll help you check in a moment. Shua slowly opened her eyes. The gift box was on the bedside table, and she recalled Uncle Liang's visage and the faint sense of unease she felt upon first meeting him, furrowing her brow. She murmured, why do I always feel as though I've met him before? Did Uncle Liang attend our wedding? No, Uncle Liang has never appeared in the media, nor has he visited Jingbei. Oh, it must be my illusion. After her hair was dried, Shi Mu took a comb and gently untangled her long hair. Your hair is in excellent condition. It seems your vital energy has been replenished well. Shua greatly enjoyed Shi Mu's hair care. He used a red-like massage comb, always helping her maintain her hair after her showers. The scalp massage felt delightful. Shua closed her eyes, relishing the pampering. Is the quality of hair related to vital energy? From the perspective of traditional Chinese medicine, hair is the surplus of blood. When the vital energy is good, the hair quality improves, and the body's organs remain healthy. You seem quite knowledgeable. Noticing her drowsiness, Shi Mu lowered his voice. Mr. Chu mentioned that the prescription he provided has indeed been very beneficial for you. Shua softly hummed in agreement. Your family has been very kind to me. I felt no anxiety today. My mother adores you. She is likely admiring the calligraphy gift you presented her with. Shi Mu, your mother is incredibly beautiful. Shua thought that when Qin Wanqing stood beside Shi Mu, he resembled her. Elder, this is the benefit of a woman's self-care. Shua also appeared quite lovely. A smile spread across her face. With Shi Mu by her side, her heart felt at peace and relaxed. As they chatted, her breathing gradually evened out, and she drifted into a deep slumber. Shi Mu placed the comb down. The room was warm. He gently covered Shua with a lightweight blanket, turned off the bright overhead light, leaving only a nightlight aglow. He opened the gift box sent by Liang Yanzhou. Inside lay an antique jade artifact. Shi Mu recalled that this had been the pièce d'argent at the Australian spring auction. The ancient jade, a relic from long ago, was about the size of a fist. Sculpted into a slumbering little tiger, its white jade hue exquisite and flawless, the bidding had been fierce, ultimately fetching over 100 million. Why would Liang Yanzhou present such a precious gift to Shua? Coincidentally, Shua's zodiac sign is indeed the tiger. Shi Mu's brow furrowed slightly as he secured the antique, his deep-set eyes appearing even darker in the dim light. The following day, Shua was awakened by the gentle patter of rain. It was already 9 in the morning. The sky in London was only just brightening. Mumu had sent a message, calculating the time difference. Was it now 5 in the afternoon in Jingbei? Shua sat up. There was a cup of water on the bedside table. She touched the glass. It was warm. It seemed Shi Mu had just poured it for her a short while ago. He was meticulous, often predicting what time she would wake. As Shua drank her water, she opened the message. Mumu, hey babe, I slept with your brother last night. His physique is quite impressive, with 8-pack abs. Wow, so enticing, but his skills are a bit inexperienced, not as good as mine. Mumu, given that it was our first time, I forgave him. I'll just need to train him for a few more days. Mumu, he is now starting to ask me for a title. Cough, cough, Shua nearly choked, her fair face flushing crimson. Goodness, such messages ought to be censored. Can they really be shared without compensation? What's wrong? Shi Mu emerged from the bathroom, freshly washed. Shua, startled like a mouse confronted by a cat. hurriedly closed the screen, clutching her phone as if it were a hot potato, quickly hiding it beneath her pillow. It's nothing, Shi Yu squinted, his serious demeanor betraying a hint of amusement. This girl is wearing a guilty expression. She has a secret. You wouldn't have actually started dating a boy behind my back, would you? That sounds familiar. Shu He wiped the droplets from her lips, teasingly replied, you guessed it. I recently started dating a vibrant young college student from Jingda. And he plays basketball too. Is your basketball boyfriend taller than your husband? No, Shi Yu is 1.9 meters tall. Is he more handsome than your husband? No, Shi Yu has a celebrity-like face. Is he wealthier than your husband? Shi Yu is a CEO. Shu He, are you being pretentious? I'm merely stating an objective fact, not dating. How can a younger man compare to Shi Yu? If she truly did date, wouldn't Shi Yu break her legs? Shi Yu picked up his glasses from the bedside table, leisurely wiping them with a cloth, and scoffed, nowadays kids grow up and no longer heed their parents. I stand by my words. If you wish to date, then date. Your uncle wouldn't stop you. But if you were truly dating, wouldn't your uncle be displeased? Silly. Shi Yu took 3 quick strides to her side of the bed, and Shu He laughed as she crawled onto the bed. Suddenly his large hand grasped her ankle. Come here, let us see if your uncle is happy. The cool touch sent shivers down her spine. He held her firmly, deftly using his tie to bind her ankle. In an instant Shu He felt as if she were possessed by a ghost. This playful trick again. He was pulling new stunts with his tie. Chapter 98. Uncle Liang's daughter went missing. Shu He fiercely jerked her ankle. As she turned, she saw Shi Yu's eyes glimmering with mischief as he reached for her phone. Shu He was startled, akin to a bird startled from a bowstring. She quickly lunged for her pillow, attempting to snatch the phone back. If Shi Yu were to see the chat history, her image with Mumu would collapse, and she would never be able to face the sun again. This man is astute and knows her password. Shi Yu couldn't help but chuckle that he deliberately held the phone out of her reach. Let me see. No, let go. Shu He pounded her palms against his hand, but it was futile. She lowered her head and began to bite his hand. Exhausting all means to retrieve her phone. Shi Yu clicked his tongue, releasing her phone. The back of his hand bore several shallow bite marks. Reflecting on Shu's earlier pounce, he couldn't help but laugh. What classified information have you been discussing with Mumu? Is it a nuclear weapon formula? Joshua, you can fly now. Yes, it's indeed a nuclear weapon formula. Such crucial secrets, you'd better keep your phone strapped to your body. I wouldn't want to accidentally learn how to create a nuclear bomb. Precisely the intent. From now on, at night, you'll have to sleep with one eye open and keep watch. Shu He tucked her phone into her pajamas pocket, keeping it close, and untied the tie from her ankle. Tossing it into Shi Yu's embrace, she decided not to bicker with him any longer. She got out of bed to wash up. They were going out for fun today. Don't even think about tampering with my phone. Where are we going today? First, I'll take you to the museum. I want to ride the Ferris wheel by the Thames. The Ferris wheel is better suited for the evening. After Shu He finished washing up, she noticed the gift box from Uncle Liang on the table. She opened it, her eyes widening in astonishment. What an exquisite tiger. She picked up the intricately carved jade little tiger. It was quite heavy. The white jade of pure quality, smooth to the touch, and incredibly comfortable to hold. Shu He held the little tiger up for Shi Yu to see. Look how coincidental. Uncle Liang's gift is my zodiac sign. Do you like this tiger? Very much. Unbeknownst to her, this jade piece was an antique. Shi Yu retrieved clothing from the wardrobe, all new garments prepared by his mother, the sizes having been confirmed with him in advance. Are there clothes here for me too? They are prepared by my mother. A warm feeling washed over Shu He as she placed the jade tiger back into its brocade box. Your mother is truly wonderful. And so is Uncle Liang. Shi Yu smiled faintly. Yes, and there is more. Shu He pondered for a moment, sweetly appeasing the jealous one. You are the best. Now that is more like it. The museum. The reservation was for 11 in the morning. This museum boasts exhibition areas representing numerous nations, and traversing them all in a single day is an impossibility. The exquisite murals of the 3 bodhisattvas in Qingliang Temple, the ivory fan from Xixi, and the tricolored Luohan statues from the Liao dynasty. Each artifact is a masterpiece in its own right. Shi Yu carries Shu Yu's bag as she strolls through the exhibition hall, her brow increasingly pensive as she pauses before the Chinese twisted branch pattern thin jade pot. This small jade pot, resplendent in its translucent emerald hue, showcases masterful craftsmanship. Noticing that Shu He has stood motionless for 5 minutes, he approaches her side and gazes at the jade pot as well. What are you thinking? I wish to take it home. Shu He replies, her voice pure and delicate, her gaze lingering on the small jade pot. Shi Yu gently ruffles her hair, speaking softly. One day, it will return home, along with its companions. The exhibition hall 91 features a limited time display of Enchursion Tuesday. Would you like to see it? I've made a reservation. Shu He nods eagerly, keen to view Gu Kaiji's painting. It's raining today. Yet I didn't expect so many visitors. Shi Yu's phone vibrates. It's a call from Xiao Su, with the surrounding noise slightly chaotic. Shi Yu answers, signaling to Shu He, wait for me a moment. Don T. Wanderov, I'll take this call. Alright. Shu He resumes admiring the jade pot. As she turns her gaze, she spots a familiar figure, her eyes lighting up. Uncle Liang has also come to visit the exhibits today. Shu Liang Yanzhou says something to his companion that he approaches her, holding a bottle of freshly purchased mineral water, and unscrews the cap to offer it to her. What a coincidence. Thank you, Uncle Liang, Shu replies politely. Feeling a bit parched, she accepts the water and takes a sip, smiling faintly. I really like the jade tiger you gifted me yesterday. You were born in the year of the tiger. Correct, Shu expresses surprise. Yes, how did you know my zodiac sign? You are 23 this year. It stands to reason, doesn't it? Liang Yanzhou explains with a smile. After a moment, he sighs softly. Actually, if I could find my daughter, she would be around your age as well. She too is a tiger. Shu frowns, realizing Uncle Liang's daughter is missing. Chapter 99, Rainy Alley Romance. Once we finish exploring London, we could spend a couple of days in Sydney. I'll be your guide. Upon hearing Sydney, Shua's right eyelid twitches slightly, a faint smile gracing her lips as she shifts the topic. Does this jade pot contain a light? It's so bright. It does not. It's as thin as a cicada's wing, approximately 1 millimeter thick. The light in the hall shines directly into the pot, and the polishing is superb. The absence of a light astonishes Shua. The jade pot's craftsmanship is truly extraordinary. It is not an ancient artifact, but rather a creation of Yu Ting, an inheritor of intangible cultural heritage. The day after tomorrow, at 1 rain. Shua, you can come play at my uncle's horse farm. Shi Yu mentioned he wanted to take you as well. Alright, Shua agrees. After Shi Yu hangs up, he returns and notices Liang Yanzhou explaining the jade pot to Shua, pausing as his gaze catches something. Shi Yu appears contemplative. The exhibition hall's lighting casts a glow upon the faces of the two. From this angle, Shua's gentle smile bears a resemblance to Liang Yanzhou's features. Liang Yanzhou spots Shi Yu from a distance and waves. What a coincidence. I came to visit the museum with friends and ran into you both, Uncle Liang. Shi Yu nods slightly and walks over. Liang Yanzhou glances at his watch and, sensing the moment, bids farewell. I have other matters to attend to. My friends are still waiting. I want to interrupt your date, Shi Yu. To enlighten Shua further, don't just play the role of a guide. Alright, Uncle Liang, take care. Shua waves to Liang Yanzhou, a soft smile gracing her lips. Goodbye. Uncle Liang. The exhibition hall featuring Enchursion 2 is modest in size, and compared to other galleries, the small area sees few foreign visitors. The lighting is dim, with only the display cases illuminated by white lights. Surrounded predominantly by familiar faces of compatriots, Shua has viewed a copy of Enchursion 2 from the Song Dynasty at the Palace Museum, while this one is a Tang Dynasty rendition. As she walks along the lengthy display case, she examines the painting, softly commenting, the original by Gu Kaiji has been lost. His style is intricate. Look, these two figures are vividly portrayed in the details. After a prolonged silence, she notices Shi Yu's gaze is fixed on her, filled with an inscrutable depth. What are you looking at? Upon meeting her eyes, he suddenly snaps back to reality. Right, what do you mean by right? Shua chuckles lightly. You weren't even listening to me. He. Shi Yu glances at the artwork. What did Uncle Liang tell you? He shared stories about the jade thin-walled teapot and other artifacts. He seems quite knowledgeable about antiques and has an extensive understanding. No wonder. Shua checks the time. It's already 2 in the afternoon. Unbeknownst to her, they have been wandering for so long. She touches her slightly flat stomach, feeling a pang of hunger, and pokes Shi Yu's waist. Do you want to eat pizza? Shi Yu looks at her. Typically, when a girl asks like this, it indicates her own craving. Yes, Shi Yu smiles, pinching her cheek. There is a pizza place nearby with decent reviews. Let us go try it. The pizza shop is nestled in a small alley. Shua's hand is held by Shi Yu as she walks beside him. Surrounded by the vibrant colors of the alley, reminiscent of dopamine hues, the rain pours down, creating an atmosphere akin to an oil painting world. In London, English architecture tends to lean towards the vintage, making it rare to encounter such lively and charming structures. Ahead of them, someone pauses, observing Shi Yu. He shelters them with an umbrella. His features are strikingly handsome, and the long, deep gray coat accentuates his tall, slender frame, exuding an air of noble composure. Raindrops patter against the umbrella, producing a crisp sound, while Shua extends her palm to catch a droplet. I suddenly feel as though I'm in a romantic relationship with you. Shua, we are married. Being married doesn't preclude romance. Shua gazes at the raindrop in her palm, whispering, love is a state of emotion that transcends pre- and post-marital distinctions. The marriage certificate merely serves as a legal endorsement of our affection. Well said. Shi Yu raises an eyebrow, exchanging a knowing glance with Shua. She is momentarily taken aback, her heart fluttering as if struck by a small jade stone. This is the first time she has seen Shi Yu express such lively emotion. Shi Yu. A stranger's voice calls out. Shua turns to see a girl with an umbrella. Her beautiful lip line catches her attention first, followed by her exquisite features and the sparkling depths of her eyes. She carries a bag from a dessert shop. Pei Yan steps closer, momentarily glancing at the girl beside the man before quickly looking away. It's really you. You've returned. Shua feels a tightness in her chest, instinctively looking towards Shi Yu, who holds the umbrella over her. The look in the woman's eyes suggests a long-standing affection for Shi Yu. Even passers-by could perceive the unspoken connection. They are old acquaintances. Reunited in this alley, yes, I'm back, Shi Yu replies with calmness. I brought my wife here to stay for a few days and to sample the local delicacies. What about you? Hearing him refer to her as wife causes Pei Nian's eyelashes to flutter. After a brief silence, she smiles slightly, tightening her grip on the bag. I'm just a bit hungry. I came here to buy some food, the Christmas passion fruit pie. Yes, that shop has released many new products lately. Even the packaging has become more appealing. Your wife is truly beautiful. Congratulations on your marriage. I have other matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave. Alright, Shi Yu responds. Pei Nian quickens her pace. Brushing past them in the rain, her grip on the umbrella handle turning white, the atmosphere seems to fog over, blurring her vision as she hurriedly turns the corner. Your wife, is she beautiful? Probably so. The truth is, Pei Nian dared not look too closely. How could Shi Yu's beloved be anything less? She had learned of his marriage 2 months prior from her brother, who told her that Shi Yu had wed the girl from his pocket watch. The heart's desire fulfilled, he married the one he loves. That's wonderful. Pei Nian would no longer indulge in Christmas passion fruit pies. The one Shi Yu had given her in childhood was quite sweet. Now it no longer holds that sweetness. The dessert shop, filled with a plethora of choices, beckons her to sample other confections. Shu turns around, gazing ahead as the rain intensifies, and the few pedestrians ahead grow sparse. The girl has vanished around the alley corner. After hesitating for a moment, Shu quietly asks, "Who is she?" The girl's voice is melodious, her presence reminiscent of distant mountains, elegant and poised, evoking a sense of ethereal beauty. A neighbor, Shi Yu ruffles Shu's hair. She is the younger sister of Pei Shu. I lived nearby when I was younger, and the Pei family was quite close to mine. A neighbor, childhood sweethearts. Shu nods, her intuition whispering, she likes you. Everyone has someone they admire, Shi Yu says gently with sincerity, but admiration alone does not guarantee togetherness. It depends on mutual willingness and faith. Then, who do you like? This is the first time Shu has asked Shi Yu about his affections. What do you think? Shi Yu lightly taps Shu's forehead. Surely, you must have noticed the photo hidden in my pocket watch. Shu's lips curled into a smile. With a sigh, her heart, which had been suspended in anxiety, finally settled. Moments ago, she had felt as if she were on the brink of a heart attack. A tinge of bitterness washed over her. She had been startled, initially believing she had encountered Shi Yu's radiant muse. Only at this moment did Shu comprehend that truly loving someone could render one incredibly possessive, particularly in the presence of the opposite sex. So possessive, in fact, that she wished to be the sole focus of her beloved's gaze. It was no wonder that when she visited Fu Henning, Shi Yu appeared so troubled. Today, she had genuinely experienced the pangs of jealousy. Shi Yu was quite gentle, neither deliberately neglecting the young woman nor exuding the haughty superiority often displayed by those who are admired. He remained calm and amiable throughout. Furthermore, he was right, everyone has the right to love another. However, mere affection does not guarantee companionship. Perhaps one day that girl would find someone who cherished her. Chapter 100. When to have children. They arrived at the pizzeria. The electric sliding doors opened slowly, revealing an entrance adorned with numerous wind chimes that jingled merrily in the breeze. Shi Yu tucked away his umbrella at the door. Which spot do you prefer? By the window. Very well, as you wished. Shu settled into a cozy booth by the window, where she could gaze upon the rain-soaked dopamine alley. Shi Yu ordered the restaurant's signature pizza. Shu's choice was the Cheesy Delight. The 15-inch pizza was lavishly topped with thick cheese, Orleans-style chicken, smoked sausage, corn, and pineapple. Their drinks were refreshing lemon fruit tea concocted by the establishment. The snack platter featured freshly fried French fries, sweet potato fries, and secret recipe chicken wings, little treats that Shu adored. Donning her gloves, Shu accepted a slice of pizza from Shi Yu, marveling, "This is the largest pizza I have ever seen." Just as she was about to take a bite, the man rested his chin in one hand, his fingertips lightly tapping against his cheek as he scrutinized her. "I bet your first bite is meant for me." "You are correct." With quick reflexes, Shu shifted the pizza away from her mouth, stood up, and offered it to the proud spirit. "I was just about to feed you the first bite. In matters of romance, banter was essential. Shi Yu took a bite of the pizza she had offered, recalling how long it had been since he visited this place. The taste remained remarkably similar to what he remembered. "Is it delicious?" Shu inquired. "Not as good as you." Shu's face flushed. "We are in public. Please temper your words. When will we return home?" Shu sampled the pizza, its fluffy texture and rich cheese flavor bursting forth. She enjoyed it immensely. "This is quite delightful. Your recommendation of this restaurant was indeed spot on." Shi Yu responded meaningfully. "When have my tastes ever faltered?" "Such a proud spirit," Shu teased, sipping her lemon tea. Unabashedly declaring, "Marrying me is quite the bargain for you. You must treat me well." The man chuckled softly, turning his gaze. He beheld the vibrant alleyway drenched in rain, as captivating as the enchanting figure seated across from him, who seemed to radiate an increasing charm. He cherished Shu's transformation. Shu coated a long fry in ketchup and casually remarked, "I promised Uncle Liang that I would visit his newly established horse ranch the day after tomorrow to learn horseback riding." "Sounds good. Do you know why Uncle Liang gifted me the jade tiger?" "Why?" Shi Yu snatched a fry from her hand and popped it into his mouth, chewing. "Did he mention it to you today?" You always like to steal my food, just taking it, Shu He huffed, grabbing a handful of fries, dipping them in ketchup, and placing them on the plate beside Shi Yu. Now you can't steal anymore, Uncle Liang's daughter is missing. She's also born in the year of the tiger, 23 this year. Perhaps seeing me reminds him of his daughter. Coughing abruptly, the man's pupils dilated, and he turned slightly, covering his mouth as he sputtered. Shu He looked up in astonishment, realizing he had almost choked. She removed her gloves and approached, gently patting Shi Yu's back. I didn't take your fries, just eat slowly. The unexpected incident left Shi Yu in disbelief. His limbs feeling heavy as if filled with lead, a sudden, short-lived throbbing sensation in his head. When did Liang Yanzhou have a daughter? Shu He lifted the lemon tea from the table and handed it to him. Have some water. Once he regained his composure, Shi Yu straightened up, adjusting his glasses as he accepted the drink from Shu He and took a sip, his expression strained yet attempting to remain calm. Shu He exhaled in relief. Sitting down across from him, you looked quite pale when you choked. Next time, eat more slowly. Did he truly say his daughter was missing? No, he merely mentioned that if his daughter could be found, she'd be about your age, which implies she is lost, doesn't it? Shi Yu's contemplative gaze bore into Shu He, his fingers unconsciously tightening around the teacup. In recent days, he had sensed something peculiar, when viewed from a certain angle. It seemed to make sense and could be articulated clearly. In the leisure room, Qin Wanqing played with a cat toy, entertaining her pet as she aged. Aside from her visits to the beauty salon, she relished spending her days playing with cats, sipping tea, and tending to flowers, occasionally plucking at her gray hairs. The ragdoll cat, a paragon of beauty, was akin to a princess of the feline realm. With striking azure eyes and soft, creamy fur, Shu He was napping. Shi Yu descended from the second-floor bedroom, picking up the teapot from the coffee table to brew himself some poor tea. Mom, how did you meet Uncle Liang? It was a chance encounter. The ragdoll cat seized the feather pendant of the toy, and Qin Wanqing recounted. When I was vacationing in Sydney, I encountered a robber. My documents were in my bag. And it was your Uncle Liang who valiantly retrieved it for me. With his stature, he wouldn't just step in to help you without reason. Qin Wanqing paused her play. You rascal. If your Uncle Liang were here, he would surely scold you. Just stating facts. At the time, he had just married the daughter of the Sydney treasurer, having entered the family, and did not possess the status he has now. Why couldn't he help me back then? That was many years ago, around the time you were 12. Shi Yu's gaze narrowed. He gently swirled the jade cup, as if admiring the color of the poor tea. His dark eyes held depths unseen. At 12, he was merely 3, still being raised by the Xiang family. The television played a documentary that Qin Wanqing adored, and she pondered. DUI, what gift should I give Shu He? A gift? Yes, your Uncle Liang threw money around last night, making me look stingy. You know Shu He well. What does she like? She likes me. Qin Wanqing was at a loss for words, exasperated by her son's whimsical nature. You prideful fool. Beware that one day Shu He might kick you to the curb. Finding a partner as a divorced man is no easy feat. Just look at your brother, how steady he is. Shi Yu chuckled, blowing on the steam rising from his tea. Oh. Has my brother found someone? Should I introduce him to someone? Not yet. Better to remain single. Qin Wanqing could not refute. If you wish to remain single, so be it. I will not interfere. But when do you two plan to have children? Not for the time being. Why not? Qin Wanqing, fond of children, exclaimed. If you have one, I will help raise it. I've been researching how to prepare baby food lately. I am infertile. Qin Wanqing's expression soured. Is that true? Shi Yu fabricated an excuse. Grandpa Chu prescribed some medicine. I've been drinking Chinese herbal medicine lately, and I don't know when I will be able to adjust. Sigh. Qin Wanqing lamented. Hurry and choose a gift for your future wife.